Chapter 1 Prologue. On the Azure Sea Star, in Huagua, City S, an ancient building quietly rests at the edge of the city. Its appearance suggests it has stood for over a century, resembling a venerable church, surrounded by towering ancient trees, lush foliage, and fragrant blossoms. On this sweltering afternoon, only a few small sparrows chirp merrily among the branches. Everything in the vicinity feels so natural, yet within this church, there are neither priests nor ministers, nor any nuns. Instead, a group of orphans resides here, along with a few teachers from the orphanage. These orphans have suffered profound loneliness from a young age. Most are afflicted with severe illnesses, their families unable to bear the exorbitant costs of treatment, leading to their abandonment. After enduring numerous hardships, they find refuge here, taken in by the enigmatic matron of the orphanage. This matron is shrouded in mystery. No one knows her origins, not even the teachers in the orphanage. It is known, however, that this church belongs to her personally. Regardless of whether it concerns provisions, clothing, or the children's medical expenses, the matron always finds a way to procure what is necessary. At this moment, the afternoon sun streams through the ancient stained glass windows, casting a warm glow in the room. The matron gently closes her book, takes a sip of tea, and leisurely rises to her feet. Draping a shawl over her shoulders, she leans on her cane, opens the door, and steps outside. She traverses the long, quiet corridor. At this hour, the children are still resting, and only the sound of her footsteps reverberates softly. Before long, she arrives at the door of room 120 and gently knocks, asking, "Xiao-Qi, may I come in?" A voice from within replies, "Please enter." The matron pushes the door open and sees a handsome young boy reclining against the headboard, perusing an old book. Upon noticing her arrival, the boy smiles faintly, illuminated by the afternoon sun, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that exudes a warm and gentle aura. His bright eyes sparkle, and his well-defined brows enhance his expression. In that moment, he appears as radiant as the sun melting winter's ice or the gentle breeze rippling across a summer pond. The boy remarks, "Matron, you have come." Setting her cane aside, the matron takes a seat on the chair beside the bed and smiles. "Xiao-Qi, what book are you reading today?" The boy replies, "An old book from a century ago that tells the story of a young boy's growth. I asked teacher Li to help me find it in the library." The matron quietly sighs and inquires, "You should read less and rest more." The boy responds, "I understand, matron." She asks, "How have you been feeling these past few days? Is there anywhere that still troubles you?" The boy shakes his head, saying, "I'm fine, matron. Look at me, I'm as lively as ever, aren't I?" Observing the beads of sweat on his forehead and the slight tremor in his hands, the matron comprehends that this child is enduring immense pain, suppressing his suffering to avoid worrying others, bearing it all alone. The boy's name is Tang Yuan. Due to the 7 moles on his back resembling the Big Dipper, everyone affectionately calls him Xiao-Qi. Tang Yuan was found by the matron by the river when he was less than 3 months old, abandoned by his parents in the wilderness. After bringing him to the orphanage, it was discovered that he had a terminal illness, with a prognosis of not living beyond 16. Like most children, the unfortunate Xiao-Qi has resided in the orphanage ever since, growing up slowly under the matron's companionship. The first time the matron met him was by a river named Tang He, and thus he was given the name Tang Yuan, symbolizing a new beginning. From a young age, Tang Yuan was exceptionally bright and endearing, kind-hearted and considerate. Due to the torment of his illness, he became quiet and empathetic. After becoming paralyzed from the waist down at the age of 9, he could only navigate in a wheelchair. To avoid inconveniencing others, he often pushed himself into the yard to daydream or read, or lay in bed lost in books. Tang Yuan has no particular hobbies aside from reading. He has perused nearly every book in the orphanage's library, some multiple times. The books, collected by the matron, are diverse, and eclectic. Tang Yuan welcomes them all, treating each book as a long-lost friend. Once he starts reading, he cannot stop. Noticing the matron's reddened eyes, he offers a reassuring smile, saying, "Matron, I truly am fine, please do not worry too much." The matron forces a smile, replying, "All right, I know you're thoughtful. Do rest well and refrain from reading too much." Tang Yuan Zetpun Chefelin, okay. With her cane in hand, the matron exits and heads directly to the infirmary, where a young doctor in a white coat is busy at work. Upon seeing the matron, the doctor sets aside his pen and stands respectfully, greeting her. "Matron, you have arrived." The matron inquires, "Xiaoan, how is Xiao Qi's condition?" This doctor, named Xiaoan, was once an orphan at the same orphanage. After being taken in by the matron, he diligently studied and gained admission to medical school. After graduating, he volunteered to return to the orphanage to assist others. The matron, concerned about hindering his future, initially opposed this. However, Xiao An's resolve was unwavering, and ultimately, the matron conceded. With a heavy sigh, Dr. Xiaoan states, "I fear he may not make it through autumn." The matron seems to have already accepted this outcome, shaking her head in resignation as she departs. Time swiftly passes, and it is now October. One night, the tranquility of the darkened sky is disrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps as many gather before room 120, anxiously awaiting news from within. Soon after, Dr. Xiaoan and several other doctors emerge, and upon seeing the eager expressions of the crowd, he shakes his head sadly, saying, "It's no good. Matron, you may go and Xiao Qi wishes to speak with you." As soon as the words leave his lips, Dr. Xiaoan turns away, his body trembling as muffled sobs echo through the air. The matron gently pushes the door open and steps inside, discovering Tang Yuan lying on the bed, his complexion pale, yet hinting at a faint flush. Recognizing this as a sign of fleeting vitality, she places her cane aside and sits in her usual chair, smiling tenderly. "Xiao Qi, why aren't you reading today?" Tang Yuan knows the matron is trying to comfort him, so he replies with a smile, "Matron, I'm too tired today and wish to sleep early, so I won't read." Upon hearing this, the matron feels as if a dam has burst within her, yet she restrains herself for Xiao Qi's sake. She stands up, smiling. "Is that so? Then you should rest early. Matron will take her leave now." After saying this, she turns to leave but finds herself unable to take a single step. Tang Yuan sighs, "Matron, without you, Xiao Qi would not have experienced these 16 years. If it weren't for you, I would have perished 16 years ago. I'm so grateful for the years spent with everyone, for all the books I've read. I'm truly content and happy. Please tell everyone that I love them. If there is an afterlife, I wish to be with everyone again." Upon hearing this, tears stream down the matron's face like a spring, and she smiles through her sorrow. "Silly child, if there is an afterlife, you will surely find happiness. Why would you return to the orphanage?" As she speaks, she turns away, only to see Xiao Qi smiling, his face radiant with joy and relief, peacefully closing his eyes as he departs from this world. The matron trembles as she approaches the bed, gently stroking Xiao Qi's hair, her tears flowing freely as she lovingly whispers, "Sleep now, good child. Rest well." It is said that although Tang Yuan has left the mortal realm, he has arrived in another place, none other than Netherworld. Before the gates of the underworld, Tang Yuan gazes at the dark, mysterious portal and reflects upon his current state. His physical body is no longer present, he is now merely a soul. The agonies of his terminal illness have vanished. Due to years of reading, his spirit is remarkably solid, devoid of the frailty typical of most souls, as if he has been reborn. Tang Yuan observes the two grim reapers beside him, each donning a tall hat, one black, and one white, representing the duality of life and death. However, these two figures are merely one of countless incarnations. "Are we at the gates of the underworld, esteemed sirs?" Tang Yuan inquires. The black grim reaper replies, "Indeed, young brother, this is the gates of the underworld." As they guide Tang Yuan through the gates, traversing the road to the Yellow Springs and the platform of nostalgia, they arrive at the city of forgotten deaths, but do not enter. Before long, they find themselves at the Naiha Bridge. Along the way, Tang Yuan feels a sense of novelty. The black and white Grim Reapers, as agents of the underworld, typically do not converse with the departed. However, due to Tang Yuan's lack of malice and his extraordinary spirit, the Grim Reapers, who have brought him here, feel a sense of merit and are in high spirits, engaging him in conversation about the underworld's customs and scenery. Upon reaching the Naya Bridge, they encounter an elderly woman preparing soup. Tang Yuan realizes that this must be the legendary Meng Per. The black and white Grim Reapers, not daring to be negligent, respectfully salute Meng Per. She slowly sets down her ladle, and though the pot on the stove simmers without fire, the rich broth continues to bubble. When she turns to face the three, she smiles. A child with a splendid soul has arrived. In this live's reincarnation, there will surely be great opportunities. Tang Yuan, upon seeing Meng Per, is taken aback and exclaims, "Matron?" Upon witnessing his demeanor, Meng Per chuckled softly, saying, "Child, I am but a manifestation of countless forms, embodying the essence of the earth. The person you speak of is indeed me, yet also not me." Tang Yuan, perplexed by Meng Pa's words, grasped only vaguely that the Meng Pa before him was connected to the headmistress, yet was not the same individual. In the midst of their conversation, Meng Pa had already prepared a bowl of thick broth, which she handed to Tang Yuan, encouraging him, "Drink this after shedding your emotions. You shall be reborn anew." Tang Yuan felt a flicker of hope within him. Although he was reluctant to forget all the warmth and familial bonds he had experienced in the orphanage, he harbored a glimmer of anticipation for the next life. At that very moment, just as Tang Yuan was about to consume the broth, a violent tremor shook the very foundations of the earth, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. Unstable, he lost his grip, and the broth spilled. Qian exclaimed loudly, "Tang Hao, cease your futile struggles. If you surrender the blue-silver emperor, I shall grant you your freedom." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao could not contain his fury and declared, "Qian, refrain from uttering further nonsense. Ain is my wife. If you wish to take her life, you must first tread over my dead body." Qian's expression darkened as he replied, "You are choosing to ignore my goodwill. In that case, I shall no longer consider the reputation of the Haotian sect." With that, Qian bellowed, and a surge of soul power enveloped him, manifesting a colossal golden apparition behind him, an angel with 6 wings, representing Qian's 6-winged angel martial soul. Radiating from this martial soul were 9 luminous rings, signifying Qian's 9 soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 an impeccable configuration of soul rings. Simultaneously, the individuals behind Qian summoned their own martial souls, each unique, yet also displaying the 9 soul rings ascending: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 an equally flawless arrangement of soul rings. Seeing this, Tang Hao was unwilling to show weakness. He summoned his martial soul, which manifested as a long-handled, pitch-black hammer, shimmering with blue lightning. Indeed, it was the Haotian hammer, the inherited martial soul of the Haotian clan. His soul rings illuminated in succession: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 8 rings in total, a perfect configuration. However, though Tang Hao had reached the impressive level of 90, he had yet to acquire his 9th soul ring, making him wary of the formidable opponents before him. With a thunderous roar, he brandished the Haotian hammer, lightning crackling around him, taking the initiative to charge at Qian and his companions. A colossal sound reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth, as clouds of dust were swept into the air. The two sides had already engaged in battle. Not far from the valley, there lay a tranquil grove, where a brook babbled softly, and the air was filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Within this serene woodland, a thatched cottage rested by the riverbank. Suddenly, the wail of an infant pierced the tranquility, startling the birds from their perches. Inside the cottage, a beautiful woman reclined against the headboard, cradling a swaddled baby in her arms. The newborn, having just entered the world, was silent, with wide blue eyes curiously observing its surroundings. "Where's this place? Have I been reincarnated? Why do I still remember the events of my past life? How did I end up here? I did not drink the soup of oblivion. After the reincarnation office was destroyed, I found myself drawn into an inexplicable space." Fragmented memories surged through the infant's mind. This baby was none other than the reincarnated Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan gazed upon the woman before him, noting her exquisite features, a delicate nose and porcelain skin, brows arched like a crescent moon, and cascading blue hair that flowed like a waterfall. Beads of sweat clung to her temples, with strands of hair dampened by perspiration. Her complexion, though slightly pallid, bore a healthy flush, and her sapphire-like eyes sparkled with an abundance of maternal affection. In his heart, Tang Yuan softly called out. I have a mother now. The love of parents from his previous life was the deepest yearning of his heart. Now reborn, he finally had the chance to experience the most beautiful bond of familial love in this world. Though he remained an infant, his body yet to develop and his voice still silent, the heartfelt call from within seemed to resonate with the woman before him. The gentle lady gazed lovingly at Tang Yuan, and for reasons unknown, her eyes gradually glistened with tears, two silent streams cascading down her cheeks. At that moment, a sweet, childlike voice chimed in, Mama, this is my little brother. The woman turned her head, smiling, and said, Little San, come here. Tang Yuan exerted considerable effort to turn his head, only to find a dark-haired little boy climbing to the edge of the bed. The boy's face was alight with joy as he reached out to grasp Tang Yuan's small hand, his voice sweet and innocent as he exclaimed, Brother, brother. Tang Yuan gazed at the adorable visage of the little boy and couldn't help but burst into a fit of giggles. The beautiful woman gently stroked the boy's head and affectionately said, Xiao San, you will be a big brother from now on. You must take good care of your younger brother. The little boy nodded vigorously in agreement. Tang Yuan gazed upon his mother and elder brother, feeling a profound warmth within his heart. It seemed that heaven had indeed bestowed its favor upon him. In this life, he had attained the familial affection he longed for in his previous existence, and he vowed to cherish it dearly. Suddenly, an intense pain surged through Tang Yuan's mind, causing him to gasp in terror and involuntarily cry out. However, his cry resembled that of an infant's wail. As his consciousness began to fade, he felt himself slipping into a state of slumber, struggling against the encroaching darkness. Despite his efforts, his thoughts became a chaotic blur, and ultimately, he remembered nothing. Now, Tang Yuan was like any other newborn, perfectly ordinary in his existence. In this instance, neither the beautiful woman nor the young boy perceived the stir caused by Tang Yuan. At that moment, an elderly matron approached, exclaiming joyfully, Ayin, how do you feel? The beautiful woman was none other than Ayin, the transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years, the blue-silver emperor, and the mother of Tang San and Tang Yuan. Ayin responded with a smile, Grandmother, I am well, nothing serious. The old woman replied, That is good to hear. I must say, your constitution is remarkable. After giving birth, you show no signs of weakness at all. Ayin chuckled softly. Yet the elderly matron was unaware that this was a powerful spirit master who had transformed from a 100,000-year spirit beast. Giving birth was as simple as consuming food or water. Although it would deplete some vitality, the balance provided by spirit power rendered it trivial. The old woman gazed at Ayin and the two children on the bed, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Where is Hao? Why isn't he here during your delivery? Ayin replied, he had some matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, the old woman expressed indignation. How outrageous. What could be more important than your wife giving birth? Tell me where he is, and I shall fetch him back. Ayin smiled gently. There is no need, Grandmother. I will find him myself. The old woman was taken aback. You have just given birth. You should rest and recuperate. What if you catch a chill and suffer lasting consequences? Ayin laughed lightly. It's fine, Grandmother. I must find Hao. We have urgent matters to discuss. Would you kindly look after the children for a while? With that, Ayin produced a bag of gold soul coins and handed it to the old woman. The elderly matron was astonished. She had never seen such a sum of gold soul coins and exclaimed, This is too much. Ayin firmly placed the pouch in the old woman's hands, smiling, It is well deserved, Grandmother. Hao and I have been living here for nearly a year, and we have troubled you quite a bit, so please do not refuse. The old woman sighed, accepting the pouch. Though she was not a spirit master, she understood that Tang Hao and Ayin were extraordinary individuals. Since they had made up their minds, any further objections from her would be futile. She could only do her utmost to care for the two children. Seeing the old woman accept the gold soul coins, Ayin felt a weight lift from her heart. She knelt on the ground, imploring, Grandmother, if Hao and I do not return, I beseech you to raise the children and keep them unaware of our circumstances. The old matron, taken aback by her words, paused momentarily before letting out a deep sigh. She assisted Ayin to her feet and promised, I will honor your request. Ayin nodded, turning to gaze at Tang San and Tang Yuan, tears streaming down her face, her heart aching. Yet she could not abandon her beloved to confront the spirit hall alone. With a heavy heart, she turned away, concealing her face in sorrow. At that moment, Tang San was merely 1 year old. Although he had traversed dimensions, the swirling of time and space had obscured his past memories. Consequently, he remained blissfully unaware, embodying the essence of a typical one-year-old child. He watched his mother's actions with curiosity, but did not dwell on them, becoming engrossed in play with Tang Yuan and soon forgetting everything entirely. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was engaged in a prolonged battle with Qian Xuanji and others. Both sides bore injuries, with Tang Hao suffering the most. It was evident that he was indeed a once-in-a-century genius of the Haotian sect, matching the prowess of 3 titled Douluo with his formidable strength of level 90 and 8 spirit rings. Among them was the legendary 6-winged angel from the spirit hall, Qian Xuanji. Had Tang Hao possessed more than 8 spirit rings, the outcome might have been uncertain. Just as Tang Hao was on the verge of collapse, a figure appeared before him. Tang Hao was taken aback, exclaiming in his heart, Ain. Ain, witnessing Tang Hao drenched in blood, felt an unbearable pain in her heart and cried out, Brother Hao. Tang Hao, filled with a mix of astonishment and sorrow, suppressed the grief within his heart and exclaimed with a solemn voice, What brings you here? Leave at once. Ain shook her head resolutely and replied, No, I shall not leave. Tang Hao urged, Hurry. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Xiao San? Ain replied with a smile, Brother Hao, Xiao San has a younger brother now. Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, Are you saying? Ain nodded and replied, Yes. It's a boy. We are waiting for you to return to name him. At that moment, Qian Xuanji and others spotted Ain and burst into laughter, saying, Blue Silver Emperor, we have finally found you. Upon hearing these words, Tang Hao exclaimed urgently, Ian, we must leave at once. Ian smiled gently at Tang Hao, then stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice, Qian Xuanji, if you spare my husband and child, I am willing to accompany you. What say you? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was taken aback and exclaimed, Ain, don't. Before he could finish his sentence, Ain interrupted him with a wave of her hand and inquired, What now? Hearing this, Qian Xuanji couldn't help but scoff inwardly. If you were to spare your husband and child, wouldn't that merely invite relentless vengeance in the future? However, it was prudent to first secure the Blue Silver Emperor, and only then would he eliminate Tang Hao at an opportune moment. With this thought in mind, Qian Xuanji declared loudly, Very well. I shall agree to your terms. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall let them be. Ain smiled and replied, Excellent. No, this cannot be. Tang Hao retorted angrily, Qian Xuanji, do not even think about it. Ain grasped Tang Hao's hand and whispered, Brother Hao, trust me, I am yours. Even in death, I shall belong solely to you. Tang Hao was somewhat perplexed by her words and could not help but exclaim, Ian. Ian smiled at him, stepped forward, and declared loudly, Qian Sunji, come forth. I hope you will honor your promise. Qian Sunji, filled with unbridled joy, was convinced that if he could capture the Blue Silver Emperor, a 10,000-year soul beast, along with a 10,000-year soul ring, nothing else would matter. Although Qian Sunji already possessed his 9th soul ring, his disciple Bibi Dong and his daughter Qian Renxue could both utilize the Blue Silver Emperor to secure their own 9th soul rings. At that time, the Spirit Hall would reign supreme, unmatched across the realm. With this thought in mind, Qian Sunji approached the Blue Silver Emperor, intending to imprison her and take her away. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As Qian Sunji neared, Ian suddenly summoned her martial spirit and unleashed a powerful soul skill, striking the unsuspecting Qian Sunji. Although Ian's soul power was inferior to Qian Sunji's, he had just engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Hao and sustained injuries. Furthermore, in his moment of elation, he remained unguarded, thus receiving Ian's attack, which inflicted fresh wounds upon him. Enraged, Qian Sunji was about to charge forward with his subordinates to capture Ian when a blinding blue light erupted. Ian's body radiated an endless azure glow as her martial spirit flourished. Her soul rings shattered, coalescing into a crimson soul ring that ascended toward Tang Hao. Sacrifice. Indeed, Ian offered her sacrifice to Tang Hao. In her final moments, Ian smiled gently at him and said, Brother Hao, take good care of our child. Tang Hao, engulfed by a mixture of sorrow and fury, absorbed Ian's 10,000-year soul ring and transformed into a harbinger of death. Raising the Haotian hammer, he charged towards Qian Sunji and his companions. After Ian's sacrifice, Tang Hao became an embodiment of slaughter, enveloped in a domain of death, combined with the might of the strongest assault-type martial spirit in existence. The tactics fueled by his own life force left Qian Sunji and his allies utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. Amidst the chaos of battle, one titled Douluo from Qian Sunji's side fell, and another was gravely injured. Qiang Sunji himself, severely wounded, ultimately expended his last vestiges of soul power to escape. As he fled, he bellowed, "Tang Hao, I will remember this day. If I suffer, you shall not find peace either. Prepare for a separation of flesh and blood." With 3 triumphant laughs, Qiang Sunji retreated into the distance. Tang Hao initially intended to pursue his relentless hunt, but upon hearing Qian Jie's urgent words, his murderous intent dissipated entirely, as if doused in cold water, awakening him to clarity. In alarm, he exclaimed, "This is not good." Ignoring his injuries, Tang Hao sprinted back, engaging in a fierce battle against the 3 titled Douluos. The confrontation resulted in 1 death and 2 injuries among his foes. Yet Tang Hao himself was not in a much better state. He was gravely wounded and on the brink of death. However, the 10,000-year spirit ring of the blue-silver emperor bestowed upon him a substantial vitality, granting him a moment to catch his breath. Upon learning of Qian Jie's intent to harm his child, Tang Hao cast aside his reservations and hastened back to the thatched cottage, where he discovered a figure sprawled on the ground within, none other than the old hag. Lowering his gaze, Tang Hao observed that the old woman's internal organs were utterly shattered, her life extinguished. A wave of shock washed over him. The spirit hall is truly ruthless, sparing not even the elderly. This kind woman had been of considerable assistance to Tang Hao and his wife, Yin, and now she had perished because of him. Grief and rage surged within Tang Hao's heart. Forgetting his sorrow, Tang Hao swiftly surveyed the house, but the children were nowhere to be found. A wave of dismay washed over him, his heart sinking. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from nearby. Tang Hao spun around and dashed out of the house, sensing that the aura was fleeing into the distance. Accompanying the formidable presence were 2 others, resonating with his own bloodline. Without hesitation, Tang Hao gave chase. Soon, he spotted a figure clad in black robes, clutching a boy and an infant in his arms. This individual possessed considerable strength, a soul sage. Tang Hao closed the distance. On the verge of overtaking him, Tang Hao exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Release the child at once, and I shall spare your life." Upon hearing these words, the figure in black quickened his pace. However, Tang Hao had already attained the rank of titled Douluo, despite his current injuries. He was not to be underestimated by a mere soul sage. The black-robed soul sage, fully aware of the impending peril, made a swift decision to hurl Tang San, who was in his grasp, towards the east, simultaneously unleashing a surge of soul power. At the tender age of 1, Tang San was far too vulnerable to withstand the assault of a soul saint. Tang Hao, aghast, swiftly moved to his rescue. In the nick of time, Tang Hao arrived, cradling Tang San in his arms and shielding him with his own back from the incoming blow of the black-robed soul saint. The impact sent a tremor through Tang Hao's frame, aggravating dormant wounds within him, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Tang Hao turned away, feeling lost in this vast expanse, with no trace of the shadowy figure of the black-robed soul saint. The spirit hall. He vowed to exact vengeance, refusing to be considered human until justice was served. Having lost his wife and children, he suppressed the profound sorrow within, guiding Tang San to a place known as Holy Soul Village. Ultimately, unable to bear the dual wounds of body and spirit, he collapsed to the ground. Upon awakening, Tang Hao found himself lying on a bed in a dimly lit room, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp. His instincts heightened. He was about to rise and investigate when he noticed Tang San peacefully sleeping beside him, which eased his tension. Just then, an elderly man entered the room and remarked with a smile, "I see you are awake." Tang Hao observed that the old man lacked any soul power and bore a simple, kind expression, prompting him to inquire, "Elder, what place is this?" The old man replied with a smile, "This is Sacred Soul Village, named so because a soul sage once emerged from this very village. I am Jack, the village chief." Tang Hao nodded and said, "Village Chief Jack, it was you who saved me." Village Chief Jack shook his head and replied, "I merely found you unconscious at the village entrance, cradling a child in your arms. I arranged for someone to bring you back home and called for a physician. Yet the physician was powerless to help. Ultimately, it was you who awakened on your own." Tang Hao silently mused that it must be the assistance from a yin century-old soul ring. Although his wounds had yet to heal, his life was no longer in peril. With a period of recuperation, he would soon recover to a considerable extent. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he reflected on his wife and his young son. And an overwhelming sorrow engulfed him, his heart solely fixated on vengeance. He turned his gaze toward his eldest son, Tang San, and let out a quiet sigh. At this moment, the village chief, Jack, spoke. "Young man, I am unaware of the reasons behind your unconsciousness, yet you carry a child with you. I hope you can provide him with a safe and nurturing environment for growth. Observing your current state of uncertainty, I suggest you settle in Holy Soul Village. With hard work, you will find yourself free from want. Upon hearing these words, Tang Hao was taken aback, gazing at Tang San, and finally made a resolute decision. With the assistance of the village chief, Tang Hao and Tang San settled in the Holy Spirit Village. Not far from the village, in the surrounding forest, Tang Hao buried the seeds left by Ain, softly murmuring, Ain, rest assured, I shall avenge the enmity with the Spirit Hall. Our son. I will surely rescue him, and little San, you need not worry. I will look after him well, hoping he lives a safe and sound life. Once I have accomplished all this, I shall join you. In the Spirit Hall, within the Pope's chamber, there existed a dark room where a man in a golden robe sat cross-legged upon the central altar. This individual, bathed in blood and pallid of face, exuded a formidable aura. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he trembled, his features contorting grotesquely. This man was none other than Qian Xuanji, grievously wounded by Tang Hao. He suppressed his injuries, attempting to heal himself with the soul power within him. The more pain he endured, the more intense his fury grew, and he seethed with hatred. Thinking, Tang Hao, once I recover, I shall ensure you have no place to die. Time passed, and suddenly, the door to the dark room swung open, revealing a figure of alluring nobility. Qian Xuanji, engrossed in his healing, failed to notice anyone entering. The graceful figure approached, ascended the altar, and stood directly before him. Sensing a presence, Qian Xuanji opened his eyes, startled to see the visitor, and inquired, Bibi Dong, what brings you here? The enchanting figure was none other than Bibi Dong, the saintess of the Spirit Hall and the second ever genius to possess twin spirits. Upon closer inspection, Bibi Dong stood not tall. Clad in a luxurious black robe adorned with golden patterns, her head crowned with an exquisite golden tiara, her fair complexion and nearly flawless beauty, coupled with eyes that sparkled like gems in a sea of stars, set her apart from the mundane. At that moment, although she was merely the saintess and not a ruler, an intangible aura of noble sanctity emanated from her, evoking feelings of reverence. Bibi Dong regarded Qian Xuanji with a complex array of emotions: disdain, fear, anger, hatred, disgust, and a more potent sentiment, the desire to kill. What do you intend to do? Bibi Dong, I command you to leave at once. Qian Xuanji's gaze met hers, a wave of inexplicable panic rising within him, prompting him to shout in fury. Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, saying, Qian Xuanji, do you still believe yourself to be the exalted Pope? You return empty-handed after attempting to kill Tang Hao. What a waste. Qian Xuanji's voice turned grave. What did you call me? I shall grant you one more chance. Leave now, or you know my methods. Bibi Dong appeared to find his words amusing, bursting into laughter. A chance? I thank the esteemed Pope for the opportunity. I am well aware of your methods, but alas, how unfortunate. A chill ran through Qian Xuanji. Feigning calmness, he asked, unfortunate for what? With a slight smile, Bibi Dong's expression morphed into one of malice. Unfortunate that I will not grant you a chance. Just as Qian Xuanji was about to rise in alarm, Bibi Dong summoned her spirit, a colossal and fearsome death spider emperor, its 8 soul rings illuminating in a dazzling array of colors. Qian Xuanji felt as though he were bound, unable to move or even manipulate his own soul power. Amidst his desperate struggles, a 6-winged angelic silhouette erupted from within him, forcibly drawn forth by Bibi Dong's soul power. Yield, Qian Xuanji. You are no match for me now. I shall reclaim the shame you imposed upon me and the injuries the Spirit Hall inflicted upon me. One by one, Bibi Dong's laughter echoed, wild and demonic. As the 6-winged angel appeared, the Death Spider Emperor, sensing a delectable prize, opened its maw wide and devoured the angel whole. An ominous glow radiated from the Death Spider Emperor, emanating an aura of both malevolence and sanctity. Qian Xuanji's soul power surged uncontrollably towards Bibi Dong. He could not speak, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony as he endured unspeakable torment. Soon, the Death Spider Emperor had consumed the 6-winged angel entirely, leaving Qian Xuanji devoid of color, lifeless upon the ground. Bibi Dong cast one last glance at him, recalling her spirit, and turned to leave. Just then, the sound of a baby's cry pierced the air, startling her. After a moment's contemplation, she followed the sound and discovered a hidden door beside the dark room. Upon opening it, she found Qian Xuanji's treasure trove. Entering, she beheld a cradle holding a porcelain-like infant. Initially wailing, The baby paused upon seeing Bibi Dong, his blue eyes sparkling with curiosity as he observed her, and soon broke into joyous laughter. Covered in blood and filled with murderous intent, Bibi Dong was taken aback. This innocent child seemed untouched by the darkness surrounding her. As she gazed into his azure eyes, her own turbulent bloodlust began to subside, dissipating like mist. The baby's delightful smile prompted Bibi Dong to smile in return, her heart softening with maternal affection. After the earlier incident, her heart had felt lifeless, but now it surged with vitality and hope. She felt an inexplicable connection to this child, believing him to be a divine gift she must nurture to compensate for the loss of her own daughter. From Qian Douluo discovered Bibi Dong emerging from the secret chamber, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He immediately stepped forward and commanded, "Halt! What brings you here?" Aware that evasion was futile, Bibi Dong slowly turned to face him and replied, "Why are you here instead of the Elder Hall, Great Offering?" Qian Douluo noticed that Bibi Dong was cradling an infant, which left him perplexed. He was only aware that his son had returned grievously injured from hunting the Blue-Silver Emperor, along with the two titled Douluo who had accompanied him, now deceased. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Xuanji had sent someone to abduct Tang Hao's younger son. Just as he was about to inquire further, a young man rushed out from the dark chamber, exclaiming, "Master, it's not good. Your Majesty, sensing impending doom." Qian Douluo swiftly moved to the altar of the dark chamber, and upon witnessing the tragic state of his son, he realized Bibi Dong's culpability. He could not afford to mourn. Instead, he bellowed, "Capture Bibi Dong." Though his four subordinates were puzzled, they dared not disobey, summoning their martial spirits and charging towards Bibi Dong. Among them were three renowned titled Douluo, while the young man, known as Wuji, was Qian Douluo's direct disciple, boasting a soul power level of 87. Coupled with Qian Douluo's devastating 99 level limit Douluo might, Bibi Dong understood that a fierce battle was inevitable, prompting her to flee without a word. In a brief moment, Qian Douluo joined the fray. Bibi Dong, clutching Tang Yuan, dashed ahead, occasionally unleashing soul techniques to fend off her pursuers, who were relentlessly pursuing her with their own soul abilities. Fortunately, Bibi Dong possessed twin martial spirits and innate powerful soul energy, enabling her to escape the Soul Master City in no time. Although Qian Douluo had intended to remain in seclusion within the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, the pain of losing his son compelled him to re-enter the fray, leading the chase into the Star Dou Forest. As the distance between them closed, fearing capture, Bibi Dong resolved to burn her soul power, sacrificing her vitality to flee with all her might. At that moment, three formidable presences emanated from the heart of the Star Dou Forest, prompting Bibi Dong to direct her full strength toward them. Qian Douluo, sensing the overwhelming auras, understood that as a 99 level limit Douluo, he was virtually unmatched. Despite the peril, he was determined to capture Bibi Dong, vowing vengeance for his son's death. In the heart of the Star Dou Forest, there lay a serene lake, where a strikingly beautiful woman clad in fitted attire was washing silk by the water's edge. With an air of confidence and a long ponytail cascading behind her, she resembled a valiant general. Suddenly, sensing a surge of powerful auras approaching, she stood up and peered into the distance. Just then, the lake behind her began to churn violently as a colossal soul beast resembling a bull-headed python erupted from its depths. While the ground trembled as a towering giant ape approached, these were the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. The sky blue bull python inquired, "Sister, what is happening?" The beautiful woman shook her head, responding, "I do not know, but it seems powerful human beings are approaching." The titan giant ape exclaimed, "Humans? We have no quarrel with them. Why are they here?" The woman replied, "I cannot say. We should conceal ourselves. One of those auras is exceedingly strong, seemingly on par with the beast god." "What?" Both the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape exclaimed in unison. The woman then commanded, "There's no time. They are upon us." No sooner had she spoken than several figures appeared before them, including the fleeing Bibi Dong and her pursuers, Qian Douluo and his companions. With a commanding bellow, the sky blue bull python halted Bibi Dong and the others. Qian Douluo proclaimed, "Bibi Dong, do you still intend to flee? Surrender now and return to the Spirit Hall. I shall provide justice." Bibi Dong scoffed, "The Spirit Hall? Huh, a filthy place. Why would I return?" Qian Douluo, "You must be aware of your son's actions and the deeds of the Spirit Hall. Why feign concern?" Before Qian Douluo could respond, the woman, referred to as the elder sister, interjected, "Humans, this is the Star Dou Forest. We have no animosity with you. We are unaware of your intentions today. Daoluo turned to face her, momentarily taken aback, then laughed. A 10,000-year-soul beast has taken form? How intriguing. The Titan giant ape, sensing Daoluo's ill intent, roared. Human, what do you intend to do? Daoluo replied with a disdainful snort. I seek nothing but to capture my enemy from the spirit hall. Kindly do not interfere. The three beasts exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they looked at Bibi Dong. Realizing the elder sister was a transformed 10,000-year-soul beast, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of greed. She contemplated slaying her for a soul ring. However, glancing down at the infant in her arms, her thoughts cleared. Understanding that she had led trouble to them, and feeling shameful for her greed, Bibi Dong bowed to the trio, stating, I did not wish to come here. But this child is innocent and must not suffer undeserved calamity. If you can save him, I, Bibi Dong, will offer my life in gratitude. Seeing the infant in Bibi Dong's embrace, the elder sister's expression softened slightly. In that case, this is a matter of necessity. It does not concern us. You may leave. Bibi Dong, realizing their refusal to assist, sighed in resignation. After expressing her gratitude, she continued her flight southward. Daoluo, observing this, commanded two of his title Douluo to pursue Bibi Dong while he remained behind. He understood that Bibi Dong's soul power was below 90, even with her twin martial spirits. She could not withstand the onslaught of two seasoned title Douluo. As for him, he had more pressing matters to attend to. The elder sister, noticing Daoluo sending two title Douluo after Bibi Dong while remaining, felt alarmed and asked, Human, why do you not depart? Daoluo cackled. Two 10,000-year soul beasts and one transformed 10,000-year soul beast. How could I possibly leave? The sky blue bull python retorted angrily, Human, you audacious wretch. Do you wish to hunt us? Are you not afraid of death? Daoluo laughed heartily, a joke. Do you think you can stop me? As he spoke, he summoned his martial spirit, identical to Qian Xuanji's, the six-winged angel martial spirit, with 9 soul rings glowing in black and red. This is impossible, exclaimed the elder sister. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape in unison. Daoluo smirked. There is nothing impossible about it. Come along quietly. A brilliant flash of light erupted as the six-winged angel spirit raised its hands high, coalescing golden radiance into a magnificent golden sword, which, in an instant, surged towards the 3 soul beasts. The eldest sister, alongside the heavenly blue bull python and the titan giant ape, was taken aback, immediately unleashing their soul skills to counter the attack. However, the overwhelming power of the 99th rank limit Douluo, Daoluo, proved too formidable. The trio was forcefully repelled, hurtling backward and spitting blood. Elated, Daoluo sought to press his advantage, his soul rings glowing as he prepared to unleash another assault. Just then, a powerful dragon's roar resonated from the lake, exuding an immense aura that sent the 3 retreating, with the exception of Daoluo. The title Douluo and Daoluo's disciple were both sent flying far away, crashing into several trees before coming to a halt. My lord, exclaimed the trio in their hearts. Filled with joy, Daoluo, alarmed, realized that such a formidable expert was present, exclaiming, A million years. At that moment, a deep voice emanated from the depths of the lake, declaring, Human, if you wish to live, then leave the Star Dou Forest. Should you take another step, I shall disregard my pact with the deity and annihilate your kind. Though reluctant, Daoluo understood he was no match for this being. He gazed into the distance, silently contemplating a retreat, lest he provoke the entity and suffer dire consequences, akin to being trapped like a turtle in a jar regarding Bibi Dong. With that thought, Daoluo bowed towards the lake and stated, Esteemed soul beast, I apologize for my intrusion. I came to pursue a traitor and meant no disturbance. I shall take my leave. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. There was no response. Daoluo glanced at the 300,000-year soul beast below, grumbling internally, sighed, and led his injured subordinates and disciple back to the spirit hall. After his departure, the powerful voice resounded once more. Ame, Daming, Erming, should such a matter arise again, report to the Black Dragon Hall for punishment. Yes, the trio replied in unison, not daring to slacken their demeanor. The one known as the eldest sister, a dignified beauty transformed from the 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit, was named Ame. Her expression was respectful, albeit slightly pale, her eyes reflecting relief from the ordeal. Eldest sister, inquired the titan giant ape, what did my lord mean by a pact with the deity? I have never heard of this. Ame shot him a glare, retorting, Is it within your rights to question my lord's affairs? The Titan giant ape, taken aback, sheepishly replied, "Yes, yes, I shall not pry any further." With this, the Star Dou Forest returned to its previous tranquility. Meanwhile, in the spirit city of Douluo continent, Daolu is circulating his soul power. Before him sat two figures, the injured wind and cloud Douluo and his direct disciple, Wuji. Once he retracted his soul power, the healing was complete, and the faces of wind and cloud Douluo and Wuji regained some color. "Thank you, master. Thank you. Great offering," they both expressed simultaneously, bowing in gratitude. Daolu waved his hand, lost in thought. At that moment, Wuji asked, "Master, what was that soul power we encountered?" In a solemn tone, Daolu replied, "That was a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years. No, it is still far from 1,000,000. At the time, I was astonished and mistakenly believed it to be 1,000,000-year soul beast, but upon reflection, it is certainly not. However, its power is immensely strong, perhaps even surpassing mine, likely exceeding 500,000 years. I estimate it to be between 700,000 and 900,000 years." Wuji gasped in astonishment, a 700,000-year soul beast. How could such a creature exist in the Star Dou Forest? Daolu shook his head. "I do not know. Since my youth, 100,000-year soul beasts have been exceedingly rare. Let alone those of several 100,000 years, I have never even heard of them." Wuji remarked, "If such a powerful soul beast is guarding, then those 300,000-year soul beasts are practically within reach. What a pity." Daolu sneered, "Certainly not. That 700,000-year soul beast, based on my perception, must be at a critical stage of cultivation. Had my aura not startled it, it would not have revealed itself. As long as I do not appear. Once you reach level 90, you can bring 2 titled Douluos with you, and you will surely acquire those 100,000-year soul rings. The heavenly blue bull python and the Titan giant ape may be more challenging, but the transformed rabbit will be easily subdued." Wuji's face lit up with delight, a sinister smile forming. "If that is the case, then it shall be as you say." As they spoke, wind and cloud Douluo suddenly spat out blood. Alarmed, Daolu and Wuji rushed forward to investigate. "What happened?" Daolu inquired. Wind and cloud Douluo, pale-faced and distressed, replied, "The connection of soul power with my brothers, Wind Spirit and Wind Snow, has been severed. They are likely in grave danger." "What?" Daolu exclaimed. Wind Spirit and Wind Snow were the 2 titled Douluos Daolu had dispatched to pursue Bibi Dong. Anger surged within him as he gritted his teeth. "What a Bibi Dong, to leave me in such a state of uncertainty." Noticing this, Wuji asked, "Master, what shall we do now?" Daolu replied gravely, "Wuji, issue a continent-wide wanted notice for Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, then go to the Haotian sect to demand their surrender. I want those 2 to have nowhere to escape." "Yes," Wuji affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Daolu added, "I want Bibi Dong alive. As for Tang Hao, I care not for his life or death." Wuji was taken aback for a few seconds before responding, "Yes, master." Thus, the winds of bloodshed and chaos were poised to engulf Douluo continent. Chapter 5. The killing of titled Douluo. Meanwhile, after Bibi Dong and Tang Yuan escaped the Star Dou Forest, she realized that only 2 pursuers remained behind her. Though equally powerful, Bibi Dong discerned from their auras that they were likely wind and cloud, or wind spirit among the 3 Douluos. Daolu must have remained in the Star Dou Forest. A cold smile appeared on Bibi Dong's lips as she surmised that he was likely hunting the 300,000-year soul beasts. As for these 2 titled Douluos, Bibi Dong felt no fear, silently laughing to herself. "Since you have come, I shall collect a bit of interest first." To avoid Daolu's relentless pursuit, she continued to flee forward, retracting her external soul bone, the 6-winged purple light wings, deliberately slowing her speed. Had she maintained her previous pace, she would have easily distanced herself from the 2 titled Douluos. While their ranks were not low, their soul power paled in comparison to Bibi Dong's dual martial souls, Wind Snow and Wind Spirit. Believing Bibi Dong's soul power was exhausted and her speed diminished, rejoiced and exerted all their strength to pursue her. Determined to capture Bibi Dong and return her to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong arrived at a place beside the Broken Wind River. Gently placing Tang Yuan beneath a small tree in the forest, softly saying, "Child, I will return shortly. Wait here obediently." After setting up several layers of soul power around Tang Yuan to prevent any soul beasts or ill-intentioned individuals from approaching, she moved towards the riverbank, awaiting the arrival of Wind Snow and Wind Spirit Douluos. Before long, 2 figures appeared before Bibi Dong. Seeing them, she smiled and said, "Ah, it is the Wind Snow Douluo and Wind Spirit Douluo. What brings you here? Has Wind Cloud Douluo not come? Wind Snow Douluo sneered, Holy Maiden. Why have you not fled? I presume you lack the strength to do so? It would be wise to surrender and return with us to the Spirit Hall, awaiting the great offerings decree. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong laughed heartily. Surrender? With you two, one at level 90 and the other at 101? The three formidable Douluos of Wind, Snow, and Spirit are indeed 3 lives born from one womb, possessing a powerful martial soul fusion skill. If all 3 were to unite, I fear I would be unable to cope. However, should only the 2 of you come forth, it would be wise to contemplate your actions carefully, lest you risk your very lives. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, the Wind Spirit Douluo could not contain his fury. Bibi Dong, do you not fear your own tongue as you boast? You, a traitor of the Spirit Hall, are merely at the rank of Soul Douluo. Do you believe you still hold the lofty status of a saintess? Bibi Dong retorted with a cold smile, Saintess? I have no desire for such a title. If that is the case, then you too shall serve as the first stepping stones in my quest for revenge against the Spirit Hall. Upon finishing her words, Bibi Dong summoned her martial soul, and the colossal shadow of the Death Spider Emperor loomed behind her. 8 spider legs, sharp as swords, radiated a chilling bloodlust, while 8 soul rings glowed, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. The aura of the god of death enveloped Bibi Dong, as she unleashed her domain of slaughter even before the battle commenced. The Wind and Snow Douluos, refusing to be outdone, summoned their own martial souls. 2 identical azure giant sparrows materialized behind them, unleashing a powerful wind attribute aura as 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, ascended skyward, proclaiming their might as titled Douluos. This was the martial soul of the swift wind spirit sparrow, a formidable wind attribute martial soul. The 3 Douluos of Wind, Snow, and Spirit are triplets, sharing the same martial soul, and each possessed innate soul power of level 6 at the time of awakening. They are agile attack-type soul masters, and during battle, their minds are interconnected, enabling them to perform a martial soul fusion technique as one. Thus, despite their individual levels just above 90, united, they could challenge even a 95-level title Douluo. 5th soul skill, Swift Wind Harvest. 5th soul skill, Swift Wind Harvest. The 2 title Douluos wasted no time, launching the powerful 10,000-year soul skill. The wings of the swift wind spirit sparrow converged into razor-sharp wind blades, striking towards Bibi Dong from both sides, blocking any escape routes. 4th soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. 3rd soul skill, Death Spider Web Bind. Bibi Dong shouted in anger, simultaneously using her 3rd and 4th soul skills. Her 4th soul ring glowed, as purple-black spikes, each over a meter long, covered her body, and her purple shell thickened while maintaining her speed. The accompanying poisonous spines were deadly. With her 3rd soul ring activated, the Death Spider Emperor opened its massive jaws, unleashing a deep purple spider web laced with toxic mist that expanded towards her opponents, swirling and enveloping Wind and Snow Douluos above them. As the Wind and Snow Douluos approached, the wind blade struck Bibi Dong's Thorn Spider Armor, creating sparks. The massive web descended from above, prompting a cold chuckle from the Wind Snow Douluo. Such trivial skills. As they spoke, the Wind Snow Douluo and the Wind Spirit Douluo turned, and the swift wind spirit sparrow angled its body, swiftly slicing through the web with the wind blades, scattering the remnants like starlight. Devouring Soul Spider Emperor, Bibi Dong shouted, summoning her 2nd martial soul. A dark green spider web pattern appeared on her forehead, and the shadow of a gigantic green spider emperor emerged, replacing the Death Spider Emperor. Now, a shimmering dark green glow enveloped her body, revealing 3 pairs of dark green spider legs behind her, while her arms transformed into long green spears. And her lower body was entirely cloaked in a layer of dark green light. Dual martial souls? The Wind Snow Douluo and Wind Spirit Douluo were astounded, realizing that no one in the Spirit Hall knew of Bibi Dong's dual martial souls, except for Qin Daolu and Qin Xuanji. Their shock was akin to that of a tempestuous sea. 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. Before the 2 could react, Bibi Dong unleashed her powerful 6th soul skill from her 10,000-year soul ring. In an instant, as the Wind Snow Douluo and Wind Spirit Douluo stood nearby, 2 emerald giant sickles rose simultaneously, crossing to create a colossal green cross-shaped wave, poised to strike them. The Wind Snow Douluo and Wind Spirit Douluo exclaimed in unison, not good. They could only react hastily, shouting, martial soul true form. As the words left their lips, the 7th soul rings of the swift wind spirit sparrow illuminated, merging into the bodies of the Wind Snow and Wind Spirit Douluos. A blue light enveloped them, significantly enhancing their defenses, yet they were ultimately struck by eternal creation. The two Douluos staggered back, and the wind snow Douluo solemnly remarked, "What a saintess! I had no idea you possessed dual martial souls, hiding your true abilities so well. But do you truly believe that such a gift can thwart us?" Bibi Dong coldly retorted, "Whether it can or cannot, you shall feel it for yourselves, and you will know." Seeing her expression unfazed, the wind snow Douluo felt a twinge of panic and coldly demanded, "What do you mean?" Before Bibi Dong could respond, the wind spirit Douluo suddenly changed countenance and spoke gravely, "Elder brother, something is wrong. I feel an unshakable wound within me." "What?" The wind snow Douluo gasped, examining himself closely, only to find a soul power within him steadily devouring his vitality. Bibi Dong coldly explained, "This is my sixth soul skill, once struck. Even with the martial soul true form and enhanced defenses, unless you are a deity, you shall never heal." "Bibi Dong, cease your deceit." The wind snow Douluo, feeling the torment within, angrily retorted, turning to the wind spirit Douluo, "Third brother, do not heed her words. Try to dispel it with soul power." Following his brother's advice, the wind spirit Douluo attempted to heal the wound with his soul power, noticing that the green aura diminished slightly. "Elder brother, it truly works," he exclaimed. Yet before he could finish, his expression changed once more as he sensed that while the soul power could dispel the wound, the green aura seemed to multiply. For every bit dispelled, 3 more emerged, like a parasite. At this moment, the wind snow Douluo was equally alarmed, disregarding his brother's plight as he focused all his energy on dispelling the terrifying green aura. After a few moments, both the wind snow and wind spirit Douluos turned pale, nearing their limits. The wind spirit Douluo, in despair, cried out, "I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Elder brother, save me, please." The wind snow Douluo, however, was too consumed by his own predicament to offer aid. Driven to desperation, the wind spirit Douluo, regardless of his wound, knelt and repeatedly bowed, pleading, "Saintess, saintess, I was blind to your worth. Please spare my life. I vow to serve you faithfully." Bibi Dong gazed at them impassively, her voice devoid of emotion. "It is futile. The will of the Rakshasa cannot be defied by mere mortals." Third soul skill, demon spider summon. As her words fell, layers of dark green light spread from beneath her feet, accompanied by the sound of earth breaking. From the ground emerged countless green poisonous spiders, each about half a meter in diameter, summoned by Bibi Dong from the deathly aura below, crawling toward the wind snow and wind spirit Douluos in a swarm. "Ah, Bibi Dong, you shall not have a good death. Even as a ghost, I shall not let you go. Bibi Dong, you cruel woman, the spirit hall will avenge us." Bibi Dong, with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, observed as the dense array of emerald poison spiders engulfed both the snowstorm Douluo and the wind spirit Douluo, feeling the soul power and life force being drawn from them. After a moment, the emerald poison spiders receded like a tide, revealing 2 desiccated corpses, the snowstorm Douluo and the wind spirit Douluo. Bibi Dong gazed at them, waved her hand, and their bodies disintegrated into dust, scattering in the wind and vanishing from existence. Having completed this, Bibi Dong's complexion grew somewhat pale. She dared not linger and immediately withdrew into the forest. Approaching the tree where Tang Yuan lay, she saw him resting peacefully under the tree. Bibi Dong smiled gently, about to step forward when suddenly she noticed a shadow behind the tree. Startled, she rushed forward, withdrawing her soul power beneath the tree and cradling Tang Yuan in her arms. "Who goes there?" Bibi Dong called out. The surroundings fell silent, offering no response. As Bibi Dong circled around the tree, she discovered a young man in a blue robe lying beside it, drenched in blood and gravely injured. Frowning, she coldly remarked, "What a nuisance." Chapter 6. Haotian. In the southernmost region of the Douluo continent lies the vast and treacherous Myriad Spirits mountain range, known as the Netherworld Ridge. This range extends for thousands of miles, filled with dense forests, cascading waterfalls, and steep cliffs, teeming with formidable soul beasts. Despite its enchanting beauty, locals whisper that this territory belongs to the Grim Reaper. Anyone who dares approach shall be consumed by death, their souls extinguished. At the foot of the Netherworld Ridge, beside a lake known as Jade Mirror Lake, stands a manor called the Spirit Hall, a name that evokes trepidation, yet akin to the ridge itself. The scenery is breathtaking, birds chirp, flowers bloom, and clear springs babble. On ordinary days, a purple mist envelopes the area, and the air resonates with the intoxicating sound of the flute. Haotian had returned, causing quite a stir. Bibi Dong sat in the main seat of the Spirit Hall's front hall, listening to the melodious flute and sighed deeply. "Shall I inform the Grand Elder?" inquired a delicate youth clad in golden armor, ambiguous in gender, with a voice soft and gentle, reminiscent of a woman's. This individual was Douluo Yueguan, a level 91 title Douluo, with the martial soul of the celestial chrysanthemum. The Grand Elder mentioned by him was Xiao Han, whom Bibi Dong had encountered after slaying the snowstorm Douluo and the wind spirit Douluo. At that time, Xiao Han was gravely injured, lying beside a tree, on the brink of death. Initially unwilling to intervene, Bibi Dong hesitated, but upon glancing at the child in her arms, she felt compelled to perform a good deed. Hoping that the child would grow up free from misfortune, by a twist of fate, she rescued Xiao Han. Gradually, Bibi Dong realized that after laying eyes on Tang Yuan, her temperament and character softened considerably, no longer shrouded in darkness as before. This would be discussed later. After saving Xiao Han, Bibi Dong intended to leave. But Xiao Han insisted on repaying her kindness and desired to follow her. In a few exchanges, he divulged his background. Xiao Han hailed from the Xiao family of the Tiandou Empire, once a prominent noble lineage. Though their strength was insignificant to the Spirit Hall, they were formidable among ordinary soul masters. However, over 30 years ago, the Xiao family was visited by a longtime friend of the family head, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, a second-ranked elder of the Spirit Hall. For a family like the Xiaos to have ties with the Golden Crocodile Douluo was rare, and thus, they revered him like a deity. One eve, the family head inadvertently revealed the existence of a soul bone from an 80,000-year-old soul beast. That night, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, intent on claiming the soul bone and keeping his actions secret, annihilated the entire Xiao family. Xiao Han, away at the academy, narrowly escaped. Upon returning home to find his family slaughtered, he was engulfed in despair. After searching for a long time, he discovered a clan uncle who had survived due to his martial soul, who relayed the events before passing away. Xiao Han swore vengeance, dedicating his life to training. He possessed exceptional talent, inheriting the powerful celestial jade flute martial soul, and after over 30 years, he reached the rank of title Douluo. Yet, aware of the Golden Crocodile Douluo's might, he trained for another decade, achieving the level of 95 title Douluo. Believing he had finally gained the strength to confront his nemesis, he used his martial soul to control several title Douluo from the Spirit Hall, hypnotizing them into luring the Golden Crocodile Douluo out of Spirit City. Unbeknownst to him, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had absorbed the Soul Bone's power, elevating his strength to the pinnacle of 98 title Douluo. After a fierce battle, Xiao Han was ultimately defeated and fled, collapsing behind the tree where Bibi Dong found him. Xiao Han was not naive. He trusted Bibi Dong and revealed his entire background because, before losing consciousness, he witnessed the two title Douluo from the Spirit Hall pursuing her. Initially, he presumed they were sent by the Golden Crocodile to hunt him down, only to discover otherwise. Upon hearing them call Bibi Dong's name, he recognized her as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, possessing dual martial souls and extraordinary talent. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reasons behind the Spirit Hall's pursuit of her. However, this was of little consequence. Knowing Bibi Dong had enmity with the Spirit Hall and perceiving her immense potential, he felt that although her current strength was not formidable, it would soon surpass his own. Furthermore, she had saved his life, prompting him to consider allegiance. He believed Bibi Dong could aid him in his quest for vengeance. At that time, Bibi Dong had already contemplated establishing a support system for Tang Yuan, recognizing that Xiao Han would not seek revenge against the Golden Crocodile Douluo until he achieved 98 title Douluo. Noticing Xiao Han's commendable strength, she invited him to jointly develop the Spirit Hall, offering him the position of Grand Elder, second only to herself. With a sigh, Bibi Dong waved her hand, saying, "Let him be. Let him create a stir." His contributions to this task were considerable. For now, let him be mad. Alas, he's in his 30s yet lacks the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Douluo chuckled. The Grand Elder is carefree by nature, indulging in the pleasures of life. It is only natural. The young ladies in our manor admire him greatly and seek ways to draw near. Alas, the Grand Elder has no choice but to endure. Their enthusiasm for cultivation has notably increased in hopes of winning his favor. At this moment, on the opposite side of Bibi Dong, there stood another individual, possessing a pale visage and deep-set eyes. Although his appearance seemed withered, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Draped in dark armor, he was none other than the Ghost Douluo. Gui Mei, a level 91 titled Douluo with the martial spirit of ghostly charm. Both Gui Mei and Yu Guan had stealthily escaped from the Spirit Hall, alarmed by the pursuit order issued for Bibi Dong. Formerly her loyal subordinates, their hearts raced at the news, prompting them to leave the Spirit Hall and traced Bibi Dong's escape route. After 6 months of searching, they finally located her. Upon finding Bibi Dong, they discovered that she had already established a secluded sanctuary. Their unwavering loyalty moved her deeply. To ensure Tang Yuan's healthy growth, Bibi Dong resolved to fortify this haven for his safety, allowing Gu Mei and Yu Guan to serve as the guardians of the Spirit Hall. Besides Bibi Dong, the esteemed Grand Elder Xiaohan, Gu Mei, and Yu Guan. The estate also housed several Soul Douluo and Soul Saints, along with numerous Soul Emperors, all of whom were brought under Bibi Dong's command. Apart from these formidable forces, the estate was staffed with Soul Master Guards and various servants. Just then, a flash of azure light appeared, accompanied by a gentle breeze. As a blue figure entered the main hall, the onlookers recognized him as Xiaohan, who exhaled a sigh of relief, appearing quite exhausted. Bibi Dong teased, "Why do you look so drained? The esteemed Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, how many young ladies have you serenaded today?" Xiaohan replied with a bitter smile, "Madam, you have no idea. The young ladies here are incessantly vying for my attention. I dread returning to the estate. Please, assign me a task to undertake." Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of your playful lamentations. Many here would long for such an opportunity." It was no wonder the young women of the estate were captivated by Xiaohan, despite being over 60. His formidable strength and high soul power granted him the appearance of a refined man in his early 30s. Who wouldn't he be enamored? However, a pressing matter required attention. Though I initially intended for Yu Guan to handle it, since you have volunteered, it falls upon you to make another journey, Bibi Dong proclaimed. Xiaohan perked up at her words. There have been some obstacles in the advancement of our enterprises in the Star Dou Empire. Take a team of your choosing and depart the day after tomorrow. Remember, there is no need for you to reveal yourself initially. Let your subordinates handle the arrangements. If you encounter any title Douluo level opposition, you may reveal yourself then. Xiaohan acknowledged, understood. He then exited the hall to prepare for the mission. After Xiaohan departed, Bibi Dong reflected on the affairs of the Spirit Hall, matters of intelligence and finances that would greatly influence Tang Yuan's future growth resources. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Bibi Dong had undergone significant changes. Since accepting the Rakshasa inheritance, or rather, since Qian Xuanji's actions, her heart had been consumed by hatred, creating distance even with her own daughter. Yet, upon meeting Tang Yuan, she felt a rekindling of emotions and hope. The bloodthirsty, merciless legacy of the Rakshasa god threatened to engulf her time and again, but each time, the image of Tang Yuan and his radiant smile brought her back from the brink. Though she could not fathom why this transformation occurred, the Rakshasa inheritance persisted. Yet, for Bibi Dong, having Tang Yuan meant hope and warmth. Everything else was inconsequential. Now, 2 years had passed since Qian Dalu's pursuit, during which Bibi Dong had accepted the Rakshasa god's trials and acquired her 9th soul ring, a divine soul ring exceeding 100,000 years in age. Chapter 7. For years later, a few days later, early in the morning, Bibi Dong summoned Xiaohan and the others, gathering them in the main hall to emphasize several important matters before sending them off. Returning to the hall, she began to address other responsibilities. Fatigue crept onto her face. The estate was still in its infancy, and many tasks required her direct involvement. Before long, a youthful voice broke the stillness. "Mommy, mommy." Bibi Dong snapped back to attention, observing a small figure running toward her, trembling with excitement, followed closely by Yu Guan and Gu Mei. "Careful now, little ancestor. Slow down," Yu Guan urgently called. The little figure approached, revealing an incredibly adorable boy with starry eyes and a sharp brow. His blue hair and blue eyes complemented by rosy cheeks akin to a beautiful porcelain doll. This boy was none other than Tang Yuan, whom Bibi Dong had rescued from Qian Xuanji's secret chamber 2 years prior. When Xiaohan had awakened and seen Bibi Dong cradling an infant, he mistakenly assumed it was her child, only to later learn of Tang Yuan's true origins. Bibi Dong had given him a nickname, Little Seven, a name reminiscent of Tang Yuan's previous life. The amusing reason behind the name was simply that it was the 7th day since she had met Tang Yuan. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong felt as if the ice within her melted away in an instant. A gentle smile graced her face, her affection radiating. Rising, she took a few steps forward and enveloped Tang Yuan in her arms, exclaiming, "Little Seven, what took you so long to find your mother?" Tang Yuan chuckled softly and planted a kiss on Bibi Dong's cheek, exclaiming, "Mommy, Little Seven is playing in the garden, chasing butterflies." At this moment, due to the slumber of his memories, Tang Yuan's thoughts mirrored those of a child his age. Bibi Dong reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from Tang Yuan's forehead and playfully scolded, "You little rascal, you're covered in sweat from all that playing." Aren't you tired? Tang Yuan shook his head and replied with a smile. Not tired at all. I still wish to chase after the little butterflies. Bibi Dong. Observing the panting figures of Gui Mei and Yu Guan who accompanied Tang Yuan back, couldn't help but chuckle. You may not be weary, but you've certainly exhausted Uncle Yu Guan and Uncle Gui. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan laughed. Not tired at all. It brings me immense joy to play with Xiao Qi. Isn't that right, old Gui? Gui Mei nodded, a somewhat stiff smile on his face, and said, indeed. Tang Yuan chuckled and said, Mom, look. Uncle Yu Guan and Uncle Gui Mei aren't tired at all. Why don't you come and play with me? Bibi Dong smiled apologetically and replied, I'm sorry, Xiao Qi. I've been quite busy lately. How about I play with you after some time? In recent days, she had spent little time with Tang Yuan, as she was engrossed in a crucial phase of her cultivation, nearing the end of the trials for the Rakshasa goddess inheritance. Therefore, she had to rely on Yu Guan and Gui Mei to take care of Tang Yuan. Meanwhile, Xiao Han had been particularly diligent, often telling Tang Yuan stories late into the night to help him sleep. Although Tang Yuan felt a hint of disappointment about Bibi Dong's apology, he was rather mature for his age and didn't want to burden her. He nodded and smiled, saying, all right. It's a promise. Let us hook pinkies. Bibi Dong beamed at his response, echoing, it's a promise. Let us hook pinkies. As time flew by, the seasons changed, and 4 years swiftly passed. During these years, the Soul Spirit Manor developed steadily, with little change day by day. Xiao Han was still frequently besieged by the numerous ladies, though thankfully, many of them were occupied with tasks outside the manor, thus sparing him some peace. He took every opportunity to venture out and gather information on the movements of the Spirit Hall. Compared to the past, the situation had calmed significantly. Yu Guan and Gui Mei continued to seek opportunities to spar with Xiao Han, who had now reached the exalted rank of 93rd level title Douluo. Xiao Han himself had progressed further, attaining the pinnacle of 95th level, drawing near to 96th. Beyond the confines of the Soul Spirit Manor, there were no significant upheavals in the martial world, save for rumors of the appearance of Haotian Douluo in a small town named Nodding in the Fasnuo province of the Heaven Dou Empire. Now at the age of 6, Tang Yuan was set to awaken his martial soul tomorrow, as Bibi Dong planned to take him to a nearby village for the ceremony. In the main hall of the Soul Spirit Manor, Bibi Dong occupied the principal seat and inquired, Yu Guan, have you gathered the information? When will the Soul Master from the Spirit Hall arrive in Haishi Village? Yu Guan, seated to her left, responded, I have obtained the information. Tomorrow morning, a Soul Master named Glony from the South Fire City Spirit Hall will arrive in Haishi Village. Bibi Dong nodded, saying, fortunately, although Haishi Village is remote, the Spirit Hall remains diligent in their duties, sending Soul Masters to awaken the children's martial souls. Otherwise, we would have to take Xiao Qi to South Fire City. Gui Mei suggested, Master, why not let Xiao Han take Xiao Qi? After all, he is from the Spirit Hall. Although just a Soul Master, I fear there could be unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Yu Guan added, indeed, Master. How about we seize the awakening stones from the Spirit Hall and awaken Xiao Qi ourselves? That would be more secure. Bibi Dong waved her hand, saying, no need to complicate matters. The Spirit Hall poses little threat to me now. My only concern is Xiao Qi's safety. There can be no room for error. Despite her words, Bibi Dong felt uncertain. She was well aware of the Spirit Hall's formidable foundation, particularly the overwhelming number of title Douluo on their side. Moreover, the awakening stones were tightly controlled by the Spirit Hall, available only to the 7 major sections. Had she known this earlier, she would have taken some from the Spirit Hall. They seemed trivial at the time, but now she regretted forgetting them. With a helpless expression, Bibi Dong continued, if only I had thought to bring a cart full of them. Yu Guan shrugged and lamented, who could have anticipated this? Old Gui, and I certainly didn't tea. Gui Mei pondered for a moment, fully aware of Bibi Dong's terrifying strength, having cultivated for many years and possessing the Rakshasa goddess inheritance. He chose to refrain from further commentary. Meanwhile, Xiao Han, eager to escape the attention of the ladies in the manor, raised his hand enthusiastically, exclaiming, I can take Xiao Qi. I can do it. Bibi Dong shot him a glance and replied coolly, no need. Surprised, Xiao Han asked, why not? It's a short journey, and we'll be back in a day. No need to worry. Bibi Dong shook her head, stating, I'm mainly concerned that you might lead Xiao Qi astray. Seeing Xiao Han's carefree demeanor, Bibi Dong worried that Tang Yuan might turn out like that, but perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. At least he wouldn't have trouble finding a wife. This sentiment resonated with every mother. As these words were spoken, Everyone in the room stifled their laughter, but the scene was quite comical. Xiaohan shot a cold glare, prompting the others to straighten up, silently acknowledging the Grand Elder's strength has increased. He is not to be trifled with. At that moment, Tang Yuan burst into the hall, shouting, "Mom, Mom, Mom." Upon entering, he noticed the gathering of people and felt a bit embarrassed for having rushed in without realizing they were in discussion. Fortunately, everyone present was a relative who cared for him. Feeling somewhat shy, he greeted them with a bow, and they all responded with warm smiles. Finally, he dashed toward Bibi Dong. Seeing Tang Yuan leap into her embrace, Bibi Dong smiled gently and said, "You little rascal, didn't you see that your mother and uncles and aunts were in a meeting? Why did you come rushing in like this?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Mom, I can hardly wait. Will you take me to awaken my martial soul tomorrow?" Bibi Dong nodded with a smile. "Indeed, so you must rest early tonight. We shall set off at dawn." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Mother, I have awakened my martial soul. Am I not as powerful as all the uncles and aunts?" At that moment, a ghost hand Douluo in the arena chuckled and replied, "Young master, your innate talent is remarkable. The martial soul you have awakened will undoubtedly surpass ours." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's heart leapt with joy, his eyes sparkling with delight as he exclaimed, "Is it truly so? Uncle Ghost Hand, you mustn't deceive me." Uncle Ghost Hand, with a resigned smile, replied, "Young master, I assure you, I would never utter a falsehood." Tang Yuan's heart brimmed with joy, and he turned to Bibi Dong, asking, "Mother, do you agree?" Upon witnessing his eager anticipation, Bibi Dong found him endearing and replied with a smile, "Indeed, our little Chi will surely awaken a formidable martial soul." Tang Yuan inquired, "Mother, will my awakened martial soul be a great spider like yours?" Hearing this, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, for Tang Yuan was not her biological child, and it was inherently improbable for him to awaken a martial soul identical to hers. As she pondered how to respond, Tang Yuan continued, "Mother, I read in a book that a child's martial soul is likely to inherit that of their parents. Is this true?" Bibi Dong sighed inwardly and replied, "Little 7. It is also possible for it to be a mutated martial soul." Tang Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding and remarking, "Indeed. Yet I still desire a formidable spider akin to my mother." The matter of Bibi Dong's twin martial souls was known only to Yu Guan, Gue Mei, and Xiaohan. The others in the Death Spirit Manor, including Tang Yuan, remained oblivious to this fact. Consequently, what Tang Yuan typically witnessed was merely one of Bibi Dong's martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor. After Tang Yuan finished speaking, he inquired, "Mother, when I awaken my martial soul tomorrow, will I finally receive a name? A proper one, with both a surname and a given name?" Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan, reminiscing about the time when he was merely 3 years old, running to her with a curious heart, asking why everyone had names and surnames while he was simply referred to as Little 7. Gently, Bibi Dong caressed Tang Yuan's head and affectionately explained that she wished to bestow upon him a name related to his martial soul, and thus, they would have to wait until his 6th birthday when the awakening would occur. Tang Yuan firmly believed in his destiny, and for several years, he had eagerly anticipated the awakening of his martial soul. Now that the day had finally arrived, how could he contain his excitement? In truth, Bibi Dong held a fondness for the name Xiaoqi. Should fortune favor them and Tang Yuan awaken the Haotian hammer, then the name Xiaoqi would be the sole epithet that belonged to her. In the near future, when he discovered his biological parents, what would he mean to her then? Bibi Dong gazed down at Tang Yuan in her arms, gently caressing his head, and with a soft smile, she said, "Very well. Tomorrow when Xiaoqi awakens his martial soul, Mother shall bestow upon him a name." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan was filled with extraordinary joy and returned to his room, content and ready for slumber. Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan's retreating figure, her heart heavy with reluctance, and she let out a soft sigh. Chapter 8. The Awakening of Martial Spirits. The following day, Tang Yuan rose early, donned his clothes with a sense of purpose, and, after a hearty breakfast, made his way to the hall to await the others. Before long, Bibi Dong, accompanied by Yue Guan and Gue Mei, entered the chamber. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed into Bibi Dong's embrace. Amused by his exuberance, Bibi Dong inquired, "Have you been waiting long?" Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, No, mother, let us depart swiftly." Bibi Dong gently assisted him in tidying his clothes, her voice soft as she said, "Little 7. Now that you have awakened your martial soul, you have entered adulthood. You must not be so rash any longer." Tang Yuan chuckled softly, "Mom, I understand." Bibi Dong extended her delicate fingers, akin to tender green shoots, and lightly tapped his forehead, exclaiming with mild exasperation, "Oh, you!" Grasping Tang Yuan's small hand, Bibi Dong led him out of the grand hall. They boarded a carriage that was neither too large nor too small. It was not extravagant, yet it exuded an air of nobility. With a crack of the whip, the coachman urged the spirited horses, which neighed loudly, and the carriage set off westward, the wheels turning slowly as they soon departed from the boundaries of the Death Spirit Manor. Inside the carriage, Tang Yuan's curiosity surged. He pressed his face against the window, gazing at the passing scenery, everything appearing so novel to him. He would occasionally exclaim in delight, pulling Bibi Dong to share in his wonder. Observing Tang Yuan's joyful demeanor, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of guilt in her heart. Over the past few years, due to her rigorous training, she had spent increasingly less time with him, never once taking him beyond the confines of the Death Spirit Manor. A 6-year-old child, akin to a canary reared in a cage, despite Bibi Dong's meticulous care and her desire to bestow upon him the entire world, as if he were her universe. Even Qianren Shui seemed to pale in comparison to Tang Yuan's significance in Bibi Dong's heart. Yet, in this moment, she could not shake the feeling of unfairness towards him. After an hour had passed, the carriage gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Haishi village. "Wait here," Bibi Dong instructed the coachman as she alighted with Tang Yuan. The driver acknowledged, "Yes." As they approached the village entrance, a familiar figure clad in blue stood waiting at a distance, waving enthusiastically as they drew near. "Mom, it's Uncle Xiao," Tang Yuan exclaimed with surprise and joy. Not expecting to see Xiao Han here, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Xiao Han had arrived early, having waited for them. No wonder he hadn't argued when she forbade him from coming yesterday. It seemed that he had indeed been intimidated by the throng of charming ladies at the manor. Tang Yuan released Bibi Dong's hand and joyfully dashed towards Xiao Han, exclaiming, "Uncle Xiao." Upon seeing Tang Yuan approach, Xiao Han effortlessly lifted him above his head, chuckling. "Our little title Douluo has arrived." It seemed that Tang Yuan genuinely admired Xiao Han, which suggested that Bibi Dong harbored concerns about his potential influence on the boy. Nevertheless, they welcomed the addition, as it provided an extra layer of assurance. The trio made their way into the village together. Bibi Dong spoke up. "Continuing like this is not a viable solution. It would be wiser to find someone soon, to avoid unnecessary disturbances." However, Xiao Han replied, "At this moment, my sole focus is on enhancing my strength, establishing the spirit manor, and swiftly dealing with that scoundrel genie. I desire nothing else." Hearing this, Bibi Dong refrained from further persuasion. Arriving in an unfamiliar locale, Tang Yuan no longer exhibited his earlier exuberance. Instead, he grew quiet, obediently holding on to Bibi Dong's hand. Unwilling to let go, he carefully surveyed his surroundings, observing many unfamiliar faces, which stirred a mix of curiosity and trepidation within him. Noticing his demeanor, Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled his hair and offered him a gentle smile. Haishi village was modest in size, an inconspicuous part of the dozens of villages under the jurisdiction of Nanhua City. Despite its unremarkable stature, it attracted soul masters from the spirit hall, who came to help awaken the martial souls of the village children, though over the past decade, no child with soul power had emerged. The trio arrived outside the spirit hall in the village. Rather than resembling a traditional hall, it appeared more akin to a larger classroom, where several children were already waiting. Upon noticing the newcomers, they craned their necks to get a better look. "Look, there's a boy with blue hair. He is quite handsome. Indeed, he resembles a girl. Humph. What a coward, needing an adult to accompany him. Who is he? He seem to be from the village." A group of children chattered excitedly, their eyes fixed on Tang Yuan, engaged in lively discussion about him. Upon encountering a child of similar stature, Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy and contemplated approaching to forge a friendship. However, the gazes of those around him seemed fixated upon him, as if they were whispering amongst themselves, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He chose to hide behind Bibi Dong, peeking out cautiously to observe the interior of the spirit hall. At that moment, an elderly man approached and inquired, "Good day, may I ask who you are?" Bibi Dong turned to face him and replied, "I am Dong Li, brought here by a friend to assist the child in awakening his spirit." She employed a pseudonym, deliberately concealing their true identities. Although they did not fear the spirit hall, attracting unwanted attention could lead to considerable complications, posing a potential threat to Tang Yuan's safety. The elder, serving as the village chief, noted the opulence of Bibi Dong and her companion's attire, which seemed incongruous for individuals visiting such a remote mountain village for spirit awakening, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, he did not press for further clarification, as the individual who had referred them had generously bestowed upon him 10 gold soul coins, which had brought him immense joy for several days. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's introduction, the village chief exclaimed with realization, "Ah, it is Lady Dongli. I understand now. Is this child the one destined to awaken his spirit?" He gestured towards Tang Yuan. Bibi Dong nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed. What a delightful child. Please, come inside." The village chief invited warmly. Tang Yuan cast a glance at Bibi Dong. With a smile, Bibi Dong said, "Go on, dear. Mother is waiting for you outside." Tang Yuan nodded and entered the spirit hall alongside the village chief. After sitting for a while within the hall, the children ceased to observe him, and feeling somewhat shy, he refrained from initiating conversation, instead choosing to survey his surroundings from his seat. Before long, a soul master arrived at the spirit hall, and the moment he stepped inside, Tang Yuan found his attention irresistibly drawn to him. This soul master appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a distinguished mustache that lent him an air of authority. Clad in a white uniform, he bore a black cloak on his back, with a soul character emblazoned in the center of his chest. The standard attire for personnel directly affiliated with the spirit hall. A hint of pride glimmered in the soul master's eyes as he scanned the room, seemingly unfazed. Every year at this time, he visited Haishi village to awaken the martial souls of the local children, making their presence a familiar sight. However, when his gaze fell upon Tang Yuan, there was an imperceptible pause. The village chief greeted the soul master, who responded with a nonchalant nod before unpacking his belongings. He extracted 2 items, 6 glossy, black orbs and a radiant blue crystal ball. Once everything was prepared, the soul master stood before them and announced, "I am Glenoy, a level 24 battle soul master, and I shall guide you today in the awakening of your martial souls. Now, please form a line and step forward one by one for the ceremony. Remember, no matter what occurs, do not be afraid." Upon hearing Glenoy's words, the children instinctively lined up, with Tang Yuan positioning himself at the end of the queue. Glenoy arranged the 6 black orbs into a hexagon on the ground, signaling for the first child to step into the center. The child, visibly anxious, approached hesitantly. Glenoy reassured him, "Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully." As he spoke, Glenoy extended his right hand, and a golden radiance enveloped him. In the palm of his hand, a knight's sword materialized, an unremarkable blade reminiscent of a common longsword from a blacksmith's forge, gleaming silver with intricate patterns on the hilt. Subsequently, 2 luminous rings emerged from beneath his feet, swirling and hovering from his soles to the crown of his head, one white and the other yellow, both dazzlingly bright. The child standing within the hexagon of black orbs gazed in wide-eyed amazement at the soul master's martial soul and the wondrous transformation unfolding before him. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yuan felt little emotion, as it was commonplace for those residing in the Spirit Mountain Manor to reveal their martial souls during training. He had witnessed numerous instances of martial soul summoning, many of which surpassed the knight sword martial soul in power. Glorine continued, "This is my martial soul, the Night Sword. In the future, should you have the opportunity to become a soul master, you too shall possess similar abilities." Upon hearing this, the children displayed expressions of eager anticipation, as if they had already transformed into soul masters. Glorine swiftly extended his hands, channeling 6 streams of faint golden light into the 6 black stones embedded in the ground. In an instant, the golden radiance erupted, and the stones released a layer of shimmering golden light, enveloping the child standing within the hexagon. The child, who had previously appeared astonished, gradually regained composure, standing there in a somewhat dazed state. Golden specks of light began to drift from the black stones, reminiscent of fireflies dancing in the night sky, slowly merging into the child's body. Suddenly, the child's form began to tremble subtly, as if containing a force desperate to be unleashed. "Extend your right hand," Glorine instructed. The child instinctively opened his palm, and in that moment, all the golden specks surged forth. The child quivered, and a delicate blue blade of grass appeared in his hand, gently swaying. The child looked at Glorine, bewildered. Recognizing the small plant, Glorine sighed. "This is blue silver grass, a common plant type martial soul. Aside from its resilience, it holds no other merits. It is the archetypal form of a useless martial soul. Master, can I still become a soul master?" The child asked timidly, his voice tinged with disappointment. Glorine shook his head and replied, "It is nearly impossible now. Nonetheless, we should measure your soul power." Upon learning that his hopes of becoming a soul master were dim, the child felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, nearly on the verge of tears. Glorine, having witnessed such scenes countless times before, offered no comfort. It seemed that every individual was destined to their own achievements from birth, much like Glorine himself, who, now in middle age, had only attained a soul power level of 24, unlikely to ever reach the rank of soul sovereign. Placing the blue crystal ball before the child, Glorine instructed, "Retract your martial soul into your body using your mind, and when you summon it again, do so with intent, placing your right hand upon it." After much effort, the child managed to draw the blue-silver grass back into himself and followed Glorine's guidance to place his right hand on the crystal ball. Moments later, the orb remained unchanged. Glorine sighed, as expected, "Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master." The child lowered his head in disappointment, pouting as he reluctantly stepped aside. Subsequently, 5 more children approached in turn to awaken their martial souls. Among them, some manifested farming tools, while others revealed black stones or more blue-silver grass. Among the 5, only one child possessed soul power, a small boy who awakened a stick martial soul, with innate soul power at the first level. Although his soul power was low, and his potential achievement unlikely to surpass 20, it was heartening that he had qualified to become a soul master. As anticipated, Glorine invited the stick boy to join the spirit hall, and the boy, overwhelmed with joy, readily accepted. The other 4 children, evidently devoid of soul power, had lost their chances of becoming soul masters. Chapter 9. Awakening Memories. The Book of Life and Death. After the 6 children completed their martial soul awakenings, Glorine appeared somewhat pale, likely due to excessive use of soul power. When it was Tang Yuan's turn, Glorine, disregarding his fatigue, instructed him to stand in the center of the 6 stones arranged in a hexagon. With the infusion of Glorine's soul power, the soft golden light once again illuminated the surroundings. Tang Yuan's heart brimmed with anticipation. "I wonder what kind of martial soul I shall awaken? How comforting." Tang Yuan felt a surge of golden light pouring into his being, enveloping him as though he were basking in the warmth of the sun. An indescribable sensation of comfort and delight. A wave of warmth permeated every corner of his body, and Tang Yuan distinctly sensed a powerful force awakening within the recesses of his mind. Suddenly, he felt a heaviness and slight swelling in his head, startling him. Before he could react, a torrent of images flooded his consciousness, each scene flashing vividly before him, embedding themselves deeply in his mind, crystal clear and unforgettable. "I remember now," Tang Yuan exclaimed internally. A formidable mental energy filled his mind, gradually alleviating the peculiar sensations in his head. In that moment, he recalled everything: the orphanage of his past life, the matron, the threshold of the underworld, Mengpa, the dual specters of Yin and Yang, the invasion of celestial demons, and the enigmatic divine scrolls. Everything became lucid. Even the contents of every book he had read in his previous life were imprinted in his memory. At that instant, the warm energy flooded every inch of Tang Yuan's being, as if something within him had shattered, causing all that warmth to rush towards the palm of his right hand. Grun, whose gaze had been somewhat weary, suddenly brightened, for he clearly perceived a powerful and intense aura emerging from the golden light. The number of golden specks surpassed the cumulative total of all the children present, filling him with excitement as he sensed the imminent emergence of a formidable martial spirit. The thrill was indescribable. For someone like Grun, a soul master of such talent, it would be impossible to reach the rank of soul sovereign through conventional means in this lifetime. However, if he could awaken a child with a potent martial spirit and persuade them to join the spirit hall, a promotion and a raise would be within reach. Tang Yuan instinctively raised his right hand, and 2 beams of light, one black and one white, rose in pursuit of each other, intertwining in a dance of contrasts. A peculiar scroll materialized in the palm of his hand. Grun, taken aback, inquired, "What spirit is this? It seems to be unrecorded." Tang Yuan gazed intently at the peculiar scroll, his heart inexplicably whispering 3 words: "The Book of Life and Death." Sensing a slight tremor in the palm of his left hand, he instinctively clenched it to quell the disturbance. He was uncertain of what had transpired, yet his intuition urged him that this object should not be revealed at present. This Book of Life and Death, a manifestation of a martial soul, resembled a tome adorned in gold, its cover embellished with dark clouds while the back displayed a vibrant depiction of white waves, symbolizing the acceptance of all from heaven and earth. However, the inner pages contrasted sharply. The sunny side was white, and the shadowy side was black. At that moment, a phrase surfaced in Tang Yuan's mind: "The Book of Life and Death," delineating the duality of Yin and Yang, where the Yang signifies life and the Yin signifies death, embodying the cycle of existence with the stroke of a pen dictated by destiny. Strangely, Tang Yuan felt an inexplicable weakness emanating from this martial soul, which was not as formidable as he had envisioned. He recalled the moment before the cycle bureau when a page from the Book of Life and Death had merged into his being. Could this frailty be attributed to an incomplete soul? Tang Yuan subtly shook his head, dismissing the distractions swirling in his mind. With the awakening of his memories and the accumulation of 2 lifetimes, he was no longer the naive 6-year-old he once was. However, the sudden influx of information was overwhelming, necessitating time for proper digestion and adaptation to his new state. Otherwise, the stark contrast between his past and present would surely cause concern for his family. As Tang Yuan regained his composure, Glorine gestured for him to place his right hand atop the crystal orb. The moment his palm made contact with the blue orb, his body trembled violently. To his astonishment, an immense gravitational force emanated from the orb, as if a powerful energy within him had found an outlet, surging forth uncontrollably. Tang Yuan attempted to break free from this overwhelming pull, but to no avail. He steadied himself, focusing on the changes occurring within. My heavens! This is innate full soul power, Glorine exclaimed. Outside the hall, Bibi Dong and Han, having heard her outcry, rushed in, fearing something had happened to Tang Yuan. They were met with the sight of the blue crystal orb radiating a brilliant light, illuminating the entire spirit hall. Han was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this innate full soul power?" Bibi Dong, equally surprised, countered, "No, this is not innate full soul power." Perplexed, Han inquired why not. Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on the orb, for she knew it could not be innate full soul power, as she herself possessed it. When her own soul power awakened, its brilliance had never matched that of Tang Yuan's. However, she recalled that when Qianren awakened her martial soul, her soul power had surpassed even this. Thus, Bibi Dong speculated that while this soul power may not reach level 20, it undoubtedly exceeded level 10. In the realm of soul masters, the cultivation of soul power encompasses various factors, yet only 2 aspects fundamentally determine a soul master's potential: opportunity and innate talent. While opportunity is often overlooked, good talent is in itself a form of opportunity. Talent can be divided into 2 categories: the form of the martial soul and innate soul power. A powerful martial soul, such as the Haotian clan, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, or 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with their formidable martial souls, the Haotian Hammer, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, ensures that their future achievements will never be trivial. The other aspect pertains to innate soul power. The amount of innate soul power dictates the speed of postnatal cultivation. If the crystal orb detects even a faint glimmer of light, congratulations, you possess soul power. While scant, it still offers the possibility of becoming a soul master, though your cultivation speed will mirror that faint light, exceedingly slow. Innate soul power can reach a maximum of level 10, with level 10 being termed innate full soul power, representing the swiftest cultivation speed. Level 9 follows closely. And although the disparity in cultivation speed between the 2 can be mitigated through effort and opportunity, who can truly predict the outcome? The greater the gap in innate soul power levels, the more formidable the chasm, diminishing the likelihood of bridging the difference. It was evident that Tang Yuan's innate soul power was extraordinary, as Bibi Dong surmised, being at level 15 rather than level 10. This was later confirmed when Bibi Dong returned to the Spirit Hall and conducted another test on Tang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, Tang Yuan would have possessed innate soul power at level 20, akin to Qianren. Since the Book of Life and Death martial soul was not inferior to the divine gifted 6-winged angel martial soul. However, as the Book of Life and Death was merely a remnant, its incompleteness led to a reduction of 5 levels in innate soul power. As Tang Yuan felt the orb's pull dissipate, he slowly withdrew his right hand, the light fading away, and he exhaled in relief. At that moment, a sudden sound of shattering glass echoed, drawing everyone's attention back to the crystal orb, which was now covered with an intricate web of cracks. With a resounding explosion, the blue crystal orb shattered, sending fragments scattering across the floor. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and with a hint of remorse, he said, "Yes, I apologize, Master. I have damaged your crystal ball. How much will it cost? I shall compensate you." Gronier had not yet recovered from the brilliance of Tang Yuan's innate soul power. It was only after Tang Yuan called him twice that he snapped back to reality and replied, Oh, no need for compensation, little friend. What is your name?" "Tang Yuan Dao. Master, my name is Shao Qi." "Gronai. Shao Qi, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Although Tang Yuan was unaware of the nature of the Spirit Hall, He refrained from inquiring further and instead turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong. Regardless of whether the spirit hall was benevolent or malevolent, it held little significance for him. What truly mattered was his mother's perspective. Bibi Dong smiled at him and then gently shook her head. Tang Yuan nodded, turned around, and addressed Groen. I appreciate your kindness, master, but I have no desire to join the spirit hall. Groen, taken aback, glanced at Bibi Dong and, undeterred, inquired further, why not? In the spirit hall, a talent like yours could access the finest resources. With such formidable support, you would swiftly ascend to greatness. Tang Yuan shook his head and said, I do not know the reason, but my mother is unwilling to let me join, so I shall not. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong, who stood behind, was momentarily taken aback, her heart suddenly overwhelmed with profound emotion, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Glorine, somewhat disappointed, sighed and replied, Very well then. Should you change your mind, you may always come to find me in South Fire City. I am a soul master of the Soul Division in South Fire City. And my name is Glorine. Tang Yuan nodded and said, Very well, Master Glorine. After the awakening of his martial soul, Tang Yuan did not exhibit the joy that Bibi Dong had anticipated. Instead, he appeared somewhat subdued. Even when Xiao Han shared amusing anecdotes beside him, Tang Yuan found himself lacking in interest. Concerned, Bibi Dong inquired, Little Seven, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Tang Yuan regained his composure and smiled gently, Mother. I am fine. I am merely a bit fatigued. Bibi Dong felt a wave of relief wash over her, offering him a soft smile as she affectionately ruffled his hair. She then instructed the coachman to hasten their pace, eager to return to the Spirit Mountain Manor as swiftly as possible. It was not so much that Tang Yuan was physically weary, but rather he was in the process of sifting through the memories that had begun to surface in his mind. He pondered the blue-haired, blue-eyed woman he had glimpsed upon his birth. She was evidently not his current mother. Yet where had she vanished? Why had she forsaken him? Regrettably, at the moment of his birth, the memories of his previous life had already succumbed to slumber, leaving his intellect akin to that of a typical newborn. Consequently, he could recall none of the events that transpired afterwards, save for the days he spent growing up in the Spirit Mountain Manor. After much contemplation, Tang Yuan ultimately found himself without an answer. Thus, he cast aside the tumult of thoughts that plagued his mind and resolved not to dwell on them any longer. He reflected, regardless of circumstances, he had found a good refuge in this life. Even though he was not the biological child of his mother, her care for him surpassed that of any birth mother. What, then, was there to be troubled about? She was, undeniably, the most significant person in his world. As for his biological parents, should fate allow, they could be reunited at another time. Regardless of the outcome, his mother would eternally remain his mother. With this resolution, he turned his gaze to Bibi Dong, silently vowing to protect the one who had cared for him so meticulously over the past 6 years from any harm. Bibi Dong, sensing a shift, turned to him, and, noticing the glistening in Tang Yuan's eyes, inquired with surprise, Little Seven, what is the matter? Tang Yuan's heart trembled as he suddenly leaped into Bibi Dong's embrace, whispering, Mother, thank you. Taken aback by this unexpected expression of gratitude, Bibi Dong felt a wave of emotion wash over her. The little child who once begged her to chase butterflies had now grown up. With a tender smile, she affectionately patted Tang Yuan's head, saying, Silly child, why would you say thank you to your mother? Hearing these words filled Tang Yuan with an immense warmth, making him reluctant to leave the comfort of Bibi Dong's arms. Even after awakening his martial soul, he still found himself acting like a child with his mother. Bibi Dong teased him, feeling a deep sense of contentment. No matter how much Tang Yuan grew or how far he ventured, he would always remain her Little Seven. In truth, Tang Yuan was not merely being playful. He was overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of tears, which he fought to suppress. His reluctance to rise was rooted in his fear of Bibi Dong noticing the moisture in his eyes and the redness at the tip of his nose. Such a display would be too embarrassing. Chapter 10. The truth of the past. Seated in the carriage, Tang Yuan inquired, Mother, can one person only possess a single martial soul? Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were momentarily taken aback and proceeded to ask, Little Seven, why do you ask such a question? Tang Yuan extended his left hand, gradually unfolding it, and remarked, I sense that I possess another martial soul. As he spoke, a black hammer materialized in the palm of his left hand. Both Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were taken aback upon witnessing the hammer, simultaneously exclaiming, The Haotian hammer. Bibi Dong felt a mix of astonishment and an inkling of expectation. Reflecting inwardly, indeed, just as I surmised, Little Seven is truly the child of Tang Hao. Observing Bibi Dong's contemplative expression, Xiaohan surmised her thoughts and let out a soft sigh, though this revelation was anticipated. Seeing it manifest still led him to hope that Bibi Dong would not be disheartened. Tang Yuan was initially taken aback by the two individuals before him, followed by a profound silence as a sense of bewilderment washed over him. He then inquired, "Mother, Uncle Xiao, do you recognize this hammer?" Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, acknowledging that what was inevitable had finally arrived. Gazing at the child who had been her companion for 6 years, the one who had called her mother for all that time, her heart was laden with reluctance. However, she knew that Xiao Qi deserved to know the truth. It was his right. "Mother, what is wrong?" Tang Yuan felt a surge of anxiety within him. Although he had long been aware that Bibi Dong was not his biological mother, he could sense the internal conflict she was grappling with. The prospect of hearing the truth directly from her lips filled him with trepidation, and he was equally concerned about Bibi Dong's ability to confront the reality. Tang Yuan chuckled. "This is merely a small hammer. I imagine many possess one. It is quite normal for my mother to be acquainted with Uncle Xiao. Mother, I am hungry. Could you prepare braised pork for me when we return home?" Bibi Dong, unaware of Tang Yuan's thoughts, felt a tumult of emotions at that moment. Upon hearing Tang Yuan express a desire for her homemade braised pork, she instinctively replied, "Ah, of course." Uncle Xiao, puzzled, sensed that Tang Yuan seemed to be changing the subject, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. Could it be that he already knew he was not Bibi Dong's biological child? Such a notion seemed implausible, after all. Tang Yuan was merely 6 years old. How could he possibly grasp such matters? Lost in contemplation, Tang Yuan then inquired with a smile, "Uncle Xiao, you mentioned earlier about your time at the Soul Master Academy. Is it true that a child awakened a pig martial soul?" Xiaohan, regaining his composure, swiftly adjusted his thoughts and responded, "Indeed, that child was not particularly overweight. It was merely when the martial soul manifested." As he spoke, Xiaohan grew increasingly animated, recounting several amusing anecdotes that left Tang Yuan in fits of laughter, unable to contain himself, doubled over in mirth. Suddenly, little Seven interjected. Tang Yuan laughed heartily, noticing Bibi Dong calling him. While playfully bantering with Xiaohan, he inquired, "Mother, what is it?" Bibi Dong smiled gently, stroking Tang Yuan's head, and said, "Allow me to tell you the tale of the Haotian hammer." Tang Yuan and Xiaohan were momentarily taken aback, their previously carefree smiles gradually fading, as if the very air around them had come to a standstill in that fleeting moment. Bibi Dong cast a tender gaze upon Tang Yuan and slowly articulated, "In the Douluo continent, there exist 7 prominent sects, which are further classified into the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. The lower 4 sects comprise the White Tiger sect, the Windsword sect, the Elephant Armor sect, and the Fire Leopard sect, while the upper 3 sects are the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the Haotian sect." Upon the mention of the Haotian sect, and recalling the manifestation of his hammer martial soul moments prior, Tang Yuan silently pondered the words Haotian hammer that had escaped Bibi Dong and Xiaohan's lips. Bibi Dong continued, "This tale unfolds within the Haotian sect, which boasts 4 powerful affiliated families, the Strength, Break, Agility, and Control families. The direct disciples of the Haotian sect possess strength that surpasses these 4 families. The previous generation's sect leader of Haotian sect had 2 sons, the elder, Tang Xiao, who currently serves as the sect leader, and the younger, Tang Hao, renowned as the youngest title Douluo in history." At this juncture, Bibi Dong inwardly scorned Tang Hao, thinking, "If it weren't for my discretion in withholding information, it would not have been your time to shine." Bibi Dong further elaborated, "Both Tang Xiao and Tang Hao are prodigies, having made significant names for themselves in the martial world at such tender ages, thanks to their martial souls. It is undeniable that the martial souls inherited by the direct disciples of the Haotian sect, namely Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, are regarded as the most formidable attack-type weapon martial souls in the realm. The 2 brothers have flawlessly inherited the legacy of the Haotian sect's martial soul, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers." With a sigh, Bibi Dong concluded her exposition. Tang Yuan's heart trembled, and he instinctively inquired, "Mother, is their martial soul the Haotian hammer?" Bibi Dong nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is the Haotian hammer in your left hand." Tang Yuan's heart felt as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, it was his mother who broke the silence. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and continued, regrettably, "Tang Hao's life did not unfold as smoothly as many had envisioned. The Wuhuan Palace has disseminated news of a 10,000-year soul beast, the Blue Silver Emperor, The mere mention of the blue-silver emperor caused an inexplicable pang in Tang Yuan's heart. Bibi Dong continued, "This blue-silver emperor is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. Upon transformation, a soul beast is reborn. Although their cultivation speed surpasses that of ordinary humans, the powers accumulated over the past 10 millennia are entirely lost, necessitating a complete recultivation. At that time, the blue-silver emperor had yet to regain her former strength and was still relatively weak." Upon receiving this information, the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace, Qian Xuanji, set out with several subordinates to capture the blue-silver emperor. They spotted her in a village, only to discover that she had become Tang Hao's wife and had borne him a child. When Qian Xuanji found the blue-silver emperor, she was already 10 months pregnant with their second child. Thus, a fierce battle ensued in the canyon between Tang Hao and Qian Xuanji. It should be noted that Tang Hao was indeed a prodigy. At that time, he had only just reached level 90 and had yet to obtain his 9th spirit ring, while Qian Xuanji had been a title Douluo for many years, far surpassing Tang Hao's level. Despite this disparity in strength, Tang Hao managed to severely injure Qian Xuanji and his men, although he himself was gravely wounded. For reasons unknown, after giving birth to their second child, the blue-silver emperor chose to sacrifice herself. Tang Yuan's gaze became vacant as he muttered the word sacrifice. Bibi Dong explained, "A sacrifice entails a 10,000-year soul beast voluntarily burning its own life force to become the soul ring of the designated sacrifice. Once the sacrifice occurs, the soul beast perishes, with a 100% probability of dropping a 10,000-year soul bone." The blue-silver emperor chose to sacrifice herself for Tang Hao, granting him his 9th spirit ring. This event plunged Tang Hao into despair, igniting his fury, and he ultimately defeated Qian Xuanji and his men. In the aftermath, one of Qian Xuanji's subordinates was killed, while another was left on the brink of death, exhausting their life force. Only Qian Xuanji managed to flee back to the Wuhuan Palace. At this point, Bibi Dong recalled the events of that year and continued, "When Qian Xuanji returned to the Wuhuan Palace, he dispatched individuals to seize Tang Hao's second child while Tang Hao and the blue-silver emperor were absent, hiding the child in a secret chamber. Meanwhile, the Sanus of the Wuhuan Palace, seeking revenge, killed Qian Xuanji and discovered the child in the secret chamber, ultimately taking him away to the Yuming Ridge, where she established the Necromancer Manor." Having heard all this, Tang Yuan could no longer remain oblivious to the truth of the matter. However, hearing it from Bibi Dong only left his thoughts in a tumultuous state. Xiao Han, who had been listening quietly for quite some time, could not help but let out a sigh. Bibi Dong paused for a moment, mustering immense courage, and finally said, "Xiao Qi Yu." Tang Yuan regained his senses and spoke to Bibi Dong. "Mother, in the story you mentioned, Tang Hao's second son is me, correct?" Both Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were taken aback by his words. Gazing into Tang Yuan's remarkably clear eyes, Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. Remaining silent for a moment before finally nodding in affirmation, Tang Yuan fell into silence, while Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of tension within her. Would Xiao Qi, upon discovering her true lineage, resolve to seek out her biological parents? And what of herself? What role did she play in this unfolding narrative? Suddenly, Tang Yuan chuckled mischievously, reminiscent of his playful demeanor from days gone by, and said, "Mother, you're weaving tales to deceive me again." Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. His words caught her off guard. In a flurry of urgency, she hastily clarified, "No, Xiao Qi, mother has not lied." Before she could finish, a figure shifted before her, and Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming softness and warmth envelop her. Tang Yuan plunged into Bibi Dong's embrace, tears streaming down his cheeks. Struggling to steady his trembling voice, he softly uttered, "Mother, I love you. In Xiao Qi's heart, you will forever be my mother." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her emotions. She enveloped Tang Yuan in her arms, weeping, "Good child, my beloved child, mother loves you too. You are the one I cherish most, Xiao Qi. Please, do not leave me. You are all I have." Tang Yuan raised his head, extending his small hand to wipe away the tears on Bibi Dong's cheek, and said with a smile, "Mother, Xiao Qi will never leave you." Bibi Dong nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face, as she gently wiped away the tears from Tang Yuan's small face. Tang Yuan suddenly broke into a smile and jested, "Mother, do not weep. You resemble a large, weepy cat." Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong's tears transformed into a smile. She playfully pinched Tang Yuan's cheek and chided, "You naughty boy. Growing up to tease your mother now." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Mother, isn't there someone watching? Be cautious of your authority as the leader." If it collapses in Uncle Zhao's heart, he shall no longer heed your commands. Bibi Dong, unable to suppress a wry smile at his words, replied, let it crumble then. If he refuses to follow my orders, I'll have the aunties in the estate watch over him day and night, ensuring he doesn't step outside. Xiaohan silently lamented. Oh heavens, why is it always I who suffers? The heavens responded, because you did not cast your vote. Chapter 11. The night hunt. At the ethereal ridge on the continent of Douluo, within the Fosner province, lies the village of Holy Spirit. Outside this village, there exists a forest seldom graced by human presence, yet today, a solitary figure ventures into its depths. This figure is a tall man draped in a tattered brown cloak, beneath which lies a face weathered by time, adorned with a thick beard at his temples, and disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders, with a few strands falling haphazardly. A menacing scar mars his visage. He meanders through the woods, gradually hearing the sound of water, leading him to a nearby waterfall, beside a vibrant cluster of blooming flowers. He finds a clearing where a solitary blue-silver grass sways gently in the breeze. Approaching the blue-silver grass, the man gazes at it with deep affection, kneeling down to tenderly caress its leaves. Ayin, I have come to see you, he murmurs softly. As a gentle breeze stirs, the blue-silver grass seems to respond, swaying as if greeting him. The man's eyes glisten with moisture as he continues, Ayin, do you not hold it against me? I am a worthless man, unable to protect you, nor safeguard our child. The blue-silver grass emanates a soft azure light, its leaves extending slightly, brushing against the man's cheek. Seeing this, he becomes visibly moved. Is it true? Ayin, you do not blame me? Yet, I blame myself. Rest assured, once I find our child, I shall come to you. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he gazes skyward, speaking to himself. Let us speak of joyous matters, Ayin. Little San has gone to the Nodding City Martial Soul Academy. I visited him recently. He seems to have changed significantly and has made friends. By the way, Ayin, there is a little rabbit by his side, much like you. Do you think he will grow up to be like us? No, Ayin, I will not allow our tragedy to befall little San. The man rambles on, then extends his right hand, summoning a black hammer as his martial soul. If Tang Yuan were present, he would be utterly astonished, for this hammer resembles his own. With a self-deprecating smile, the man quips, what a so-called supreme assault-type martial soul. I cannot even protect the one I cherish. As soon as his words fell, the black hammer trembled slightly, as if in disagreement. The man chuckled again. Your dissent is justified. There are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. It is my own inadequacy, Ayin. Fear not. I shall never allow anyone to harm little San again. From this moment forth, let me collect some interest from the spirit hall. It was not until nightfall that the man departed, making his way out of the forest. This man was none other than Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo. Meanwhile, in the far south of the Douluo continent, within the ethereal ridge, the moonlight descended upon the earth, illuminating the dense woods, where countless trees donned a delicate azure glow. By the bank of a small river, a campfire flickered to life, and around it sat 3 figures, along with a smaller one, engaged in conversation. These were Bibi Dong, Tang Yuan, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei. Upon their return from Blackstone Village to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong procured a larger crystal ball for testing soul power, ultimately confirming that Tang Yuan possessed innate soul power at the 15th level. She also shared extensive knowledge regarding innate soul power and martial souls, showcasing her Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor martial souls, which astonished Tang Yuan. After a night's rest, the following day, after dinner, Bibi Dong led Tang Yuan to the ethereal mountain villa to obtain his first soul ring, accompanied by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Originally, it was only Yu Guan and Gue Mei who were to guide Tang Yuan in hunting for the soul ring. But Bibi Dong insisted on accompanying him, declaring that as a mother, she could not be absent for her son's first soul ring. Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy and anticipation, for he was finally about to acquire his very first soul skill. As for Tang Yuan's name, during their journey back to the Spirit Hall, he had insisted that Bibi Dong give him one. Although he remembered his previous life's name, he preferred the name bestowed by Bibi Dong, for to him, she was the one who granted him a new lease on life. After learning about Tang Yuan's martial soul's capabilities, Bibi Dong remarked, Little 7, the Haotian hammer is the inherited martial soul of the Tang family from the Haotian sect. We shall use Tang as your surname. As for your life-death ledger martial soul, life and death are the origins of existence, so we shall name you Yuan. Thus, you shall be called Tang Yuan. Interestingly, the name Bibi Dong chose for Tang Yuan was identical to that of his previous life, with the same characters. Tang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Yet he concealed his surprise. He pondered whether adopting the surname Tang would cause his mother distress. Thus, he inquired, "Why don't we share the same surname as mother?" Bibi Dong gently ruffled his hair and replied with a smile, "Mother does not even know what her surname is. She entered the spirit hall at a very young age." Tang Yuan, however, remarked, "Yet, Bibi Dong perceives his innermost thoughts and smiles gently. Little seven, one must not forget their roots. After all, you carry the bloodline of the Haotian clan. Regardless of the name you bear, you will always be my little seven. Unless one day you decide to forsake your mother." Tang Yuan felt a mix of emotions, both touched and contemplative, and softly said, "Mother, how could Shaoqi ever forsake you? She never would." The Abyssal Ridge, as its name suggests, is abundant in spectral soul beasts, most of which are nocturnal. Thus, under the cover of night, the four ventured into the Abyssal Ridge, seeking a water source where they could establish camp and continue their exploration. At this moment, by the flickering firelight, Bibi Dong was imparting a wealth of knowledge about soul masters and the realm they inhabit to Tang Yuan. Although she cherished him deeply and possessed sufficient strength to safeguard him, she was also a wise mother who refrained from indulging her child completely. She aspired for Tang Yuan to grow into a formidable soul master, capable of protecting himself and those he loves, even in her absence. Tang Yuan, a person of profound learning in his previous life, has been reborn in this world as an ordinary individual, harboring an even deeper thirst for knowledge. The existence of soul masters is a novel concept for him. At this moment, he rests his chin upon his hand, attentively absorbing the discourse of Bibi Dong. The warm, flickering glow of the campfire casts a charmingly rosy hue upon Tang Yuan's face. Bibi Dong proceeds to enlighten Tang Yuan on various considerations to heed while hunting for soul rings in the forest, such as how to preserve food during outdoor camping, the construction of a campsite to safeguard against soul beast attacks, and methods for protecting oneself from and managing the toxins of poisonous soul beasts. Noticing his earnest listening, Bibi Dong feels a deep sense of satisfaction. Upon concluding her explanation, she inquires, "Little seven, do you understand?" Tang Yuan pondered for a moment before inquiring about several uncertainties regarding such matters. After listening attentively, Bibi Dong elaborated on these queries in detail. At last, Tang Yuan comprehended fully and etched the knowledge firmly in his mind. Concerned that he might forget, Bibi Dong posed some relatively common or obscure questions, to which Tang Yuan surprisingly responded with remarkable fluency and precision. Observing him, Bibi Dong felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself that her son was indeed intelligent. Grasping the essence of the lesson after a single explanation, following the conclusion of this course, Bibi Dong imparted further wisdom about spirit beasts, discussing topics such as the absorption limits of spirit rings, optimal configurations for spirit rings, and how to discern the age of spirit beasts. As she spoke of these subjects, a wistful expression flickered in her eyes, for much of this knowledge stemmed from one individual, Master Yu Xiaojiang. It was not until the moon reached its zenith that Bibi Dong ceased her enlightening discourse with Tang Yuan. The vast expanse of knowledge within the realm of spirit masters is boundless, impossible to grasp in a brief span of time. Even with Tang Yuan's prodigious talent and photographic memory, mastering everything in one night was unattainable. It necessitated continuous accumulation, time, and diligent practice. At this moment, under the dark moonlit sky, the conditions were ripe for hunting. Tang Yuan and his three companions departed from the campsite, venturing deeper into the dense forest. Gradually approaching the area where the soul beast roamed under the moonlight, Bibi Dong inquired, "Shaoqi, what attribute do you desire for your first soul ring?" Drawing upon the knowledge imparted by Bibi Dong, Tang Yuan replied, "Mother, my book of life and death leans towards support and control attributes. For my first soul ring, I would prefer one with soul power attributes." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts as well." Just as they were conversing, Yuguan suddenly warned, "Be cautious." The four heightened their vigilance, preparing for any imminent danger as shadows danced among the trees and a chilling aura permeated the air. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the night. A dark figure hurtled through the sky, barreling towards Tang Yuan. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, summoning the Death Spider Emperor. As 9 soul rings illuminated around her, unleashing a murderous intent akin to a sea of blood. At that moment, they discerned the creature before them. It was a bloodthirsty demon wolf, its body a dark crimson, towering and magnificent, with its red fur billowing in the wind. It stared at Bibi Dong and her companions from a short distance, its eyes glowing with a profound green light. Yuguan observed and frowned, saying, A 3,000-year-old bloodthirsty demon wolf is unsuitable for Shaoqi. I shall put an end to it. Bibi Dong nodded in acquiescence. With a commanding shout, Yuguan unleashed his extraordinary spirit. The celestial mushroom chrysanthemum and 9 soul rings radiated around him. Suddenly, the 5th soul ring blazed with brilliance. 5th soul skill, hurricane touching the heavens, gathering of cold blossoms. As he spoke, the celestial mushroom chrysanthemum released a flurry of petals, forming a whirlwind that rapidly surged towards the bloodthirsty demon wolf. A palpable sense of danger enveloped the surroundings, igniting an intense fear within the bloodthirsty demon wolf. It howled in terror, opening its massive maw to unleash a wave of putrid bloodlust, a crimson shockwave erupting forth to confront the incoming petal whirlwind. Yet, the power of 3,000 years pales in comparison to that of a tidal Douluo. The blood-red wave was swiftly consumed by the petal vortex, which continued unabated, closing in on the bloodthirsty demon wolf. In its eyes, filled with dread, the whirlwind expanded, engulfing the creature entirely. In an instant, the petal whirlwind dissipated, revealing the mangled corpse of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, from which a purple halo began to rise slowly. Bibi Dong remarked coolly, "Let us depart. This soul ring is of too high a rank for Shaoqi." As the group turned to leave, Tang Yuan's book of life and death suddenly manifested, emitting a black light that enveloped the wolf's corpse. Bibi Dong and the others were taken aback, perplexed by the nature of Tang Yuan's martial soul. However, their astonishment deepened in the next moment, for within their perceptions, the overwhelming resentment that had once filled the air around the bloodthirsty demon wolf diminished significantly under the influence of the black light. Tang Yuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Mother, what is happening?" Upon regaining her composure, Bibi Dong responded, "Little 7, is it true that your martial spirit can absorb resentment?" Tang Yuan expressed his confusion, asking, "Is this aura truly what one would call resentment? I can only perceive that the book of life and death has absorbed a somewhat unsettling and fearsome energy, and it seems my soul power level has subtly increased." Yuguan exchanged a glance with Gue Mei and remarked, "If that is indeed the case, then Shaoqi's martial soul, during the absorption of the soul ring, would likely remain unaffected by resentment. This means he could potentially surpass the age limit for absorbing soul rings." In Chapter 12, regarding the absorption age of soul rings, Tang Yuan recalled Bibi Dong's explanation. When absorbing a soul ring, the formidable energy is absorbed by the martial soul, concurrently influenced by the powerful resentment stemming from the soul beast's demise. Thus, if one attempts to absorb a soul ring beyond their capacity to endure, they face 2 potential fates, either being overwhelmed by excessive energy, leading to an explosive demise, or allowing the resentment to infiltrate their body, which could impair their consciousness, mildly resulting in idiocy, or severely leading to mental collapse and death. As for the energy absorbed from the soul ring, Tang Yuan was significantly stronger than the average individual. In his youth, Bibi Dong had consistently nurtured his meridians with soul power. Moreover, at the beginning of each month, she would prepare rare and gentle medicinal baths to refine his body. Consequently, Tang Yuan's physique was notably more robust than his peers, and even before awakening his martial soul, his physical strength had reached that of a level 10 beast martial soul battle master. What was most enviable was that Tang Yuan's physical strength required minimal training. Bibi Dong had laid a solid foundation for him from a young age, ensuring that as his soul power level increased, his physical prowess would similarly enhance. Certainly, with the book of life and death capable of absorbing the resentment from the death of soul beasts and converting it into soul power for Tang Yuan, combined with his ability to exceed the energy absorption capacity of the soul ring, he could disregard the age limit of the soul rings. However, due to the current level of his soul power, the book of life and death could not purify all of the resentment, only a portion of it. Hence, the strength of his body to accommodate the soul ring energy was also limited. In summary, while Tang Yuan could not entirely disregard the age limits for absorbing soul rings, he could indeed exceed them to a considerable extent. Nevertheless, as his soul power level continued to rise, both the absorption and purification of resentment, as well as his physical capacity to contain energy, would significantly improve. According to Bibi Dong and others' calculations, Tang Yuan's first soul ring could exceed the age limit by 423 years, potentially reaching around 600 years. Just as the group was inspecting the corpse of the bloodthirsty magic wolf, a sharp cry pierced the air, and a dark shadow appeared in the sky, landing atop a nearby treetop. Looking up, they beheld a massive bat, its hind claws resembling human feet, standing upright on the treetop, its forewings spread wide. casting a 6-meter shadow across the ground. Its eyes glowed ominously, fixated on the corpse of the bloodthirsty magic wolf, resembling a harbinger of doom. Yuan scoffed. A mere 600-year-old blood-sucking spirit bat dares to be so arrogant. It shall serve as Shao Qi's first soul ring. With that, Yuan leapt into action, charging toward the blood-sucking spirit bat. A powerful aura radiated from him, and the bat, realizing it had encountered something formidable, let out a shrill cry and spread its wings to flee. Yet, Yuan would not grant it such an opportunity. He unleashed a formidable soul skill, instantly bringing the blood-sucking spirit bat crashing to the ground. Bibi Dong pointed at the blood-sucking spirit bat and said to Tang Yuan, "Shao Qi, observe this bat. Its wings span approximately 6 meters, with an age of around 600 years. For every additional 100 years, its wings increase by 1 meter in width. However, this type of soul beast has a low innate potential, typically reaching a maximum of 10,000 years, never exceeding 20,000. This particular blood-sucking spirit bat, being precisely 600 years old, is your target for the final strike, enabling you to absorb its soul ring." Tang Yuan nodded, turning his gaze towards the colossal bat, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. After all, in both his past and present life, he had never taken a life. As he received the dagger handed to him by Bibi Dong, a sense of hesitation enveloped him. Bibi Dong gently ruffled his hair and spoke earnestly, "My son, in this world, every individual must take responsibility for their own existence. If you do not slay it, you will never grow strong. In the future, you may fall prey to other soul beasts or be vanquished by soul masters more formidable than yourself. They will offer you no compassion." Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, a flicker of enlightenment passing through his mind. Finally, he nodded and approached the blood-sucking spirit bat, dagger in hand. Just as he was about to strike, Bibi Dong unexpectedly called out to him. Tang Yuan turned around and inquired, "Mother, what is the matter?" Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and replied, "Little Seven, you must exercise utmost caution while absorbing your soul ring. If anything seems amiss, I will intervene immediately. Do you understand?" The interruption during the absorption of a soul ring could lead to severe injuries at best, or a complete loss of soul power at worst. In Bibi Dong's heart, she believed that even if becoming a soul master was out of reach, she could never allow Tang Yuan to be in peril. Tang Yuan, upon hearing this, chuckled reassuringly. "Rest assured, mother." With that, he drew a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. Gripping the dagger firmly, he swiftly extended his arm, and with a piercing sound, it plunged into the neck of the blood-sucking spirit bat. The creature emitted a mournful cry before succumbing to silence, as a brilliant yellow soul ring gradually ascended from its lifeless body. Tang Yuan, drawing upon his acquired knowledge, unleashed his martial spirit, gradually channeling his soul power into the ethereal ring above him. The instant his soul power made contact with the ring, a surge of formidable resentment erupted, flooding into Tang Yuan's mind. Emotions of sorrow, defiance, fury, and hatred overwhelmed him, rendering his countenance pale. Bibi Dong softly commanded, "Focus on your dantian and concentrate your soul power." Upon hearing these words, Tang Yuan immediately wielded the Book of Life and Death. A radiant black light emanated from the tome, enveloping Tang Yuan's consciousness. The malevolent aura of the blood-sucking spirit bat appeared to encounter its nemesis, suddenly giving rise to an overwhelming sense of dread. Subsequently, the black light pressed deeper into Tang Yuan's mind, gradually devouring the vengeful spirit's essence. As 1/3 of the malice was consumed, the remaining 7/10 was dispelled by Tang Yuan's soul energy. At this moment, the energy of the soul ring surged into Tang Yuan's limbs and bones, its potency causing his meridians to slowly expand, revealing a multitude of faint cracks within them, which continued to multiply. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. With a tranquil mind, he guided his soul power through various acupoints and meridians. As his soul power nourished these pathways, they gradually calmed, allowing him to absorb the energy from the soul ring. At that moment, the Book of Life and Death emitted a shimmering white light, enveloping Tang Yuan and gradually merging into his being, intertwining with the previous dark glow. A potent life force surged forth from the white radiance, flowing throughout Tang Yuan's body, bringing an overwhelming sense of relief akin to immersing oneself in cool spring water on a sweltering summer day, or basking under the warm sun during a frigid winter. It was an indescribable comfort. With the infusion of the white light, his meridians were instantly restored to their original state, becoming even more resilient and expansive than before. The white glow then blended with the energy of the soul ring, transforming the initially tumultuous energy into a state of unprecedented calmness and gentleness. In no time, it was entirely absorbed by Tang Yuan. Under the watchful and astonished gazes of Bibi Dong and the others, Tang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, unleashing a formidable aura that swept forth like a powerful gust of wind. Bibi Dong hurriedly approached and inquired, "Shaoqi, how do you feel?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Mother, I have succeeded. I have obtained my first soul ring, 600 years. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, a 600-year first soul ring. This is unprecedented, truly unparalleled." As Yu Guan witnessed Tang Yuan's successful absorption, the anxiety that had weighed upon him lifted, and he felt considerably more at ease. He then jested, "Old ghost, you ought to take a look at our little seven's talent. He is not one to be compared with ordinary individuals." With this statement, laughter erupted among the crowd. Bibi Dong took Tang Yuan's hand and inquired, "Little seven, let your mother see your soul ring." Tang Yuan nodded. Releasing the book of life and death, a brilliant yellow soul ring ascended from his feet, radiating an impressive glow. Seeing the deep-hued century-old yellow soul ring, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "Little seven, what is your first soul skill?" Tang Yuan Dao, "My first soul skill is named Soul Snatch, regrettably. It does not pertain to soul power attributes. Its efficacy lies in diminishing an enemy's singular attributes, attack, defense, speed, and endurance, by 20%, while simultaneously bestowing half of the diminished attributes back upon myself. This enhancement lasts for 10 minutes, and during its effect, this soul skill cannot be employed again. For every 10 levels, the power increases by 10%, with a maximum limit of 50%. Bibi Dong nodded and remarked, "Quite impressive. A 600-year soul ring is significantly more potent than the typical 100-year soul ring, and it adeptly inherits the siphoning ability of the blood-sucking spirit bat." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "By the way, Mother, this soul skill of mine can disregard the enemy's level." "What did you say?" "Bibi Dong, Yu Guan." And Gui Mei exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, take for instance my opponents, whether they're soul kings, soul emperors, or even titled Douluos. When I employ soul seize against them, I can diminish their physical capabilities by 20%, while simultaneously channeling 50% of that energy to empower myself." Bibi Dong and the others exchanged glances, astonished by the extraordinary nature of this ability. Yu Guan then spoke, "Little seven, please demonstrate your first soul skill on Uncle Yu Guan." Tang Yuan expressed his astonishment, saying, "Ah, that doesn't seem very appropriate." Yu Guan shook his head and replied, "It's fine, come and test its power." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Good." As he finished speaking, the first soul ring of the death book suddenly illuminated, a dark radiance bursting forth like the enigmatic light of the underworld, enveloping Yu Guan in an instant. Yu Guan immediately felt a sense of weakness coursing through his body. And then a white light ignited around him, retreating to envelop Tang Yuan in a cocoon of white brilliance. After sensing the changes within his body, Yu Guan swiftly moved and directed a surge of soul power at a nearby tree, distinctly aware that both his speed and soul power had diminished considerably. Observing this, Tang Yuan mimicked Yu Guan's actions, unleashing a wave of soul power against a tree as well. Bibi Dong and Gui Mei stood by, watching intently. Based on their perception of Tang Yuan's aura, they discerned that his speed, attack, defense, and other physical capabilities had indeed reached the level of a 30-something soul master, while Yu Guan's physical attributes had undeniably decreased by 20%. Bibi Dong nodded, expressing satisfaction with Tang Yuan's first soul skill, and said to him, "All right, Shaoqi, retract your martial soul. According to its nature, you may pursue the path of control or support in the future." Tang Yuan nodded, taking a moment to truly feel the formidable power of the soul snatching. Only then did he retract the death book with his mind. Bibi Dong inquired once more, "Little seven, what is the current level of your soul power?" Tang Yuan sensed the soul power within him and remarked, "Mother, my current soul power has reached level 18. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong and the others were taken aback, astonished by the prospect of a 600-year soul ring that could elevate one's soul power by 3 levels in an instant. After discussing some methods to solidify soul power, they began their journey back to the camp. While powerful soul rings can indeed provide immense energy and significantly enhance one's soul power level, an unrestrained pursuit of rapid advancement might not be beneficial. Thus, Bibi Dong elaborated on the drawbacks of swift elevation and cautioned Tang Yuan to ensure that his cultivation of soul power was thorough and robust, laying a solid foundation for his abilities. Tang Yuan firmly etched in his heart a well-crafted plan. In the month to come, He would diligently fortify his current soul power level. Chapter 13. The Yin-Yang Qi refining technique. Having successfully acquired his first soul ring, Tang Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. Upon returning to the camp, he remained in a state of elation, unable to calm his excitement. With the soul ring secured, the group dismantled the camp and made their way back to the necromancer's manor. Upon arriving at the manor, dawn was nearing, with ethereal purple hues gracing the horizon. Once back in his room, Tang Yuan's exhilaration showed no signs of waning, leaving him restless and unable to sleep. He decided to follow the meditation techniques imparted by Bibi Dong and began his practice. During his meditation, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Tang Yuan as he recalled an ancient tome he had perused during his time in the orphanage, which detailed the qi refining methods of ancient alchemists. Tang Yuan meticulously recalled the contents of that book, as if each word was indelibly etched in his mind, vividly surfacing before him. The primordial celestial radiance intertwines with the governing channels. The cosmic purple aura delineates the duality of yin and yang. The brilliance of the sun and moon intertwines the realms of life and death. The two essences harmonize to traverse the profound mysteries. He silently recited these lines, and in a fleeting moment, he mentally rehearsed the yin-yang qi refinement technique, repeating it several times, while initiating the flow of soul energy through his meridians according to the prescribed path. Suddenly, Tang Yuan sensed a slender strand of purple energy, as fine as a hair, extending from the horizon towards him, arriving before him, and instantaneously merging into his being. A warm sensation suffused his entire body, compelling him to exhale. However, recalling the teachings of the yin-yang qi refinement technique, he understood that opening his mouth at this moment would result in a loss of energy, rendering the purple aura futile. Thus, he firmly pressed his lips together and gradually fused his soul energy with the ethereal purple light, following the method outlined in the technique. Experiencing a surge of jubilant emotion from his soul energy, Tang Yuan's heart swelled with delight. In a short while, the soul energy began to harmoniously integrate with the purple aura. After the completion of 36 minor circulations, the Ren meridian was successfully opened. At this juncture, the purple aura within his soul energy had entirely dissipated, returning to its normal state, while nearly half of his soul energy had been consumed in the process. This was fortunate, as he had benefited from the nurturing warmth of soul energy provided by Bibi Dong during his childhood, combined with various medicinal baths that had fortified his meridians, making them robust and expansive. Thus, practicing the yin-yang qi refinement technique, he effortlessly opened the Ren meridian. As dawn had yet to break and the purple aura lingered, Tang Yuan still had a surplus of soul energy within him. Seizing the moment, he resolutely employed the same method once more, and before long, the Du meridian was also successfully opened. Tang Yuan concluded his cultivation, exhaling deeply. He had successfully mastered the first level of the yin-yang qi refining technique. Although his soul energy was nearly depleted, he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, experiencing an indescribable lightness in his body. Suddenly, a peculiar odor wafted through the air. Tang Yuan glanced at himself and discovered he was covered in a layer of dark substance resembling grease. Curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned closer to take a sniff. To his dismay, the moment he did, he nearly succumbed to the foul stench. The scent was truly beyond description. Tang Yuan cast a disdainful glance at himself. The once pristine and clear young gentleman, resembling a jade gem, had vanished without a trace. Resolutely, Tang Yuan vowed to reclaim that lost self. Silently and cautiously, he slipped out of bed and made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he glanced around. The dawn had yet to break, and only a few servants busied themselves with the preparation of breakfast ingredients. Tang Yuan cautiously peered out, concealing his body within the doorway, and softly called, "Uncle, uncle, could you come here for a moment?" The servant, taken aback by the unexpected summons, paused momentarily before recognizing the head of Tang Yuan protruding from the shadows. Startled, he muttered a curse under his breath, but upon realizing it was Tang Yuan, he swiftly suppressed any thoughts of disrespect and hurried over to stand before him. The servant inquired, "Young master, what commands do you have for me?" Tang Yuan spoke softly. "Uncle, I have been practicing and have worked up a sweat. Might you arrange for a tub of hot water?" The servant paused, taken aback. Who bathes before dawn? Although puzzled, he did not dare to hesitate and promptly responded before departing from Tang Yuan's courtyard. Before long, the servant indeed returned, accompanied by another individual, carrying a steaming tub of bathwater. Tang Yuan quickly retreated into the room, calling out from a distance to instruct them to place it in the side hall. The two servants set down the bathwater and inquired, "Young master, We have brought the bathwater for you. Is there anything else you would like us to do? Tang Yuan Dao. There is no need. You may proceed with your tasks. Thank you, esteemed sirs. The two servants bowed and exited the room, engaging in hushed conversation as they walked away. The young master truly possesses remarkable manners, even expressing gratitude to us, the lowly servants. Indeed, the young master has been under my watchful eye as he grew up. He is charming in appearance and amiable in temperament, though his peculiar habits are somewhat unusual. It's the first time I've heard of him bathing before dawn. Quite so. As they conversed, they gradually faded from earshot. Tang Yuan paid no heed to their remarks and promptly shed his garments, plunging into the water with a splash. He meticulously commenced his ablutions, and had one chanced upon him, they might have presumed he harbored some form of obsession with cleanliness. After his bath, Tang Yuan's complexion returned to its previous exquisite and rosy state, his eyes sparkling with vitality, as if illuminated by an inner radiance. By now, daylight had fully emerged, and Tang Yuan donned his attire, preparing to join Bibi Dong for breakfast. In truth, Bibi Dong's chamber was merely adjacent to Tang Yuan's courtyard. A passage through an archway would lead him there. However, the dining area was situated in the rear hall, necessitating Tang Yuan's exit from the courtyard. Traversing a narrow path through a bamboo grove, and strolling along a corridor before arriving at the rear garden. Upon entering the garden and crossing the lotus pond, he immediately spotted the rear hall. Upon reaching the hall, he found Bibi Dong already seated at the dining table, with breakfast laid out in its entirety. Tang Yuan greeted her sweetly before taking his place at the table to indulge heartily. For reasons unknown, after his morning cultivation, he felt an insatiable hunger, as if he could consume an entire ox. Observing his voracious appetite, Bibi Dong affectionately admonished him, eat more slowly. Tang Yuan, with his mouth full of food, could hardly articulate a response. Seeing him in such a state, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile wryly as she reached out to wipe the remnants from the corners of his mouth. After devouring the food on the table with great enthusiasm, Tang Yuan casually wiped his mouth and said, "Mom, I'm going back to cultivate." With that, he hopped away joyfully. Bibi Dong chuckled to herself. This child for the following month, Tang Yuan spent his days alongside Bibi Dong, Xiaohan, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei, immersing himself in the theoretical knowledge of the soul master realm. Each night, he engaged in meditation to refine his soul power, solidifying his foundation, and as dawn broke, he began practicing the yin-yang qi refinement technique. After a month, Tang Yuan had mastered the second layer of the technique. Yet he found himself unable to penetrate into the third layer. In his frustration, he focused intently on consolidating his soul power. However, after several days, his soul power became exceptionally dense, firmly resting at the 18th level, its purity teetering on the brink of a breakthrough to the 19th level. Fortunately, upon reaching the second layer of the yin-yang qi refinement technique, Tang Yuan was able to commence his training in an ancient method documented by primordial qi refiners, known as the impermanence pursuit step. This technique was ethereal and elusive, rendering it difficult for enemies to grasp, and its speed was such that it could pursue phantoms. In the days that followed, Tang Yuan no longer confined himself indoors. He practiced the steps of the impermanence pursuit along with the routes of his soul power. Bounding through the mountains, his exuberance was such that many soul beasts lurking near the periphery of the netherworld ridge would flee in fright at the mere sight of him. Xiaohan, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain his thoughts and remarked to Bibi Dong, "The child is stifled. Perhaps we should let him experience the world outside." Initially reluctant, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sympathy for a child of Tang Yuan's age who should be forging friendships and enjoying play. After a few days of contemplation, she ultimately resolved to grant him the freedom he craved. A few days later, Tang Yuan completed 10 laps and returned to his chamber to bathe. Upon finishing his bath, he was about to head out for dinner when suddenly a maid rushed in, saying, "Young master, the manor lord, the elder, and the guardians are awaiting you in the main hall. They request your presence there first." Tang Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that there were classes in the evening as well? With such thoughts in mind, he replied, "All right, I will head over now." After Tang Yuan finished speaking, he departed from the room and made his way to the hall. Upon arriving, he indeed found Bibi Dong, Xiaohan, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei gathered together. "What is the matter? Aren't we having dinner?" Tang Yuan entered the hall, greeted Xiaohan and the others, and then inquired of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong drew him closer, extending her finger, as delicate as a jade onion, and playfully tapped his forehead, saying, "You mischievous boy, all you think about is food." Tang Yuan smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. Indeed, Since he began practicing the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, the consumption of his soul power had increased dramatically, leading to an ever-growing appetite for food. Unfortunately, this drawback could only be rectified after he transcended the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique. Although his increased consumption was burdensome, it was precisely due to the substantial daily expenditure of soul power that Tang Yuan could solidify his soul force, rendering it remarkably pure. Naturally, Bibi Dong was aware of this matter and instructed the kitchen to augment the daily meals with an additional 10 pounds of soul beast meat for Tang Yuan. Recalling the ancient records of Qi refiners, he had previously hinted to Bibi Dong about a technique he dreamt of, which encompassed methods for soul power cultivation, footwork, swordplay, and more, intending to share it with her for her practice. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Only after witnessing Tang Yuan's demonstration did she become convinced. However, she remarked that having reached the 99th level, further training in these techniques would be a futile endeavor with minimal effect. Under Tang Yuan's fervent insistence, Bibi Dong reluctantly accepted this set of techniques, vowing not to impart it to others. She declared that once Tang Yuan had children, she would personally teach her grandchildren this system of cultivation. Tang Yuan wore an expression of helplessness, for he was merely 6 years old, still just a child. Setting aside these thoughts, today, Bibi Dong had summoned Tang Yuan with the intention of enrolling him in the Soul Master Academy. Thus, she needed to inquire about his feelings. Bibi Dong said, "Little Seven, I plan to send you to the Soul Master Academy. After discussing with several uncles and elders, we have decided to send you to the Royal Soul Master Academy in Tiandou. What do you think?" Tang Yuan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Huh? Mother, do you not want me anymore?" Bibi Dong chuckled helplessly, gently ruffling Tang Yuan's hair, and replied, "Silly child, how could a mother ever forsake her own? It's just that at your age, you ought to make friends with many peers. Otherwise, if you remain cooped up in the manor every day, you might find it rather dull. At the end of the term, I shall come to bring you home." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Mom, I was just joking with you. When shall I go? Tomorrow, perhaps?" Bibi Dong playfully scolded, "You haven't even left yet, and you're already so eager. What's the matter? Do you not wish to spend time with your mother?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Mom, how could that be? Little Seven could never bear to part with you." Bibi Dong gently tapped Tang Yuan's head and replied with a smile, "At least you possess a modicum of conscience. After you finish your dinner, tidy up a bit. Tomorrow morning, or perhaps the day after, I will accompany you to school along with a few uncles." Tang Yuan exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful. I can finally attend school." Chapter 14. The Imperial Academy of the Heavenly Empire. After Tang Yuan joyfully departed from the hall, only Bibi Dong and a few others remained. Xiao Han observed Tang Yuan's retreating figure and remarked, "Look, Xiao Qi is quite eager about attending school." Bibi Dong sighed, "He seems happy. Yet he doesn't care about me as his mother." Xiao Han offered a wry smile. "Children grow up and eventually must spread their wings. Do you wish to tether him to you for a lifetime? Rest assured, Xiao Qi is a child of deep affection and loyalty, profoundly reliant on you. No matter how far he soars, he will ultimately return to your side." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt considerably uplifted. She then contemplated that after Tang Yuan commenced his studies, she could finally set her plans against the spirit hall in motion. Thus, she inquired, "Yu Guan, any progress on the investigation into Tang Hao's whereabouts that I tasked Ghost Hand with?" Yu Guan stepped forward. "Ghost Hand has uncovered some information. It appears that someone has spotted Tang Hao in the city of Notting within the Fazar province. Moreover," Bibi Dong questioned, "Moreover what?" Yu Guan glanced at Bibi Dong, hesitated, and finally uttered, "Moreover, there is Yu Xiaojiang." The mention of Yu Xiaojiang caused an imperceptible tremor in Bibi Dong's form. Time swiftly elapsed, and soon it was the day Tang Yuan would begin his studies. Early that morning, Tang Yuan meticulously packed his clothing and various items required for his training, placing everything into the necklace soul guide that Bibi Dong had gifted him after he awakened his martial soul. Tang Yuan had even bestowed a name upon this soul guide, Light of the Moon and Stars. Having completed his preparations, he set forth lightly equipped and made his way to the hall, where he found Bibi Dong and the others waiting. Upon his arrival, Bibi Dong took his hand, guiding him into a carriage outside the estate, while Yu Guan and Gui Mei each mounted a fine steed. Thus, the four departed from the Spirit Mountain Manor. Days later, Tang Yuan and his companions traversed the kingdom of Barak and several provinces under the rule of the Tiandou Empire, finally reaching Tiandou City. Upon entering the city, Tang Yuan gazed around, captivated by the vibrant culture and customs of the town, which starkly contrasted with the Spirit Mountain Manor. The streets were teeming with people, adorned with exquisite buildings and dazzling lights, exuding the essence of earthly splendor and opulence beyond measure. Tang Yuan resolutely decided that after the report concluded, he would take a leisurely stroll through the city. Soon enough, the carriage arrived at the Tiandou Royal Imperial Academy, which evoked his admiration with its noble and grandiose entrance, not to mention the impressive array of buildings within. To gain admission to study at the Tiandou Royal Imperial Academy, one must either be wealthy or of noble birth to qualify for entry. As for Tang Yuan's identity and enrollment procedures, Bibi Dong had arranged for the ghost hand Douluo to handle everything on his behalf. His identity, of course, was not that of the young master of the Spirit Villa, but rather that of the young proprietor of Tianbao Building. This was not a fabricated identity. Bibi Dong's establishment of the Spirit Villa was not limited to the foundation at the Wyoming Ridge. In order to connect with the outside world and facilitate the flow of information, she also created an enterprise called Tianbao Building. This establishment spans across the Tiandou and Xingluo empires, with even branches in the Spirit City. Each branch may be modest in scale, yet the items sold within are all rare treasures from across the realm. Moreover, it has been rumored that the main store of Tianbao Building, located in Tiandou City, showcases a millennium-old soul bone, priced at 10 million gold soul coins. Numerous powerful factions have attempted to purchase this soul bone. Yet the manager of the main store has stated that it is only available to those fated to possess it, leaving the identity of such fortunate individuals shrouded in mystery. Many influential figures, unable to acquire the soul bone, departed in indignation, exclaiming, "What nonsense! To display a clear price yet refuse to sell is truly peculiar." Leaving such matters aside, Tang Yuan proceeded to complete his enrollment procedures and was subsequently assigned to a single-person villa dormitory. Upon seeing the place where he would reside, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of worry and reluctance, knowing that Tang Yuan would soon be living away from her for an extended period. Seemingly attuned to her unspoken thoughts, Tang Yuan smiled and reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. I will take good care of myself." With a sigh, Bibi Dong replied, "Life at school is not like at home. You must adopt a more low-key approach. Above all, ensuring your safety is paramount. If you miss me, write a letter home, and I will come to see you. Eat whatever you desire. Do not be frugal with your spending. Never deprive yourself. When socializing with friends, especially girls, try to be generous. If the money I provided is insufficient, you can visit Tianbao Building in Tiandou City. They will recognize this star and moon necklace of yours, and you can retrieve funds from them." Like many mothers bidding farewell, Bibi Dong continued to offer advice. Anxious that she might overlook some detail, her thoughts racing ahead even before she finished her sentences. In the 16th year of Tang Yuan's previous life, he had never experienced such treatment. In this life, with the presence of a mother, he felt no annoyance at all. Although he eagerly anticipated the life at school, he still felt a sense of reluctance towards Bibi Dong. Listening to her endless chatter, Tang Yuan was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of warmth and gratitude. After a lengthy discourse, Bibi Dong finally concluded her instructions, gently patting Tang Yuan's head, and softly said, "All right, you must remember everything your mother has told you. I shall take my leave now, but I will return to pick you up at the end of the semester." "Okay, mother, I will see you off," Tang Yuan replied, nodding earnestly. Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very well." Reflecting on her earlier words, she had anticipated that Tang Yuan might grow impatient. Yet he had listened attentively and with great seriousness, which filled her heart with immense joy. Though he had grown older, he still relied on her. After escorting her to the academy's entrance, Bibi Dong imparted a few more words of advice before departing in a carriage. After Tang Yuan bid farewell to Bibi Dong and her companions, he chose not to return to the academy. With ample time on his hands, he began to meander through the vibrant streets of Heavendou City. The array of shops, clothing boutiques, restaurants, inns, and weapon stores was dazzling, leaving him awestruck. Although Bibi Dong had generously left him with a substantial sum of 1 million gold soul coins in his starry moonlight, he found no particular items of interest to purchase. His exploration was solely for the purpose of experiencing the unique customs and culture of this otherworldly realm. As dusk approached, he had yet to spend a single coin. Tang Yuan meandered through the vast expanse of Tiandou City for an entire day, barely managing to traverse half of its territory. As dusk began to descend, he made his way back towards the school. Upon returning, he aimlessly strolled around the campus, and after becoming familiar with its various nooks and crannies, he felt a pang of hunger. Thus, he ambled to the dining hall, consumed a modest meal, and then retreated to his dormitory. Upon entering his room, he was pleasantly surprised to find that many items had been replaced with new ones, including the bed linens, which were all pristine. Tang Yuan mused to himself that this institution truly lived up to its reputation as an elite academy, as it evidently took great care in catering to the students' living conditions. With time on his hands, he decided to cultivate his soul energy. Over the past few days, he had developed a habit of meditating and practicing soul cultivation each night before sleep. After completing his practice, he refreshed himself and lay down to rest. At the break of dawn the following day, as was customary, his internal clock roused him, and he prepared to commence his practice of the yin-yang qi refinement technique. However, upon arriving at school, he refrained from immediate practice. The previous evening, while wandering the campus, he had discovered that the spiritual energy on the back mountain was abundant. He surmised that practicing the technique there would yield greater results with less effort. Thus, he donned his clothing and exited the dormitory. The sky had not yet fully brightened, and the campus was devoid of life, enveloped in serene silence. Following the route etched in his memory, he ascended to the back mountain and sought a secluded spot by a tranquil lake, where he settled into a meditative posture and began his practice of the yin-yang qi refinement technique. Although he found himself stuck at the second tier of mastery, unable to break through, Tang Yuan persisted diligently, realizing that while his level of cultivation remained stagnant, his understanding and application of the yin and yang energies continued to deepen through incessant practice. He also learned to harness the celestial purple energy to refine his soul power further. Upon concluding his training, Tang Yuan exhaled deeply and stood up, invigorated. A ray of sunlight streamed down, prompting him to check the time before heading back to the campus. Upon his return, he noticed that many of his classmates had already arrived, as it was the first day of school. Tang Yuan, filled with anticipation, recalled that he had arrived late during registration the previous day, which resulted in his assignment to Class 10 of the junior level, the last class of the junior college. Guided by the signage, he swiftly located his classroom. Upon entering, he discovered only a handful of students present, indicating that many had yet to arrive. He casually chose a seat and began to focus on his internal soul power, continuing his meditation. Shortly after his arrival, classmates trickled in, their laughter and chatter pulling Tang Yuan from his meditative state. He surveyed the classroom, noting that the students were all of a similar age, and there were only a dozen or so present. Unlike Tang Yuan, who sat alone, the other students arrived in pairs or small groups, animatedly engaging in conversation. Due to his accommodation in a private villa dormitory, he had not encountered any of his classmates prior to joining this class, while others resided in shared dormitories of 2 or 3, thus having formed early acquaintances. It could be said that these children hailed from noble families. While a single dormitory might be an expense their families could afford, the larger noble families, with many children, would find it unnecessary for each child to occupy a single villa dormitory. Tang Yuan observed for a moment when a young man entered through the classroom door. It was evident that he was the teacher. As the young instructor stepped into the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the students, all eyes turning towards the podium. The first lesson was about to commence. Tang Yuan concentrated his attention, for this was the first time in both his past and present lives that he stepped into a classroom, the first time he attended a lecture. His heart was filled with both nostalgia and excitement. The young teacher surveyed the children before him, a slight smile gracing his lips, before issuing a commanding shout to unleash his martial soul. Flame Lion, manifest. 3 soul rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. The audience below gasped in astonishment, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement, devoid of any trace of fear. Such was the nature of noble children, Tang Yuan mused. The young teacher revealed his martial soul, a formidable lion spirit enveloped in flames, exuding an air of authority. Upon the manifestation of his martial soul, flames ignited within his eyes. Greetings, students. I am Wang Yan, a level 37 assault-type soul master with a martial soul flame lion. I will be your instructor until you graduate from the beginner class. During this time, I shall impart knowledge regarding soul masters. Chapter 15. A shocking revelation. Upon concluding his introduction, Wang Yan continued, in the realm of soul masters on the Douluo continent, it is customary to introduce oneself by stating one's name, martial soul, level, and type as a sign of respect. My introduction is complete, and in the forthcoming school days, the 16 of you shall learn together. Understanding your companions will be my first lesson for you. Now, let us commence with self-introductions, starting with this student. At that moment, the student Wang Yan indicated stood up. He was a robust little boy, exuding an endearing charm. He straightened his posture and proclaimed loudly, I am Niu Benben, 6 years old, with the martial soul of the demon horned bull, a level 4 battle spirit. Just as he finished, Niu Binbin suddenly halted and timidly queried Wang Yan. Teacher, what is a type? Though his voice was soft, the entire class heard him, erupting into laughter. Niu Binbin, feeling embarrassed by the attention, scratched his head sheepishly. Wang Yan, finding the situation amusing, inquired with a chuckle, what does your family do? Did they not inform you about this? Didn't they guide you regarding the direction of your type before school? Niu Binbin shook his head and replied, my father is a lieutenant baron in the 3rd Legion of the Imperial Guard. When I came to school, he just told me to eat less. At this revelation, the class burst into another round of laughter. Wang Yan, with a resigned smile, glanced at the materials in his hand and said, all right, Niu Binbin. You belong to the assault type. Your father has already completed your details. Please take your seat. And remember, speak more naturally and not so loudly. Niu Binbin scratched his head, smiling bashfully, before sitting down amid the jovial teasing of his classmates. Following this, the students began their self-introductions. I am Zhang Teng, 6 years old, with the martial soul of the flying mouse, a level 4 agility-type battle spirit. I am Wang Lingling, 6 years old, with the martial soul of the bell, a level 3 control-type battle spirit. I am Zhou Yuan, 6 years old, with the martial soul of the great blade, a level 4 assault-type battle spirit. As each of the 15 students introduced themselves, most were between levels 3 and 7, having yet to acquire soul rings. With merely a month having passed since their martial souls awakened, their cultivation time was limited, resulting in relatively low soul power levels, primarily determined by innate soul power. Finally, it was Tang Yuan's turn. He sat in the corner, the last to speak. I am Tang Yuan. You may call me Xiao Qi. I am 6 years old, with the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death, a level 18 control-type battle master. As his words echoed, a collective gasp resonated through the classroom. As the students initially believed they had misheard, they thought him to be an 8-level battle master. But upon seeing Tang Yuan's Book of Life and Death martial soul and the yellow soul ring, they realized their error, a significant one indeed. Even Wang Yan on the podium gazed at Tang Yuan as if he were a rare anomaly. Tang Yuan felt somewhat apprehensive under the gaze of the crowd, yet dared not take a seat. He observed Wang Yan on the podium, who was rapidly sifting through documents. Wang Yan eventually located Tang Yuan's profile, which indeed contained remarkable details. Age 6, martial soul, life and death register, innate full soul power, an 18th level battle soul master, and a century-old soul ring. Each line radiated with a golden brilliance, exceptionally striking. Wang Yan inwardly chided himself for having overlooked the information on such a prodigious talent. Once he managed to regain his composure, he looked up to find Tang Yuan gazing at him. Startled for a moment, he then said, classmate Tang Yuan. Quite impressive. Please take a seat. From today onward, you shall be the class monitor. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Although he was uncertain about what the class monitor intended to do, he felt compelled to show respect upon hearing Wang Yan's words, as he was, after all, a teacher. Thus, he could only respond with an acknowledgement and take his seat. Once seated, Tang Yuan lowered his head and discreetly raised his gaze to observe his classmates, only to find them still staring intently at him. Their expressions varied. Some reflected jealousy, others envy, astonishment, and admiration. Tang Yuan paid no heed to his surroundings and began to listen intently as Wang Yan commenced his lecture. Although the content delivered by Wang Yan had already been thoroughly explained to Tang Yuan by Bibi Dong at home, and in a manner more comprehensive and meticulous, Tang Yuan remained fully engaged, displaying no signs of impatience or distraction. Before long, 2 hours had passed, marking the conclusion of the morning session. The afternoon, however, held no classes. According to the schedule for the beginner's class in the first semester, the curriculum primarily consisted of theoretical lessons, with mornings reserved for instruction and afternoons allocated for free activities. Once Wang Yan finished his lecture and departed from the classroom, the atmosphere among the students erupted into a cacophony as they surged towards Tang Yuan like a tidal wave. What spirit do you possess? It appears remarkably powerful. How have you cultivated your abilities? Why is it that, despite being the same age as us, you have already become a soul master? Did your family elders assist you in obtaining your soul rings? A yellow soul ring. Surely it is a century old, or perhaps several centuries. You are exceptionally strong, but I still wish to challenge you. Are you foolish, Li Kong? He is at level 18, while you are merely at level 5. What do you hope to achieve with the challenge? The crowd encircled Tang Yuan, leaving him with no room to maneuver. The incessant chatter around him made it difficult for him to respond, unsure of whom to address first. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Stop. How can the class monitor possibly answer all of your questions when you bombard him like this?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan realized that he had indeed been appointed as the class monitor by teacher Wang Yan. As the head of the class, it was his duty to look after his classmates. With this in mind, Tang Yuan addressed his peers, "Dear classmates, it's time for lunch. Shall I treat everyone to a meal? Please feel free to ask me any questions one by one." The crowd erupted in cheers, surrounding Tang Yuan as they made their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria of the Tiando Royal Academy differed significantly from the one at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, where Tang San studied in the original text. Here, there was no stark division between the first and second floors. Both levels were bustling with diners, and the standards of consumption were notably high. The ingredients, however, were of the finest quality, though not quite as luxurious as those at the Spirit Mountain Manor, where Tang Yuan was treated like a precious gem by Bibi Dong. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Tang Yuan chose to take everyone to the second floor, where they could order dishes, rather than the first floor, which offered a fixed menu. The group of 16 ascended to the second floor with great enthusiasm, and along the way, Tang Yuan patiently addressed all of his classmates' inquiries. Naturally, he remained tight-lipped about the ancient cultivation methods recorded in his memory, as well as his dual martial souls and innate soul power. On the journey to the academy, Bibi Dong had specifically instructed him that revealing any one of these secrets could cause an international uproar. While the ancient cultivation techniques were invaluable, they were not sufficient to provoke the major powers into targeting a mere 6-year-old child. After all, every major faction had its own long-standing heritage. The cultivation methods from Tang Yuan's memory might not even be suitable for them. However, the revelation of his dual martial souls and innate level 15 soul power would be a different matter entirely. All major factions, particularly the Spirit Hall, would undoubtedly extend their olive branches to Tang Yuan, should he refuse or choose one over the others. Those factions denied his allegiance would resort to ruthless measures to eliminate him, stifling his potential in its infancy. Tang Yuan still recalls the words spoken by Bibi Dong. "My son, remember what your mother has said. Regardless of the circumstances, you must never reveal the existence of your other martial soul, nor the fact that you possess innate soul power at the 15th level. To the outside world, you must claim that you are endowed with full innate soul power. Furthermore, the cultivation methods I have entrusted to you must remain confidential. Otherwise, they could bring about great calamity. Additionally, without my knowledge, you are forbidden from bestowing soul rings upon your second martial soul." Upon hearing Bibi Dong articulate the pros and cons of the situation, Tang Yuan was taken aback. It became evident that the world outside was far more perilous than he had previously envisioned. After ascending to the second floor, the group selected 2 female classmates to order dishes while the others settled at a relatively large table, where Tang Yuan began addressing their inquiries. At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted. "It seems that Class 10 has appointed a leader." The group turned towards the sound, where a boy of about 6 or 7 stood before them. Smirking mischievously, one of them inquired, "Who are you?" The boy replied, "I am Pang Shao, a student from Class 1. Since you have chosen your leader, I must inform you that after lunch today, in the training arena, our class leader will challenge everyone from the junior class to establish his dominance. He is a 9th level soul master, so if you have the courage, meet us in the training arena." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. The members of Class 10 exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the boy's intentions. At this juncture, Nyo Binbin, who possessed the magic hornbull martial spirit, remarked, "That boy is quite impolite. Today, Teacher Wang Yin instructed us to introduce ourselves with our name, martial spirit, level, and, what else? Attribute." Someone reminded him. Yes, attribute. Yet he only mentioned his name, which vexes me," Neo Binbin exclaimed. The group erupted into laughter at his endearing naivety. Another classmate, a girl named Lu Xiner, turned to Tang Yuan and asked, "Class leader, will you accept his challenge?" Before Tang Yuan could respond, someone chimed in, "Humph, he's merely a 9th level soul master. Our class leader can reach the 18th level. Are you afraid of him?" "Indeed. Class leader, show them what true strength is." "Yes. We will all come to cheer for you." "Absolutely. We will all support you." Tang Yuan felt a surge of exasperation. It appeared he had said nothing at all. Yet this group had unilaterally made a decision on his behalf. Observing their zealous expressions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Why were they so eager to engage in conflict? Could they not simply focus on their studies? However, after some contemplation, he realized that this was the world of soul masters, a realm defined by combat. In such an environment, A lack of competitiveness would diminish the enthusiasm for cultivation. Although he was reluctant to participate, as the class leader, it was imperative for him to set a precedent. Since his classmates had voiced their opinions, it would be prudent for him to accompany them. With a nod, Tang Yuan declared, "Very well, let us head over after we finish our meal." The group enthusiastically concurred. Before long, the meal was served, and the students feasted heartily. After lunch, Tang Yuan led the 15 members of Class 10 with a sense of purpose towards the training grounds. Upon arriving, they discovered a considerable crowd had already gathered. The training arena was teeming with people, and the sounds of combat echoed from within. Tang Yuan maneuvered Class 10 to the forefront, securing a relatively spacious area. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed two boys engaged in a duel at the center of the arena. One of the boys was enveloped in a fiery red glow. His limbs transformed into sharp claws, and his eyes glimmered with a crimson light. He moved with astonishing speed, and his attacks radiated an underlying heat, clearly indicating he possessed a fire-type beast martial spirit. The other boy wielded a large sword, which shone with a silvery brilliance, slicing through the air with a whistling wind as he executed his strikes. Tang Yuan and others were observing when someone remarked, "Wu Qing's strength is truly terrifying. I heard he possesses innate soul power of level 5 and has now ascended to level 9 as a soul master. No wonder he exudes such confidence." Another person engaged in conversation, replying, "Indeed. Otherwise, why would he challenge everyone in the junior class? Moreover, the Wu family's wealth is substantial. He lacks for cultivation resources, having consumed numerous spiritual herbs. It would be surprising if he hadn't reached level 9. The first speaker continued, "While Wu Qing's heavy sword martial soul is formidable, one cannot overlook Haotian's fire leopard martial soul. Its speed is remarkable. Battling with Wu Qing would surely be challenging for him. I heard he has also attained the strength of a level 8 soul master today." Observing the two conversing, Tang Yuan recognized they were not from his class and approached them with a greeting. "Hello, fellow students." Upon seeing a strikingly handsome boy with blue hair and blue eyes approach, the two were momentarily taken aback but did not feel repelled. Rather, they felt a sense of affinity. They replied in unison, "Hello." Tang Yuan inquired, "Which class do these two individuals belong to? Was it not mentioned that the leader of the first class intended to challenge someone?" The two individuals were taken aback, and one of them replied, "What do you mean by a challenge? This is merely a friendly sparring. You claim to possess such striking looks, yet your manner of speaking is rather peculiar." Tang Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, just a friendly spar." The other person continued, "That individual in the arena wielding the silver greatsword, he is Wu Qing, the leader of the first class. The one with the fire leopard spirit is the leader of the third class, named Haotian." Tang Yuan was struck with realization. "I see now. Wu Qing from the first class intends to challenge everyone in the junior class. How many matches has he fought so far?" Another person replied, "This is merely the first match. I fear that Wu Qing may not have the stamina to confront all his challengers today. A single bout is enough to leave him utterly exhausted." Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, "If each leader from the respective classes were to challenge him, he would likely be exhausted." The individual who spoke earlier inquired, "After all this discussion, which class do you belong to?" Tang Yuan replied, "I am from class 10. "Which class are you two from?" The person responded, "I am from class 7, and he is from class 6. "Who is the leader of your class?" Tang Yuan Dao, "I am the class leader of our group." A person from class 7 remarked, "I am not referring to the class leader, but rather to the individual with the most formidable strength in your class." "Oh, it seems that it is indeed me." Tang Yuan Dao, "You?" The two scrutinized Tang Yuan, observing his delicate and composed appearance, reminiscent of a girl. While it is conceivable that he might become powerful in the future, at present, everyone is at the soul master level, primarily relying on their martial spirits or innate soul power. Given Tang Yuan's appearance, it is likely that he has not awakened a beast martial spirit or a sword-type martial spirit. A member of class 7 inquired, "What is your level?" Tang Yuandao declared, "I am an 18th level battle soul master." The two individuals from the 7th and 6th classes were momentarily rendered speechless, their faces a portrait of disbelief. Nearby, those who overheard the conversation rushed forward. "You are an 18th level? How is that even conceivable?" One scoffed, "Humph, if he truly is 18th level, I shall stand on my head in the playground for an entire day." Another chimed in, "Who dares to boast so audaciously without fear of being tongue-tied?" Indeed, in this day and age, one encounters all manner of people. Tang Yuan, rendered speechless, murmured, "I truly belong to class 10, level 18. Upon hearing the commotion, the members of class 10 approached and confronted the others. One by one, they voiced their support for Tang Yuan. Class leader, display your spirit ring for them to witness. If you cannot, then do not belittle others. Indeed, class leader, let them behold your prowess. Let us speak through our strength. Many onlookers, drawn by the noise, turned their attention towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. He certainly did not wish to draw attention to himself. Just then, a loud thud echoed through the arena as the boy named Hality was struck by a massive sword, staggering back several steps. I concede, Hality exclaimed, clutching his chest. Wu Qing maintained an expression of indifference, and after Hality exited the stage, he surveyed the crowd and called out, "Is there anyone else?" At that moment, among those questioning Tang Yuan, one individual shouted, "Aren't you at level 18? Step up and prove your prowess." This provocation was met with a chorus of agreement from the onlookers. Noticing the commotion, Wu Qing turned his attention toward them and said, "Which class are you from? If you have the courage, come forward for a contest." Tang Yuan listened to these words and shook his head, addressing Wu Qing. "Having just completed your match, I shall not take advantage of you. Please take a moment to restore your soul power, and once you feel ready, I shall take to the arena." Wu Qing, taken aback by this response, recognized that those who came to the Tiando Royal Academy were often proud and unyielding. Nevertheless, he accepted the offer and promptly sat cross-legged to recuperate his soul power. After a considerable interval, Wu Qing rose to his feet, his gaze fixed firmly on Tang Yuan, declaring, "I am ready now. Let the battle commence." Tang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had no intention of seeking the limelight. However, he found himself unable to resist the circumstances. Observing the expressions of excitement on the faces of his classmates from Class 10, he reluctantly made his way to the arena. The duel was about to commence, and a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, particularly from the enthusiastic members of Class 10, who shouted encouragement with fervor. "Go, class leader! Defeat him! Go, class leader!" Wu Qing, indifferent to the commotion around him, addressed Tang Yuan, stating, "Wu Qing, class 1 of the primary level, Wuhuan Heavy Sword, a level 9 assault-type soul master." Tang Yuan replied, "I am Tang Yuan, a student of class 10, level 1, with a martial soul known as the Death Ledger. And I am an 18-level control system battle spirit master." Upon his declaration, the audience erupted into hushed murmurs, predominantly expressing disbelief regarding Tang Yuan's stated rank. Even Wu Qing was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yuan's revelation of his soul power level. However, he chose not to linger on words and promptly manifested his martial soul, wielding a magnificent silver greatsword in his grasp. Upon witnessing Wu Qing unleash his martial spirit, Tang Yuan wasted no time in summoning the Book of Life and Death, accompanied by a yellow soul ring that gracefully rose from beneath his feet. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, quickly escalating into a fervent uproar. "By heavens! Is that truly an 18th rank? Look at that yellow ring. Could it possibly be a century-old soul ring? It truly is a soul ring, indeed a century-old. When did Tiando produce such a prodigy? He can't be older than 6, can he? What a marvel! He is already eligible for the 2nd grade. Yet he remains in the primary class?" Tang Yuan, hearing the commotion, let out a helpless smile and inquired of Wu Qing, "Are you certain you wish to engage in combat with me?" Wu Qing swallowed hard, feeling the tension in his throat, but after a brief moment, he regained his resolute demeanor and declared, "Fight. Why not? Victory or defeat can only be determined through battle." Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon felt a profound respect for Wu Qing as he exclaimed, "Well said. Victory or defeat can only be discerned through battle." No sooner had he spoken than Wu Qing charged forth, wielding his colossal sword. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qing had reached Tang Yuan, raising his mighty blade, poised to strike down upon him. Tang Yuan moved at a leisurely pace, employing the unchanging pursuit step, and in an instant vanished from Wu Qing's sight. Just as Wu Qing was taken aback, a voice resonated, declaring, "First soul technique, soul snatch." Given Tang Yuan's prowess, defeating the 9th level Wu Qing would not necessitate the use of a soul technique. However, upon hearing Wu Qing's remarks, Tang Yuan began to regard this opponent with the seriousness he deserved. To demonstrate his respect, Tang Yuan resolved to unleash his full power to secure victory over him. As Tang Yuan's first soul skill was unleashed, a beam of black light radiated forth, enveloping Wu Qing in an instant. Before Wu Qing could react, he felt a sudden weakening of his body. The black light had completely merged with Wu Qing, and in its wake, a beam of white light emanated from him, shooting back into Tang Yuan's form. Gritting his teeth, Wu Qing hefted his colossal sword and swiftly turned to locate Tang Yuan. However, as he pivoted, a flash obscured his vision, and a blue figure materialized before him. A sharp pain surged through his chest as Tang Yuan's right palm firmly pressed against Wu Qing's torso. Although Tang Yuan had exerted only a fraction of his strength, without the aid of soul power, his body, honed and tempered since childhood, possessed a resilience surpassing that of even peak soul masters, rendering him incomparable to a mere 9th-level soul master. In that fleeting moment, Wu Qing wavered, stumbling backward and nearly losing his balance. Suddenly, a hand as flawless as white jade reached out, grasping Wu Qing's arm and steadying him. Once he regained his composure, Wu Qing said, "Thank you, I concede." Tang Yuan shook his head and chuckled, saying, "You are a worthy adversary." Wu Qing was taken aback for a moment, then responded with a smile, "Thank you, I will certainly strive to improve. I eagerly anticipate our next battle." Tang Yuan chuckled, "I am at your service anytime." Without further ado, Wu Qing turned and exited the arena. Upon witnessing his departure, Tang Yuan also prepared to exit the stage. However, he was halted by a member of the 10th class. "Class leader, what are you doing?" Tang Yuan, puzzled, inquired, "Shall we leave after the match?" The members of Class 10 replied, "Not yet. Having triumphed, you must now accept challenges from others." "Oh," Tang Yuan said, "who else is there to fight?" After a considerable pause, no challengers emerged from the crowd below. It was rather amusing. The students of the junior class were merely beginners, primarily soul practitioners. What more could they contest? As the silence lingered, a voice suddenly rang out from the audience, "Boss Tang." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to chant in unison, "Boss Tang! Boss Tang! Boss Tang!" The atmosphere erupted in joyous fervor. Under the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd, Tang Yuan was crowned as the leader of the junior class at the Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters. Although he had little desire to draw attention like these younger students, the sense of camaraderie with his classmates had its own charm. Chapter 17. Third year. The structure of the Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters is divided into 3 tiers: the junior college, the intermediate college, and the advanced college. The junior college itself is further segmented into first, second, and third years. The first year was originally intended to be labeled as such. Yet due to the students being new entrants, still in their nascent stages, the term junior seemed more fitting. Upon reaching a soul power level of 10 and acquiring their first soul ring, students can advance to the second year. Conversely, if a student remains in the junior class for a year without attaining level 10 or securing their first soul ring, they will still be promoted to the second year. All students in the second year, regardless of their level, will progress to the third year after 1 year of study, and this pattern continues. By the end of the semester, third-year students will graduate from the junior college, and upon reaching a soul power level of 20 and obtaining their second soul rings, they may ascend to the intermediate college. Otherwise, they must depart from the Tiando Royal Academy. The intermediate college does not categorize students by year. Those who achieve level 30 may graduate and directly enter the advanced college. If they do not meet this requirement, they must continue their studies or apply for graduation after a 3-year tenure. For the advanced college, a level of 40 is requisite for graduation. Only those who enter the advanced college of the Tiando Royal Academy may truly be considered members of the institution. After the martial arts session, Tang Yuan continued his routine, cultivating at dawn, attending classes in the morning, and frolicking in the back mountains in the afternoon, diligently practicing the unchanging pursuit of souls. A month passed quietly. During this month, Tang Yuan's soul power surged, unable to be restrained any longer, and he naturally broke through to level 19. While his unchanging pursuit of souls reached the pinnacle of its second layer. One day, after completing his training in the Yinyang Qi refining art, Tang Yuan entered the classroom to attend lessons. Shortly after he took his seat, the teacher, Wang Yin, arrived but did not commence the lesson immediately. Instead, he called out, "Tang Yuan, come with me for a moment." Upon hearing his teacher's call, Tang Yuan, uncertain of the matter at hand, did not dwell on it and promptly rose from his seat, making his way towards the classroom exit. Upon reaching the door, Wang Yin remarked, "Tang Yuan, it appears that your soul power has significantly strengthened. You must have experienced a breakthrough in these past few days, haven't you?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed. Teacher Wang Yin, I advanced to level 19 a few days ago." Wang Yin nodded, already immune to the shock Tang Yuan had brought him, and replied, "It is so. Your level has far surpassed the standards of the beginner stage. The esteemed members of the Education Committee have entrusted me with the task of promoting you to the 3rd grade. What are your thoughts on this?" "Promoted to the 3rd grade?" Tang Yuan exclaimed, astonished that he would skip directly over the 2nd grade. Wang Yin confirmed, "Indeed, your talent is exceptional. The elders of the Education Committee deliberated and concluded that your remarkable abilities should not be squandered on elementary studies. Furthermore, I have observed that your grasp of theoretical knowledge exceeds that of the beginner level by a considerable margin. Elevating you to the 3rd grade is more than warranted. If it were not for the fact that your level has yet to surpass 20, the committee would have been hesitant to make special accommodations. After all, the Tiandou Royal Academy is of great significance to the honor of the Tiandou Empire. Nonetheless, with your talent, it is only a matter of time before you break through level 20. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, feeling a tinge of reluctance towards his classmates in Class 10. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that they would still be in school and he could see them whenever he wished. Furthermore, he eagerly anticipated the presence of the upperclassmen in the 3rd grade, most of whom were at the Soul Master level. That was where he truly belonged. Wang Yin, noticing his silence, assumed he was hesitant and said, "Do not dwell on it. Do not squander your time on trivial matters. Your sole task is to cultivate diligently, striving to attain the rank of Soul Master as soon as possible. Once any student in the academy reaches the Soul Master level, they will be able to enjoy the benefits of the simulated training facilities." Tang Yuan inquired, "What is a mimicry training ground?" Wang Yin replied, "A mimicry training ground refers to a space where Soul Masters can cultivate their martial spirits in the environment best suited to them. While this approach may not accelerate the accumulation and refinement of soul power, it serves as a significant aid. For instance, a forest or an area abundant in plant life is ideal for cultivating plant-type martial spirits, whereas a restaurant kitchen provides an appropriate atmosphere for food-type martial spirits. Moreover, beast soul masters can enhance their training by remaining close to similar soul beasts, depending on their martial spirit type. The specific auxiliary effects are closely linked to the martial spirit of the soul master. In general, the stronger and more potential-laden the martial spirit, the greater the benefits gained from training in a mimicry environment, particularly in the Beast Garden, a training ground for beast martial spirits that is unparalleled elsewhere. Tang Yuan inquired, "Master Wang Yin, in which environment should I cultivate?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yin replied, "I have an idea. Our academy's library possesses the ability to simulate cultivation. Given that your martial soul is of the literary type, you can practice there. This will undoubtedly enhance your affinity with the Deathbook martial soul at an accelerated pace." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "That is splendid, Teacher Wang Yin. May I begin my studies and cultivation in the Library of Tomes today?" Seeing his eager demeanor, Wang Yin chuckled and replied, "Certainly, but I fear you might not have much time today." Tang Yuan inquired, "Why?" Wang Yin replied, "Please tidy yourself up. We are to meet with the 3 esteemed elders of the Education Committee, after which I shall escort you to the 3rd grade classroom." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "All right. I have nothing to tidy up. I will first greet my classmates, and then we shall depart." Wang Yin, fully aware of Tang Yuan's loyalty and sentimentality, felt a sense of gratification and replied, "Go ahead. I shall wait for you outside the classroom." Tang Yuan nodded softly, then turned and hurried back to the classroom. Standing on the podium, he announced to everyone that he would soon be departing from the junior class to study in the 3rd grade. The students of Class 10 felt a mix of reluctance and happiness for Tang Yuan. "I will certainly come back to visit you all often. You must study diligently and cultivate your skills, for there will come a day when we fight side by side once more," Tang Yuan declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with fervor, eagerly responding to his words. Afterward, Tang Yuan sent a classmate to relay the message to Wu Qing in Class 1, urging him to take good care of the students in Class 10. Upon receiving the news, Wu Qing sighed, uncertain whether his feelings were of joy or regret. In any case, he would no longer have a rival like Tang Yuan. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan followed Wang Yin to the Education Committee, where they found 3 elderly gentlemen seated in the chamber. Upon seeing Wang Yin accompanied by a boy, they recognized him as Tang Yuan, and their faces lit up with warm smiles, evoking an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Tang Yuan scrutinized the 3 elderly men, observing that they were all clad in long black robes adorned with intricate golden embroidery. Wang Yin, pulling Tang Yuan forward, respectfully bowed and said, "Esteemed seniors, I have brought Tang Yuan here." The elder at the forefront replied, "Very well, you may step outside and wait." "Yes," Wang Yin responded, and then exited the room. Tang Yuan, unwilling to be disrespectful, imitated Wang Yin's demeanor and bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Tang Yuan, a student of Class 10, junior level. My martial soul is the Book of Life and Death, and I am a level 19 control system battle soul master. It is an honor to meet the 3 esteemed elders." The elder at the forefront chuckled and remarked, "So, you are Tang Yuan?" Tang Yuan nodded in affirmation. The elderly man chuckled and said, "Indeed, a child of remarkable intuition. Since you have introduced yourself, it is only fitting that the three of us should reciprocate. Allow me to begin. I am the chief of the Education Committee, Mengshenji, wielding the martial spirit of the Black Demon. A control system Star Dou of the 86th rank with 8 rings." Upon finishing his introduction, Mengshenji cast his gaze aside, prompting another elder to speak. "I am the vice chief of the Education Committee, by Baoshan, with the martial spirit of the Celestial Star Furnace. A defense system Star Dou of the 85th rank with 8 rings." Following by Baoshan, yet another elder declared, "I am the third seat of the Education Committee, Jilin, possessing the martial spirit of the Celestial Green Vine, a control system Star Dou of the 83rd rank with 8 rings." Tang Yuan listened quietly, then bowed respectfully and said, "Esteemed seniors, I am deeply honored by your guidance." Upon hearing this, the three figures of Dream God Machine exchanged glances, each recognizing a profound sense of satisfaction in the other's eyes. Jilin Sol Douluo remarked, "A fine prospect indeed, gentle as jade, unfazed by praise or blame." Dream God Machine nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, dear child, there is no need for such formalities. Simply call me grandfather." Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Yet he refrained from saying much more. He bowed once again and addressed them, "Very well, Grandfather Dream Machine, Grandfather by Baoshan, Grandfather Jilin." The three, Dream Machine, by Baoshan, and Jilin, nodded appreciatively, increasingly satisfied with the student. They even entertained the thought of taking him on as a disciple, though it was prudent to deliberate individually on such matters. After inquiring about Tang Yuan's cultivation status, the three summoned Wang Yin into the hall, instructing him to accompany Tang Yuan to Class 1 of the 3rd year. Class 1 of the 3rd year was quite distinct from the beginner's class. It comprised 17 students, and with Tang Yuan, the total swelled to 18. The original 17 had ascended to this class based on their comprehensive strength, as determined by soul power tests and practical evaluations, ranking among the top 17 during their advancement from the 2nd year. Class 1 of the 3rd year was truly the cream of the crop. As they approached another building, Wang Yin led Tang Yuan to the entrance of Class 1. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an air of nobility, emerged from the classroom. Wang Yin, upon seeing her, was momentarily entranced. It was only when she approached that he regained his composure and said, "Teacher Su Jing, I have come at the behest of the Education Committee to bring Tang Yuan." Su Jing nodded, her face lighting up with a smile that was as enchanting as the fragrance of blossoms in a forest, exuding a divine charm. "You've worked hard," she remarked kindly to Wang Yin. Wang Yin gazed at Su Jing with a fervent admiration, his face flushing under her radiant smile. He resolutely replied, "It was no trouble at all." Although he held Su Jing in high regard, it remained a mere admiration, despite their comparable strengths. Many teachers at the academy were captivated by Su Jing's beauty, leaving him feeling devoid of competitive spirit in her presence. He had already succumbed to defeat. Su Jing then turned her attention to Tang Yuan, offering him a gentle smile. "You must be Tang Yuan, am I right? You are truly handsome. It has been a long time since I have encountered such an adorable young boy." Tang Yuan felt a dark cloud of confusion. Was the term beautiful truly meant to describe a young man? Though he silently protested in his heart upon encountering the enchanting female teacher, he chose not to contest the matter. He nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher." Su Jing gently patted his head and smiled. "My name is Su Jing, and I shall be your mentor from today onward." Tang Yuan chuckled. "Very well, Teacher Su." At that moment, Wang Yin remarked, "Teacher Su, I have brought Tang Yuan here. I shall take my leave now." Su Jing smiled at him, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Wang. You have worked hard." Wang Yin, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and turned to Tang Yuan, saying, "Tang Yuan, I'm off now. Be sure to heed Teacher Su's words." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you, Teacher Wang Yin, for your guidance over the past month. I will certainly strive to improve." Wang Yin nodded with satisfaction and then turned to leave. Tang Yuan gazed at his departing figure, feeling a hint of desolation. Chapter 18. Another fight. Su Jing took Tang Yuan's hand and led him into the classroom. Approaching the podium, she addressed the class, "Dear students, today we welcome a new member to our midst. His name is Tang Yuan, and henceforth, he shall join our 3rd grade Class 1. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome him." A wave of applause erupted from the audience below. Tang Yuan gazed at the assembly of individuals before the podium. These 17 individuals were 2 to 3 years his senior, aged between 8 and 9 years. Judging by the fluctuations of their soul power emanating from their beings, they were not vastly different from him. all hovering around the threshold of level 20. Truly, the first class lived up to its esteemed reputation. While musing on this, Tang Yuan heard Su Jing's voice. Tang Yuan, please proceed with your self-introduction. Tang Yuan nodded and took a step forward, saying, Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Tang Yuan, 6 years of age. With a martial soul known as the Book of Life and Death, I am a level 19 one-ring control system battle soul master. Having just transferred from the 10th class of the junior division, I humbly seek your guidance. Su Jing was the first to applaud, smiling as she remarked, What a splendid self-introduction. From now on, Tang Yuan will be studying alongside us. Being so young, let us all take good care of him. However, the crowd below remained largely unresponsive, gazing at Tang Yuan with expressions of astonishment, as if he were a curious anomaly. Tang Yuan had long grown accustomed to such scenarios. Following the gazes of the crowd, he descended from the podium and casually selected an unoccupied seat to attentively listen to Su Jing's lecture. The schedule for the 3rd grade and the beginner class was indeed the same, comprising 2 hours of theoretical instruction in the morning. However, the afternoon was graced with an additional practical lesson. Su Jing, the instructor for the practical course, was a level 38 soul master specializing in agile combat, wielding the celestial sparrow as her martial spirit. Despite Su Jing's enchanting beauty, she exhibited no hesitation in delivering formidable blows, effortlessly subduing the proud and haughty students of the 1st class and the 3rd grade. The 2 hours of theoretical class swiftly concluded, and Tang Yuan discerned that the depth of knowledge in the 3rd grade surpassed that of the beginner class by a considerable margin. There were numerous concepts he had never encountered before. True to his nature, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the lecture, completely oblivious to the commotion of his classmates. As the class ended, Tang Yuan found himself new to the 3rd grade, devoid of acquaintances, and no one approached him for conversation. Thus, he gathered his materials and prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Just as he was about to exit the classroom, a youth intercepted him. Tang Yuan Jin, a classmate, furrowed his brow at the unkind gaze directed at him and inquired, Is there something you need, senior? The young man, perceiving Tang Yuan's demeanor as excessively arrogant, felt a surge of anger rise within him. With a cold sneer, he retorted, Little brother, where do you hail from? Are you unaware of the rules here? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan immediately discerned that the individual was seeking trouble. He inquired, What rules are you referring to? The youth, displaying a look of disdain, replied, You will go to the cafeteria now, procure the most expensive meal, and deliver it to me. Only then will I reveal to you what the rules truly are. Tang Yuan smiled coldly and said, I have no desire for knowledge at the moment. I am off to dine. Senior, please feel free. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, the young man could not help but feel a surge of anger. At this age, few dared to show him such disrespect. I shall grant you another chance. Apologize to me, or I shall not concern myself with your origins. Tang Yuan could only manage a reluctant smile, as this individual displayed an unyielding and unreasonable demeanor, persisting in their entanglement despite the conversation reaching such a point. Why should this be the case? The youth appeared to have found the situation amusing, erupting into laughter thrice, followed by the hearty chuckles of those accompanying him. Why should it be so? He exclaimed, and upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into another round of hearty laughter. Tang Yuan was taken aback, pondering the peculiar mindset of this individual. What exactly did he intend to achieve? If there was nothing of importance, he wished not to squander his mealtime. Tang Yuan asserted that he had no desire to engage in a futile dispute after lunch. He needed to return to his dormitory for training. The young man, with a fierce glare, declared, So you were Tang Yuan? Very well. Remember this name. I am Jiang Tianxiao. If you possess any courage, meet me at the martial arts arena after lunch. Should you lack the audacity to come, you might as well retreat back to your beginner class. With that, Jiang Tianxiao departed, accompanied by a group of followers, laughing derisively as he left. What a bunch of nobodies. Even they can make it to our elite class. Just look at him, clearly a coward. Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage with him. Just as he was about to depart, a boy of around 8 years approached and exclaimed, Heavens! How on earth did you manage to provoke him? Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, What is the matter? The young man retorted, What do you mean? What is the matter? Are you not aware of who he is? Tang Yuan nodded and said, I am aware. It is Jiang Tianxiao from our class. The youth, astonished, inquired, Your class? You are from the 1st class? Tang Yuandao replied, Indeed. The young man, with a look of disbelief, said, I say, little brother, you have yet to graduate from your elementary class, have you? Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, I have yet to graduate. Before he could finish his words, the young boy immediately interjected, I knew it. You, a mere child just beginning your studies, should not venture into the 3rd grade. Not only that, but you have also provoked Jiang Tianxiao, who is quite a formidable troublemaker. Tang Yuan inquired, What do you mean? The young man replied, Jiang Tianxiao is a member of the 3rd grade, 1st class, and he ranks 4th in practical combat. His father is the vice general of the Imperial Guard. If you provoke him, you will surely face dire consequences. Tang Yuan shook his head and said, I do not wish to provoke him, yet he comes to bother me. I have no intention of holding a grudge against him. The young man, shaking his head in resignation, thought to himself that Tang Yuan, being merely a child, possessed no capability to contend with Jiang Tianxiao. Tang Yuan paid him no heed, merely greeting him before departing. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he indulged in a hearty meal before returning to his dormitory to devote himself to his training, completely disregarding Jiang Tianxiao's challenge. Prior to the afternoon's practical combat class, Tang Yuan arrived early at the training ground, where he discovered that Jiang Tianxiao was also present. Upon noticing Tang Yuan's arrival, Jiang's gaze turned icy, fixated upon him, and he made a gesture across his throat. Tang Yuan remained indifferent and found a place to stay. At that moment, everyone had already arrived, including Su Jing. The students lined up in the training arena, awaiting Su Jing's lesson. Su Jing shared some techniques related to combat before introducing the content for today's practical class, a battle. Originally intended as a team fight, Su Jing was about to divide the students into teams when Jiang Tianxiao stepped forward, stating, Teacher Su Jing, I request a challenge. The challenge was a form of practical exercise. Aside from team battles, students could propose individual challenges, serving as a demonstration for their peers. Naturally, the decision to accept the challenge rested with the opponent. Su Jing was somewhat surprised. Jiang Tianxiao ranked 4th in strength, and if he wished to challenge someone, it was likely he had already surpassed his previous limits and sought to contend with the top 3 students of the 3rd grade. Su Jing inquired, Oh? Jiang Tianxiao. Whom do you wish to challenge? Jiang Tianxiao pointed at Tang Yuan, and the attention of the crowd immediately shifted to him. Su Jing furrowed her brow. She was aware of Jiang Tianxiao's often tyrannical demeanor, resembling a little tyrant. However, his strength was formidable, which could inspire other students. And the school did not prohibit his actions. Yet, his intention to challenge Tang Yuan was clearly meant to intimidate him. To be honest, Su Jing felt uncertain about Tang Yuan. Although Tang Yuan possessed a soul power of level 19 and Jiang Tianxiao was at level 17. Jiang Tianxiao had been attending practical classes since the 2nd grade, amassing substantial combat experience. In contrast, Tang Yuan had directly advanced from the beginner class to the 3rd grade, and today marked his first practical lesson. He was likely not a match for Jiang Tianxiao. Su Jing glanced at Tang Yuan, noticing his calm demeanor, and assumed it was fear. Thus, she addressed Jiang Tianxiao sternly, Jiang Tianxiao, it's Tang Yuan's first day. Do not cause trouble. Return to your place. However, Jiang Tianxiao refused to comply, insisting, Teacher Su Jing, you often teach us to have a fearless spirit in battle. Why should it be different for this little kid? Moreover, as a senior, it's only natural for me to impart some practical experience to my junior, is it not? Su Jing was quite angered by Jiang Tianxiao's words, her expression darkening immediately. Sensing her displeasure, Jiang Tianxiao felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, when students were disobedient or negligent in their studies, Su Jing would display such expressions, often leading to a friendly competition between teacher and students. Jiang Tianxiao, who had frequently stirred up trouble, had also received considerable attention from Su Jing. With a defiant posture, he declared, I speak the truth. He is just a little kid. Tang Yuan felt helpless. Despite being in his 20s across 2 lifetimes, today he was derisively referred to as a mere child by an 8-year-old. Su Jing, infuriated by Jiang Tianxiao's remarks, retorted impulsively. Before she could finish, someone from the class, sensing the shift in atmosphere, promptly interjected, Ms. Su, pay no heed to Jiang Tianxiao. He is nothing but a mad dog. This individual was Yun Fan, ranked 3rd. Upon hearing Yun Fan's words, Jiang Tianxiao's anger surged. He had narrowly lost to Yun Fan previously and had been brooding over it ever since. The audacity of Yun Fan opposing him was intolerable. He glared at Yun Fan and declared, Yun Fan, don't think that winning against me last time has elevated your status. If you have any objections, let us duel right now. Yun Fan glanced at him and replied, Jiang Tianxiao, I must commend your ability to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Tang Yuan is merely 6 years old and lacks practical experience, yet you dare to challenge him? Have you no shame? Besides, he is at level 19 while you are only at 17. What makes you so certain of your victory? With a disdainful snort, Jiang Tianxiao retorted, Humph. Who knows if his level 19 was achieved through some elixir or trickery? Yin Fan scoffed, such a petty mindset. Jiang Tianxiao, incensed, shot back, who are you calling petty? Enough. Su Jing interjected sternly. Jiang Tianxiao, Yin Fan, return to your respective teams at once. Reluctantly, Jiang Tianxiao protested, but, teacher, back. Su Jing offered him no opportunity for rebuttal. Grumbling, Jiang Tianxiao returned to his team, casting a venomous glare at Tang Yuan as he turned away. Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating that if he did not defeat him today, the ensuing complications would likely escalate. With this thought in mind, Tang Yuan stepped forward and addressed Su Jing, saying, Teacher Su Jing, I too wish to issue a challenge. Su Jing was taken aback. She presumed that Tang Yuan was unable to withstand the provocation, and replied, Tang Yuan, you have just arrived today. Without allowing her to finish, Tang Yuan pointed decisively towards Jiang Tianxiao within the ranks. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Jiang Tianxiao was momentarily stunned. But then his expression transformed into one of elation. Chapter 19, A Single Move. Su Jing urged anxiously, Tang Yuan, do not act out of impulse. Tang Yuan shook his head and remarked, Teacher Su Jing, I prefer a more decisive solution. Before Su Jing could respond, Jiang Tianxiao exclaimed loudly, I accept your challenge. As soon as the words left his lips, it was as if water had been spilled. One side issued a challenge, and the other readily accepted. Logically, Su Jing, as the teacher, had no authority to intervene unless there were casualties during the confrontation, at which point she could step in. Su Jing sighed, recognizing the youthful bravado of the children, yet she also agreed with Tang Yuan's perspective. If he did not engage Jiang Tianxiao in battle, he might find himself facing numerous troubles in the future. The crowd stepped back, clearing a space for Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao. Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao stood facing each other in the arena. Su Jing, standing to the side, remarked, the competition will conclude once the designated point is reached. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall intervene. Do you understand? Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao nodded slightly. Tang Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, Su Jing still did not believe him. However, it mattered little now, since Jiang Tianxiao intended to assert his dominance. Tang Yuan understood that he must resolve this predicament through sheer strength, despite his aversion to conflict. Jiang Tianxiao gazed at Tang Yuan with a mocking expression and remarked, It is too late for regrets now. Tang Yuan Dao, it is too late for you to feel regret now. Jiang Tianxiao exclaimed in fury, arrogance. Tang Yuan let out a cold laugh and declared, I am Tang Yuan, a level 19 control-type battle spirit master wielding the soul of life and death. I welcome your guidance. After uttering these words, he refrained from unleashing his spirit. Observing this, the onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads in disapproval. If Tang Yuan had summoned his full strength, leveraging his superior soul power, he might have had a slim chance of success. However, his arrogance prevented him from even releasing his spirit, and the outcome was all too predictable. Su Jing sighed inwardly, realizing that without practical combat experience, Tang Yuan remained ignorant of the taboos of battle. After the confrontation, she resolved to educate him thoroughly. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxiao, witnessing Tang Yuan's hubris, felt an intense surge of anger, vowing to make him pay for his arrogance. He proclaimed, I am Jiang Tianxiao, a level 17 assault-type battle spirit master. And my spirit is the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Spirit manifest. As soon as he finished speaking, disregarding Tang Yuan's actions, Jiang Tianxiao immediately unleashed his spirit. In an instant, his eyes shimmered with a silvery light, his limbs transformed into wolf claws, a wolf tail sprouted behind him, and with a fierce roar, he charged towards Tang Yuan. With a smile gracing his lips, Tang Yuan gazed at the oncoming Jiang Tianxiao, remaining utterly motionless. Could he be paralyzed with fright? One onlooker exclaimed in astonishment. Another remarked, Indeed, he has been promoted directly from the junior class. He possesses talent, yet his combat experience is woefully inadequate. Faced with a confrontation, he displays not even the will to defend himself. Whispers of pity for Tang Yuan circulated among the crowd. Jiang Tianxiao, on the other hand, sneered derisively, as if Tang Yuan were already at his mercy. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Tianxiao surged forward, raising his lethal claws to strike at Tang Yuan. At that instant, a cold smile emerged on Tang Yuan's lips. Jiang Tianxiao was taken aback. How could one still smile at such a critical juncture? Was he truly rendered senseless by fear? Before Jiang Tianxiao could fully process his thoughts, his claws were mere inches from Tang Yuan. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed before Jiang Tianxiao's eyes, and Tang Yuan's figure vanished without a trace. Startled, Jiang Tianxiao froze, unable to react in time, as if Tang Yuan were still before him. Then, a voice resonated from behind. Distracted in battle, is this the prowess of the fourth-ranked combat expert of the third year? Before the words had fully settled, Jiang Tianxiao's heart raced with alarm. He attempted to turn, but felt a tremendous force strike his waist, sending shockwaves of pain through his body. In an instant, he was propelled into the air, landing in a heap far away, utterly humiliated. One stroke. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. Tang Yuan stood in the very spot where Jiang Tianxiao had just been, his expression calm and composed, while Jiang Tianxiao lay at a distance, clutching his waist and howling in pain. The gazes of the onlookers directed at Tang Yuan transformed, as if they were beholding an exceedingly terrifying creature. Indeed, if they had regarded Tang Yuan as a monster before, now he seemed to embody an aura of sheer horror. This sentiment extended even to Su Jing, who was no exception. Yun Fan stood in a daze, murmuring, "Am I seeing things?" Another individual replied, "You are not mistaken." It was indeed Tang Yuan who defeated Jiang Tianxiao with a single strike. He didn't even unleash his martial soul. Yet his speed was so unfathomable that even I could scarcely perceive it. Yun Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Even you found it hard to see? Fong Nan, you are the top of the third year. If you were to battle him, what do you think your chances would be?" Fong Nan shook his head and responded, "If he were to fight me without using his martial soul, the outcome would be difficult to predict. However, should he unleash his martial soul, I fear my chances of victory would be exceedingly slim." Yun Fan was once again struck with disbelief. What soul master engages in combat without their martial soul? Even Fong Nan, the foremost student of the third year, deemed his odds unfavorable. It seemed that this Tang Yuan was not merely a monster, but rather a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. The crowd remained in a state of shock for quite some time, oblivious even to Jiang Tianxiao's cries for help. Tang Yuan couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, he had read that wolves possessed a blend of bronze heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. Thus, he executed the unchanging pursuit step to arrive behind Jiang Tianxiao and delivered a swift diagonal kick to his waist. That strike would likely leave Jiang Tianxiao with lingering aches for several days. At that moment, Su Jing, regaining her composure from the shock, promptly instructed two classmates to assist Jiang Tianxiao. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had already rejoined his group, indifferent to the gazes cast upon him. Su Jing sighed inwardly, her intentions to admonish him dissipating. What was the point of admonishing a being that transcended normality? He was a monster of levels, talents, and theories, and surprisingly, a prodigy in practical combat as well. Following this confrontation, Jiang Tianxiao no longer dared to meet Tang Yuan's gaze, instead shrinking back. Whenever Tang Yuan looked his way, Jiang Tianxiao would avert his eyes, fearful of direct confrontation. Known for his brutish demeanor and bullying of the weak, Jiang Tianxiao's bravado evaporated upon witnessing Tang Yuan's prowess. After their bout, the onlookers shed their dismissive attitudes towards Tang Yuan. Recognizing that his ascension from the beginner class directly to the third year and into the top class was not without merit, Su Jing also began to regard Tang Yuan with newfound respect. For the first time in many years, she found herself unable to discern the true depth of a student. In the afternoon's practical combat class, team battles were no longer conducted. Instead, Su Jing focused on discussing combat techniques and strategies. Drawing from the recent clash between Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao, Tang Yuan gleaned significant insights from this lesson, growing increasingly fond of this instructional format. However, practical combat classes were limited to 8 sessions a month, translating to merely 2 classes per week. Once the practical class concluded, Tang Yuan ventured to the back mountain to continue his training in the unchanging pursuit step, reaching the pinnacle of the second level. He sensed that further breakthroughs would be challenging with his current methods. He contemplated crafting a set of heavy armor at the blacksmith shop within the city, using weight training to enhance his skills. That evening, after freshening up, Tang Yuan proceeded to the dining hall for supper. Coincidentally, the kitchen had received a fresh supply of soul beast meat, allowing him to indulge heartily. After finishing his meal, Tang Yuan left the school, meandering for a while until he discovered a reputable blacksmith shop. Upon entering, a burly blacksmith noticed the charming blue-haired, blue-eyed boy, adorned in exquisite attire and exuding an air of elegance. Unsure of the boy's purpose, he inquired, "Little brother, what brings you here today?" Tang Yuan gazed upon the forge that towered over him and produced a blueprint from his pocket. This was a design for heavy armor tailored to his own measurements. The total weight amounting to 50 pounds, equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. The blacksmith, upon receiving the blueprint, could not conceal his astonishment, for he realized that the dimensions of the armor were entirely customized for Tang Yuan himself. What purpose could such a small child have for such armor? "Is this what you wish to forge?" the blacksmith inquired. Tang Yuan nodded and inquired, "How much?" The blacksmith uncle, returning to his senses, replied, "Seeing that you are so young, I shall charge you just 10 silver coins." Tang Yuan shook his head. The blacksmith, believing that he found the price too steep, inquired, "This is indeed a very reasonable price. Though the armor is small in size, the materials alone are worth this amount." Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "No. Dear sir, I possess only gold soul coins, not silver soul coins. Allow me to offer you 1 gold soul coin instead." His statement bore truth. His starry moonlight was filled with gold soul coins, and he would typically pay for his meals and parts, settling the remainder afterward. The blacksmith uncle was taken aback but soon came to terms with it. Observing the little one's attire, it was evident that he hailed from an uncommon background. Yet, the uncle felt reluctant to take advantage of a child and said, "1 gold soul coin is rather excessive. How about this? I shall craft an additional short sword for you using the finest materials available in our shop. What do you think?" Tang Yuanxin thought to himself that having a weapon would be beneficial, so he nodded in agreement. The blacksmith then said, "Very well. You may return in a couple of days to collect it." Tang Yuan Dao, "Very well." Having said that, he departed. The day was still young, and Tang Yuan reminisced about his family's Tianbao Tower, intending to pay a visit. Should he encounter any items conducive to his cultivation, it would indeed be fortuitous. Following the route previously outlined by Bibi Dong, Tang Yuan swiftly located the Tianbao Tower, an imposing edifice radiating grandeur, adorned with resplendent jewels, exuding an air of opulence both inside and out. Tang Yuan surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the towering edifices that were unlike anything he had encountered in his previous life. He then advanced toward the magnificent Tianbao Tower. At that moment, a tall figure approached him head-on. Tang Yuan instinctively shifted his stance, employing the swift retreat of the Wuchang Chuahan technique, stepping back with agility. The individual ahead seemed to sense Tang Yuan's presence and remarked, "My apologies, young lad. I nearly collided with you." Tang Yuan smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing." As he scrutinized the individual before him, he observed the striking golden hair, a prominent nose, and a subtle air of authority in his eyes. Dressed in opulent attire, the man's noble demeanor was further accentuated by the presence of a young girl with lavender hair beside him. While Tang Yuan was assessing his counterpart, the other man was equally engaged in appraising Tang Yuan. Noticing the royal emblem of the Tiandou Royal Academy adorning Tang Yuan's chest, he inquired, "Young brother, are you also a student of Tiandou?" Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, elder brother." The man chuckled and said, "Do not address me as elder brother, rather, call me senior. I am also a student at the Royal Academy of Tiandou. My name is Yu Tianheng, and I am a student of the Advanced College." Chapter 20. This flower I shall take. Senior? Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Yu Tianheng proceeded to introduce the young lady beside him, saying, "This is your senior, Douluo. We are both students of the Advanced Academy of the Tiandou Royal Academy." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan respectfully greeted, "Hello, senior." Douluo replied with a smile, "What an adorable junior. Are you a freshman this year?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, my name is Tang Yuan, and I am currently a student in the 1st class of the 3rd grade. 3rd grade? Yu Tianheng and Douluo could hardly believe their ears and couldn't help but inquire further. Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed." Yu Tianheng inquired, "Aren't you a freshman? How is it that you are in the 3rd year?" Tang Yuan Dao, "I was originally in the 10th class of the junior level, but due to my soul power exceeding the standards of the junior class, I have been transferred to the 3rd grade today." Yu Tianheng and Douluo exchanged glances, then inquired, "What level are you at now?" Tang Yuan replied, 19 levels. Yu Tianheng and Douluo inhaled sharply, as they perceived Tang Yuan to be merely a newly awakened soul master, still fresh in his abilities. Tang Yuan glanced at Yu Tianheng and Douluo, who regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for a peculiar creature, and he could not help but smile wryly within. "Here it comes again," Douluo inquired. "How old are you?" Tang Yuan Dao, at the age of 6, he would soon turn 7 in a few months. Indeed, he was a prodigy, Both Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin thought to themselves, Tang Yuan Dao, Senior, are you here at Tianbao Tower to purchase items? Yu Tianheng nodded and replied, yes. Senior Yin has just attained the Soul Sovereign rank and wishes to explore some spiritual herbs that can strengthen her foundation and enhance her soul power. Tang Yuan nodded, his heart filled with astonishment. The girl before him, known as Dugu Yin, appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age. Yet she had already attained the esteemed rank of Soul Master. Indeed, within the Royal Academy of Tiando, there lay hidden talents, and individuals of extraordinary endowment were not uncommon. After conversing for a while longer, Yu Tianheng instructed Tang Yuan that should any matters arise at the academy, he should not hesitate to seek him out at the Advanced Academy. Although Tang Yuan was unsure of the reasons behind Yu Tianheng's favorable disposition towards him, he was nonetheless eager to forge a friendship with such a prodigious talent. Naturally, Yu Tianheng had recognized Tang Yuan's exceptional abilities as well. Once Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin departed, Tang Yuan entered the Tianbao building. As he stepped through the grand entrance, an alluring and captivating attendant approached him, inquiring, young sir, what may I assist you with today? Tang Yuan was taken aback. The attendant of the Tianbao Tower was indeed extraordinary, speaking with such respect to a mere child. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yuan replied, big sister, I have no particular aim. I simply wish to observe for a while, if that is acceptable. The attendant smiled gently and responded, of course, that is perfectly fine. Allow me to provide you with an introduction. Tang Yuan nodded and followed closely beside the attendant. The Tianbao Tower primarily specializes in the sale of extraordinary treasures from across the realm. In addition to our own offerings, many formidable soul masters also consign their items here for sale. The first floor features products intended for soul masters up to soul respect level, while the second floor caters to those from soul sect to soul emperor level. The third floor is reserved for goods suitable for soul saint to soul Douluo, and the fourth floor exclusively showcases products aimed at title Douluo. Tang Yuan expressed his astonishment. Is there truly a product specifically for the title Douluo? In response to Tang Yuan's surprise, the attendant, who had long grown accustomed to such reactions, smiled and replied, indeed. However, the selection on the fourth floor is not as extensive as that on the first, second, or third floors. After all, the items required by a title Douluo are exceedingly rare on the continent, not mere trifles that one can easily come by. Yet, we at Tianbao Tower do possess a considerable array of such items. Of course, Tianbao Towers are scattered across the continent, but only those located in major cities feature a fourth floor. The more modest establishments lack even a third floor, offering only the first and second. Tang Yuan nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the remarkable capabilities of his Tianbao Tower, which astonishingly offered even the items required by a title Douluo. As he leisurely roamed the premises, a servant elucidated the various wares on display. After a thorough exploration, Tang Yuan stumbled upon a small flower emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an extraordinarily potent aura. He sensed that his Death Ledger martial soul harbored an intense yearning for this enchanting blossom, nearly compelling him to unleash its power uncontrollably. Tang Yuan paused before the flower, and upon noticing his interest, the attendant recognized a splendid opportunity for persuasion. He remarked, you possess a discerning eye. This exquisite bloom is known as the Soul Essence Flower. While it may not augment soul power or elevate its rank, its paramount utility lies in nurturing the martial spirit. Even if the martial spirit has suffered considerable damage or fragmentation, this flower can facilitate its restoration and even its reconstitution. Tang Yuan was taken aback, inquiring, is it truly so miraculous? The attendant nodded, affirming, indeed, this extraordinary flower is a rare encounter, sought after yet seldom found, apart from this one. I have not heard of any others in the world. Tang Yuan inquired, if such a precious item exists, why is it displayed on the first level? The attendant sighed and replied, given the intrinsic value of the Soul Yuan flower, it ought to be placed on the fourth level. However, the soul master who discovered it was entirely oblivious to its worth. In a mere century, they hastily harvested it with a grievous technique, which rendered it incapable of further cultivation. Thus, it could only sustain its effects for a century, failing to meet the criteria for a millennium of maturity. Consequently, it merely nourishes the martial soul and restores its vitality without the capacity to reconstitute the martial soul. Nevertheless, this Soul Yuan flower remains significantly beneficial for soul masters below the 30th level. For instance, if your martial soul suffers severe damage, consuming this flower will restore it to its original state. Yet, for those surpassing the 30th level as their martial souls grow increasingly potent, the efficacy of this flower diminishes correspondingly. Tang Yuan suddenly realized. So that is the case. Tang Yuan contemplated that when he awakened his martial soul. He sensed a certain frailty in the Book of Life and Death. Presumably, the cataclysmic battle in the underworld had left the book in tatters, and he had acquired a single page from it, akin to a fragment of the book's essence. This fragment, through the Reincarnation Bureau, was transported to the Douluo continent. But it had likely exhausted its original energy. He pondered whether consuming the soul origin flower would restore this fragment of the Book of Life and Death, which was also his martial soul, to its former state. As he was lost in thought, the attendant inquired, "Young master, what are your thoughts?" Tang Yuan inquired. "How much is this?" The attendant replied, "It merely requires 1,000 gold soul coins." Tang Yuan silently nodded. Although the price was steep, for those who genuinely required it, it was undoubtedly worth far more than its cost. If one did not have a need, they naturally would not make a purchase. This reasoning elucidated why the Soul Yuan treasure flower remained unappreciated and overlooked. Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Very well, I shall purchase it." The attendant, filled with delight, nodded and replied, "Excellent, I will arrange for it to be packaged for you at once." At that moment, an incongruous voice interjected, "I desire this flower." Tang Yuan and the attendant turned at the sound of the voice, only to behold a lavishly adorned young man approaching, cradling a heavily made-up, enchanting young woman in his arms. The attendant stepped forward and said, "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize, but this flower has already been purchased by this young gentleman." The young man scoffed and retorted, "A mere child, are you certain he possesses the wealth to make such a purchase?" Tang Yuan was utterly determined to acquire the Soul Yuan treasure flower and wished to avoid any confrontation with others. Thus, he addressed the attendant, saying, "Please wrap it up for me. I shall proceed to the counter to make my payment." Without waiting for the young man to respond, he turned and made his way towards the counter. However, before he could take more than 2 steps, the young man obstructed his path, exclaiming, "Did I permit you to leave? Are you deaf? Did you not hear my words? I said that flower is mine." Tang Yuan smiled faintly and said, "I apologize, but I have heard you. However, I require this flower and cannot relinquish it to you." The attendant, sensing the shift in atmosphere, promptly departed to seek the steward. The young man, infuriated by Tang Yuan's disregard for his authority, retaliated with a bitter laugh. "Oh, how amusing. This is the first time I have encountered such words. In the city of Tiandou, aside from the royal family, no one has dared to defy me." Peng and Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. I merely seek that flower. As for your identity, I harbor no interest in knowing." The youth who called himself Peng and was taken aback upon hearing this, but soon a chilling light emanated from his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Tang Yuan, saying, "Are you certain you wish to oppose me?" Tang Yuan shook his head once more and replied, "I have no interest." Peng and's expression darkened, but the young girl beside him addressed Tang Yuan, saying, "Truly, a young calf fears not the tiger. Do you not know who young Masterin is? He is the grandson of the Grand Tutor of the Heaven Dou Empire. Judging by your demeanor, you do not appear to be an ordinary citizen. Be cautious, lest you bring calamity upon your family's elders." Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, perceiving the sheer audacity of this individual. Peng scrutinized Tang Yuan closely and, upon noticing the emblem of the Royal Academy of Tiandou adorning his chest, sneered, "I did not expect you to be a junior from the Royal Academy of Tiandou. Since you are also a soul master, let us resolve this in the manner befitting our kind. If you defeat me, the prize will be yours. Should I triumph over you, it shall be mine." For reasons unknown, the term junior as uttered by Peng and filled Tang Yuan with profound disdain, starkly contrasting the way it was spoken by Yu Tianheng. Upon hearing his words, Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "I have no interest." Peng sneered, "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Peng had initially assumed that Tang Yuan, being youthful and appearing to be a novice, would possess a soul power level of merely 7, which is why he had challenged him to a duel, confident that with his own level of 15, victory would be easily within his grasp. Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "This flower was originally mine. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Why should I squander my time engaging in your trivial duel?" Upon hearing this, Peng became infuriated, his rage evident as he coldly replied, "Very well. You shall fight today, whether you wish to or not. Spirit, manifest." With these words, a flash of red light surged forth, and Peng instantaneously sprouted sharp fangs. His body becoming covered in fur, his nose transforming into a heart-shaped black patch. Claws emerged from his limbs, and the spectral form of a soul-chasing hound materialized behind him. "Look, he has turned into a dog." Pang Yuan's face darkened as he surveyed the crowd that had gathered due to his altercation with Tang Yuan. After he unleashed his spirit, a child exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 21. Blacklist. The Pang family. Pang in spirit was known as the soul-chasing hound, an exceptionally keen-sensed soul beast. Highly sensitive to sense and spiritual energy, yet lacking in offensive power, residing perpetually on the outskirts of the forest. Tang Yuan calmly observed the formidable Pang Yuan, who was enveloped in the aura of his martial soul. To his surprise, he realized that Pang Yuan's soul power was inferior to his own. Despite being of a similar age to Yu Tianhing and Du Guyan, Pang Yuan's soul power level paled in comparison, causing Tang Yuan to lose interest in engaging him in battle. Release your martial soul, boy, Pang Yuan demanded fiercely. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. This person has no shame, challenging a child so much younger than himself. Indeed, but judging by his appearance, he must hail from a prestigious family. We best not provoke him. Quite right, let us speak less. Pang Yuan, fueled by the comments of those around him, grew even more incensed and urged. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Tang Yuan shook his head and turned to leave. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared as Pang Yuan stood before him, blocking his path. I offer you one last chance, he declared. Unleash your martial spirit, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Get out of my way. Even Tang Yuan's usual patience had been worn thin by Pang Yuan's arrogance. He did not wish to teach him a lesson, as he preferred to avoid causing a commotion on his own turf. Very well. You have chosen poorly. When offered wine, you refuse and instead invite punishment. Pang Yuan roared, activating his first soul skill, Soul Pursuit Bite. As his words fell, he opened his gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, preparing to lunge at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan remained calm and was about to employ the unchanging pursuit step to evade danger when a beam of azure light shot forth, striking Pang Yuan with tremendous force, sending him crashing violently against a nearby wall. And Xiao, the young girl beside Pang Yuan exclaimed, rushing to his side in haste. At that moment, a middle-aged man, presumably the manager of the Tianbao Tower in Tiando City, arrived, accompanied by a servant. Upon his arrival, the manager spoke in a grave tone. Who dares to engage in private combat here? Pang Yuan rose from the ground, brushing aside the girl's hand that sought to assist him, his expression darkening as he retorted sharply to the manager, Do you dare to lay a hand on me? The manager, with an impassive demeanor, replied, According to the rules of Tianbao Tower, all who enter are esteemed guests and must refrain from violence here. Pang Yuan, with a fierce glare, threatened, You dare to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I want to have this Tianbao Tower torn down? A look of disdain flickered in the manager's eyes as he responded, Whether you can have it dismantled is uncertain, but if you continue to speak in such a manner, I shall ensure you leave Tianbao Tower on a stretcher. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the manager, Pang Yuan's bravado faltered, and he feigned defiance, declaring, Very well. You shall all pay for this. Just wait. With that, he trembled and made his way towards the exit, accompanied by the girl. Before they reached the door, the manager's voice rang out, By order of Tianbao Tower, henceforth, all members of the Pang family from Tiando are forbidden from entering or exiting this establishment. Violators shall be expelled and never employed again. Upon hearing this, Pang Yuan was momentarily stunned, his expression inscrutable, and he hastily departed from Tianbao Tower. Tang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Such a trivial altercation hardly warranted a ban on an entire family from entering the Tianbao Tower, let alone the renowned establishment that spanned the entire continent. Even if there were whispers of private disputes, they had not resulted in any grave consequences. This punishment seemed to catch everyone by surprise. The steward, observing that Pang Yuan had departed, softened his demeanor and addressed the onlookers with a gentle tone, Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the unexpected incident that has startled you. Today, all patrons present will enjoy a 20% discount on their purchases as a token of our gratitude for your understanding and support. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in delight, expressing their thanks to the steward before joyfully selecting their desired items. Once the crowd had dispersed, the steward turned to Tang Yuan and said, Please, follow me. Tang Yuan, perplexed yet intrigued, observed the steward, whose demeanor suggested no ill intent towards him. Consequently, he followed the steward upstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they entered an impressively spacious hall, characterized by its antique elegance, starkly contrasting the opulence below. As Tang Yuan surveyed his surroundings, a sudden sound reverberated through the air. He turned to see the steward kneeling before him on one knee. I pay my respects to the young master. Tang Yuan was taken aback, realizing that he had already been recognized. No wonder he had been so fierce towards Pang Yuan just moments ago. Hastily, Tang Yuan extended his hand to assist the steward in rising, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. You are all my elders and should not perform such a grand gesture." The steward stood up, smiling as he replied, "One must not neglect etiquette. Young master, your benevolence and remarkable manner in handling affairs command great admiration from your subordinates." Tang Yuan smiled apologetically and said, "You flatter me." The steward replied, "By the way, young master, I am Zhu San, a sole master of the Golden Blade with a rank of 73. I serve as the steward of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in Heavendou City. You may simply call me Zhu San." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "You are my elder, so I shall address you as Uncle Zhu." "Uncle Zhu, how did you recognize me?" Zhu San chuckled softly and gestured towards the necklace adorning Tang Yuan's neck. Tang Yuan suddenly realized and chuckled. "I had completely forgotten about this matter." Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Zhu San said, "Come in." Tang Yuan glanced back and saw that it was the same attendant from before, holding a delicate jade box as he entered. The attendant approached Tang Yuan and Zhu San, addressing Zhu San respectfully. "I have brought the soul essence treasure flower, my lord." At that moment, she was unaware of Tang Yuan's true identity and felt quite astonished. This young boy, whose origins she did not recognize, had somehow garnered the favor of Manager Zhu, being brought all the way to the 5th floor. Tang Yuan offered a gentle smile and said, "Dear elder sister, you have worked hard." The attendant promptly replied, "Sir, you flatter me." Zhu San then addressed the attendant, "You may leave now." The attendant bowed in acknowledgement and exited, closing the door behind him. Zhu San presented a jade box to Tang Yuan, saying, "Young master, here is the soul essence treasure flower you requested. Today's events were indeed a result of my inadequate management, and I humbly seek your forgiveness." Tang Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, "It's nothing to worry about, Uncle Zhu. Moreover, is it not a bit too harsh to prohibit all members of the Tang family from entering every Tianbao building?" Zhu San replied, "The young master is unaware of the situation. The Tang family has been bullying others with their power, acting in a brazen and unreasonable manner. The head of the family, Master Tang, has consistently sought to extract benefits from Tianbao building, yet we have never acquiesced. Thus, they have persistently created obstacles for us at Tianbao building in Qianzhou City. This incident merely serves as a convenient excuse for their actions." Tang Yuandao, "I see. But will our enmity with Master Peng affect the business of Tianbao Tower in the Heavenly Empire?" Zhu San, upon hearing Tang Yuan's inquiry, nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that the young master truly possesses remarkable intelligence. Although still young, he is capable of considering such matters. He responded, "Not at all. For our relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is one of strategic cooperation, and we also have the support of His Majesty the Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. Master Peng is unaware of these facts, which is why he is so arrogant. However, we have no fear of him." Tang Yuan nodded in realization, saying, "I see." After conversing for a while longer, Zhu San wished to invite Tang Yuan to dinner at Tianbao Tower, but Tang Yuan, anxious to return and cultivate with the Soul Yuan treasure flower, politely declined. Zhu San then offered Tang Yuan 1 million gold soul coins, but Tang Yuan refused, stating he would come to collect once he had exhausted the 99 million gold soul coins he already possessed. Zhu San thought to himself, he truly cannot spend money. After sending Tang Yuan off, Zhu San returned to the hall, standing respectfully at the center and addressing the main seat. "My lord, the young master has departed." At that moment, a figure clad in golden armor suddenly appeared above the main seat. It was Zhu Dou Yuguan. Yuguan said, "Good. Do not inform him of my presence. Young Seven has always been resolute. The owner has sent me to protect him in secret, and he would surely disapprove if he knew." Zhu San replied, "Understood." Yuguan then inquired, "Have there been any updates on Tang Hao?" Zhu San hesitated, "Not yet. But I have intensified efforts to gather information." Yuguan nodded, "Good. Notify me immediately upon receiving news, and keep an eye on the movements of the spirit hall." Zhu San acknowledged, "Yes." Yuguan added, "You may attend to your duties." Zhu San took his leave and exited the hall. After Zhu Dele Yuguan and Gue Mei escorted Tang Yuan to the academy, they did not return directly to the Spirit Mountain Manor, but instead went to Notting City, where they found Yu Xiaojiang at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Yu Xiaojiang was quite surprised by Bibi Dong's arrival, feeling perplexed, especially since she had callously abandoned him years ago. Although he had heard rumors of her betrayal of the Spirit Hall, he had lost track of her over the years and no longer harbored the complex emotions he once felt for her. Upon meeting, both Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang shared a moment of mutual silence. Ultimately, it was Bibi Dong who broke the silence, asking, How have you been all these years? Yu Xiaojiang sighed and replied, neither good nor bad, merely fortunate enough to have taken in a fine disciple. Disciple? Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang confirmed, pondering for a moment before asking, what brings you here this time? Seeing his unfamiliarity, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sadness and wondered, if not for that incident, would we still? Yu Xiaojiang noticed Bibi Dong's silence and, sensing her contemplation, refrained from urging her to speak. Bibi Dong began, back in those days, but Yu Xiaojiang quickly interrupted, let us not dwell on the past. Bibi Dong bit her lip in a bitter smile, Xiaojiang, it seems you still hold a grudge against me. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. It is not a matter of holding a grudge. I admit I once harbored intense hatred for your departure, yet now, I feel nothing. Hearing this, Bibi Dong was suddenly filled with melancholy, yet felt a sense of relief. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent again. After a moment, Bibi Dong asked, have you seen Tang Hao? I've heard he has been spotted in Nodding City. Upon hearing Tang Hao's name, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, asking, Tang Hao? Bibi Dong affirmed, yes, the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Chapter 22. The Restoration of the Death and Life book. Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of uncertainty. He could not fathom Bibi Dong's intentions behind her inquiry regarding Tang Hao. Unaware of the circumstances surrounding Tang Hao's family or Bibi Dong's connection to Tang Yuan, he recalled the rumors of Bibi Dong being wanted for her betrayal of the Spirit Hall. However, he knew her to be quite cunning. Who could tell what schemes she might be plotting? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, it is said that the Haotian Douluo is being hunted by your Spirit Hall and is elusive. How could I possibly know his whereabouts? To his surprise, Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she retorted, I have severed ties with the Spirit Hall. If there is anything, it is hatred. I am no longer one of them. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, not expecting such profound animosity from Bibi Dong towards the Spirit Hall. Reflecting on the rumors of her betrayal, he realized that, in the Douluo continent, such an egregious act would have left her a target for public scorn, and if she had indeed committed it, the Spirit Hall would not have spared her. Observing the deep-seated resentment in Bibi Dong's demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang sighed internally, feeling a semblance of trust. Yet knowing the gravity of the situation, he withheld information, saying, I do not know the whereabouts of His Excellency Haotian. Bibi Dong sighed. Then it is of no matter. Yu Xiaojiang, noticing her disappointment, asked, did you come to me solely for this? Gazing at Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong inexplicably recalled Tang Yuan, realizing that with Tang Yuan in her life, she had little room for other concerns. As long as Tang Yuan could grow up healthy and happy, she would feel content. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Xiaojiang's image in her heart began to fade into the background. Yu Xiaojiang, sensing her internal struggle, hesitated before asking, could you tell me why you seek the Haotian Douluo? Bibi Dong snapped back to attention, staring at Yu Xiaojiang for an extended moment, causing him to feel quite uneasy. Clearing his throat, Yu Xiaojiang said, if you prefer not to share. That is perfectly fine. Bibi Dong shook her head. No, it is not that. Deep down, she understood Yu Xiaojiang's character. Yet her priority was Tang Yuan's safety above all else. Until she encountered Tang Hao, she would reveal nothing. Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat surprised. Previously, Bibi Dong had been open with him, but since the day she abandoned him, it seemed everything had changed. Not wanting to push the matter, he said, very well. By the way, I would like to ask you something. Bibi Dong replied, go ahead. Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment before asking. I've been researching the topic of twin martial souls, specifically regarding the backlash experienced by soul masters who absorb soul rings with twin martial souls. Have you resolved this issue? Bibi Dong, trusting him, nodded. I have resolved it. It is merely a matter of physical strength. As long as the physical strength is sufficient. Whether it be twin martial souls or even triplet martial souls with full soul rings, it is not a problem. Yu Xiaojiang inquired further. What level of strength qualifies as sufficient? Bibi Dong contemplated for a moment before responding, soul bones. Soul bones. Yu Xiaojiang echoed. Indeed, Bibi Dong confirmed. If one's physical strength can reach the level post-refinement of soul bones, then twin martial souls will not pose a challenge. Likewise, possessing a complete set of soul bones is also viable. Yu Xiaojiang considered her words for a while, then nodded in understanding. I see. Thank you. Bibi Dong smiled faintly and shook her head. After their recent encounter, it seemed as if many matters had become considerably less significant, leaving both her and Yu Xiaojiang with an inexplicable sense of estrangement. Bibi Dong could not discern Yu Xiaojiang's thoughts, and even her own feelings remained shrouded in ambiguity. Previously, every recollection of Yu Xiaojiang was accompanied by endless longing and regret. However, After the arrival of Tang Yuan, these emotions had significantly diminished. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang today, the sentiment remained unchanged. Their pleasantries were few, and before long, Bibi Dong departed from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, with Yu Xiaojiang not making any effort to retain her, not even suggesting a simple dinner. He treated her as an ordinary guest, escorting her to the door. After her departure, Bibi Dong's state of mind remained undisturbed. In fact, she experienced an unprecedented tranquility. She had left Yuguan in Tiando City, both to safeguard Tang Yuan and to keep an eye on news regarding Tang Hao in the Spirit Hall. She instructed the personnel at the Tiando Tower branch in Nodding City to closely monitor Yu Xiaojiang's situation and to promptly report any information concerning Tang Hao back to the Spirit Mountain Manor. Afterwards, she returned to the Spirit Mountain Manor accompanied by Gui Mei, Tiando Royal Academy. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong had done everything for him. At this moment, he was in his dormitory, gazing at the Soul Yuan treasure flower he had acquired that day. The flower radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, and Tang Yuan found himself enthralled, reluctant to absorb it. Yet, sensing the frailty of the Book of Life and Death, he suppressed this desire, prepared himself, and sat cross-legged. He gently placed the Soul Yuan treasure flower before him and summoned the Book of Life and Death. In an instant, the book emanated intertwining streams of black and white light, and soul power began to circulate within Tang Yuan, gradually flowing from the book and extending towards the flower. At that moment, a formidable pull emerged from his soul power, and the Soul Yuan treasure flower emitted a brilliant array of colors, intertwining with the black and white lights of the book. The martial spirit of the book seemed to revel in the experience, releasing a series of low hums. Tang Yuan felt an immense warmth and comfort, as if he were a newborn cradled in his mother's embrace. The power of the Soul Yuan treasure flower was gradually guided by Tang Yuan's soul power and then directed into the book, where the black and white lights danced joyously around him. Meanwhile, the Soul Yuan treasure flower slowly succumbed, gradually wilting as it was drained. Tang Yuan sensed the resurrection of the Book of Life and Death, transitioning from a state of frailty to one of solidity. Shortly thereafter, the vibrant hues of the soul essence flower vanished entirely, transforming into a withered bloom that fell before Tang Yuan. At that moment, he was acutely aware of the changes occurring within the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death. Suddenly, a formidable force emanated from the martial soul, drawing Tang Yuan's soul power towards it like a powerful tide. Alarmed, he attempted to exert control over his soul power, only to discover it was entirely beyond his grasp. He then shifted his focus to the Book of Life and Death, only to feel its intense yearning to siphon his soul power. Tang Yuan let out a sigh, and only then did he comprehend that the Soul Origin treasure flower had restored the essence of the Book of Life and Death. However, the Book of Life and Death was exceedingly frail. Even after the restoration of its essence, it required a substantial amount of soul energy to achieve complete recovery. Contemplating this, Tang Yuan relinquished his internal control, allowing the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death to absorb his soul energy. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Tang Yuan's soul energy had been entirely depleted, while the Book of Life and Death continued its relentless absorption, even drawing from the very source of his being. Tang Yuan's complexion was ashen, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, he noticed that the absorption rate of the Life and Death book's martial soul was gradually slowing, ultimately ceasing to draw any energy at all. After assessing his internal condition, he realized that his soul power had been completely drained, leaving his body exceedingly frail. Tang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He would need to spend a considerable sum on restorative elixirs to recuperate. Even so, he knew it would take no less than a month to return to his former state. To make matters worse, his soul power level had plummeted by 2 ranks, now resting at a mere level 17. Tang Yuan shook his head helplessly. This soul of life and death was indeed quite audacious. As he contemplated this, he focused his thoughts and sensed the Book of Life and Death in his right hand. To his delight, he discovered that the book was no longer imbued with any trace of weakness, but rather felt remarkably solid. In this moment, it appeared to rival even the divine souls bestowed by the heavens. Tang Yuan attempted to restore his soul power, and to his immense delight, although the speed of his soul power cultivation was somewhat inferior to before, the quality of the absorbed soul power was remarkably superior. If the soul power he had previously absorbed could be likened to gas, then the current absorption resembled liquid, far more concentrated and substantial. In other words, from this point forward, Tang Yuan would progress much more rapidly in solidifying and fortifying his soul power, where he once required an entire month to consolidate his cultivation. He now found that merely 10 days sufficed to achieve a greater solidity and stability than before, with a marked enhancement in quality. With this realization, Tang Yuan felt an overwhelming joy that overshadowed the sorrow of his recent decline in levels. He completely forgot about his setbacks and was filled with elation. After silently cultivating for a while, he discovered that his soul power was still less than half restored. However, dawn had already broken. And due to the damage to his source, he remained exceedingly weak and fatigued, unable to muster the energy to attend class. Therefore, he reluctantly persevered through his weakness and sought out Su Jing to request a 2-day leave. Su Jing, worried that something might have happened to him, was quite anxious. Upon hearing Tang Yuan mention that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation during these 2 days, she finally agreed. Though her concern lingered as she observed the pallor of his face, she urged him to inform her immediately should anything arise. Tang Yuan acquiesced, and only then did Su Jing breathe a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang Yuan could no longer hold himself up and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 23. The library. It was not until the following night that Tang Yuan gradually awakened. Aside from a slight heaviness in his head, he was plagued by an insatiable hunger in his belly. Shaking his head, he washed up and made his way to the dining hall for dinner. He consumed a substantial meal, nearly double what he had previously eaten. Fortunately, the academy's dining hall boasted an abundance of soul beast meat, allowing Tang Yuan to indulge heartily and regain much of his vitality. After dinner, he proceeded to Tianbao Tower, where he procured a significant amount of foundational elixirs, totaling no less than 10 pounds. Observing Tang Yuan's pale complexion, Zhu San expressed his concern, but Tang Yuan reassured him that he was fine, prompting Zhu San to refrain from further inquiries. For the next month, Tang Yuan's days were spent attending classes and returning to his dormitory to restore his essence with the elixirs. He maintained a low profile. Even Zhang Tianxiao from his class no longer dared to trouble him. A month slipped by, and one evening, after completing his cultivation in the dormitory, Tang Yuan exhaled deeply, reveling in the long-lost, formidable energy coursing through him, filling his heart with immense joy. After a month of recuperation, his foundational essence had finally been restored, and he had ascended back to the 19th level, with his soul power more stable and solid than before. Tang Yuan felt a sense of invincibility, believing that even those who had just broken through to the Great Soul Master level would not pose a challenge to him. After practicing the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique and the impermanence pursuit step, he shook his head, realizing that the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique remained at the pinnacle of the second layer, unable to break through. It seemed that the rules of this world dictated that he must obtain a second soul ring to advance. Additionally, he had not practiced the impermanence pursuit step recently, having dedicated all his time to restoring his essence. Reflecting on this, Tang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I still haven't retrieved that heavy armor from the blacksmith shop." Upon realizing that the sky was still early, Tang Yuan rose to tidy himself up. After stepping outside, he made his way directly to the blacksmith's shop. Upon his arrival, the burly blacksmith recognized Tang Yuan and exclaimed, "Young lad, I thought you wouldn't come. Here, this is the heavy armor you requested." With that, he handed Tang Yuan a set of remarkably weighty armor along with a box, which was indeed the heavy armor Tang Yuan had crafted earlier. Tang Yuan took it over, unable to part with it as he meticulously caressed its surface, thoroughly satisfied in every aspect. He then opened the box, revealing a completely jet-black short sword inside. With a joyful smile, Tang Yuan exclaimed, "Thank you, uncle." The blacksmith chuckled and replied, "Should you require any further craftsmanship in the future, do not hesitate to come. Uncle will offer you a discount." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "All right, no problem." After acquiring heavy armor and a short sword, he did not venture elsewhere, but instead returned to the school to continue his training. In the days that followed, apart from attending classes, Tang Yuan devoted himself to practicing the yin-yang breathing technique on the back mountain or donned in heavy armor, refining the impermanent soul chasing steps. However, he made little progress in cultivating his soul power. Initially, when clad in 50 pounds of heavy armor, he could only manage a slow jog, without utilizing any soul power. He could barely complete 5 laps around the back mountain before becoming utterly exhausted. Gradually, after a month, he was able to run 10 laps in the heavy armor, and subsequently he increased to 15, 20, and even 30 laps, remarkably, without expending a single ounce of soul power. Tang Yuan could run around the back mountain for an entire day without breaking a sweat, and his speed surpassed that of a few months prior when he relied on his soul power. It is indeed unimaginable what speed he would achieve if he discarded the heavy armor and unleashed the impermanent soul chasing steps with his soul power. With his relentless dedication to training, the end of the semester arrived swiftly. Apart from the absence of breakthroughs in soul force and the yin-yang refining qi technique, Tang Yuan has made remarkable progress in the unchanging pursuit of souls, achieving advancement to the third layer and entering the realm of minor accomplishment. This unchanging pursuit of souls comprises 10 layers, which are further divided into 5 realms. Upon mastering the first and second layers, one attains the perfection of the swift realm, where higher inner strength significantly enhances speed. In the Douluo continent, inner strength can be substituted with soul force. The third and fourth layers involve harnessing the power of wind to propel one's speed, substantially increasing velocity while minimizing soul force consumption. They also allow one to perceive an enemy's movements based on the wind's trajectory and fluctuations. The fifth and sixth layers embody the essence of unchanging, enabling one to completely evade all concentrated attacks from adversaries, such as hidden weapons and arrows, through agile footwork that adapts to the opponent's assaults, rendering it elusive and leaving no trace during movement. The seventh and eighth layers, known as flowing light, permit one to expend a considerable amount of soul force in a brief period, transforming into a stream of light that defies all resistance while also leaving no trace. The ninth and 10th layers represent the ultimate realm, known as pursuit of souls, where one can traverse with unmatched speed, accompanied by the winds and clouds, utilizing the unchanging method to pursue countless souls. At present, Tang Yuan has merely reached the realm of wind manipulation. However, he now stands unrivaled against any adversary below the Great Soul Master level. Tang Yuan received a letter from home, which informed him that in 2 days, Bibi Dong would arrive at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy to take him back. With 2 days remaining, Tang Yuan took the time to assess his current strength. Tang Yuan. Age, 7 years, martial soul, death book, flawless quality martial soul, Haotian hammer, no soul rings, level, 19. First soul skill, soul snatching, 600 your soul ring, yellow. Movement technique, impermanence pursuit step, third layer minor achievement, comparable to the speed of an ordinary soul sovereign. Cultivation method, yin-yang qi refinement technique, second layer pinnacle. After completing his training, Tang Yuan concluded his practice, understanding that relentless, high-intensity training is not entirely beneficial. Moreover, he has encountered a bottleneck in both his yin-yang qi refinement technique and impermanence pursuit step, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Simultaneously, his soul power has been steadily increasing while honing his movement technique, becoming increasingly solid. Now, he awaits an opportunity that will allow him to break through to level 20. Tang Yuan sought to take a brief respite during these few days. With the conclusion of the semester's academic pursuits and a temporary cessation of his training, he found himself with ample time and thus resolved to visit the library that Wang Yin had mentioned. After wandering through the campus for quite some time, he finally located the library's position. It was an ancient edifice, seemingly steeped in centuries of history, resembling a grand hall from the outside. After appreciating its architectural beauty, Tang Yuan stepped inside. Upon entering the library, he was utterly astonished. The interior was remarkably spacious, resembling a vast ocean of books. It comprised 3 levels, each densely populated with a diverse array of volumes. The first floor was dedicated to general knowledge, chronicling numerous aspects of the Douluo continent, including the histories of the Tiandou and Xingluo empires, as well as records of soul beasts and soul rings. The second floor housed texts pertaining to martial souls, detailing the characteristics, abilities, and inheritance of various martial souls. The third floor contained books on soul skills and treasures. In summary, the collection was dazzling, leaving Tang Yuan in a state of bewilderment, much like a famished individual encountering a sumptuous feast after several days of hunger. Tang Yuan's thirst for knowledge swelled to unprecedented levels at that moment. He felt a pang of regret, wishing he had arrived sooner. Approaching the first bookshelf, he picked up the inaugural volume, titled A Brief History of the Douluo Continent, Part 1. As he turned to the first page, it was as if he had plunged into the realm of literature, his eyes sparkling with delight as he began to immerse himself in the reading. The surrounding world seemed to fade into tranquility, leaving only Tang Yuan and the book in his hands, while the flow of air appeared to slow to a gentle whisper. Tang Yuan immersed himself in reading, completely oblivious to the passage of time. As he finished one book after another, he eventually felt an insatiable hunger, prompting him to pause and reflect, wondering how long he had been engrossed in his reading. Realizing his stomach was growling, he decided to prioritize a meal before anything else. He carefully returned the book to its rightful place on the shelf and made his way towards the exit of the library. Upon looking up, he was taken aback to discover that night had fallen, with stars and the moon gracefully adorning the sky. A wry smile crept upon his face as he recalled that he had arrived in the morning, yet now found himself enveloped in the night, completely unaware of the transformation of time. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace towards the dining hall. However, what Tang Yuan had failed to notice was not merely the time that had slipped away, but also the subtle enhancement of his soul power and mental acuity. Unbeknownst to him, his soul power had incrementally increased, and his mental strength had gradually expanded during his reading. While the rise in soul power was expected, given the nature of the simulated training environment, the enhancement of mental strength was astonishing. It is well known that for a soul master, the arduous journey of cultivating mental power is one of the most challenging endeavors. Even those with mental-type martial souls find it exceedingly difficult to elevate their mental prowess. Without fortuitous opportunities, achieving a level of mental strength commensurate with soul power through conventional training is nearly impossible. Yet, after merely a day of reading, Tang Yuan experienced a slight elevation in his mental strength. Although this increment appeared minuscule and would go unnoticed at a glance, with the passage of time, it was destined to culminate in a significant transformation. At that moment, Tang Yuan remained oblivious to this change. It was only after spending some time in the library that he began to realize the immense benefits it afforded him. Currently, his sole focus was on the books, rendering him indifferent to everything around him. Thus, upon reaching the dining hall, he hastily consumed a modest meal, feeling about 70 to 80% full, before eagerly returning to the library to continue his reading. For 2 consecutive days, Tang Yuan delved deeper into his studies. To conserve time, he even utilized his soul power to stave off hunger, only venturing out for meals when absolutely necessary. As his classmates gradually departed for their vacations, the once bustling library became eerily quiet, with Tang Yuan finding himself the sole occupant amidst the silence. Tang Yuanzhang was engrossed in a book discussing the attributes of soul beasts and their influence on soul rings when, suddenly, a figure entered the library. Upon entering, the individual mumbled to himself, "Indeed, during the holidays, there is no one around. Ah, there is someone over there." Upon spotting Tang Yuan, he seemed to have stumbled upon a new discovery and walked directly towards the corner where Tang Yuan was seated. As he approached, he noticed a blue-haired, blue-eyed youth deeply engrossed in his reading. Recognizing Tang Yuan, he exclaimed in delight, "So it's you, Shaoqi." Chapter 24. Blue Tyrant Douluo and Poison Douluo. Immersed in the world of his book, Tang Yuan was momentarily startled by the sound calling his name. He looked up to see a tall, handsome figure before him and could not help but smile. "Sing, Tianhing Gu, is that you?" The newcomer was none other than Yu Tianhing. Yu Tianhing chuckled. "I called your name several times just now. You were so captivated that you didn't hear me. I hope I didn't disturb you." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "How could that be? Brother Tianhing, what brings you here?" Yu Tianheng replied, "Recently, for reasons unknown, my soul power has not seen significant breakthroughs, so I came here to seek a few books to enrich my theoretical knowledge." Tang Yuan nodded, for he was well aware that the books here were treasures. Yu Tianheng then inquired, "What about you? Why haven't you returned home during the break?" Tang Yuan Dao, "My home is quite distant, and my mother should arrive to pick me up in the next couple of days." Yu Tianheng, "I see. Today, I organized a small gathering with classmates from our school, including your seniors. Would you be interested in joining us for some fun this evening?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt a twinge of hesitation. Although he had little interest in gatherings, he recognized the kindness of Yu Tianheng. Ever since their encounter at Tianbao Tower, they had crossed paths several times at school, where Yu Tianheng graciously answered many of his questions regarding soul power cultivation. Since then, Tang Yuan had come to regard this elder brother, who was 8 years his senior, with great fondness. He exhibited no airs and graces. Their mutual address had evolved from senior and junior to brother Tianheng and little seven. Because of this camaraderie, Tang Yuan was reluctant to decline Yu Tianheng's goodwill. However, gazing at the sea of books before him, he wished he could reside there indefinitely, leaving little time for social engagements. Observing Tang Yuan's indecision, Yu Tianheng said, "Little seven, do not feel pressured if you do not wish to attend." Tang Yuan smiled and said, "Of course I will go, brother Tianheng. I never said I wouldn't." Yu Tianheng was taken aback for a moment, then joyfully replied, "Great. I will come to your dormitory later to fetch you and accompany you there. It will be your first time, and you may not know the way." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Good. I had intended to continue my reading over the next few days, but it seems that the books here will take quite some time to finish. Since Yu Tianheng has graciously extended an invitation, it would be beneficial to meet some senior students as well. In this new life, apart from Yu Tianheng, I have very few close friends. As the afternoon had already arrived, Tang Yuan placed the book back on the shelf. He greeted Yu Tianheng, who was searching for books, before leaving the library and returning to his dormitory. After indulging in a refreshing nap, he awoke to find it nearing evening. Consequently, Tang Yuan took a shower and changed into a cleaner outfit. He certainly did not wish to appear disheveled at the gathering. Just as he finished tidying up, a knock echoed from outside the door. Yu Tianheng's voice called out, "Shaoqi, I have arrived." Tang Yuan hurried to open the door and discovered Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin standing at the entrance, accompanied by a parked horse-drawn carriage. Tang Yuan greeted with a smile. "Brother Tianheng, sister Yin, you have arrived." Douluo Yin, having frequently been in the company of Yu Tianheng, had encountered Tang Yuan several times. Typically, Yu Tianheng spoke highly of this junior, and naturally, Tang Yuan had become quite familiar with him. She approached, gently ruffling Tang Yuan's hair, and said, "It has been a while since I last saw little Seven. You have become even more adorable. Come, let us head to the carriage together." Tang Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. The young girl, who was yet younger than him in his past life, consistently treated him as though he were a mere doll, leaving him with no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, Tang Yuan himself had only been 16 in his previous life, entirely inexperienced in the ways of the world. Having ventured nowhere beyond the orphanage, his social skills likely paled in comparison to those of Douluo Yin, who exuded an air of authority and carried herself like an elder sister. Over time, Tang Yuan had grown accustomed to it, genuinely coming to regard her as an older sister. Once the three of them boarded the carriage, they departed from the academy. The carriage meandered through the grand city of Heaven Dou, soon arriving at a magnificent complex, the residence of Yu Tianheng, belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the three sects of the Douluo continent. As the carriage slowed to a gentle pace, Douluo Yin enthusiastically began to introduce Tang Yuan to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, while Yu Tianheng occasionally corrected her inaccuracies. This caused Douluo Yin to feel somewhat embarrassed in front of the charming junior, her cheeks flushing as she playfully pouted and playfully struck Yu Tianheng with her small fists, prompting him to plead for mercy. Tang Yuan looked at the two with an awkward expression, though he had grown accustomed to it. Soon, they arrived at the main hall of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, where Yu Tianheng led Douluo Yin and Tang Yuan directly inside. Upon entering the hall, Tang Yuan noticed two elderly gentlemen engaged in animated conversation, pondering their identities when Yu Tianheng approached the elder clad in blue robes and respectfully greeted, "Grandfather, I have returned." He then turned to the elder in green robes and bowed, saying, "Grandfather Douluo." Both elders nodded in acknowledgement. The elder in blue robes was none other than the former sect master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, Yu Yuanjin, and also Yu Tianheng's grandfather. The elder in green robes was the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. At that moment, Douluo glanced at Douluo Yin, who seemed ready to flee, and teased, "Yin. Why do you look as though you've seen a ghost upon seeing your grandfather?" Douluo Yin, blushing with embarrassment, turned around, stuck out her tongue, and trotted over to Douluo, affectionately saying, "Oh, grandfather, I merely came to gather with my classmates. Why are you here spying on me?" Upon hearing this, Douluo's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "Spying? I'm here to discuss matters with your grandfather, Yu." Douluo Yin then turned to Yu Yuanjin and asked, "Grandfather Yu, is what my grandfather said true?" To which Yu Yuanjin chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "I say, old Douluo, the child has grown up. You can't keep watching over her like this." Douluo replied with a huff, "Humph. I'm just worried that my precious granddaughter might be enticed away by your little electric dragon." At this remark, Tang Yuan glanced at Yu Tianheng, who gave an awkward smile in response. "Grandfather," Douluo Yin exclaimed, her face flushed red as she playfully said, "If you keep saying that, I won't talk to you anymore." Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily once more. Douluo, with a furrowed brow, realized he was utterly helpless against his beloved granddaughter. Yet, truth be told, Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng had been childhood friends. Given Yu Tianheng's exceptional talents and virtuous character, he would indeed make a suitable match, though for now, he was not quite worthy. As Douluo mulled over these thoughts, he noticed a small figure standing beside Yu Tianheng, a pair of large blue eyes sparkling with curiosity, blinking as they surveyed their surroundings. What a delightful child. Whose little one is this? When did Yin bring him along? Or rather, when did that little rascal Yu Tianheng manage to lure him? Douluo inquired. Yin, who is that little fellow? Aren't you going to introduce him to your grandfather?" Douluo Yin, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, "Oh dear, I almost forgot." She rushed over, took Tang Yuan's hand, and led him to Yu Yuanjin, saying, "Grandfather Yu, this is Tang Yuan, my brother Tianheng's junior." Afterward, Dugu Yin turned to Tang Yuan and added, "Little 7, this is Brother Tianheng's grandfather. You should call him Grandfather Yu." Tang Yuan nodded and respectfully greeted Yu Yunjin, saying, "Little 7 pays his respects to Grandpa Yu." Yu Yunjin nodded in return, stroking his beard and remarking, "What a spirited young lad." Immediately afterwards, Dugu Yin led Tang Yuan to Dugu Bo, pouting as she said, "Little 7, this is my grandfather. He is the bad grandfather, so you shall call him that." Huh. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling that this was rather inappropriate. At that moment, a formidable aura descended upon him, causing his complexion to pale. The pressure of the soul force was immensely powerful, something he had only previously experienced in the presence of his mother, Uncle Xiao, Uncle Yuiguan, and Uncle Gueme. Tang Yuan trembled all over, cold sweat continuously beading on his forehead. At that moment, both Dugu Yin and Yu Tianheng were astounded, not anticipating that Dugu Bo would resort to such a tactic. Dugu Yin exclaimed, "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo abruptly retracted his soul pressure and scoffed, "Humph, truly a case of a granddaughter growing independent. Have you forgotten about your grandfather while introducing Lord Yu?" Ignoring him, Dugu Yin knelt down, gently wiping away the sweat from Tang Yuan's brow, softly inquiring, "Xiaoqi, how are you faring?" Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "Sister Yin Yin, I am perfectly fine." Dugu Yin frowned and said, "You still claim to be fine, yet your face is as pale as a ghost." Tang Yuan shook his head again and smiled, saying, "Sister Yin Yin, I assure you, I am truly fine." Upon finishing his words, he bowed respectfully to Dugu Bo and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Dugu." With keen interest, Dugu Bo turned his gaze towards Tang Yuan and inquired, "Oh, what are you thanking me for?" Dugu Yin interjected from the side, "Indeed, Xiaoqi, why are you thanking him? Let us disregard him and move on." Tang Yuan smiled and said, "It's nothing, Sister Yin Yin. Just now, Grandpa Dugong used his soul power to help me break through to level 20. "What?" Dugong Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Yuan nodded. At this moment, Dugu Bo remarked from the side, "Humph, you young lad are quite sensible, unlike certain individuals who no longer show respect even to their grandfather." Dugu Yin, realizing her misunderstanding of Dugu Bo, comprehended the intent behind his words. She then turned to Yu Tianheng, sticking out her tongue and making a playful face. Yu Tianheng, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Dugu Bo addressed Tang Yuan. "Your name is Tang Yuan, correct? How old are you this year?" Tang Yuan Dao, returning to Grandpa Dugu. "I am 7 years old this year." 7 years old? Both Yu Yunjin and Dugu Bo were taken aback. At such a tender age, he had already reached level 20. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Dugu Bo inquired further, "Are you also a student of the Heavenly Academy? Where is your home?" Tang Yuan nodded, recalling the instructions given by Bibi Dong before he set off for school, advising him to refrain from revealing the location of the dead spirit manor. Otherwise, the spirit hall might trace its origins, jeopardizing Tang Yuan's safety. Just as he was at a loss for words, Dugu Yin indignantly remarked, "Grandfather, are you interrogating a criminal?" Dugu Bo chuckled and replied, "Oh, it's merely curiosity, my dear. Now, go along with your junior disciple and Young Yu for some fun. Your grandfather Yu and I have matters to attend to." Tang Yuan felt an immense sense of relief. To be candid, he had found it quite challenging to respond earlier, as the matter pertained to the Death Spirit Manor. Should he divulge information, it would likely lead to scrutiny from the Spirit Hall. Yet, remaining silent would pose its own difficulties, especially considering the grand gift presented to him by Dugu Bo upon their first meeting. Deceiving him weighed heavily on Tang Yuan's conscience. After respectfully taking his leave, Yu Tianheng led Dugu Yin and Tang Yuan to his private residence. Chapter 25. Qin Ming. Upon their arrival at the residence, they discovered several individuals engaged in conversation. Noticing Yu Tianheng's entrance, many approached to greet him. When they saw Dugu Yin holding a remarkably adorable little boy, 2 girls rushed forward, as if they had stumbled upon a newfound treasure. A lively girl with black hair eagerly inquired, "What a delightful little boy. Yin Yin, is he your brother?" Dugu Yin nodded, replying, "Yes, he is my brother. Isn't he adorable?" The black-haired girl enthusiastically nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Come here, let me pinch your cheeks." With that, she reached out her hand to playfully squeeze Tang Yuan's face. Tang Yuan instinctively recoiled, a strand of black hair falling across his forehead. What has become of girls nowadays? Have they lost all sense of decorum? Alas, he has evaded her. Ling Xian, it appears he does not harbor any affection for you. A blonde girl chuckled. The dark-haired girl retorted indignantly, "Humph, then you come here." The blonde girl giggled, "If I must, I shall." Come here, little brother. Let your sister take you out for a delightful meal. Tang Yuan could no longer endure the situation and swiftly sought refuge behind Du Guyan. The young girl with dark hair, noticing this, burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Sui, look, he is ignoring you," mistaking Tang Yuan's retreat as shyness. Du Guyan addressed the two girls, saying, all right, don't frighten him. Be careful, or my brother might give you a beating." The dark-haired girl, skeptical, responded with a chuckle, "Such an adorable little brother, he wouldn't possibly hit anyone." At that moment, several more individuals arrived, greeting Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, most of whom were around the ages of 14 or 15. Some of the girls, spotting Tang Yuan, were tempted to approach and tease him. But upon noticing the deepening pallor of his expression, they refrained from further jesting. Just then, a young man in his 20s entered from outside the courtyard. With simple black hair and a visage that was not particularly handsome but possessed distinct features, he exuded a sense of calm and simplicity, complemented by his remarkably bright eyes. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone greeted him in unison, "Teacher Qin." This man was indeed Qin Ming, who, at that moment, had not yet attained the rank of a Soul Emperor, standing at level 54, a genuine Soul King. Upon noticing many of his students present, Qin Ming greeted them with a smile. While engaging in light-hearted banter, he caught sight of a gaze fixed upon him. Lowering his head, he met Tang Yuan's wide-eyed stare. Finding it somewhat amusing, he then inquired of Du Guyan, "Yin, who is this child?" Du Guyan was momentarily taken aback, preparing to respond when Tang Yuan interjected, "Teacher Qin, my name is Tang Yuan." Du Guyan chuckled and added, "Teacher Qin. He's also a student at our Tiando Royal Academy." Qin Ming, slightly surprised, was curious about the connection between this child and Du Guyan, wondering how he had come to be brought to the gathering, and thus he asked, "Is that so? Tang Yuan, are you a new student this year?" Tang Yuan nodded. Du Guyan's playful spirit was ignited as she smiled mysteriously and said, "Teacher Qin, can you guess which grade he is in?" Instinctively, Qin Ming replied, "What grade could it be? Freshman or simply in the junior college's introductory class?" Upon seeing Du Guyan's teasing smile, Qin Ming's heart stirred, and he added, "Isn't that so?" Du Guyan laughed and said, "Teacher Qin, you're mistaken. Our little Qi is actually a genius in the first class of the 3rd grade." At this, Qin Ming felt perplexed and asked, "Did he not mention that he is a newcomer this year? How can he be in the 3rd grade, let alone the 1st class?" Tang Yuan Dao, "No, Teacher Qin, I am indeed a new student who just enrolled this year. However, the Dream Machine Grandpa from the Education Committee instructed me to transfer to the 1st class of the 3rd grade." Qin Ming appeared somewhat perplexed, but after a moment's reflection, he exclaimed in astonishment, "I remember now, there is indeed a student named Tang Yuan, a 6-year-old prodigy at level 19, who advanced directly from the junior class to the 3rd grade of the junior academy." What? Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, everyone present was taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. 6 years old? Level 19? While Tang Yuan remained relatively unfazed by the astonished gazes of the crowd, Du Guyan felt a surge of pride within her, as if she were the one who had achieved such a remarkable feat, despite its lack of direct relation to her. Tang Yuan," Qin Ming continued. Tang Yuan inquired, "What is the matter, Teacher Qin?" To which Qin Ming responded, "What level are you at now?" Tang Yuan Dao, "I have just reached level 20. Level 20? Qin Ming expressed his confusion and inquired, "Half a year has passed, yet you have only advanced by 1 level? Tang Yuan replied, "Oh, there was an issue with my martial soul, but it has now been resolved." "I see," Qin Ming responded, relieved that the matter had been rectified. Otherwise, a prodigy might have been rendered useless. Qin Ming then inquired, "By the way, Tang Yuan, I noticed you were gazing at me intently just now. What is it?" Tang Yuan shook his head and remarked, "Tianheng has spoken of you to me. He mentioned that you are a Soul King, yet you appear quite youthful, unlike the typical Soul Kings." Qin Ming, both amused and exasperated, replied, "At 6 years old and already at the 19th rank. I find you hardly resemble an ordinary Soul Master either." Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "I am now 7 years old." Qin Ming, feeling helpless, responded, "It is all the same." Tang Yuan silently vowed that one day he would become a Soul King even younger than Teacher Qin. Before long, numerous maidservants had completed the arrangements in the hall, presenting an array of exquisite delicacies, fruits, and fine wines. Yu Tianheng then beckoned everyone to enter the hall. The spacious banquet hall featured a round table, ample enough to accommodate 30 diners simultaneously. Yu Tianheng invited Qin Ming to take the seat of honor, while he and Du Guyan flanked him on either side, and Tang Yuan was drawn to sit beside Dugu Yin. The table was abundant with dishes, including the rare meat from millennium-old soul beasts and various spiritual fruits and vegetables. While Tang Yuan had indulged in such delicacies at the necromancer's manor, he had not tasted them since arriving at the academy. Yu Tianheng proclaimed loudly, "The dishes are ready. Let us first invite teacher Qin to say a few words." The crowd applauded enthusiastically. Qin Ming, with a reluctant wave of his hand, rose to address them, saying, "Dear students, I am delighted to gather with you all here today. As the director of practical courses, I have witnessed your remarkable growth throughout our journey together. Additionally, I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to Tianheng and Yin Yin for officially becoming students of the Advanced Academy of the Tiandou Royal Academy this year. Of course, I encourage all other students to strive diligently, aiming to enter the Advanced Academy next year. I shall keep my words brief to avoid delaying your meal. Now, let us raise our glasses in a toast." Cheers erupted as everyone lifted their glasses. Tang Yuan, swept up in the joyous atmosphere, joined in the drinking. Although due to his youth, Dugu Yin only poured him a cup of tea. Following this, the attendees exchanged toasts. All present were soul masters, far surpassing ordinary individuals in constitution and alcohol tolerance. Even the female participants were unyielding, drinking continuously. However, the wine from Yu Tianheng's household was no ordinary vintage. Fragrant and rich. Before long, the merriment reached its peak, and everyone appeared flushed with intoxication. Qin Ming particularly so, as students continuously offered him drinks, exceeding the consumption of anyone else. Fortunately, not wishing to lose face before his students, Qin Ming discreetly used his soul power to expel some of the effects, regaining a semblance of normalcy. At a gathering of soul masters, aside from drinking, the essence was combat. Once satiated, someone proposed a friendly sparring session. Seeking guidance from teacher Qin, the group then rose and made their way to the courtyard, where there was ample space to engage freely. Dugu Yin turned and inquired, "Little Seven, are you full?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Sister Yin Yin, I am full." Dugu Yin smiled and responded, "Very well. Sister shall take you to witness the contest." With that, she took Tang Yuan's hand, and together they exited the hall, entering the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood two young men facing each other. One of them was strikingly handsome, with a petite frame, clad in flowing white garments. The other was a robust youth with short black hair, resembling a humanoid spirit beast. Both young men utilized their spirit power to dispel the effects of alcohol. The handsome youth stepped forward and proclaimed, "I am Yu Feng, with the martial spirit of the wind bell bird, a level 27 agile attack spirit master. I seek your guidance." As he spoke, two yellow spirit rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet. The sturdy youth also advanced a step, declaring, "I am Shimo, with the martial spirit of the black tortoise, a level 28 defensive spirit master. I seek your guidance as well." Similarly, two yellow spirit rings rose from his feet. "Spirit manifest." They both shouted simultaneously, invoking their martial spirits. Yu Feng exhibited no notable changes except for the sudden emergence of a pair of brown wings from his back, which lifted him gently into the air. In contrast, Shimo manifested a pair of green tortoise shells on his chest and back. First spirit skill, Blade of Wings. Yu Feng cried out, his brown wings unfurling to emit a silver glow as he dove toward Shimo. Shimo responded with equal fervor. First spirit skill, Hard Shell. The two tortoise shells radiated a brilliant green light, bracing against Yu Feng's Blade of Wings. A dull thud resonated as Yu Feng staggered from the impact, while Shimo also trembled, clearly indicating that Yu Feng's attack had not succeeded. Following this, Yu Feng unleashed his second spirit skill, while Shimo employed his own defensive technique in response. The two exchanged blows for several dozen rounds, alternating between offense and defense, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Eventually, Yu Feng landed, panting heavily. "No more fighting. I can't continue." Shimo, equally exhausted and drenched in sweat, retracted his tortoise shells. Despite Yu Feng's spirit power being nearly depleted, Shimo was not faring much better. Yu Feng's relentless attacks demanded considerable spirit power for Shimo's defense, resulting in substantial exhaustion for both. At this juncture, Qin Ming stepped forward and remarked, "Well done. Both of you have effectively utilized your strengths in battle. However, it is difficult to gauge the efficacy of a defensive spirit master in a one-on-one duel. Yet, in team battles, a defensive spirit master plays a crucial role. Yu Feng's agile attack spirit, while impressive, cannot easily penetrate a defensive spirit. Nonetheless, you both performed admirably. As agile attack spirit masters primarily rely on speed with offense as a secondary focus." Upon hearing this, Yu Feng and Shimo acknowledged their shortcomings and gained new insights. both expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Qin. After Yufeng and Shimo concluded their match, several other pairs engaged in their own duels. Chapter 26. Sparring. Tang Yuan observed with great interest. Although he was only at level 20, the others present were at least level 25. Yet he still managed to glean a considerable amount of practical experience. Furthermore, the senior at level 25 was a soul master specializing in agility-based attacks. And Tang Yuan felt confident that if he were to face her, his speed, enhanced by the unfathomable pursuit step, would prevent her from laying a finger on him. He had previously conducted an experiment with Su Jing's assistance, and he knew that when he unleashed the full potential of the unfathomable pursuit step, no soul master under level 30 could hope to match his speed. Observing the fierce determination reflected in Tang Yuan's eyes, Yu Tianheng remarked, "Little 7, do you wish to join the fray?" Tang Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed. I too wish to ascertain the current level of my practical combat skills. Yu Tianheng contemplated briefly and then replied, "Very well, you shall participate in the next match. However, exercise caution, do you understand?" Tang Yuan, filled with delight, nodded vigorously and exclaimed, "Wonderful. Brother Tianheng, rest assured, I shall be cautious." Yu Tianheng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Tang Yuan's hair. The two soon concluded their duel, parting ways, appearing somewhat fatigued yet their eyes sparkled with exhilaration. After all, sharing a similar age and being classmates, their soul power levels were comparable. Neither was willing to concede defeat, and the desire to establish a clear victor was palpable. However, following the confrontation, they both recognized their inadequacies, regardless of the outcome. Each held a personal scale of judgment. Among those present, aside from their instructor, Qin Ming, all the students were nobles of the Tiando Empire, inherently proud and ambitious. Although none wished to admit to a loss, the glaring eyes of the onlookers rendered defeat undeniable. At worst, they could reclaim their honor in the next encounter. Feigning bravado would only lead to disgrace. This encapsulates the essence of noble spirit. While many Tiando nobles are often impulsive, the noble spirit itself is not without merit. The two, having determined the victor, retreated to the sidelines for respite. Yu Tianheng then turned to Tang Yuan and said, "Go on, Shaoqi." Tang Yuan nodded and stepped into the center of the arena. At that moment, he heard Yu Tianheng address another young man, saying, "Li Fei, why don't you engage in a friendly competition with our junior?" Tang Yuan gazed at the young boy, who was none other than the 25th level agility type soul master. Upon hearing this, Li Fei appeared somewhat taken aback and said, "Boss, isn't this a bit inappropriate? He's just a child. Although he possesses extraordinary talent, he hasn't yet acquired his second spirit ring. What if I inadvertently harm him?" At that moment, Du Guyan interjected, "Humph, if you dare to hurt my brother, I shall poison you." "Yin Yin, cease your foolishness." Yu Tianheng frowned and remarked. Du Guyan merely pouted, having intended it as a jest. However, Yu Tianheng turned to Li Fei and reassured him, "It's all right. Shaoqi is no ordinary 20-level soul master. Just ensure that your strikes are not overly forceful. It should merely be a friendly spar." Observing Tang Yuan's diminutive stature, Li Fei found himself in a quandary. Just then, Qin Ming stepped forward with a smile, saying, "No worries, Li Fei, consider it a chance to spar with a junior. With the teacher present, nothing untoward will occur." The others were also eager to witness the prowess of this 7-year-old prodigy, urging him on. "Indeed, Li Fei, with Teacher Qin here, are you afraid?" Laughter erupted among the group. Li Fei, with no choice but to accept given his lower rank, shot them a resigned glare and steeled himself. Stepping into the arena, he looked at Tang Yuan and said, "If anything goes awry, make sure to speak up immediately, understood?" Tang Yuan gazed at the senior before him, feeling a profound warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that, just before the battle commenced, the senior would still remember to offer him a word of caution. With a smile, he replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you, senior. However, please exert your full strength. I am a soul master and not so fragile. Especially with Teacher Qin around." Li Fei pondered for a moment, realizing that this young lad, despite his seemingly diminutive stature, had already reached level 20, not far behind himself. He then turned to Qin Ming, who acknowledged him with a smile and a nod, and then glanced at Yu Tianheng, who wore a similar expression. Relieved, he finally said, "Very well, but remember, if any urgent situation arises, do not hesitate to speak up immediately." Tang Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, "Excellent." Li Fei responded with a firm nod, and then bellowed, "Martial soul, manifest." As his words echoed, a remarkable transformation occurred. Li Fei's eyes suddenly shifted, his pupils morphing into slitted forms, revealing a pair of fierce hawk-like eyes, sharp and penetrating. Behind him, a pair of wings unfurled, slightly smaller than those of Yufeng, their deep brown feathers fluttering in the wind. Two radiant yellow soul rings emerged from beneath his feet. Subsequently, Li Fei declared, "I am Li Fei, wielder of the martial soul eagle, a level 25 agility-type battle soul master. I humbly seek your guidance." Tang Yuan did not dare to be negligent, with his right hand outstretched. A scroll manifested, exuding a powerful aura of soul energy, enveloped in a radiant golden light. "I am Tang Yuan, wielding the martial soul of the Death Ledger, a level 20 control-type soul master. I humbly seek guidance from my senior." At that moment, a yellow soul ring slowly ascended from beneath Tang Yuan's feet. "Excellent," he declared, activating his first soul skill, Eagle Strike. Li Fei, sensing the formidable nature of Tang Yuan's martial soul, discarded his previous underestimation. Instantly, he unleashed his own first soul skill. His soul ring blazed with brilliance, and a yellow luminescence enveloped his wings as he soared into the air, diving toward Tang Yuan. One could not help but notice that this strike bore a resemblance to the previous wind control skill, though it lacked the same overwhelming power. Li Fei's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Tang Yuan. In response, Tang Yuan executed the unfathomable pursuit step, vanishing from Li Fei's side in an instant. Li Fei was momentarily taken aback. This junior was no ordinary adversary. Before he could fully contemplate this revelation, he sensed a surge of energy behind him. Without hesitation, he propelled himself upward. In that fleeting moment, he saw a leg sweep through the space he had just occupied. That was close. Li Fei inhaled deeply. It was clear he had underestimated this junior. It was imperative to unleash his full strength. With this thought, he performed a somersault in midair, transforming his hands into claws, and dove once more toward Tang Yuan. Second soul skill, Eagle Claw. Tang Yuan Fong, having narrowly evaded the first strike, swiftly retreated to regain his composure. Just as he steadied himself, he beheld Li Fei unleashing his second soul skill, charging towards him with fervor. In a heartbeat, he deftly maneuvered once more, evading the impending assault. Li Fei, taken aback, realized that this second soul skill was significantly swifter than the first, with a ferocity that left him astounded. Could this junior truly be a control-type soul master? He seemed to possess a speed that rivaled even that of an agility-focused soul master. In that fleeting moment of realization, before he could react, a voice resonated. First soul skill, Soul Snatch. Tang Yuan let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, a stream of black light emanated from the Death Ledger, enveloping Li Fei suspended in midair. Suddenly, Li Fei felt an overwhelming sense of weakness rising within him. Before he could respond, a beam of white light burst forth from his body, surging towards Tang Yuan and enclosing him within its radiance. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yuan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. "This is not good," Li Fei exclaimed, swiftly releasing a soft command. First soul skill, Eagle Strike. He acutely sensed that his attack power, defense, and speed had all diminished significantly, while Tang Yuan's speed had markedly increased. At that moment, Tang Yuan had already disappeared from Li Fei's line of sight. Without hesitation, Li Fei unleashed his earlier soul skill. Although the power of this Eagle Strike was not as formidable as his second soul skill, Eagle Claw, it possessed an enhancement in speed. By employing the soul skill, he was able to move slightly faster than usual, and he activated it with the intent of evading Tang Yuan. At this moment, Tang Yuan was moving at high speed, his heart filled with astonishment. The genius students of the Heavenly Royal Academy were indeed formidable. Their combat awareness surpassed his own, swiftly devising strategies to counter him. However, it was still insufficient. Tang Yuan exerted all his strength, reaching an unparalleled speed, swiftly catching up to Li Fei. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt high into the air, grasping Li Fei's ankle. Li Fei, taken aback and momentarily stunned, realized that despite utilizing the speed from his first soul skill and the advantage of elevation, he was still no match for Tang Yuan. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was pulled back down to the ground by Tang Yuan. Once both regained their footing, Li Fei sighed and admitted, "I have lost." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "Senior Li Fei, you have not been defeated. Although I have brought you down, you still possess the potential to soar once more, waiting for the opportune moment to strike me with your soul technique. Moreover, I have expended nearly half of my soul power." Tang Yuan spoke the truth. His first spirit ring was 600 years old. Not only did it endow him with formidable spirit abilities, but the energy it consumed was also significantly greater than that of a standard 100-year spirit ring. Although he had only unleashed the soul capture technique once this time, Had it not been for Tang Yuan's profound and solid spirit power, which had previously evolved to a liquid state, employing the unchanging pursuit step alongside the soul capture would likely have left him nearly depleted. Upon hearing this, Li Fei assumed Tang Yuan was merely trying to console him and replied with a wry smile, "Do not comfort me. A loss is a loss. Even if I could ascend again, I would not soar as high as you. After all, during our spar, my spirit energy was expended excessively. Speaking of you, I am nearly out of spirit energy myself, and your peculiar first spirit ability has hampered my bodily functions. Even if I wished to fly, I could not ascend too high, and your speed is remarkable. My spirit abilities cannot contend with you. Once my spirit energy is exhausted, I will inevitably plummet from the sky, resulting in defeat regardless." At that moment, Qin Ming stepped forward, applauding. "That was a splendid battle. Little Seven. May I call you that?" Tang Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, Teacher Qin. Tianheng and Sister Yinyan both call me that." Qin Ming replied with a grin, "All right, Shaoqi. Although you are only at level 20, your soul skills are remarkably powerful and your speed is extraordinarily swift, even surpassing that of an average level 30 soul master. Therefore, in this match, had you faced a strong attack or defense type soul master, your victory might not have been as effortless. However, Li Fei specializes in agility. His advantage lies in speed. Since you have outpaced him, it becomes exceedingly difficult for him to secure a win." Tang Yuan nodded, having acquired new knowledge. Chapter 27, Returning Home. Li Fei also nodded and remarked, "Teacher Qin speaks the truth. I must say, Tang Yuan, you are truly an anomaly. Your innate soul power is remarkable, and your combat talent surpasses ours. I estimate that you will soon be able to attend an advanced academy for your studies." Tang Yuan smiled lightly, poised to speak. At that moment, Dugu Yin stepped forward and remarked, "Indeed, our little Qi is a prodigy. You all must hasten your cultivation. Do not be deceived by little Qi's exceptional talent. The fervor with which he trains is unparalleled. Every day, aside from attending classes, he tirelessly traverses the mountains with a 50-pound heavy armor on his back. How could his speed not be extraordinary?" Tang Yuan found himself in a perplexing situation. "Sister Yin Yin, have you already begun to expose my secrets so soon?" The crowd gazed at Tang Yuan in astonishment. A genius is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is when a genius works harder than an ordinary person. Qin Ming exclaimed in surprise, "Little Seven, is what Yin Yin said true? Do you really carry a 50-pound armor and run up and down the mountains every day?" Before Tang Yuan could speak, Dugu Yin interjected, "Indeed, Teacher Qin, and moreover, it requires no soul power, which makes it even more remarkable." Although every individual present found the 50-pound armor to be manageable, particularly those like Yu Tianheng, who possessed a formidable assault-type beast martial soul, it was quite astonishing for a 7-year-old child to run about while bearing armor nearly equivalent to his own weight, relying solely on his innate strength without the aid of soul power. Initially, the 50-pound armor was donned solely for practicing the unchanging pursuit of souls, yet its effectiveness had waned considerably for him. Tang Yuan believed that it should be worn regularly, akin to everyday attire, as this would not only enhance endurance, but also, once accustomed to the weight, enable him to achieve an astonishing speed upon shedding the armor. Furthermore, it would significantly aid in refining soul power. However, Tang Yuan envisioned crafting a 100-pound armor from superior materials, allowing it to be worn like a normal light armor without sacrificing weight, which necessitated the use of special materials and techniques beyond the capabilities of the previous blacksmith shop. At this moment, Qin Ming remarked, "It appears that the most formidable adversary is not merely the genius, but rather the diligent genius." The crowd nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Tang Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment, receiving praise from so many, most of whom were unfamiliar to him, marking a first in his experience. Qin Ming then offered words of encouragement, urging everyone not to squander their holiday, but to diligently cultivate their skills. Aspiring to reach level 30 like Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin, to gain admission into the Advanced Academy. After Qin Ming concluded his speech, the group returned to their tables to indulge in drinks. Meanwhile, the dishes had grown cold during their exchanges, prompting Yu Tianheng to summon the maid to serve a fresh spread. As the night deepened, the group, now pleasantly inebriated, retired to their respective chambers for rest. Considering the revelry, Yu Tianheng had thoughtfully arranged several guest rooms for everyone's convenience, ensuring a comfortable night's repose. Tang Yuan initially intended to return to the academy, but as night had fallen, Yu Tianheng kindly urged him to stay for the night, promising to send him back in the morning. After some contemplation, Tang Yuan decided to remain, reasoning that he would not be practicing tonight, and an early return to the academy would coincide with his mother's arrival. Under the guidance of a maid, Tang Yuan arrived at the room that Yu Tianheng had arranged for him. Upon entering, he was struck by the opulence of the space, adorned with crystal chandeliers and jeweled decorations that nearly dazzled his eyes. A steaming tub of bathwater awaited him, prompting Tang Yuan to appreciate the hospitality of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and he acknowledged Yu Tianheng's thoughtfulness. Feeling the weight of fatigue, he shed his robes and immersed himself in the warm embrace of the bath. The enveloping heat provided him with immense comfort, and soon he found himself luxuriating in the soothing water, the weariness dissipating, leaving only warmth and relaxation. Unbeknownst to him, his mental acuity had subtly increased at that very moment. Though imperceptible, it was nonetheless a genuine enhancement. After his bath, Tang Yuan reclined on the bed, reflecting on his shortcomings during the battle with Li Fei and the latter's advantages. Through careful contemplation, his understanding of the sensitive attack type Soul Masters deepened, and before he realized it, he slipped into a deep slumber. The following morning, Tang Yuan awoke early. After freshening up and dressing, he ventured outside. Awaiting him was the maid, who escorted him to the courtyard, where a carriage was already poised at the gate. This had been arranged by Yu Tianheng the previous night, as he was aware of Tang Yuan's need to return to the academy promptly, followed by his family's arrival and subsequent journey home. After Tang Yuan boarded the carriage, he noticed that breakfast had already been arranged inside. A faint smile graced his lips, surprised by Yu Tianheng's meticulousness, which surpassed that of many others. As the carriage journeyed onward, Tang Yuan enjoyed his breakfast, and before long, they arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. Having finished his breakfast, Tang Yuan instructed the coachman to return and convey his regards to Yu Tianheng before making his way to the school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he noticed it was deserted and began to tidy up. He decided against taking his heavy armor, as it had become redundant for his training of late. Instead, he gathered a few garments and placed them into the starlit glow. Once he had completed his tasks, he intended to head to the library for a bit more reading. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted an approaching figure in the distance. Tang Yuan's keen eyes recognized that this individual was none other than the esteemed Douluo, Xiao Han of the Jade Heart. Tang Yuan was filled with immense joy, having not seen his family for half a year, his heart brimming with happiness. He called out loudly, "Uncle Xiao." Upon hearing the call, Xiao Han quickly approached. As he drew near, Xiao Han enveloped Tang Yuan in a warm embrace and exclaimed, "My dear boy, you've grown quite a bit. Have you missed your Uncle Xiao?" Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Of course, Uncle Xiao. Surely you are not trying to avoid Aunt Chanqian, Aunt Xiaoyu, Aunt Lily, and Aunt Sui again, are you?" Xiao Han, witnessing Tang Yuan's playful demeanor, was both amused and exasperated. He playfully knocked Tang Yuan on the head and replied, "You rascal, it's only been half a year since we last met, and you've already mastered the art of teasing your Uncle Xiao?" Tang Yuan scratched his head and then inquired, "Uncle Xiao, where is my mother? Why hasn't she come?" Xiao Han replied, "Recently, the spirit hall has been quite active, making it inconvenient for your mother to appear in crowded places. She is currently waiting for you outside the academy." Tang Yuan exclaimed with delight, "Shall we depart then? It has been quite some time since I last saw mother." Xiao Han nodded with a smile and replied, "Very well, let us be on our way. Do you not need to tidy up?" Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "No need, I have everything ready." Xiao Han remarked, "You rascal, it seems you have been waiting for several days. Let us return home now." Tang Yuan chuckled, "Wonderful, let's head home." As the two conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the entrance of the academy. Not far from the academy, a carriage was stationed at the roadside. Tang Yuan immediately recognized it as belonging to the necromancer's manor. Without waiting for Xiao Han, he hastily approached the carriage and jumped inside, where he was greeted by an extraordinarily graceful and beautiful woman seated within. "Mother." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yuan leaped into Bibi Dong's embrace. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong's eyes instantly welled with tears as she held him tightly, exclaiming, "You little rascal. You've been away for half a year and haven't even written home. Do you not miss your mother?" Tang Yuan smiled and said, "Mother, how could that be? It's just that I have been so engrossed in my cultivation that I haven't found the time." Bibi Dong reproached him, "Even so, you should still take the time to write a letter to your mother." Tang Yuan scratched his head and said, all right, Mom, I shall write it from now on." Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan, her eyes revealing affection and tenderness as she gently stroked his head. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little Seven, what level are you at now?" Tang Yuan Dao, "You have reached level 20. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Yet she did not chastise Tang Yuan for his slow progress. Instead, she remarked, "Well, there is no need to devote yourself entirely to cultivation. At your age, it is better to spend time enjoying the company of friends." Tang Yuan was aware that Bibi Dong felt his progress of advancing 2 levels in 6 months was somewhat sluggish. He smiled and said, "Mother, my deaf book martial soul has now been completely restored. I had lost 2 levels due to this issue, but I have since cultivated my way back." Bibi Dong was taken aback. She knew that Tang Yuan had taken a soul origin flower from the Tianbao pavilion. Yet she was unaware of the decline in his soul power. Instantly, she became quite anxious, concerned about the potential impact on Tang Yuan, and pressed him for further details. Tang Yuan did not conceal anything from Bibi Dong, revealing the circumstances surrounding the Book of Life and Death, as well as the changes in his soul power. This revelation brought her some relief. It seemed that the regression of his soul power was not a misfortune for Tang Yuan, but rather a fortuitous event. At that moment, Xiaohan also arrived and entered the carriage. Bibi Dong instructed the coachman to begin their journey, and thus the three embarked on their way home. Throughout the journey, Bibi Dong inquired about Tang Yuan's school life over the past 6 months. Tang Yuan, brimming with excitement, recounted how he had become the leader of his junior class, advanced to the 3rd grade, and formed friendships with Yu Tianheng and others, sharing each detail with great enthusiasm. Observing Tang Yuan's exuberance, both Bibi Dong and Xiaohan exchanged knowing glances and listened intently. As Tang Yuan animatedly expressed himself, Bibi Dong watched him with a tender smile, her gaze seemingly fixed solely on him. Initially, Bibi Dong harbored some concerns regarding Tang Yuan's friendships with Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Poison Douluo represented formidable forces on the continent. If they posed a threat to Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong feared she would be unable to intervene in time. Even with Yu Guan present in Heavendo City, it would still be challenging for him to handle the situation alone, especially since Yu Yuanzhen and Dugubo were both renowned titled Douluo. However, when Tang Yuan spoke of the care he received from Yu Tianheng and the fact that he had not revealed his true identity, Bibi Dong felt a measure of relief. Even Xiaohan remarked that children grow up and must have their own worlds. Overly restricting Tang Yuan's development would not be beneficial. Moreover, with Yu Guan always keeping an eye on Tang Yuan in Heavendo City, at least his safety would be assured in the face of danger. With this thought, Bibi Dong's worries began to dissipate. Chapter 28. The Soul-Eating Flower as Tang Yuan. Bibi Dong and Xiaohan conversed. The carriage continued its journey, swiftly traversing 5 days. They arrived at South Fire City, not far from the Necromancer's manor. Bibi Dong instructed the driver to halt in South Fire City for a brief respite, as the rations had grown monotonous over the past few days. Bibi Dong and Xiaohan took Tang Yuan into the city to explore and indulge in some refreshments. While passing by the South Fire City Junior Soul Master Academy, they observed students bustling to and fro. Tang Yuan, filled with curiosity, inquired of Bibi Dong, "Mother, isn't it vacation time? Why are they still attending classes?" Bibi Dong chuckled and replied, "Little 7, the Soul Master Academy typically grants a vacation only after a year of study. The Royal Academy of Tiando is an exception. Students there are nobles. Consequently, they enjoy a month-long break after half a year of study, allowing them to return to their families to learn about managing family affairs. If they were to remain in the academy year-round, they would find it challenging to grasp the intricacies of their family's business, making it difficult to inherit their family's legacy later on." Tang Yuan, in a moment of realization, nodded and remarked, "I see." After finishing their meal, the trio continued their journey back to the Spirit Necropolis, finally arriving the following afternoon. Upon returning home, Tang Yuan felt an immense sense of contentment. He casually had some dinner before retreating to his room. Tonight, there was no need for cultivation. He lay on his bed, completely emptying his mind. A wave of comfort enveloped him, and as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Tang Yuan awoke early, adhering to his usual routine. After practicing the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique for several cycles, he began to organize his tents, medicines, weapons, and other essentials. The previous day, he had already discussed with Bibi Dong about heading to the Netherworld Ridge to acquire his second soul ring within Tang Yuan's starlit domain. He always kept emergency supplies for outdoor expeditions, yet he preferred to inspect them thoroughly before setting out. If anything was lacking, he intended to replenish it now. Since acquiring his first soul ring, he had diligently memorized the outdoor survival knowledge imparted by Bibi Dong, and he proactively prepared without waiting for her instructions. After breakfast, Bibi Dong and Xiao Han led Tang Yuan to the netherworld ridge. Upon entering, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little Seven, which direction are you considering for your second soul ring?" This question had already crossed Tang Yuan's mind, especially during his battle with Li Fei, where he felt the considerable age of his current soul ring and the significant consumption of soul power. He strongly desired to obtain a soul ring that would enhance his soul power for his second acquisition. Thus, he shared his thoughts with Bibi Dong, specifying an age limit of around 1,000 years. According to the typical standards for soul ring absorption, the second soul ring should ideally be around 764 years old. However, considering the unique attributes of his death book martial soul, which could mitigate the resentment of soul beasts upon their demise, along with the refinement of his soul power capacity, the endurance cultivated through heavy armor training, and the strength of his meridians over the past 6 months, he believed that he could meet the criteria for absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong remained somewhat apprehensive, aware that a 1,000-year soul ring differed vastly from a 100-year one, with the energy levels of a 999-year soul beast and a 1,000-year soul beast being worlds apart. Tang Yuan, aware of her concerns, articulated his thoughts. Over the past 6 months, he had amassed a considerable amount of theoretical knowledge, which he analyzed from various perspectives. After reflecting on the scene of Tang Yuan's first absorption of a soul ring, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before conceding. After all, Tang Yuan had matured into a bona fide soul master, displaying remarkable talent and significantly enhancing his theoretical understanding during this half-year. With this in mind, Bibi Dong felt considerably reassured. Additionally, Xiao Han, standing by, chimed in, "There is no need for worry, master. When Xiao Qi absorbs the soul ring, I can utilize my martial soul to assist her, which also possesses the capability to alleviate the resentment of the soul beasts." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, ultimately consenting to Tang Yuan's proposal. Tang Yuan was filled with delight, casting a grateful glance toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han returned the gaze with an air of satisfaction. The two appeared to have conspired in secret, while Bibi Dong pretended not to notice. As the hour was still early, the trio commenced their search around the periphery of the Netherrealm Ridge, discovering several soul beasts, none of which were suitable for Tang Yuan. Fortunately, the soul beasts sensed the presence of Bibi Dong and Xiao Han, and fled in terror, for had they been foolish enough to provoke them, they would likely have met their demise at the hands of Bibi Dong, who would then bring them back to the Necromancer Manor to replenish their stock of soul beast meat. The three continued their journey through the dense forest. Upon reaching the banks of a river, Tang Yuan suddenly felt his soul power draining inexplicably, startling him. He attempted to control the soul power within him, only to realize that the loss was beyond his command. It felt as though an unseen force was siphoning away his essence, and he was unable to determine the source of this peculiar attraction. "Damn, Uncle Xiao, do you feel as though your soul power is depleting?" Tang Yuan inquired. Bibi Dong and Xiao Han exchanged puzzled looks, checked their own soul power, and shook their heads, indicating they felt no such loss. Tang Yuan expressed his confusion, saying, "This is rather strange." Knowing that Tang Yuan would not speak without reason, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little Seven, what troubles you?" Tang Yuandao remarked, "For some inexplicable reason, whenever I arrive at this riverbank, I feel my soul power gradually dissipating, despite not utilizing it, and I find myself unable to control this loss." Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. At that moment, Xiao Han suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now. It is the soul-eating flower." "The soul-eating flower?" Both Bibi Dong and Tang Yuan questioned in unison. Xiao Han nodded affirmatively and explained, "Indeed, the soul-eating flower possesses the ability to emit a particular energy in its vicinity. Any creature that enters this energy field will be subject to its soul power absorption. Observe the pile of rubble by the riverside. There are no soul beasts, nor even any plants. It is evident that the soul-eating flower is behind this." Tang Yuan inquired, "Why are Mother and Uncle Xiao unaffected?" Xiao Han replied, "The soul-devouring flower is likely quite young. Both your mother and I are titled Douluo of above level 90, and we have developed immunity to such a degree of soul power absorption." Tang Yuan suddenly realized and nodded, saying, "I see now. In that case, Uncle Xiao, let us promptly locate it." Xiao Han nodded in agreement. "Very well. Xiao Qi, focus your mind and carefully sense this force of attraction to determine which direction is more intense." Tang Yuan nodded, immediately settling into a cross-legged position, focusing his mind on the spiritual platform and channeling his energy into the Dantian. After a while, Tang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and pointed to his right, exclaiming, "It is there." As soon as the words left his lips, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards the indicated direction, with Bibi Dong and Xiao Han closely following. Not long after, they beheld a colossal flower, entirely black, swaying in the wind amidst an empty expanse strewn with scattered stones, devoid of anything else. The soul-devouring flower, Xiao Han exclaimed in astonishment. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it is truly the soul-devouring flower." Tang Yuan gazed intently at the flower before him and remarked, "So this is the soul-devouring flower. Indeed, being so close to it, I can feel my soul power draining away even more rapidly." The flower, entirely cloaked in deep black, radiated a shimmering dark glow. It boasted 6 petals and, in terms of size, surpassed that of an ordinary tree. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, exactly 10 leaves, marking precisely a millennium. "Xiaoqi, your second soul ring is within reach," Xiao Han stated while counting the leaves on the soul-devouring flower. The soul-devouring flower possesses the innate ability to absorb soul power. A century-old flower can siphon the soul power of all beings within 100 meters. A millennium flower can draw from a radius of 1,000 meters, while a 10,000-year flower can extract soul power from a 10,000-meter expanse, leaving no blade of grass to survive in its vicinity. With each century of cultivation, the flower gains an additional leaf. This particular soul-devouring flower, with its 10 leaves, exceeds 1,000 years in age. However, it is regrettable that there are no known instances of the soul-devouring flower reaching the 10,000-year mark. Only the rarest of the rare, the soul-devouring flower king, has the potential to attain such longevity. Ancient texts indicate that it has been many years since a soul-devouring flower king has been sighted. This particular soul-devouring flower, in terms of both ability and age, aligns remarkably well with Tang Yuan. Sensing the depletion of his soul power, he could no longer afford to wait and resolved to absorb the soul ring from this flower immediately. At that moment, Bibi Dong urged, "Go ahead, Xiaoqi. Let the soul-devouring flower become your second soul ring." Tang Yuan nodded, skillfully retrieving a long dagger from the luminescence of the stars and moonlight, thrusting it obliquely into the earth, seemingly piercing the root of the soul-devouring flower. Unlike animal spirit beasts, plant spirit beasts lack mobility. As Tang Yuan drove the dagger into the flower's root, it was unable to resist. Simultaneously, the vitality of the soul-devouring flower dissipated like flowing water, and along with it, the power to absorb soul energy within a radius of 1,000 meters vanished. Tang Yuan sensed that the depletion of his own soul energy momentarily slowed, soon becoming imperceptible, and his soul energy returned to its normal state. At that moment, the soul-devouring flower began to wither at a visibly rapid pace, until it ultimately collapsed, a purple soul ring gradually rising above it. Without hesitation, Tang Yuan commenced the process of absorption. Much like his initial encounter with the soul ring, the plant soul beast was imbued with potent resentment, which now permeated Tang Yuan's mind. Suddenly, the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death manifested, bringing a refreshing sensation to his consciousness, indicative of the purifying power at work. Concurrently, a formidable surge of energy emanated from the soul ring, infusing itself into the very marrow of Tang Yuan's being. As this energy entered his body, it seemed to unleash a torrent, battering against the barriers of his cultivation. Tang Yuan sensed something within him shatter, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the silence. In an instant, his soul power began to circulate, the energy pouring forth relentlessly. Tang Yuan, not daring to be complacent, promptly activated the yin-yang qi refinement technique. His meridians and acupoints seemed to rejoice, resonating with a symphony of vibrations. The energy swiftly traversed his body in a grand cycle. And suddenly, the yin-yang qi refinement technique broke through its limits, propelling him into the early stages of the 3rd level. Tang Yuan sensed the profound changes within himself, as well as the breakthrough of the yin-yang qi refining technique, filling him with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration that he nearly let out a long, triumphant howl. Chapter 29. The second spirit ability within his meridians, the energy, once rampaging wildly, found itself restrained by the fortified barriers of Tang Yuan's channels. Transformed during the restoration from the Book of Life and Death, the energy could not break free and was obediently absorbed by him. After a passage of 2 hours, the radiance enveloping Tang Yuan gradually faded, signaling the culmination of the spirit ring absorption. Once the brilliance completely vanished, Tang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful wave of soul force emanated forth. Within his gaze, there seemed to shimmer a captivating light, so mesmerizing that it was difficult to behold directly. Bibi Dong exchanged a glance with Xiao Han, astonished, and remarked, "Is this the power of a 1,000-year spirit ring?" Upon completing the absorption of the spirit ring, Tang Yuan discerned the changes within himself. The yin-yang qi refining technique had now ascended to the early stages of the third layer. Though merely in its initial phase, it was remarkably stable. Were it not for Tang Yuan's deliberate suppression, the technique could have reached a minor completion at this point. However, to solidify his foundation, he chose to maintain the technique at its early stage, albeit at its pinnacle, knowing that it would not be long before it naturally progressed to minor completion. Yet, Tang Yuan remained unperturbed. Having suppressed it to such a level, any further natural progression would render the suppression ineffective. After assessing his current level of soul power, he felt the fluctuations indicating that he had reached the 21st level. Tang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the formidable nature of the 1,000-year spirit ring. His soul power now resembled a liquid, vastly superior in quality compared to the gaseous nature it once held. Under such enhanced quality, the energy within the spirit ring underwent purification, yielding a more concentrated essence that Tang Yuan absorbed. Remarkably, despite the reduced quantity, the quality improvement allowed him to elevate his level, a truly extraordinary feat had he absorbed this 1,000-year spirit ring with his previous soul power. He likely would have surged directly to the 23rd level, experiencing a leap of 3 levels. The subsequent purification further granted him an additional level, an unexpected delight indeed. Once all was concluded, Tang Yuan rose to his feet. Bibi Dong hurried over, concern etched on her face, and inquired, "Little Seven, are you all right?" Tang Yuan gazed at Bibi Dong's concern for him and smiled as he shook his head. "Do not worry, mother, I am perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yuan elaborated on a series of transformations regarding his soul power and rank to Bibi Dong and Xiaohan, simultaneously summoning his martial spirit. In that moment, 2 resplendent soul rings began to ascend from his feet, one yellow and one purple. Bibi Dong and Xiaohan glanced at the Book of Life and Death, which had noticeably expanded, its pages turning with a faint fragrance of flowers wafting through the air. Under the influence of this floral aroma, Bibi Dong and Xiaohan sensed a subtle and almost imperceptible draining of their own soul power. Bibi Dong then inquired, "Little Seven, what is your second soul skill?" "Tang Yuan Dao, my second soul skill is named Soul Hook. Unlike my first soul skill, this one possesses attributes related to soul power. Its effect is to diminish the enemy's soul power by 20%, and half of that reduction will be absorbed back into myself, allowing me to restore the soul power I have absorbed. Essentially, it enables me to siphon off the enemy's soul power. The cooldown period is 5 minutes, with an increase of 10% in power for every 10 levels, while simultaneously reducing the cooldown time by 1 minute. The maximum amount of soul power I can absorb from the opponent is capped at 50%, and the cooldown can be minimized to 1 minute." Bibi Dong and Xiaohan gasped in astonishment. This was nothing short of cheating. If one were to reach the level of a titled Douluo, being able to absorb 50% of the enemy's soul power in one fell swoop would render many of their formidable soul skills practically unusable. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong inquired, "Xiaoqi, does your soul skill, like the first one, disregard the opponent's level?" Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "Not at all. However, I have heard that the second soul skill differs from the first, lacking the ability to disregard levels." Bibi Dong appeared somewhat disappointed, but upon hearing Tang Yuan's hint of a twist in his words, she inquired, "But what?" Tang Yuandao remarked, "As long as one's soul power does not exceed mine by 30 levels, it can be absorbed normally. Beyond 30 levels, absorption is still possible, albeit with significantly diminished effects. The greater the disparity in levels, the less effective the soul skill becomes." Bibi Dong was taken aback, realizing the implications of such power. Xiaohan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it perfectly inherits the soul-absorbing capabilities of the soul-devouring flower, which is commendable. Moreover, the soul skill granted by the Millennium Soul Ring is extraordinarily potent, surpassing my expectations. Bibi Dong then instructed, "Xiaoqi, unleash your second soul skill for your mother." Tang Yuan understood that Bibi Dong intended to test the newly acquired soul skill. He nodded and said, "Very well." The second soul skill, Soul Snare. As soon as the words left his lips, the Book of Life and Death radiated a brilliant golden light, and the second soul ring on Tang Yuan's body shimmered with a deep purple hue. Suddenly, a fragrant floral aroma began to permeate the air. Upon inhaling the scent, Bibi Dong felt a slight fluctuation within her soul power, as approximately 1% of it gradually dissipated, accompanied by a pulling sensation emanating from the Book of Life and Death. After a moment of careful contemplation, Bibi Dong inquired, "Xiaoqi, how do you feel?" "Tang Yuan Dao, mother, I perceive that I have absorbed a considerable amount of soul energy from you, and now my own reservoir of soul power is exceedingly abundant. Were it not for the overwhelming strength of your soul energy, I would have ceased my absorption immediately. Otherwise, I might have been overwhelmed. Nevertheless, although I have halted the intake, my death book martial soul continues to siphon your soul energy relentlessly. Bibi Dong nodded and remarked, indeed, in my estimation, your second soul skill is incapable of absorbing even the slightest fraction of soul energy from soul masters above the 80th level. Just now, as I constrained my level between 70 and 79, you managed to absorb a mere 1%. If the opponent were between 60 and 69, you could absorb 5%. If they were between 50 and 59, the absorption rate would rise to 10%. However, should the opponent be below the 50th level, you would be able to completely absorb 20% of their soul energy. Tang Yuan's heart brimmed with joy, realizing that it was indeed remarkable that this ability could also affect individuals below level 50. Bibi Dong continued, indeed, while your soul skill is impressive, its cooldown period is rather lengthy. Even if you can fully drain 20% of the soul power from opponents below level 50, a 5-minute cooldown is ample time for them to utilize the remaining 80% of their soul power for various endeavors. Tang Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, if one were to surpass him by a margin of 10 or 20 levels, even with a 20% reduction in soul power, there would still be a means to defeat him in a single blow. Even if he were left with a mere fragment of soul power, he would find himself utterly powerless. Sensing Tang Yuan's dismay, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. With such an extraordinary soul skill, how could he still be unsatisfied? She gently patted Tang Yuan's head and said, Little Seven, the potential of this soul skill surpasses your imagination and even mine. Although its efficacy diminishes against soul masters of significantly higher levels, within your own rank, you have already secured an invincible position. With your speed and your first and second soul skills, even a 30-level soul sovereign would stand no chance against you. Tang Yuan was taken aback and inquired, Is that truly the case? Bibi Dong replied with a smile, Indeed, it is quite true. Consider this. When you employ your first soul skill to diminish the physical capabilities of your adversary and subsequently channel that enhancement back to yourself, it effectively renders you twice as formidable as them. Furthermore, with your second soul skill, the opponent's soul power also diminishes, which means you become even more powerful in comparison. Imagine if you ascend to the rank of a 60th level soul emperor at that juncture. Your first and second soul skills would each reduce your enemy's physical capabilities and soul power by 50%, and this would be equally applicable against a title Douluo. At that time, even a title Douluo would regard you with considerable apprehension. Therefore, it is imperative that you safeguard yourself in your current state of weakness. You must refrain from revealing your full potential. Tang Yuan smiled and said, I understand, mother. Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan as his smile returned. Her eyes filled with affection. She replied, Indeed, even with great strength, one must not underestimate their opponents, for everyone possesses unique opportunities. And who does not have a hidden card up their sleeve? Tang Yuan nodded vigorously and smiled. Rest assured, mother, as you have always said, even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their utmost effort. Little Seven understands. Bibi Dong chuckled. That's good. At this moment, it was still not dusk. The trio took advantage of the daylight to return to the Spirit Mountain Manor. The Yuming Ridge was not far from the manor, and they soon descended the mountain, arriving back at the Spirit Mountain Manor in no time. After acquiring the second spirit ring, Tang Yuan was ravenously hungry, having skipped lunch. Bibi Dong promptly instructed the servants to prepare dinner, presenting an array of spirit beast meats before Tang Yuan. Without hesitation, he began devouring a piece of the earth demon fireboar's bone-in meat with his left hand and a colorful chicken leg with his right, relishing every bite. Observing his gluttonous demeanor, Bibi Dong affectionately cautioned, Slow down. As she spoke, she served him soup. After the sumptuous dinner, Tang Yuan, with a distended belly, returned to his room to cultivate. With so much spirit beast meat in his system, brimming with energy, he sought to seize the moment before the energy dissipated to focus on refining his spirit power. At this juncture, his singular ambition was cultivation. With only a month of vacation, Tang Yuan spent his time at home conversing with Bibi Dong and sharing meals, yet he predominantly secluded himself in his room for training. His routine consisted of practicing the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique at dawn, refining his spirit power in the morning, engaging in practical combat training with Xiao Han or Bibi Dong in the afternoon, and after dinner, either conversing with Bibi Dong or retreating to his room to cultivate. Thus, day after day, after a month, Tang Yuan's Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique naturally progressed to the third layer, achieving a minor success at its peak. With aspirations for the initial stage of major success, and ultimately the pinnacle of the third layer's completion. Meanwhile, his spirit power remained at the peak of level 21, tantalizingly close to reaching level 22. Additionally, Tang Yuan's impermanence pursuit step had reached a bottleneck, currently still at the minor success of the third layer. As it stands, Tang Yuan's strength level is Tang Yuan Age, 7 Martial Spirit, Death Book, Flawless Quality. Haotian Hammer, No Spirit Ring, Level 21 Great Soul Master First Soul Skill, Soul Seizure, 600 Your Spirit Ring, Yellow, Second Soul Skill, Soul Hook, 1000 Your Spirit Ring. Purple, Movement Technique, Impermanence Pursuit Step, Third Layer Minor Achievement. Comparable to the speed of an ordinary Soul Sovereign, Cultivation Method, Yin-Yang Qi Training Method, Third Layer Minor Achievement Peak. Chapter 30. For years later after the holiday concluded, Tang Yuan returned to the academy, while Bibi Dong and others continued their relentless search for Tang Hao's whereabouts. For Bibi Dong, Tang Yuan represented everything, her hope, and the emotions she found hard to sever. Nevertheless, despite her deep unwillingness to part with Tang Yuan, she constantly reminded herself of her commitment to reunite him with his biological father. Such as a mother's selfless love, even though Tang Yuan was not her own. He felt even closer than blood. Upon returning to school, Tang Yuan maintained his daily routine, moving between the back mountain, classroom, dining hall, library, and dormitory. Occasionally, he would visit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to spar with Yu Tianheng. Without employing his second soul skill, Tang Yuan had rarely bested Yu Tianheng. Despite his speed surpassing that of Yu Tianheng with the impermanence pursuit step, Yu Tianheng's formidable beast martial spirit and extraordinary reflexes rendered Tang Yuan's attacks ineffective due to his lack of combat experience. During their sparring sessions, Yu Tianheng patiently guided Tang Yuan, sharing practical combat insights and highlighting his shortcomings. Being a soul sovereign, Yu Tianheng's extensive experience far exceeded that of Tang Yuan. Initially, Tang Yuan would be defeated within 3 rounds, but gradually he managed to extend this to 10, then 15, and eventually 20 rounds. In time, he could withstand the fight until his soul power was fully exhausted. A few months later, Qin Ming learned of these sparring sessions. Realizing the potential, he frequently joined them for training. Upon discovering Tang Yuan's second soul skill, Qin Ming was astonished and decided to have Tang Yuan combine his first and second soul skills during practice with Yu Tianheng. The initial months of this combination proved challenging for Yu Tianheng. Without the second soul skill, Tang Yuan could already engage him for dozens of rounds before exhausting his soul power. Now, with the introduction of the second skill, Yu Tianheng felt increasingly frustrated. Just as he gained the upper hand, Tang Yuan would siphon away a significant portion of his soul power, preventing him from swiftly concluding the battle. This cycle continued, with Tang Yuan resembling an indomitable cockroach. As the battle wore on, Yu Tianheng's soul power dwindled, while Tang Yuan's capacity to absorb it decreased. By the time Tang Yuan collapsed, gasping for breath, Yu Tianheng also felt the toll, barely managing to sit up. Were it not for his unrivaled beast martial spirit, he might have succumbed to exhaustion as well. These exhaustive sparring sessions undoubtedly provided the ideal opportunity for cultivation, with the renowned Soul King teacher Qin Ming by their side. Imparting wisdom and experience, Tang Yuan also had Tianbao Tower gather numerous spiritual herbs, dividing them into 2 portions, one for himself and one for Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng instructed his household servants to prepare ample nourishment from 1,000-year soul beast meat. After their practice, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng would retreat to their quarters to soak in medicinal baths. Once the water turned from deep green to clear, they would proceed to the dining hall to feast together. After their meal, Qin Ming would offer guidance on their sparring mistakes. These tranquil medicinal baths, coupled with the nourishing soul beast meat and the mentorship of a soul king, made such days rare, occurring only once a week. When that day arrived, Tang Yuan eagerly anticipated the journey to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect alongside Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng. In addition, at school, Tang Yuan adhered to his usual routine, beginning his practice of the Yin-Yang Qi training method before dawn, attending classes in the morning, training the impermanence pursuit step in the afternoon, and studying in the library at night. His schedule was meticulously packed, yet Tang Yuan found joy and fulfillment in his busy life. Days turned into weeks, and years passed swiftly. The seasons changed. For years soon elapsed. In the Douluo continent, within the Tiando Empire, at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Two figures lay sprawled on the ground in a courtyard of Yu Tianheng's estate. One, a robust figure with golden, short hair, gasped, "Shaoqi, you monster. I can't fight anymore." The other, tall and slender, with long blue hair splayed around him, smirked while panting, "I can't fight anymore either, Tianheng. You're just too tough." A middle-aged man nearby observed the two on the ground and chuckled. "All right, get up and go soak in the medicinal baths. Every time you finish, you pretend to be dead." Upon hearing medicinal baths, the slender figure instantly perked up, his sapphire eyes sparkling like water, and with a nimble leap, he exclaimed, "I'm off for a bath." He vanished in an instant. The still prone figure grumbled, "You rascal, you still have energy." After uttering these words, he too sprang up and dashed away. The middle-aged man shook his head, laughing, "Indeed, they are all just pretending." Inside a chamber in the estate, steam filled the air. At the center stood a large wooden tub, surrounded by swirling mist. Through the haze, deep green water could be seen. And within it rested a blue-haired youth, none other than Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan rested his hands on the sides of the wooden tub, his head gently leaning against the edge. Eyes closed, exuding a serene and comfortable demeanor. Upon closer inspection, one could discern slender strands of emerald energy swirling like swimming dragons within the deep green water, continuously converging and being absorbed by Tang Yuan from the surface to the core. This medicinal bath not only tempered his muscles and bones, but also nourished his dantian, providing a sensation of both soreness and relaxation, making it Tang Yuan's favorite ritual after sparring with Yu Tianheng. However, what he cherished most was the dinner that followed the bath, soul beast meat aged for a millennium that melted in his mouth. As a connoisseur who had savored every delicacy in the Heaven Dou city, he took great pleasure in gastronomy. Over the past 4 years, aside from his cultivation, he had discovered a delightful pursuit, the art of eating. In his leisure, he roamed the entirety of Heaven Dou city in search of exquisite dishes. Yet after tasting numerous culinary delights, he still found the soul beast meat dinner after a sparring session to be the most delectable. After half an hour, the hot water in the tub had transformed into crystal clear liquid, the medicinal properties thoroughly absorbed by Tang Yuan. He pouted in mild disappointment as he stood up from the tub and emerged. A tall and graceful figure materialized amidst the steam, his muscles, unlike the prominent forms of the stone mill and graphite brothers, were delineated with elegance and precision, resembling a flawless sculpture. Beneath these seemingly unassuming muscles lay a remarkable explosive power, coupled with years of practicing the yin-yang qi refining method and the effects of the medicinal baths. Tang Yuan's physique had achieved a state of exquisite beauty and formidable resilience, consolidating a strand of soul power. He dispelled the droplets of water clinging to his body and hair, donning a flowing black robe. A slender red jade dragon belt was draped diagonally around his waist, from which hung a brush that resembled a sword, yet was not one. Upon closer inspection, the brush's shaft was crafted from a century-old solitary bamboo, while the tip was made from the fur of a millennia-old bloodthirsty demon wolf, inscribed with the 4 characters, Judge's death sentence. His blue hair, cascading to shoulder length, was neither too long nor too short. Tang Yuan secured it with a black hairband, forming a small ponytail that accentuated his sharply defined facial features, a visage that seemed chiseled, with a prominent nose, eyes that held the depth of galaxies, and lips that often curled into a smile, rendering him both enigmatic and strikingly handsome, exuding an air of effortless nonchalance. After slipping into a pair of black boots, Tang Yuan exited the room. His attire bore a resemblance to that of Xiao Han from the Uxi in Douluo, leading Bibi Dong to harbor an obsession, believing that Tang Yuan had been led astray by Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han was entirely innocent. His ethereal presence somehow transformed in Tang Yuan's portrayal into that of a roguish wanderer. It is worth noting that Tang Yuan's ensemble was inspired by the heroic figures from the martial arts novels of his previous life. His lifelong dream had been to become a hero. In this life, that dream persisted. In his former existence, he had been afflicted by a grave illness, unable even to walk, let alone embody the role of a chivalrous hero. Yet, in this rebirth, Tang Yuan relentlessly pursued that aspiration. All of this, of course, had no bearing on Xiao Han, who remained oblivious to these sentiments. Regardless, Tang Yuan would often attribute his style to that of Uncle Xiao in front of Bibi Dong, leading her to contemplate several times the necessity of changing his attire. It was not that the outfit was unappealing, but rather that emulating Xiao Han made Bibi Dong feel as though Xiao Han had misguided her son. Thus, during these moments, Xiao Han would frequently find himself on the receiving end of Bibi Dong's admonishments, though he eventually grew accustomed to it. Upon stepping out Tang Yuan made his way directly to the dining hall. Upon arrival, he spotted Yu Tianhing already indulging at the dining table. Wait for me, Tianhing. Save me some. Tang Yuan hurried over, plopping down without ceremony, and immediately seized a large chicken leg to gnaw upon. Indeed, it was a vigorous tearing. This was the dining hall established within the residence of Yu Tianhing, frequented solely by Yu Tianhing, Tang Yuan, Qin Ming, and Dugu Yin. No others had ever graced its presence. At that moment, Yu Tianhing's mouth was stuffed with the flesh of soul beasts, his hands busy as well. Grasping a hefty piece of meat while he mumbled incomprehensibly, "You're becoming increasingly vain, taking your sweet time even while eating." Tang Yuan paid no mind to him, and had already embarked on a fervent eating spree. Chapter 31. An invitation to join the team. Before long, Qin Ming arrived, serving himself a bowl of rice, savoring each morsel with deliberation. The contrast between his measured enjoyment and the voracious demeanor of Yu Tianhing and Tang Yuan was akin to that of man versus beast. Their ravenous consumption was not without reason. The considerable expenditure of soul power necessitated a swift replenishment of their physical energy through sustenance, particularly for a beast martial spirit like Yu Tianhing, while Tang Yuan simply relished the act of eating. After they had devoured every dish on the table, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianhing reclined in their chairs, wearing expressions of sheer satisfaction. Qin Ming took a gentle sip of the steaming tea just served by a servant, observing his two proud students, and remarked, "Tianhing, I perceive a fluctuation in your soul power. It appears to have risen." Upon hearing his name, Yu Tianhing immediately straightened up, not daring to exhibit any disrespect, and nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Teacher Qin. I just completed a medicinal bath and have broken through to level 39. Qin Ming nodded approvingly, stating, "Excellent. You are 18 this year, correct? It seems you have been somewhat lax in your training over the past few years. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have already advanced to the Soul Master rank." Yu Tianhing chuckled awkwardly. "Teacher Qin." With a resigned smile, Qin Ming interjected, "I understand, young man. The yearning for love is indeed a noble pursuit, yet do not squander all your time on such matters. You and Yin Yin are both soul masters. With your joint efforts and cultivation, there will be plenty of time for companionship in the future." Feeling a twinge of shame, Yu Tianhing replied, "Understood, Teacher Qin. Rest assured, I will strive to train diligently alongside Yin Yin from now on." Qin Ming nodded and turned his gaze toward Tang Yuan. Truthfully, he held immense admiration for this student. Tang Yuan's sunny disposition, commendable character, and remarkable talent, coupled with his diligent approach to cultivation, led Qin Ming to believe that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Yuan would undoubtedly secure his place on the continent in the times to come. Upon seeing Qin Ming approaching, Tang Yuan offered a faint smile and said, "Teacher Qin, I am indeed putting forth great effort, unlike Tianheng, who, just the day before yesterday, went shopping with Sister Yin Yin." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng immediately bestowed a playful slap on Tang Yuan's head and muttered, "You little rascal, are you reporting me again?" Tang Yuan wore a look of grievance and said, "How can it be again? When have I ever reported you?" Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng thought to himself that this was indeed a troublesome situation and hastily replied, "You still dare to say that?" Qin Ming chuckled and said, "All right. I acknowledge your diligence. However, cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. I truly hope that the two of you can find a middle ground and avoid being so extreme." Both Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan nodded in unison, responding, "Yes, Teacher Qin." They held great respect for Qin Ming, who had provided them with significant assistance throughout their 4 years of cultivation, offering meticulous guidance that they would never forget. Qin Ming then inquired, "By the way, how is your Judge of Death Sword cultivation progressing?" Tang Yuan now remarked, "Not bad, though I have recently encountered a bottleneck." Qin Ming nodded in agreement. As a control-type spirit master, acquiring an additional offensive spirit ability is certainly advantageous. Your swordsmanship is enigmatic and unpredictable, causing even defense-type spirit masters to tread carefully. However, do not neglect the cultivation of your soul power, for in this world, soul power is the very foundation of a spirit master. Tang Yuan nodded and said, "All right, Teacher Qin. Recently, I have encountered a bottleneck with my Judge's Death Sword. After acquiring the third soul ring, I shall devote a considerable amount of time to the cultivation of my soul power." Qin Ming replied, "It seems that your soul power level reached the 30th rank about 2 months ago. If I recall correctly, it was shortly after your 11th birthday." Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. Yu Tianhing cast a glance at Tang Yuan, his heart racing with astonishment. This was truly a prodigy. Having reached level 30 at the mere age of 11, how could we possibly compete? Of course, Tang Yuan and Qin Ming remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. Qin Ming continued, "How about I accompany you to obtain a soul ring in the next couple of days? The semester is ending, and the school is on break. So we have the perfect opportunity." Tang Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, "No need, Teacher Qin. My mother has asked me to go home for a break. She will take me. There is a soul beast at our home that is particularly suited for me." Qin Ming replied, "Very well then. Once you have acquired your soul ring, before the commencement of the next semester, I shall petition the Education Committee to elevate you from the Intermediate Academy to the Advanced Academy." Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Really? If that's the case, I can attend school with Brother Tianheng." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng's lips curled in a wry smile. "Attend school together? It seems you are eager to report back to me about Yin Yin." Qin Ming shook his head with a chuckle. In advanced academies, theoretical courses are seldom held. The curriculum predominantly focuses on practical combat training. In preparation for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament in a few years, the Academy has specially commissioned me to form a battle team. Tianheng and Yin Yin will be part of it as well. Why not join us? Tang Yuan expressed his confusion. The Grand Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent? Qin Ming affirmed, "Indeed, the Grand Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies, as the name suggests, is a competition among students from the esteemed Advanced Soul Master Academies of the continent. It is organized by the imperial courts of the Tiandou and Xinglua empires, with the assistance of the Spirit Hall, and is regarded as the most prestigious tournament in the realm of soul masters. The participants possess formidable strength, second only to the elite selection competitions held by the Spirit Hall. All competitors are exclusively students from Advanced Soul Master Academies, and they must be under the age of 25. The tournament primarily features team battles, with each match comprising 7 participants." Tang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah? A 25-year-old soul master, yet still not graduated from a prestigious academy?" Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng, hearing this, were left speechless, thinking to themselves, "Do you believe everyone is as extraordinary as you?" Tang Yuan observed the two individuals' unusual expressions and, feeling somewhat awkward, stuck out his tongue. Qin Ming continued, "Xiaoqi, do not underestimate the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. Those who participate in this competition are not mere mediocrities. They are the elite among the elite. The closer one approaches the age of 25, the more extensive their training period compared to those younger in age. Consider this. If 2 individuals possess comparable talents, and one has been training since the age of 6 until 25, they would have amassed 19 years of cultivation experience. Naturally, this individual would have 5 more years of training than someone who is merely 20, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. Furthermore, since this tournament allows competitors under the age of 25, it means there are prodigies much older than you also participating. Although your talent is extraordinary, your limited training duration becomes a disadvantage." Tang Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I apologize, Teacher Qin. I should not have been arrogant." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction and replied, "Xiaoqi, talent is indeed a form of strength, and even more so, an advantage. You must learn to make the most of your strengths." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Understood, Teacher Qin. When does the Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament commence?" Qin Ming replied, "There remains less than 3 years until the next Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. During this period, you must diligently hone your skills and enhance your strength to prepare for the impending competition, for the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is indeed formidable." Tang Yuan inquired, "Teacher Qin, what is the golden generation of the Spirit Hall?" Qin Ming shook his head and replied, "You do not need to know that just yet. In due course, you will encounter them naturally." Tang Yuan appeared to be somewhat perplexed and replied, "All right." Qin Ming then inquired, "How about it, Xiaoqi? Would you consider joining the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy's battle team?" Before Tang Yuan could respond, Yu Tianheng stepped forward and said with a grin, "Hee, Xiaoqi. Your brother Heng here is the captain, so don't hesitate any longer. Join us swiftly." Tang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Brother Tianheng, you are the captain? Why aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm not going. I refuse to go." Yu Tianheng, drenched in sweat, wondered if this fellow harbored a masochistic tendency. He delivered another playful knock on Tang Yuan's head and said, "You are always scheming to report on me. If you weren't so intent on making complaints, what reason would I have to make things difficult for you?" Tang Yuan found himself firmly ensnared by Yu Tianheng's powerful arm around his neck, struggling as he gasped, All right, Brother Tianheng, I'll join. Just let me go. I can't breathe." "That's more like it. Yu Tianheng said with a sense of triumph as he released Tang Yuan. Turning to smile at Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, Xiao Qi has agreed. Qin Ming observed the two before him, bemused by their antics, and remarked, enough of this childish bickering. You are both grown men. Let us return and focus on our cultivation. Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng exchanged nods and greeted Qin Ming before returning to their respective rooms to cultivate. As they departed, Tang Yuan playfully made a face at Yu Tianheng, who feigned indifference, responding with a casual hum, how childish. Upon returning to his room, Tang Yuan commenced his soul power cultivation as usual. Although he had yet to acquire a soul ring, he sensed a continuous enhancement in his soul power. Especially after consuming such an abundance of soul beast meat, it would be a travesty to waste such precious energy. After a prolonged period of cultivation, Tang Yuan exhaled deeply. Reflecting on his progress, he muttered to himself, my soul power level remains at 30. I must hasten to return home to obtain my third soul ring. I shall request leave from my teacher tomorrow. It would be prudent to return early, especially since classes have concluded for the semester. Oh, I must also take my heavy armor for reforging, perhaps adding 50 or even 100 pounds, to avoid the need for another reforging later. Tang Yuan retrieved a suit of heavy armor, distinct from the previous one. At first glance, it bore little resemblance to ordinary clothes-fitting soft armor. This armor was entirely black, akin to ink, and unlike the earlier set, which appeared to be a conglomeration of hefty iron pieces, this one was as light as fabric. Yet weighed twice as much as the 50-pound iron armor he had previously donned, reaching a weight of 100 pounds. After an extensive search, Tang Yuan had finally located a blacksmith capable of forging this armor using a mixture of fallen star iron and secret silver, investing 200 gold coins along with a portion of both materials in its creation. Since the day he acquired this armor 4 years ago, Tang Yuan had worn it constantly, only removing it for bathing and sleeping. He even wore it during classes, training, dining, and reading. Utilizing this armor, Tang Yuan advanced his unchanging pursuit technique from the third small success level 4 years prior to the pinnacle of the 4th level. Just a hair's breadth from breaking through to the 5th level, thereby attaining the realm of unchanging. Regrettably, a month ago, he sensed that the armor had ceased to aid his training. Without using any soul power, he could traverse the back mountain 30 times back and forth at remarkable speed, surpassing even peak agile attack soul masters. If he were to shed the armor, even without employing soul power, his speed would still rival that of newly initiated agile attack soul masters. Consequently, Tang Yuan contemplated reforging this armor to achieve a weight of 200 pounds, hoping this would facilitate his breakthrough to the 5th level and allow him to enter the realm of unchanging. Setting the armor aside, he examined the progress of his yin-yang refining qi technique. After reviewing it, he sighed in disappointment. Several months prior, he had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level in this technique, yet despite his efforts, he could not progress to the 4th level. Tang Yuan realized that in this world, ascending in strength was inextricably linked to soul rings, before acquiring a 3rd soul ring. Neither his soul power level nor the yin-yang refining qi could advance to the next stage. Moreover, the forging of the armor was immensely challenging, requiring a month to complete. Should he decide to reforge it, he would have to wait until next month to retrieve it upon returning to school. With his soul power, yin-yang refining qi, and unchanging pursuit all at a standstill, he resolved to focus on the judge's death sword. The judge's death sword was a technique Tang Yuan had begun practicing 4 years ago. This swordsmanship was recorded among the ancient refining master's teachings, necessitating a foundational understanding of refining qi to commence training. Hence, he could only meet the requirements for the judge's death sword after reaching the 3rd level of yin-yang refining qi. The judge's death sword comprises 5 major realms: shape destruction, soul severance, intent kill, power nullification, and divine slaying. The first realm, shape destruction, signifies mastery of the sword technique, enabling one to cleave tangible objects with sword force. After 4 years of dedication, Tang Yuan had perfected his swordsmanship to the point where he could wield sword force effortlessly, akin to flowing water. However, this merely constituted the first realm. A practitioner without soul power could achieve this level through dedicated practice over a decade or more. Upon reaching the 2nd realm, soul severance, extraordinary comprehension and a unique sensation with the sword were required. At this stage, sword force could harm souls, affecting not only conscious beings but also lifeless objects. For instance, if an adversary's martial soul was comparable to Tang Yuan's, achieving the soul severance realm would allow him to inflict damage on the opponent's martial soul, potentially jeopardizing a soul master's career, similar to the injuries sustained by the Death Ledger. The third realm, intent kill, involves using intent as the sword, employing formless sword intent to slay enemies. Upon reaching this stage, one could manifest the domain of the judge's death sword, known as the sword domain. The fourth realm, power nullification, elevates sword intent to sword power, annihilating all with unparalleled sword force. At the pinnacle of this realm, one need not even draw the sword. A mere glance or movement could extinguish life and sever souls, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming aura. The final realm, divine slaying, implies the ability to slay even divine beings with a single strike. However, for Tang Yuan at this juncture, this level remained an elusive aspiration, as he could not even comprehend the concept of divine slaying. Currently, Tang Yuan had attained the consummate level of shape destruction in the judge's death sword. He retrieved the judge's pin from his waist, gently caressing it. Since he began practicing the judge's death sword, he had kept this pin by his side, crafted from materials collected by Tianbao Tower. Now, with his progress in the judge's death sword stalled, he recalled Qin Ming's words during dinner, realizing that while training was indeed his passion, balance was essential in all matters. With this thought, Tang Yuan ceased his inner turmoil, polished the judge's pin, set it aside, and picked up a book titled Intermediate Applications of Soul Techniques. As night deepened and a cool breeze wafted in, Tang Yuan's room still glowed with light, revealing his silhouette as he immersed himself in the text. The following morning, after breakfast with Yu Tianhing and Qin Ming, Tang Yuan returned to school with them. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, however, he refrained from entering, opting instead to head to the blacksmith shop where his armor had been forged. Upon arrival, he found the owner diligently working at the forge. Tang Yuan greeted, "Boss." The boss lifted his head, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Upon seeing the blue-haired youth clad in a black robe, he felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place where he had encountered him before. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he chuckled. "Ah, so it is you, young brother. What brings you here this time? Are you planning to forge something once again?" Tang Yuan retrieved the heavy armor from the light of the stars and moon, saying, "I need to have this armor reforged." The proprietor was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Is it too heavy for you? For years ago, when you first commissioned it, I warned you that its weight was excessive and unsuitable for you. Yet you insisted on having it. Bring it here, and I shall forge it anew to be lighter, but do not expect a reduction in cost." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "No, boss, you misunderstand. I wish to increase the weight." The boss replied, "Oh, so you intend to augment the weight? Wait a moment. What did you say? Augment the weight? I must have misheard you." Tang Yuan nodded, affirming, "You heard me correctly. I wish to increase the weight." The proprietor, astonished, replied, "Young brother, judging by your insignia, you must be a student of the Tiandou Royal Academy, correct? Truly a prodigious talent. Although you are a battle soul master, your remarkable prowess at such a tender age promises a boundless future." The owner evidently regarded Tang Yuan as a battle soul master. For such practitioners, due to their martial spirits, typically possess a physique far superior to that of other soul masters. The fact that Tang Yuan could train with 100 gene heavy armor and now sought to augment the weight led the proprietor to believe he was indeed a wielder of a battle martial spirit. While it is true that defensive types boast even greater physical strength, Tang Yuan's build clearly did not align with that of a defensive practitioner. However, Tang Yuan had no intention of getting embroiled in a debate with the owner regarding this matter. He simply articulated his requirements, which included increasing the weight by an additional 100 gene and incorporating some supple silkworm gold to enhance the armor's flexibility. Naturally, Tang Yuan had brought his own materials, as it would be quite challenging for a blacksmith shop to procure high-quality metals like starfall iron, secret silver, or silkworm gold. After conveying his instructions, Tang Yuan left a deposit of 100 yuan and departed. Not long after Tang Yuan's exit, a young lad clad in a green robe entered the blacksmith's shop. This youth also bore the insignia of the Tiandou Royal Academy and eyed Tang Yuan's retreating figure with curiosity. Approaching the proprietor, he stated, "Sir, I wish to forge a dagger." Without hesitation, the owner accepted the young man's design and payment, saying, "Very well, it will be ready in 3 days." The youth inquired, "Sir, what did Tang Yuan come here to forge?" The owner, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Tang Yuan? Which Tang Yuan?" The young man pointed in the direction Tang Yuan had gone, saying, "The student from the Tiandou Royal Academy who just left. He is a classmate of mine from the Intermediate Academy, named Tang Yuan." The owner suddenly understood and replied, "Oh, him. He came to forge a set of heavy armor." The youth, puzzled, asked, "Heavy armor?" The proprietor nodded, stating, "Indeed. Tiando Royal Academy students are truly impressive. He appears to be under 15 years of age and a battle soul master, yet he can don 200 gene of heavy armor. What? 200 gene? The young man exclaimed in astonishment. Observing his reaction, the owner responded, yes, indeed, 200 gene. The youth continued, wait, you said he is a battle type? The owner paused. Yes, is he not? I do not see him as a defensive type based on his physique. The young man, visibly flustered, stammered, He is a control type. What? A control type? Now it was the proprietor who was taken aback. Upon returning to the academy, Tang Yuan sought out his homeroom teacher to request leave, then returned to his dormitory to gather some items necessary for his training, placing them into the starry moonlight. He then met with Qin Ming to finalize the timing for their return to the academy and to join the battle team before making his way out of the school. Once outside the gates, Tang Yuan proceeded to Tianbao Tower, where he asked Yu San to hire a carriage for his journey home. Yu San hesitated, concerned about the long trek to the Spirit Mountain Manor and the potential dangers that might arise along the way. However, Tang Yuan was resolute in his desire not to live perpetually under the protection of his family, thus expressing his intentions firmly. With no other option, Yu San excused himself under the pretense of finding a carriage and informed Yu Guan of the situation. Yu Guan, upon hearing this, felt somewhat helpless but decided to follow Tang Yuan discreetly, as he was also planning a trip back to the Spirit Mountain Manor. Before long, Yu San returned with a carriage. Once Tang Yuan boarded, the carriage set off slowly southward with a flick of the whip. Chapter 33. The Two-Headed Ghost Sparrow. After approximately 8 days, the carriage that Tang Yuan was aboard arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Mountain Manor. Upon disembarking and entering the estate, he discovered that both Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were absent, leaving only Gue Mei and Yu Guan engaged in conversation in the front hall. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, as the carriage was nearing the somber Spirit Manor, Yu Guan took advantage of his momentary distraction and returned to the manor ahead of him. At that moment, he was engaged in a lively exchange with the ghostly figure, trading words back and forth. It is worth noting that Yu Guan had been assigned to covertly safeguard Tang Yuan in the city of Tiando, occasionally returning to the manor to report back. Meanwhile, the ghostly figure had tasks of his own, often venturing out in search of Tang Hao's whereabouts. Having not seen each other for quite some time, they naturally had much to discuss. Tang Yuan entered the main hall and inquired, Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, where is my mother? The specter replied, the master and the elder left the estate last month, and we were unaware that you would return so soon. Judging by the specter's demeanor, it seemed he had anticipated Tang Yuan's early return. However, Tang Yuan paid little heed to this and continued. They wouldn't have gone to fetch me, would they? Wasn't it agreed 2 years ago that I would return on my own? The specter gave a resigned smile, recognizing Tang Yuan's misunderstanding, and said, not at all. They merely have some matters to attend to. However, before departing, the master instructed us to assist you in capturing the third spirit ring. Tang Yuan nodded and said, yes, I anticipate that my stay at home will be brief. Having acquired the third spirit ring, I will soon be returning to school. Yu Guan exclaimed in astonishment. So soon? Tang Yuan Dao. The Academy has organized a battle team to participate in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in 2 years. I must intensify my training. Gue Mei nodded and said, I am aware of this competition. It is indeed a grand gathering of prodigies. Upon hearing the ghostly figure's words, Tang Yuan could not help but inquire, Dear Ghost Uncle, did you also partake in this competition back then? The ghostly entity chuckled and replied, Indeed, I participated. At that time, we were still quite formidable. Your uncle Yu Guan also took part. Tang Yuan gazed at Yu Guan, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yu Guan coughed lightly and remarked with solemnity, Indeed, this prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition is truly a nostalgic affair. Tang Yuanqi inquired, Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, could you share your experiences during the competition with me? Gue Mei gazed at Tang Yuan, a faint smile gracing his lips, and began to recount the events of that fateful competition, scene by scene. 3 days later, in the depths of the Netherworld Ridge, the sun hung high in the sky. Within a more secluded area surrounding the ridge, 3 silhouettes darted amidst the trees. Before them, a colossal soul beast, a giant bird of a deep purple-black hue, was hastily fleeing. This creature, known as the Two-Headed Ghost Sparrow, sported feathers that shimmered with an ethereal glow, possessing a body reminiscent of a bird with a crocodile's tail. Atop its neck, it bore 2 fearsome heads, nearly identical in appearance. The Two-Headed Ghost Sparrow typically preyed upon creatures that had recently perished or were on the brink of death, consuming the deathly aura of these unfortunate beings to enhance its own cultivation. The feathers of this particular two-headed ghost sparrow were predominantly purple, accounting for approximately 70% of its plumage, with only a few black feathers interspersed. Based on this coloration, it was deduced that the creature was between 3,000 and 4,000 years old. Should it evolve into a 10,000-year soul beast, its feathers would transform into an ink-like black hue, a stage it had evidently not yet reached. While this soul beast was known for its ferocity, it typically posed no threat unless provoked. Once challenged, it would seek to eliminate its adversary without hesitation. In such moments, the deathly aura it emanated was tinged with fear and resentment, rendering it a rare delicacy for the two-headed ghost sparrow. However, the current scenario was rather perplexing. The two massive heads of the two-headed ghost sparrow displayed unmistakable signs of terror, its wings glowing with an eerie light as it desperately sought to escape. Hot on its heels were the three figures, relentless in their pursuit, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon close the distance. These three individuals were none other than Tang Yuan, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei. This morning, Tang Yuan and his companions had scarcely entered the ghostly ridge when they chanced upon a two-headed ghost sparrow devouring a spiny porcupine. One cannot help but marvel at Tang Yuan's extraordinary fortune, while others struggle for days to find a suitable spirit beast for their soul rings. He had successfully acquired his first soul ring within a mere 2 days. The second soul ring followed suit in similar fashion. Now, at the threshold of his 30th level, he had not ventured far into the ghostly ridge when he encountered this two-headed ghost sparrow. If Tang Yuan's luck was commendable, one must lament the misfortune of the two-headed ghost sparrow, which, after 2 days of hunger, had finally slain a spiny porcupine and was relishing the essence of its demise. However, just as it was savoring its meal, 3 humans appeared before it. To add to its dismay, 2 of these individuals emanated an aura akin to that of a spirit beast nearing 100,000 years of age, unmistakably indicating their status as titled Douluo. The two-headed ghost sparrow was overwhelmed with despair. The delectable essence it had scarcely begun to consume was now out of reach, and the presence of the titled Douluo seemed a dire omen. With no intention of showing bravado, it turned to flee. Yet, unbeknownst to it, the young human had set his sights on making it his third soul ring, prompting the two-headed ghost sparrow to dash for its life, its soul power draining like a stream. Before long, the two-headed ghost sparrow had exhausted its strength, its fury dissipating. It had encountered bullies before, but never had it faced such humiliation. 2 titled Douluo could have swiftly pursued, yet they chose to slow their pace and toy with it. Little did it know that Gue Mei and Yu Guan had intentionally decelerated to test Tang Yuan's speed. Fatigued and infuriated, the two-headed ghost sparrow resolved to stand its ground and fight. With a swift maneuver, it executed a turn in the air, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses though. In its avian form, articulate speech was beyond its grasp. Just as it completed its turn, a massive golden chrysanthemum came into view, its petals resembling sharp blades hurtling toward it. In an instant, the bird's body trembled as an overwhelming surge of soul power rampaged within. Just as a retort formed in its mind, darkness enveloped it, and it plummeted to the ground. Before losing consciousness, it faintly heard a voice say, "Uncle Yu Guan, wasn't it agreed that I would practice? Why did you knock it out?" What a world this was, the two-headed ghost sparrow mused as it succumbed to oblivion. Yu Guan, slightly embarrassed, replied sheepishly, "In the heat of the moment, I thought this foolish bird seemed a bit too arrogant, so I may have struck a tad too hard." Gue Mei rolled her eyes in disbelief. How could a titled Douluo lack control over his strength? Yu Guan, oblivious to her expression, continued, "Shao Qi, hurry and slay it to obtain the soul ring. Nightfall approaches." Both Gue Mei and Tang Yuan paused, glancing at the sky, where the sun still reigned overhead. With several hours until sunset, they wondered how it could possibly be nearing darkness. Tang Yuan did not ponder too deeply. Seeing that the two-headed ghost sparrow had lost its combat prowess, he swiftly grasped the judge's pin and, with a decisive movement, stepped forward to skillfully extinguish the life of the creature. A violet spirit ring gradually emerged from the body of the two-headed ghost sparrow, which filled Tang Yuan with delight. He immediately settled into a meditative position, concentrating his soul force as he began to extend towards the ethereal ring. Upon the ring's contact, an immense surge of energy surged into his being. Tang Yuan, adept in his craft, utilized the Book of Life and Death to dispel the lingering resentment that clouded his mind, subsequently beginning to absorb the energy contained within the spirit ring. However, the resentment of the two-headed ghost sparrow was considerable, and it took Tang Yuan quite a while to cleanse it sufficiently. During the absorption of the spirit ring, he felt an overwhelming surge of soul power filling his body. even more potent than the energy from the soul-devouring flower he had encountered previously. Thus, he did not dare to be negligent and immediately employed the yin-yang energy refinement technique to assist in the absorption process. Just as Tang Yuan was gradually absorbing the spirit ring, an unforeseen event transpired. The already immense energy within the violet spirit ring suddenly turned ferocious, swelling in magnitude like a tumultuous tidal wave, crashing violently within Tang Yuan's body. Had it not been for his exceptional physique and resilient meridians, he would have perished in that moment. Was this the two-headed ghost sparrow's vengeance? Tang Yuan was taken aback. The excruciating pain radiating from within him was unbearable, compounded by the fact that he was expending substantial soul force to quell the riotous energy inside. The resentment in his mind began to rebel, and the tragic fury of the emotions infiltrated his spirit, causing him to feel somewhat disoriented. A violent surge suddenly erupted, manifesting as a fierce wind that swept outward. At that moment, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who were waiting nearby, sensed the chaotic energy emanating from Tang Yuan and observed his trembling form and contorted expression, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. "This is bad," Yu Guan exclaimed, rushing forward with determination. His soul power coalesced instantly, and the resplendent chrysanthemum martial spirit emerged. Without hesitation, he aimed to awaken Tang Yuan from his absorption. At that precise moment, a large hand appeared, blocking his advance. Yu Guan turned, filled with astonishment and anger. "Old ghost, what are you doing?" Gue Mei shook his head, responding, "Give him a bit more time." Yu Guan shouted in fury, "What time? If this continues, something terrible will happen." Gue Mei sighed, "We must have faith in him." Yu Guan gritted his teeth and retorted, "You are talking nonsense. At a time like this, what faith is there? If anything happens, can you face the master? Can you face Xiaoqi?" Gue Mei, stung by his words, replied loudly, "Do you think I am not worried? Xiaoqi has grown up under our watch. Do you think my concern is any less than yours?" Yu Guan replied with a stern voice, "If that is the case, then let me pass. It will be too late, and Xiaoqi will be in danger." Seeing his obstinacy, Gue Mei coldly stated, "If you awaken Xiaoqi now, at this critical moment, even if he survives, he will be rendered useless." Yu Guan retorted, "Better to be useless than dead. Get out of my way." Gue Mei cast a glance at Tang Yuan and gritted his teeth, "I will not let you." Yu Guan was taken aback, then furiously declared, "Very well, then I will make you let me pass." Fifth soul skill, Hurricane Ascension. With that proclamation, an endless cascade of flower petals surged forth, coalescing into a small whirlwind that charged directly at Gue Mei. Seeing the formidable whirlwind approaching, Gue Mei's eyes brimmed with astonishment and fury, incredulously exclaiming, "Chrysanthemum Guan, are you mad?" Just as he spoke, the whirlwind reached him, and without hesitations, he moved swiftly to evade. Yu Guan's gaze was sharp as he addressed Gue Mei, "If you obstruct me again, I will truly lose my mind." Gue Mei, undeterred by Yu Guan's words, steeled himself, retorting, "Fine, but do not blame me." Fifth soul skill, Ghost Shadow Earth Grasp. With a surge of soul power, Gue Mei raised his hand, transformed into a fearsome claw, and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Suddenly, a vast expanse of shadows emerged beneath Yu Guan's feet, and ghostly hands reached out, firmly gripping his ankles. Yu Guan struggled to break free, but he found himself ensnared, unable to move, as if caught in a quagmire. "Humph, do you think this can bind me?" Sixth soul skill, Golden Petals Streaming Light. Yu Guan cried out, the chrysanthemum martial spirit in his hand radiating a brilliant golden light. At that moment, the sixth black spirit ring beneath him flared to life, and the surrounding trees erupted with golden luminescence. Golden flowers blossomed from the branches, channeling immense soul power into the chrysanthemum martial spirit. Countless golden blossoms, akin to stars, transformed into streams of light, soaring directly toward Gue Mei. Seventh soul skill, True Form of the Ghost. Realizing the ferocity of Yu Guan's attack, Gue Mei immediately unleashed his seventh soul skill, merging with the shadows that enveloped him. He faded into a state of ethereality just as the golden blossoms rained down upon him. In an instant, he vanished from sight, although Yu Guan was immobilized. The soul skills he unleashed were extraordinary. Gue Mei, now a phantom, deftly evaded Yu Guan's assaults. Neither could gain the upper hand, and after exchanging numerous blows, Yu Guan, anxious for Tang Yuan, shouted, "Old ghost, will you let me pass or not?" "Not letting. Let me pass. Not letting." Just as they were locked in this impasse, a strained voice suddenly interjected, "Stop fighting." Upon hearing this voice, both Yu Guan and Gue Mei were startled, instantly retracting their soul powers and darting to Tang Yuan's side. Yu Guan observed Tang Yuan's features, twisted in agony, and urgently inquired, Shao-Chi, are you all right? Gue Mei stood beside him, his expression grave and his concern palpable. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth in silence, yet his resolve only intensified, leaving Yue Guan and Gue Mei in a state of mounting anxiety. As the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, the violent energy coursing through Tang Yuan's body from the soul ring tormented him mercilessly, nearly shattering his meridians and flooding his mind with an overwhelming sense of despair and rage. At this critical juncture, Tang Yuan summoned every ounce of his strength, channeling the chaotic energy into several obstructed acupoints, using this ferocious force to break through the barriers. In an instant, the obstructions crumbled like fragile paper, and the tumultuous energy surged forth as if unleashed from the heavens. The first acupoint was cleared, followed by the second, the third, until the 12th was breached, finally allowing the turbulent energy to subside. Nevertheless, this tumultuous force had enabled Tang Yuan to unseal 12 major acupoints, effectively doubling his meridians and propelling his yin-yang qi refinement technique to the pinnacle of the 4th layer, tantalizingly close to achieving the perfect state of completion. Just when Tang Yuan believed the torment was behind him, the lingering resentment and residual violent energy converged within his mind, amalgamating with his entire reservoir of soul power to form a formidable mass of energy that surged toward 2 significant acupoints on his back. At that moment, his mind was devoid of any lingering resentment. As he regained his consciousness and perceived the fierce battle between Yue Guan and Gue Mei, he yearned to intervene. However, the aftermath of his ravaged meridians left him with myriad tiny fissures. Though not critically harmed, the excruciating pain rendered him unable to articulate his thoughts, forcing him to grit his teeth and muster his strength to call for a halt to the conflict. As Yue Guan and Gue Mei approached him, the potent energy, forged from resentment, violent energy, and his entire soul power, had already reached the 2 significant acupoints on Tang Yuan's back. Suddenly, a more intense pain radiated from his back, causing him to momentarily choke on his breath, nearly losing consciousness. Enduring the searing agony, he sensed a transformation occurring in his back amidst the pain. A peculiar sensation of tingling and itchiness emerged. Remarkably, Tang Yuan felt that the soul power energy was being absorbed into his back, restoring his control over it. As the pain dissipated and the tingling vanished, he spread his arms wide and let out a resounding roar that echoed into the sky, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy that radiated outward from him. Yue Guan and Gue Mei were taken aback, instinctively stepping back in alarm. At that very moment, the upper half of Tang Yuan's black robe disintegrated into fragments, revealing his exquisitely sculpted physique. Abruptly, a brilliant explosion of gold and black light erupted from his back. With a whoosh, a pair of magnificent black golden wings, stretching 2 meters in length, burst forth, adorned with shimmering feathers that unfurled with a fierce gust of wind. Yue Guan and Gue Mei, in utter astonishment, exclaimed in unison, "External soul bone." Tang Yuan struggled to rise, unaware of the changes occurring behind him. He felt an utter depletion of his soul power, as if every trace had been siphoned away. The pain coursing through his meridians was excruciating. Tang Yuan thought to himself, "This is a serious predicament. It seems unlikely that I will recover within a month, and I fear I will not make it back to school in time. I will have to leave teacher Qin Ming waiting in vain." Tang Yuan turned around and suddenly caught sight of a shadow resembling a black and gold object, which startled him momentarily. When he turned back, the black and gold entity had vanished. He then noticed Yue Guan and Gue Mei staring at him in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and surprise. "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, what is the matter with you?" Tang Yuan inquired, puzzled. Yue Guan and Gue Mei regained their composure and, still in a daze, replied, "Little 7, behind you." Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "What is behind me?" As he spoke, he turned his head. "Ah," he exclaimed in astonishment, "what on earth is that?" His gaze traversed over his shoulder, and he was taken aback by the sight of a pair of wings stretching 2 meters in length. Yue Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. The soul bone that every soul master in the world dreams of, and an external soul bone at that, was inexplicably referred to as a ghostly thing in his words. Wait, ghostly thing? Gue Mei felt an increasing number of lines of exasperation form on his forehead upon witnessing his transformation. Tang Yuan was greatly alarmed and swiftly inquired of Yue Guan and Gue Mei, "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, what has happened to me?" Yue Guan and Gue Mei took a deep breath, for the value of a soul bone is beyond dispute. The external soul bone, which is several times more precious than an ordinary soul bone, is an exceedingly rare treasure, while the chance of obtaining an ordinary soul bone from a soul beast is merely 1 in 1,000. The probability of acquiring an external soul bone is even less than 1 in 10,000. Such a rarity is enough to drive all soul masters to madness. However, the external soul bone differs from the ordinary soul bone in a remarkable way. To obtain an external soul bone, one must absorb the soul ring of the same soul beast simultaneously. In other words, if Tang Yuan had not absorbed the soul ring of the two-headed ghost sparrow, he could never have acquired its external soul bone. Moreover, the external soul bone's worth is further accentuated by another significant reason: it cannot be relinquished. Ordinary soul bones can be shed from the soul beast's body, allowing them to be utilized by others or sold. In contrast, external soul bones cannot be lost. They dissipate upon the death of the soul master who possesses them. Thus, even if someone were to kill Tang Yuan, they could not claim the external soul bone in the form of wings that he possesses. Yu Guan smiled and exclaimed, "Little Seven, this is splendid. You have obtained an external soul bone." Upon hearing these words, Tang Yuan was initially taken aback, but his astonishment swiftly transformed into elation as he exclaimed, "An external spirit bone? Is it truly an external spirit bone?" Tang Yuan was well aware of the distinctions between external spirit bones and ordinary spirit bones. A few years prior, he had perused a tome in the library that delved into the subject of spirit bones, wherein the text highlighted the exceptional rarity of external spirit bones, asserting that their value was second only to the nearly unattainable 100,000-year spirit rings. Tang Yuanzheng was about to cheer, but a sudden movement triggered the pain within him, causing him to involuntarily gasp. The specter stepped forward to support him and inquired, "Little Seven, are you all right?" Tang Yuanxiang managed to squeeze out a faint smile and replied, "Uncle Ghost, I am fine. But I will need at least a month to recuperate." Yu Guan inquired, "What happened? Why just now?" Upon witnessing the concerned expressions of Yu Guan and Gu Mei, Tang Yuan recounted the situation in its entirety to the two. After listening, Gu Mei sighed with a sense of regret, saying, "Fortunately, your uncle Yu did not interrupt you earlier. Otherwise, this opportunity would have been lost." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan retorted with irritation, "Opportunity? Is it more significant than one's life?" Gu Mei frowned and replied, "I have already stated that we must trust Shaoqi." Yu Guan coldly scoffed, "I never claimed that I do not believe in Shaoqi." Tang Yuan observed as the two began to argue once more, feeling a mix of amusement and deep emotion. He was well aware that these two titled Douluo uncles shared a profound bond. Their decades-long friendship had never once been marred by conflict. Yet now, in a display of their devotion to him, they had nearly reached the point of life and death confrontation. How could such an act not move Tang Yuan deeply? Tang Yuan implored, "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, please cease your quarrel and come to admire my external spirit bone." As Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged fierce glances, they turned their heads away from each other upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, thus bringing their dispute to an abrupt halt. At that moment, both turned to behold the magnificent wings that emanated a powerful aura from Tang Yuan's back. Gue Mei suggested, "Shaoqi, try to perceive it with your mind." "All right." Tang Yuan closed his eyes, delving into a meditative state. Before long, he felt an innate control over the splendid wings, accompanied by a surge of information flooding into his consciousness. The ebony and golden wings stirred slightly, transforming into a radiant beam of black and gold light that seamlessly merged into Tang Yuan's back. Chapter 35. The radiant ethereal wings. Feeling the formidable power coursing through his back, Tang Yuan was filled with elation, momentarily disregarding the pain coursing through his body. His eyes sparkled as he inquired, "Uncle Gue, Uncle Yu, what abilities does this external spirit bone possess?" Despite having perused various texts regarding external spirit bones, the literature merely outlined their types and basic descriptions, lacking any precise details. Each external spirit bone is unique in its nature, and only the spirit master who possesses it can truly comprehend its capabilities. Outsiders can never grasp its essence, necessitating an analysis based on actual experience. Undoubtedly, the winged external spirit bone that Tang Yuan acquired bestowed upon him the gift of flight. This was indeed documented in the texts, albeit limited to that singular ability. As for any additional powers, Tang Yuan remained in the dark and could only seek guidance from the two titled Douluos. After a thoughtful pause, Gue Mei remarked, "I have encountered few external spirit bones. Counting yours, I have seen only 3 in total. I am not particularly well versed in their intricacies, as each external spirit bone possesses distinct abilities closely tied to the spirit master themselves. However, I can affirm that your external spirit bone has the potential to evolve." "Evolve?" Tang Yuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in the ghostly figure's words. The allure of external spirit bones lies in their remarkable ability to evolve alongside the strength of the soul master. However, Yuguan interjected, what is there to worry about? Once the owner returns, we can have her assist you, although we may be unable to discern the exact capabilities of your external spirit bone. The owner will undoubtedly be able to provide you with the guidance you seek. Tang Yuan inquired with confusion, my mother? The ghostly figure responded with realization, indeed. I had almost forgotten that the owner possesses an external soul bone as well. Tang Yuan exclaimed. What? Ever since Bibi Dong brought Tang Yuan to the Spirit Mountain Manor, she had not employed her six-winged purple light wings in his presence, which rendered Tang Yuan oblivious to their existence, a circumstance entirely understandable. Yuguan remarked, little seven, you are unaware that the manor master's external soul bone, much like yours, is also a pair of wings. However, unlike yours, the manor master's winged soul bone is known as the six-winged purple light wings, boasting 6 purple gold wings, which amounts to 3 pairs, whereas yours consists of but a single pair. Tang Yuan exclaimed, I see now, but I have never witnessed my mother wielding it. The ghostly figure replied, that is indeed a formidable technique, one that cannot be employed lightly. In this matter, apart from the master of the estate, only your Uncle Xiao, and I are aware. Little seven, you must adhere to this as well. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your external spirit bone in the presence of others. Tang Yuan questioned why. Isn't it true that external soul bones cannot be acquired? He continued, even if someone covets them, they would gain nothing by killing me. The specter shook his head and replied, at times, the envy harbored within a person can lead them into the depths of despair. In this world, many individuals, upon encountering something they desire yet cannot possess, will go to any lengths to annihilate it. Your external soul bone has the potential to render you formidable. And as you grow in strength, you will inevitably pose a threat to many. Much like your innate talent, if powerful forces cannot win you over, they may choose to eliminate you while you are still in your nascent stage, for a dead adversary is the safest of all. After listening, Tang Yuan fell into contemplation, finding much wisdom in the words spoken. However, Yuguan interjected, your ghostly uncle is not entirely wrong. Despite his usual unreliability, he possesses a certain depth of reasoning. In this unpredictable world, one must learn to safeguard oneself. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei frowned and asked, Yuguan, are you praising me or criticizing me? Yuguan, elegantly flicking a lock of hair with a delicate gesture, shot Gui Mei a sidelong glance and replied, I am indeed praising you. Tang Yuan observed the banter between the two with amusement, chuckling quietly without interjecting. Yuguan then remarked, by the way, Xiaoqi, your external soul bone exudes quite an impressive aura. Why not bestow it with a name? Tang Yuan nodded, and then began to sense with his mind. Suddenly, a surge of black and golden light erupted behind him, and a pair of long wings adorned with black and golden feathers unfurled with a whoosh. The interwoven black and golden feathers resembled dazzling blades of golden iron, akin to ethereal, ghostly daggers. Tang Yuan, with a radiant glimmer in his eyes, declared, let us name it luminous ethereal wings. Upon returning to the necromancer manor, he commenced his recuperation and healing. His meridian injuries were not particularly grave, for his robust physique endowed him with resilient meridians. Not only were the damages minimal, but his self-healing capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the formidable life force of the Death Ledger martial soul, he required merely 5 days to restore his meridians, emerging even stronger than before, with widened channels and an accelerated capacity to condense soul energy. However, Tang Yuan had yet to achieve complete recovery. Beyond the physical afflictions, the most severe injury lay within his mental faculties. Tang Yuan's mental strength was eroded by the lingering resentment of the doppelganger before its demise. And what was once a formidable power now lay in a state of decline. Unlike the physical meridians, mental fortitude lacks robust self-healing capabilities. The life force from the Book of Life and Death proves ineffectual against it. Thus, Tang Yuan could only rely on meditation and the passage of time for recovery. In the initial days, his complexion resembled that of withered greens, devoid of any hint of vitality. His mind was clouded. He oscillated between an overwhelming drowsiness and sudden, wave-like surges of excruciating headaches that made him yearn to bash his head against the wall. Such discomfort was merely a mild affliction, for at times he found himself in a daze, envisioning himself as the doppelganger, pursued relentlessly, his face betraying sheer terror. Tang Yuan, aware of his circumstances, chose not to worry Gui Mei and Yuguan, especially in the absence of Bibi Dong. However, during one afternoon meal, he unexpectedly dozed off while eating, only to be discovered by Gue Mei and Yu Guan, who had come to visit him, their hearts heavy with concern. Upon awakening, Tang Yuan found himself pale and ashen, prompting their anxious inquiries. Yet, he reassured them that he was fine and would soon recover. Unconvinced, Gue Mei and Yu Guan insisted on sending a letter to Bibi Dong. Left with no choice, Tang Yuan employed all his persuasive skills to ultimately send the two. Still skeptical on their way, this state of affairs persisted for more than half a month. Fortunately, the intense headaches gradually subsided, and the hallucinations of the two-headed ghost sparrow diminished significantly. This improvement was largely due to Tang Yuan's habitual love for reading. With cultivation no longer an option and even simple movements taxing his energy, he devoted himself to books. In this process, his mental fortitude slowly began to restore. Though progress was not swift, it was considerably more effective than conventional meditation. After acquiring the third soul ring and the external soul bone from the netherworld rich, Tang Yuan had remained at home for over half a month. One dawn, he emerged from his meditative state, exhaling deeply and feeling invigorated and refreshed. The weariness and pallor that had plagued him entirely vanished. The current Tang Yuan was no longer the same as he had been a fortnight ago. Since absorbing the 3,000-year soul ring of the two-headed ghost sparrow, his soul power had surged remarkably, stabilizing at level 32. Moreover, the yin-yang qi refinement technique had reached the pinnacle of the fourth stage. Aided by the terrifyingly violent energy from the soul ring that had opened 12 major acupoints for him, he was on the brink of breaking through to the perfected state of the fourth layer. With the acquisition of the radiant ghostly wing's external soul bone, his abilities had significantly amplified, although he had yet to master its capabilities beyond flight, given time. This external soul bone would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon in Tang Yuan's arsenal. Soul Master. External soul bone. Feeling the changes within him, Tang Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination as if piercing the heavens. Tang Yuan contemplated, having now ascended to the rank of Soul Master. And with the yin-yang qi refinement technique advancing to the fourth level, he could continue to cultivate his soul power and refine his qi. Moreover, there was the judge's death sword, with the yin-yang qi refinement technique reaching its fourth tier. He pondered whether this advancement could enable the judge's death sword to attain the soul-severing realm. With this thought in mind, Tang Yuan wasted no time and drew the judge's pen from his waist, commencing a series of sword techniques with each deliberate movement. As he gripped the judge's pen, his aura transformed dramatically. It seemed as though the pen had morphed into a razor-sharp sword tip, its chilling brilliance converging at the nib. His right hand appeared to become the body of the sword, sometimes resolute and straight, at other times agile and fluid, while Tang Yuan himself became the hilt, merging seamlessly with his right arm and the judge's pen into a singular entity. Though he had yet to achieve the unity of body and intent, he had reached a level of mastery akin to the deftness of one's fingers. With a swift motion, the judge's pen executed thrusts, slashes, and parries, each movement flowing gracefully like a stream, accompanied by the sharp sound of cutting through the air. After practicing for some time, Tang Yuan sensed an invisible barrier hindering his progress, preventing him from breaking through. He shook his head inwardly, not feeling disheartened. He realized that despite reaching a bottleneck, he was merely one opportunity away from a breakthrough to the soul-severing realm. Without this chance, even 10 or 20 years of arduous training would yield no results. Nevertheless, with the judge's death sword at the formless level, its offensive power was already formidable enough to rival that of a soul master. While it may not surpass the strength of direct assault techniques, he still possessed 3 powerful soul abilities and the terrifying speed of the impermanence pursuit steps, which would allow him to hold his own in battle. Thus, he resolved to enhance his soul power and the yin-yang qi refinement technique. As dawn broke, Tang Yuan rose and stepped outside. In recent days, he had received word that Bibi Dong and Shaohan were still away and would require some time to return. They had advised him not to wait for them, allowing him to return to the academy in the meantime. Once their matters were settled, perhaps they could make a detour to Heavendou City. After completing his training today, Tang Yuan felt a complete restoration of his well-being. With no lingering discomfort from his previous injuries, whether physical or mental, he resolved to return to Tiandou City early the following morning. Upon learning of this, Yu Guan expressed his desire to accompany Tang Yuan, concocting an excuse that there were matters to attend to at Tianbao Building in Tiandou City, making their journey together quite fortuitous. Tang Yuan, without any doubt, readily agreed. Chapter 36. Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wu. Upon arriving in Tiandou City, Yu Guan parted ways with Tang Yuan, who then made his way to the academy alone. Given Tang Yuan's nature, he would not return to the academy directly. After carefully calculating the days agreed upon with Qin Ming, he realized that it was precisely 2 days hence. With no urgency, he leisurely wandered about, eventually arriving at the familiar Jiwei Tavern, where he indulged in a hearty meal before taking his leave. After dining, Tang Yuan found himself preoccupied with thoughts of the heavy armor he had taken to the blacksmith for reforging. Although it was agreed that he would collect it in a month, with still 7 or 8 days remaining, Tang Yuan, having nothing pressing to attend to, decided to visit the blacksmith. As he exited the tavern and made his way towards the blacksmith shop, he encountered a commotion on the street where a young man and woman were engaged in a heated argument. The young man, a youth with short silver hair, wore a black mask that obscured half of his face, leaving only his piercing eyes visible, and he was bending forward in a seemingly obsequious manner. The young woman, clad in a striking red outfit that perfectly complemented her dark red hair, was extraordinarily beautiful, resembling a flame flickering in the night sky. At that moment, she stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the young man with an expression of fury. As Tang Yuan passed by, curiosity piqued within him. Was it out of desperation for defeat that one sought mercy? Intrigued, he cast a few more glances in that direction. The youth over there seemed to have noticed Tang Yuan's gaze. Perceiving the hint of a smile upon his lips, he assumed Tang Yuan was mocking him and retorted angrily. "Hey, you over there. What are you staring at?" Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that staring at others, particularly those engaged in a quarrel, was rather impolite. He discreetly cleared his throat and took a couple of quick steps forward. Just as he was about to depart, he was suddenly struck by a fierce gust of wind. Before Tang Yuan's eyes appeared a fleeting figure, standing directly before him. It was none other than the youth from earlier. The young man, exuding an air of menace, declared, "Brat, did I permit you to leave?" Tang Yuan, aware of his own shortcomings, replied, "I sincerely apologize, my dear brother. It was not my intention. I merely recalled some amusing matters and found myself gazing a moment longer." Upon hearing this, the young man felt an even deeper sense of ridicule from Tang Yuan, and his anger surged as he raised his fist, ready to strike. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, with a slight shift of his body. He effortlessly evaded the boy's punch. He felt a surge of indignation within, for he had already offered an apology, yet the boy remained relentless, resorting to violence. The young lad, however, paid no heed to Tang Yuan's thoughts. Upon witnessing Tang Yuan's ease in dodging his strike, he was undeterred. Although he had refrained from employing his soul power, a wind system soul master typically possesses superior speed compared to other types of soul masters. Thus, even without utilizing soul power, landing a hit on a child who appeared merely 11 or 12 years old was hardly an extraordinary feat, especially considering that the opponent had also not activated any soul power. Without further contemplation, the boy launched another punch, determined to succeed this time. Tang Yuan stepped back to evade his aggressive stance and said, "My dear brother, are you not being excessively unreasonable?" The young man let out a cold snort and retorted, "Excessive? Is it not excessive of you to spy on others in their romantic pursuits?" Tang Yuan Dao. As soon as I spoke, a crisp voice rang out, "Hey, Feng Xiaodian, who are you in a relationship with?" Tang Yuan turned his head and beheld the fiery-haired girl approaching, her expression still brimming with indignation. Upon the arrival of the girl, known as Wu Wu, the silver-haired youth named Feng Xiaodian instantly transformed, shedding his previous demeanor of a brazen tiger for that of a docile kitten. He immediately sought to ingratiate himself, saying, "My dear Wu Wu, I was merely educating the little ones. What brings you here?" Tang Yuan's lips curled in a wry smile as he thought to himself, "You are but a child. Your entire family must be children as well." The girl named Wu Wu cast a disdainful glance at Feng Xiaodian before turning her attention to Tang Yuan. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. At that moment, Tang Yuan appeared invigorated, his mid-length blue hair elegantly tied back with a black ribbon, exuding an extraordinary charm. His features were exquisitely handsome, with a chiseled visage that could rival any sculptor's work. Those striking blue eyes captivated Wu Wu, momentarily lost in their depths. Coupled with his tall, upright posture and the way his black robe billowed gently in the wind, the red jade belt shaped like a dragon around his waist added an alluring mystique. As a soul master, his physique was inherently superior to that of an average person. Although only 11 years old, he stood an impressive 1.70 meters. While his youthful appearance bore a hint of innocence, his demeanor was remarkably poised, intriguing Wu Wu, who found herself observing him for quite some time. However, her admiration was purely aesthetic. She was not a naive girl who would swoon over handsome faces. Nevertheless, Feng Xiaodian, witnessing this exchange, perceived Tang Yuan as a pretty boy and assumed that his beloved sister Huo Wu had fallen under his spell. The more he pondered this, the more displeased he became with Tang Yuan. Yet, Tang Yuan, uninterested in conflict, remarked, "My lady, I assure you I mean no disturbance to either of you. I merely happened to pass by and was struck by a whimsical thought." "Is that so?" Huo Wu turned to Feng Xiaodian, inquiring. Feng Xiaodian, indifferent to whether Tang Yuan's actions were intentional or not, retorted, "Huo Wu, do not concern yourself with this matter. This brat is too arrogant, and I must teach him a proper lesson." Tang Yuan was puzzled, exclaiming, "Arrogant? Where have I displayed arrogance? My good sir, it has been you who has consistently acted with hubris." Huo Wu, with a slight smirk at the corner of her mouth, nonchalantly replied, "Very well then, continue your reprimands. I shall take my leave." Without further ado, she turned and walked away. Feng Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback, wondering what was transpiring. Was the script supposed to unfold with me showcasing my prowess, thereby completely captivating her heart, leading us to roam the world together and grow old side by side? This narrative felt all wrong. As Huo Wu distanced herself, Feng Xiaodian snapped back to reality and glared fiercely at Tang Yuan, saying, "You lad, I sense the aura of soul power emanating from you. You must also be a soul master, right? Given your youth, which academy do you hail from?" Tang Yuan understood that retribution was inevitable, yet he remained indifferent and jested, "Look, your girlfriend has already walked quite a distance. If you don't pursue her now, it will be too late." Feng Xiaodian was taken aback, absorbing little else but the phrase "your girlfriend." In that moment, he found that this seemingly bothersome child did not appear so unpleasant after all. Indeed, he was rather good-looking. Suddenly struck by a thought, Feng Xiaodian exclaimed and hurriedly dashed off to catch up with Huo Wu, completely forgetting his intention to confront Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan found himself in a state of bemusement, pondering the absurdity of the situation. This minor upheaval swiftly faded away, and he paid it little heed as he continued his journey towards the blacksmith's workshop. Upon arriving at the forge, he discovered that the proprietor was absent. Inquiring with one of the assistants, he learned that the owner was in the backyard. After a brief exchange, the assistant realized that Tang Yuan was a client there to collect a suit of heavy armor, prompting him to set aside his current task and hurriedly make his way to the rear of the establishment. Tang Yuan waited for a while, and then observed 3 figures approaching from the backyard. Among them was the familiar assistant he had seen earlier, and another was the owner of the blacksmith shop, whom Tang Yuan had encountered previously. The third individual, however, was a complete stranger to him. This person was extraordinarily tall, appearing to be middle-aged, with muscles that bulged like stone. He resembled a humanoid gorilla, and his eyes exuded an intimidating presence. Tang Yuan remained unconcerned. Upon encountering the proprietor, he inquired, "Boss, has my heavy armor been completed?" The proprietor chuckled and replied, "Young brother, you have arrived a tad early. However, that suit of heavy armor was reforged a few days ago and is perfectly ready for you to collect. Please wait a moment, and I shall fetch it for you." With that, the proprietor turned and walked away to retrieve the armor. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had just exited alongside the proprietor remarked, "Young lad, I have heard that you can train with armor weighing 200 pounds? Tang Yuan gazed in astonishment at the middle-aged man, bewildered by his knowledge. Presumably, the boss had informed him. He replied, "The 200 pounds weight training begins tomorrow." A glimmer of surprise flickered in the man's eyes as he responded, "I have heard that you are a control system soul master?" Tang Yuan was taken aback even more. How did he know? He hadn't even mentioned it to his employer. He replied, "In truth, I have simply enjoyed bearing burdens since childhood." The middle-aged man retorted, "Youngster, do not boast. With 200 pounds of heavy armor pressing down on your slight frame, I doubt you could even take a step." Tang Yuan found the man inexplicable and did not intend to engage in a lengthy conversation. After expressing his gratitude to the boss for bringing the heavy armor, he prepared to leave. The middle-aged man suddenly chuckled, "You are rather impolite. I have not yet finished speaking, and you wish to depart." Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the boss promptly interjected, "Young brother, please do not misunderstand. This is Elder Tainua from the Li family. Noticing your youthful talent in wielding 200 pounds of armor for training, he has taken a liking to you. It is indeed my fault for speaking out of turn. Today, the elder came specifically to discuss this matter with you." Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. Let this be the last time." With that, he took the heavy armor and turned to leave without lingering. The burly middle-aged man, Tino, was incensed by Tang Yuan's demeanor and remarked, "This little fellow may be young, but his temper is quite formidable." The owner, aware that elder Tino was somewhat of a brute with a simple mind and strong physique, could only smile wryly at the situation, saying, "Young people are always passionate. Do not take it to heart, elder Tino." Tino waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It matters not. However, if he truly can train with 200 pounds of armor, he would be a monster indeed. I suspect he is merely purchasing it for someone else, afraid of losing face if he admits it. Youngsters are often like this. He is a control-type soul master, not a defense or assault type. How could he possibly manage?" After leaving the blacksmith shop, Tang Yuan found himself perplexed by the events of the day, having encountered some unreasonable individuals. Not wanting to dwell on it, he surmised that perhaps it was simply an ill-fated day and, thus, did not linger on the street, but headed straight back to the academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Tang Yuan went to the teaching building to report to Qin Ming, but after inquiring around, he discovered that Qin Ming had gone out to procure team uniforms for the squad. Tang Yuan, feeling helpless, resolved to seek him out the following day. Upon returning to his dormitory, he took a refreshing shower, donned a clean set of garments, and placed the heavy armor beside his bed. Exhausted from his journey from the necromancer's manor, he fell into a deep slumber, intent on rejuvenating his spirit for the training of the unchanging soul pursuit step that awaited him on the morrow. Chapter 37. Team members the next day. Before dawn had broken, Tang Yuan awoke as per his usual routine. After completing his morning ablutions, he grasped the newly forged heavy armor. Feeling its weight of 200 pounds, a glimmer of anticipation lighting his eyes. Without further ado, he donned the armor, delicate as gossamer, and slipped into the familiar black robe he often wore. Once prepared, Tang Yuan made his way to the back mountain. Clad in the heavy armor, he found himself struggling to adapt. Its oppressive weight rendered his movements laborious, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his back. Fortunately, the school had yet to commence its sessions, leaving the campus largely devoid of students, and the lingering darkness of night ensured that no one would notice his unusual state. Upon reaching the familiar training ground on the back mountain, Tang Yuan glanced at the sky and saw the purple sun beginning to rise. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and commenced his practice of the yin-yang qi refinement technique. Throughout his journey, he had restrained his soul power, relying solely on his physical strength to bear the weight of the armor. Although he was not utterly fatigued, he had expended considerable energy, and his internal qi had diminished significantly. This moment was indeed a splendid opportunity for cultivation. Before long, the eastern sky shimmered with the first rays of radiant light, descending directly toward Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan meticulously absorbed the purple aura into his body, initiating the circulation of his internal energy. After a considerable duration, the sky brightened significantly. Well past dawn. With a deep sigh of relief, Tang Yuan reveled in his progress. The yin-yang qi refinement technique had advanced further, filling him with immense joy. Rising to his feet, he commenced a slow jog around the rear mountain. Adorned in armor weighing 200 pounds for the first time, he found the experience somewhat strenuous. Moving at a leisurely pace, he resolved to gradually acclimatize to the weight, beginning with a slow run before transitioning to training using the impermanence pursuit footwork. After completing a lap around the rear mountain, even with his robust physique, Tang Yuan was left breathless and utterly drained of energy. As he approached the end of his circuit, fatigue overwhelmed him, and dizziness set in. Nevertheless, he resolutely suppressed the soul power within him. Determined to rely solely on his own strength for cultivation, refusing to draw upon even the slightest trace of soul energy, Tang Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. Once he had rested for a while and recovered some strength, Tang Yuan made his way back from the back mountain, his steps unsteady as he returned to the dormitory. Upon reaching his quarters, he removed his heavy armor and took a refreshing shower, which invigorated him immensely. After bathing, he donned his armor once more, changed into a dry set of clothes, and proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. Although he still struggled to fully adapt and walked slowly, the morning's training had rendered a leisurely stroll manageable. After Tang Yuan finished his breakfast, he proceeded to the teaching building in search of Qin Ming. Qin Ming had been out the previous day attending to matters concerning the battle team, but he had now returned. Upon entering Qin Ming's office, Tang Yuan noticed that, in addition to Qin Ming, a few other individuals were present. Among them were Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan. The remaining individuals, though familiar to Tang Yuan from his interactions with Yu Tianheng, Qin Ming, and others, were acquaintances rather than close friends. Upon seeing Tang Yuan's arrival, Qin Ming greeted him with a smile, saying, "Xiao Qi, come in quickly." Tang Yuan entered the room and greeted, "Teacher Qin, Brother Tianheng, Sister Yinyan." Yu Tianheng playfully punched Tang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Good lad, it's been over half a month since we last met. And your strength has advanced once again." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Isn't this the acquisition of the third spirit ring?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming inquired, "Have you already obtained the third spirit ring?" Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, "I just returned home half a month ago and acquired my third spirit ring." Qin Ming responded with satisfaction, "You must be firmly established at the 30th level now, correct?" Tang Yuan shook his head. Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng were taken aback, realizing their misjudgment regarding Tang Yuan's exceptional talent. Thus, Yu Tianheng inquired, "So, it's at the 31st level, then? You truly are remarkable." Tang Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and remarked, "I have reached level 32. Upon hearing this, the individuals present in the room were left in a state of astonishment. It is rare for anyone to ascend 2 levels merely by absorbing a soul ring. If it were the first soul ring, it might be understandable. But this was at the soul master level, where even a single level increase is a challenge, let alone 2. Little did they know that even during the bottleneck, Tang Yuan continued to cultivate his soul power. This not only solidified his soul energy, but also allowed it to surge forth like a fountain when absorbing a soul ring. Qin Ming shook his head with a smile, accustomed to such occurrences, and said, "All right, everyone, please take a seat. Little 7, allow me to introduce you to those present. They are all members of the Tiando Royal Academy's Wuhuan battle team, most of whom you have met before. This is." Subsequently, Qin Ming introduced the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's Wuhuan battle team to Tang Yuan. Team leader, Yu Tianheng, Wuhuan, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, a level 39 assault type soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice team leader, Duguyan, Wuhuan, Emerald Phosphor Snake, a level 37 control type soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Shimo, Wuhuan, Xuanwu Turtle, a level 37 defense type soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Shimo, Wuhuan, Xuanwu Turtle, a level 36 defense type soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Yufeng, Wuhuan, Windchime Bird, a level 35 agility type soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Yilingling, Wuhuan, 9 Heart Begonia, a level 34 support type soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. With Tang Yuan included, there were a total of 7 individuals. Originally, due to Yu Tianheng's erratic training habits, he had often fallen behind, but with Tang Yuan occasionally sparring with him, he had managed to reach level 39, although he still had some distance to cover before reaching level 40. Upon concluding the introductions with Qin Ming, Tang Yuan extended his greetings to the others, stating, "I am Tang Yuan, a soul master of the control system with a martial soul of the life and death ledger. Currently at level 32. My soul rings consist of 1 yellow and 2 purple. It is a pleasure to meet all of you." The mention of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings initially elicited skepticism from those unfamiliar with Tang Yuan. However, as he manifested his martial soul, revealing the 3 soul rings beneath his feet, astonishment swept through the crowd, dispelling any doubts. When Tang Yuan declared his level, they recognized his exceptional talent. Yet some remained puzzled as to why Qin Ming had opted for the 32-level Tang Yuan over the 34-level Osro. In hindsight, the onlookers began to grasp Qin Ming's intention. Despite being 2 levels beneath Osro, Tang Yuan's seemingly flawless configuration of soul rings suggested that, in actual combat, Osro would likely prove no match for him. Moreover, most present had attended the gathering organized by Yu Tianheng 4 years prior and had witnessed the spar between Tang Yuan and Li Fei. At that time, Tang Yuan's remarkable speed had already been evident. Should Osro rely on his vaunted speed in a confrontation, he would likely find himself unable to mount any effective resistance. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Yu Tianheng, as the team leader, discerned their underestimation of Tang Yuan and quietly chuckled to himself. Having trained alongside Tang Yuan for 4 years, he knew well the latter's formidable strength. Indeed, he suspected that any random team member present might struggle to prevail in a genuine bout against Tang Yuan. After the introductions were complete, Qin Ming addressed the group. "Now that all members of the team are assembled, I will announce our training plan for the coming 6 months." Including Tang Yuan, everyone listened intently, their demeanor serious as they focused on Qin Ming's outline. Qin Ming continued, "The essence of a team lies in mutual understanding. which is not achieved overnight but cultivated through prolonged interaction and shared experiences. Tang Yuan secretly nodded, deeply agreeing with the sentiments expressed. Observing the expressions of those present, he found himself in full accord with the discourse. He then heard Qin Ming continue. Thus, for the forthcoming month, you shall engage in sparring, employing a one-on-one and two-on-two format for mutual practice. It is imperative that within this month, you become well acquainted with each other's soul power levels, attributes, and the effects of every soul skill. In addition to this, there is another task at hand. You must devise methods to counteract your own and the other 6 individual soul skills. This task, while encouraged to be completed, is secondary to the necessity of understanding your teammates' strengths. At this juncture, Yufeng inquired, Teacher Qin, is a month not too brief a period? Qin Ming replied with a smile, a month is ample time. We have little left to spare. If you continue to exhibit the same lethargy as before, it would be prudent to forego participating in the Advanced Soul Master competition altogether and concede defeat. Yufeng stuck out his tongue, refraining from further comment. Yu Tianhing then questioned, Teacher Qin, what occurs after the month? Qin Ming asserted, first, complete the task at hand. Once you have accomplished it, I shall naturally inform you of the next steps. After surveying the group, Qin Ming asked, is there anyone else with queries? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Suddenly, Yu Lingling raised her hand and said, Teacher Qin, I would like to inquire if, as a support-type soul master, I am also required to spar with everyone? Qin Ming shook his head, stating, I had nearly forgotten. Lingling need not participate in the sparring with you. However, Lingling, you should observe closely. Once they have concluded their practice, you must promptly administer healing to them, thereby enhancing your endurance. Yi Lingling nodded in understanding, saying little more as she stepped aside. Aside from his previous sparring with Yu Tianheng, Tang Yuan was not well acquainted with the other team members. Nevertheless, these individuals were renowned figures within the academy, and through hearsay, Tang Yuan had come to grasp their formidable strengths. Tang Yuan mused to himself, Senior Sister Yi possesses the healing martial soul, 9-heart Si Tang, and her prowess is not to be underestimated. With her by my side to oversee our healing, as long as we refrain from using excessive force, our sparring sessions can proceed without concern. This way, we can all engage freely and thoroughly comprehend each other's strengths. Teacher Qin has indeed devised a splendid plan. It is also a stroke of good fortune. Otherwise, one would be hard-pressed to find another martial soul as extraordinary as 9-heart Si Tang throughout the realm. For Qin Ming to recruit her into the team truly seems to be a matter of fate. Reflecting on this, Tang Yuan nodded to himself in agreement before snapping back to reality. Just then, he heard Qin Ming say, by the way, Shaoqi, I have already informed the education committee about your situation. You are now officially a student of the Advanced Academy. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Qin. In Chapter 38, Seated in Rows, the crowd was taken aback upon hearing that Tang Yuan had become a student of the Advanced Academy. An 11-year-old soul master attending such an institution was likely unprecedented in history. Each person reflected on their own experiences at the age of 11. Realizing that they were merely advancing to the intermediate academy, and even then, they were often hailed as prodigies. In light of this comparison, the title of genius seemed increasingly difficult to uphold. Once Qin Ming had concluded his instructions, the group dispersed, and the team uniforms were distributed. Although the styles were uniform, each was distinct, meticulously designed by Qin Ming for every individual, with Tang Yuan's being a striking ensemble of gold and black. Tang Yuan, upon hearing Qin Ming mention the Spirit Hall battle team, learned of 3 exceptional genius spirit masters, not much older than Yu Tianheng, who had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit master realm, and it was likely that they had already broken through to the spirit king level. This revelation instilled a sense of pressure within Tang Yuan, yet this very pressure ignited an insatiable fighting spirit within him, compelling him to strive for rapid advancement in his cultivation. At this stage, he was determined to elevate himself to the spirit master level. As Qin Ming had pointed out, his advantages were glaringly apparent, yet so were his shortcomings. Time. Being younger meant he had less time to cultivate compared to others, thus requiring him to invest several times more effort to compensate for his disadvantages and to chase after greater heights. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tang Yuan wasted no time and began cultivating his spirit power. He practiced from morning until dusk, neglecting even his lunch. After concluding his training, he proceeded to the dining hall for a modest dinner. Post-dinner, he hurried back to his dormitory to engage in meditation and further cultivate his spirit power. In his fervent dedication, Tang Yuan temporarily set aside the training of the judge's death sword, primarily because he found no further advancement possible at this stage. No matter how he practiced, it would yield no results. Thus, he decided to devote the majority of his time to enhancing his spirit power level. He would subsequently train in the yin-yang qi refinement technique and the impermanence pursuit steps at designated times each day, one being his foundation and the other his trump card, both of which held significant potential for improvement. Tang Yuan was unwilling to cast them aside, especially since training in these two techniques would not hinder his spirit power cultivation. Rather, it would be immensely beneficial. The following day, after concluding his training in the back mountain, Tang Yuan arrived early at the training ground, only to discover he was the first to arrive. While waiting, he sat cross-legged and began cultivating his spirit power, unwilling to waste even a moment. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ming arrived second. Noticing Tang Yuan, Qin Ming was somewhat astonished. He had thought he had arrived early enough to encourage the children to commit to their training and abandon their previous lethargy. Qin Ming had risen earlier than usual, wishing to set an example. Little did he know that Tang Yuan had arrived half an hour before the agreed-upon time, already deep in practice, even as the dawn had just begun to break. Generally, most children, even spirit masters, would still be sound asleep at this hour, yet Tang Yuan had managed to arrive ahead of schedule, immersed in his training. In Qin Ming's eyes, Tang Yuan was indeed a promising talent, not only gifted but also remarkably diligent. Watching Tang Yuan, he nodded inwardly, filled with a sense of gratification. What Qin Ming did not realize was that for the past 5 years, Tang Yuan had maintained this routine, waking before dawn to cultivate the yin-yang qi refinement technique. Tirelessly striving for the first glimmer of violet energy on the horizon, he had long since formed this habit. Tang Yuan was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, unaware of Qin Ming's arrival. Observing Tang Yuan in meditation, Qin Ming chose not to disturb him. Instead, he was inspired by Tang Yuan's diligence and settled nearby, adopting a cross-legged position to engage in his own meditation and cultivate his soul power. Shortly thereafter, Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin arrived. Upon seeing Tang Yuan and Qin Ming in their meditative state, Yu Tianheng felt a stirring within him as he recalled Qin Ming's earlier words. Looking at Tang Yuan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy, which ignited a competitive spirit within him. He immediately beckoned Douluo Yin to join him as they both sat down in meditation, embodying a resolve that they would not relent until they achieved their goals. Initially, Yu Tianheng had thought that as the team leader, he should arrive before his teammates, a sentiment echoed by Qin Ming. However, upon witnessing the dedication of Tang Yuan and Qin Ming, he was taken aback and questioned his own competence as a leader. A short while later, Yu Lingling also arrived, momentarily stunned before she too settled into a cross-legged meditation. Thus, the training ground now held 5 figures, all seated in a row, diligently cultivating their soul power, enveloping the arena in an almost eerie silence. Next to arrive were Yu Feng and the Shi brothers. Shi Mo and Shi Mo Yu Feng, known for his vivacity, was engaged in animated conversation with the Shi brothers as they approached, his exuberant voice echoing in the distance. "I say, little stones, how did you two develop such muscle? Don't you worry about it interfering with your sleep?" Yu Feng jested. Shi Mo ignored him, while Shi Mo replied, "Brother Yu Feng, if you wish to train, my brother and I would gladly take you along every day." Yu Feng widened his eyes in response, shaking his head vigorously. No, I don't want muscles that big. I might not be able to run fast." Just as he finished speaking, Yu Feng looked up to see Qin Ming, Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Yu Lingling arranged in a row on the training ground, each seated and meditating. Instantly, he closed his mouth, thinking to himself, "Oh no, I was so caught up in chatting that I might be late." Glancing at the sky, he noted that there was still ample time, but soon realized, with a sense of awe, just how dedicated these individuals were. While Yu Feng was lost in thought, Qin Ming, sensing a shift in energy, opened his eyes. Noticing Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Yu Lingling emulating Tang Yuan's practice, he turned to see Yu Feng and the Shi brothers standing a short distance away. Their faces filled with astonishment, indicating they had just arrived. Casting a sidelong glance at Tang Yuan, Qin Ming could not help but compare Yu Feng and the others to him. He shook his head inwardly, fearing that it wouldn't be long before Tang Yuan would far surpass Yu Feng and even himself. With a slight cough, Qin Ming roused Tang Yuan and the others from their meditation. As Tang Yuan regained his composure, he noticed that everyone had arrived. He promptly stood up straight and aligned himself with the others to listen to Qin Ming speak. Observing that everyone quickly took their positions, Qin Ming nodded and remarked, "Today marks the first day. You all should take Tang Yuan as your model. Among you, Tang Yuan is the youngest and yet the most diligent. At the break of dawn, he was the first to arrive, even earlier than I, your teacher. This is not an isolated occurrence. I have been guiding both Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng for quite some time. I must emphasize that Tang Yuan's remarkable strength today, while certainly influenced by his innate talent, is primarily a testament to his relentless effort. I have witnessed his dedication over the past 4 years. As senior students, you ought to set an example. How can you allow yourselves to fall short of even a younger peer? Wouldn't that invite ridicule? Tang Yuan listened to Qin Ming's words, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. The others, too, were filled with a sense of shame, although Qin Ming's tone was gentle. The implications of his words struck them hard, evoking feelings of guilt. Indeed, it was undeniable that a junior, younger than them, possessed greater talent and exhibited more diligence. It was no wonder that he had achieved the rank of Soul Master at merely 11 years of age. Qin Ming continued, I have made a decision, starting today. At the break of dawn, I expect to see all of you gathered at the training grounds. Anyone who dares to arrive late will be required to run 20 laps around the training area. At this point, the group collectively inhaled sharply in surprise. Just then, Tang Yuan spoke up, Teacher Qin. Upon hearing Tang Yuan, Qin Ming inquired, What is it? Tang Yuan hesitated momentarily before saying, I have no issue arriving at dawn. But I possess a soul technique that must be cultivated at the break of day. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback. Qin Ming, suppressing his astonishment, inquired, Shao Qi, do you practice every day? Tang Yuan nodded and said, Indeed, this soul skill is rather unique. It must be cultivated at the very moment of sunrise and can only cease once the sun has fully risen. Including Qin Ming, everyone turned their gaze towards Tang Yuan, realizing that this fellow did not merely rise early today, but did so every day. How could one endure this? Ahem. Qin Ming cleared his throat, concerned that his astonishment might be noticed by his students, and said, Very well, let us proceed as usual. Ultimately, the strength you cultivate is your own. Only by fortifying your own abilities can you claim true strength. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging his wisdom. Qin Ming continued, All right, let us commence. Yu Tianheng, you are the captain. You shall first engage in a one-on-one spar with the vice-captain, Dugu Yan. Both Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan were momentarily taken aback, surprised by Qin Ming's arrangement. Looking at each other, they felt reluctant to attack their beloved, yet they understood that Qin Ming had his reasons. As captain and vice-captain, they had to set a good example. Otherwise, what was the essence of teamwork? With little ado, Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan stepped forward, while the others retreated, clearing a substantial space for their bout. Yu Tianheng felt somewhat awkward as he regarded Dugu Yan, who, on the other hand, felt a rush of excitement, for she had never before sparred with Yu Tianheng. With a playful smile, Dugu Yan teased, Be careful, Hinggu, spirit possession. As her words faded, a fierce, emerald green serpent appeared behind her, its massive form exuding a powerful aura. Yu Tianheng, fully aware of the formidable nature of Dugu Yan's emerald scale serpent spirit, did not dare to slacken his guard. He immediately shouted, Spirit possession. In an instant, a magnificent purple-blue dragon soared into the sky, coiling majestically around him, lightning flickering around its form. The higher the rank of a beast spirit, the less it affected the bearer's appearance. As such, when Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan activated their spirits, their outward forms remained largely unchanged, revealing their true nature only during the use of special spirit skills. Chapter 39. Yu Tianheng receives a lesson first soul skill, Crimson Venom. Upon activating her spirit, Dugu Yan unleashed her first soul skill, a cloud of red mist erupting from the gaping maw of her emerald scale serpent. Taken aback, Yu Tianheng hastily activated his first soul ring to counter, first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Before he could finish, Yu Tianheng propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. However, his momentum was slightly hindered. During this interval, Dugu Yan had already benefited from the enhanced effects of her first soul skill, increasing her attack power and speed by 20%. Though Yu Tianheng's attack was robust, he found it challenging to match Dugu Yan's swiftness, and by the time his strike reached her last known position, she had already vanished. Just as Yu Tianheng prepared to launch a new offensive, he heard Dugu Yan declare, Second soul skill, Azure Venom. The moment her words were spoken, her eyes shifted from red to blue, and a thick, foul-smelling blue mist surged forth from the serpent's mouth. Alarmed, Yu Tianheng exclaimed, This is not good. A sensation of paralysis coursed through his body, rendering him momentarily immobile. In that critical moment, Yu Tianheng shouted, Dragon Transformation. His arms became adorned with blue-purple dragon scales, transforming his hands into claws armed with razor-sharp edges. Instantly, the paralyzing effects of Douluo Yan's azure venom diminished, allowing him slight movement. As Douluo Yan charged at him, he swiftly sidestepped. Second soul skill, Thunderstorm. Yu Tianheng bellowed, raising his claw to strike at Douluo Yan, yet still feeling the lingering effects of paralysis. His movements were slower than usual, while Douluo Yan's speed surpassed his own. She deftly evaded his attack. The two continued to exchange blows for several more rounds until Douluo Yan finally exhausted her spirit power. After their bout, Qin Ming instructed them to return to the ranks to rest while he asked Yu Lingling to administer healing. Yu Lingling nodded and approached, bestowing her healing touch upon both Douluo Yan and Yu Tianheng. Under her care, they felt a wave of relief as their spirit power began to rejuvenate, erasing feelings of weakness and fatigue in mere moments. Once Douluo Yan and Yu Tianheng had rested briefly, Qin Ming inquired, "What do you think? Now that you have observed, share your thoughts." The group exchanged glances, a silence settling among them. Qin Ming frowned, questioning, "What is this? After watching for so long, you glean nothing? I aim for you to understand your comrades better, and this is the result." Feeling a bit embarrassed, the group realized they had not discerned much and were at a loss for words. At this moment, Tang Yuan stepped forward, saying, "Allow me to share my insights." Just now, when Heng Gu and Yin Yin engaged, Heng Gu was considerably slower to initiate. As a control-type spirit master, Yin Yin inherently holds an advantage in one-on-one encounters. Therefore, when facing a control-type spirit master, one must find an opportunity to strike first. Otherwise, as we saw, Heng Ji's spirit activation lagged behind Yin Yan's, which allowed her the upper hand. Consequently, her first soul skill boosted her own attack and speed, making it challenging for a powerhouse like Heng Gu to catch up. Her second soul skill possesses pure control with a paralyzing effect. Once both skills were employed, Heng Gu completely lost his advantage as an attacker. Had Yin Yin possessed a powerful offensive skill, Heng Gu would have surely faced a swift defeat. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's analysis, the others reflected and realized the truth in his observations, surprised by his perceptiveness. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yuan had sparred with Yu Tianheng numerous times and was well aware of his capabilities. The reason for Yu Tianheng's delayed response against Douluo Yan was his concern for her safety, entirely forgetting Qin Ming's earlier assurances. At this juncture, Tang Yuan mused. When sparring against me, he held nothing back. How peculiar that he displayed such restraint now. Qin Ming, having listened to Tang Yuan, nodded appreciatively, saying, "Indeed. Shaoqi's observations are remarkably astute. Tianheng, I shall address your shortcomings. As Shaoqi mentioned, as a powerhouse, it is unwise to underestimate control-type spirit masters. However, I am not here to dwell on that, for I trust you will not falter again. During your prior spar with Shaoqi, you performed significantly better than today. What I wish to highlight is your emotional involvement. I understand your concern for Yin Yan's well-being, yet I previously assured you that with Lingling by your side, healing would be at your disposal, and as a level 60 Soul Emperor, I am always vigilant. There should be no issues. Yet you allowed your feelings to cloud your judgment, granting your opponent the initiative. Reflect on this situation. Had your opponent been an enemy, you would have met your demise." A level 60 Soul Emperor. The group exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Tianheng questioned, "Teacher Qin, have you truly ascended to the Soul Emperor rank?" Qin Ming shot Yu Tianheng a glare, retorting, "We are not discussing that right now. Focus on your own issues." Yu Tianheng hung his head, feeling rather embarrassed. Qin Ming continued, "Among us, you possess the clearest understanding of Yin Yan's soul skills and martial spirit. Yet, you exhibited complete unpreparedness against her abilities. If I were in your position, upon encountering a control-type soul master skilled in poison, I would immediately deploy my dragon transformation soul skill, without a moment's hesitation. Poison is insidious and all-pervasive. Once you fall victim to it, the battle is essentially over. Furthermore, how could you allow yourself to be distracted during combat? That moment of distraction could afford a control-type or agile attack soul master the opportunity to strike at your heart." Qin Ming's tone was calm, yet every word conveyed an undeniable warning. Yu Tianheng listened, feeling deeply ashamed, fully aware that Qin Ming's words rang true. During his spar with Douluo Yan, he had indeed felt restrained, unable to fight freely. Qin Ming sighed and said, "For now, I shall refrain from further admonishing you. I hope you take this to heart. As the team leader, you must be thorough and set an example. I do not wish to see a repeat of this incident." Yu Tianheng responded solemnly, "Yes, Teacher Qin." Qin Ming nodded and turned to Douluo Yan, stating, "Yin Yin has excelled in this regard. As a control-type soul master, whether in one-on-one combat or team battles, You must seize the initiative to strike, providing your teammates with optimal opportunities for attack. Du Yin beamed with pride, offering a slight smile. However, Qin Ming cautioned, "Do not celebrate just yet. I have not finished speaking." Hearing this, Du Yin stuck out her tongue playfully. Qin Ming continued, "In comparison to Tianheng's emotional approach, you have indeed performed better, but I must address another issue. Your combat performance cannot be deemed exceptional, nor can it be considered poor. It follows a conventional pattern. Methodically releasing your soul skills. Have you ever contemplated that combat is ever-changing? If you cannot adapt, your opponent will swiftly exploit your weaknesses, defeating you with a single blow. Just now, had Tianheng not shown mercy, you would have been bested before your soul power was fully expended. Do not doubt my words." Tianheng demonstrated several times his true prowess during his spar with Shao Qi. The others glanced at Tianheng and Tang Yuan after hearing this. Qin Ming added, "Yin Yan. As a control-type soul master, you possess significant advantages in one-on-one encounters. Take, for instance, your recent performance. You first utilized your primary soul skill to enhance your attack power and speed, which was commendable. However, your second soul skill has a paralyzing effect that can likely interrupt your opponent at the moment they unleash their own soul skill. This not only prevents them from executing their technique, but also consumes their cooldown time, significantly impacting their morale. Knowing that Tianheng's most formidable soul skill is Dragon Transformation, a unique skill rather than one derived from soul rings, you should have considered the cooldown of your second soul skill, ideally reserving it for when Tianheng activates Dragon Transformation." Du Yin listened attentively, recognizing the thorough analysis of her strengths and weaknesses, and silently committed it to memory. She then replied, "I understand, Teacher Qin." Acknowledging that Du Yin had taken his words to heart, Qin Ming moved on, stating, "Next, Tang Yuan and Shi Mo will engage in a spar. However, I must impose a restriction. Tang Yuan, you are not permitted to use your Judgment Death Sword. Beyond that, you may utilize your martial spirit and soul ring skills." Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Teacher Qin, may I utilize my impermanent soul-chasing steps?" After a brief contemplation, Qin Ming nodded and replied, "Indeed, you may." Tang Yuan nodded and stepped forward into the arena. Upon noticing Shimo standing opposite him, Tang Yuan wasted no time and unleashed the Death Book, exclaiming, "First soul skill. Soul Snatch." As soon as his words echoed, a dark light enveloped Shimo, instantly rendering him somewhat weakened, diminishing his defense, speed, and attack power. At that moment, a white light emanated from Shimo, directly encircling Tang Yuan. For years prior, he had witnessed Tang Yuan employ this soul skill, and suddenly recalling its ability to siphon the opponent's physical capabilities for one's own use, he hastened to activate his martial spirit. As Shimo had entered the arena, he had already shed his upper garment, revealing muscles akin to granite. Now, with the activation of his martial spirit, two enormous earth-green turtle shells appeared on his chest and back, causing him to arch his back like a turtle. Tang Yuan's gaze sharpened as he recognized the formidable nature of defense-type soul masters, particularly since Shimo possessed a higher level of soul power than himself. Seizing the initiative, he launched his attack. Following the activation of his first soul skill, his physical capabilities surged significantly, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Despite his diminished physical condition, Shimo's combat prowess remained commendable. Realizing that Tang Yuan was poised to strike and unable to discern his speed, he promptly employed his second soul skill, Turtle Shell. In an instant, Shimo curled into a tight ball, taking refuge between two emerald-hued turtle shells that radiated a brilliant green light, forming a protective barrier around him. Just as Shimo activated his second soul skill, Tang Yuan arrived, wielding his leg like a whip, aiming a fierce strike at Shimo. However, he was a moment too late, and his attack landed squarely upon the turtle shell. Instantaneously, a tremendous force of recoil surged from the shell, rendering Tang Yuan's right leg numb, as a violent tremor coursed through his entire body. Tang Yuan, propelled by the force of recoil, was flung back, his heart filled with astonishment. It became evident that the defensive soul master was not to be underestimated, as he had traversed this journey with relative ease. A sense of pride welled up within him, for he believed himself to be significantly ahead of his peers in terms of strength. However, upon witnessing the extraordinary prowess of Shi Mo, it was clear why he had been chosen for the Academy's battle team. He was certainly no ordinary adversary. Defeating Shi Mo would prove to be a formidable challenge. In mere moments, Tang Yuan had conjured multiple strategies for attack in his mind. Through the earlier probing kick, he had discerned Shi Mo's formidable defensive capabilities. Without the use of the Judge's Death Sword, his attacks would be at a distinct disadvantage. Even if he could potentially breach Sure Mo's defenses with his speed, the recoil from the impact would be quite taxing. Shaking his head internally, Tang Yuan discarded several plans until a sudden realization struck him. Qin Ming had forbidden him from using the Judge's death sword. After careful contemplation, he grasped Qin Ming's intention to compel him to rely on his own soul skills to secure victory. While his soul skills might not shatter Sure Mo's defenses outright, they could indeed circumvent them and apply pressure. With this newfound clarity, Tang Yuan devised a plan to achieve victory while minimizing his soul power expenditure. At that moment, Sure Mo had dispelled his defensive technique, reverting to his original form, with his head and limbs protruding between the two turtle shells. It was evident that Sure Mo had his own strategy in mind as a defensive soul master. His optimal approach in a one-on-one confrontation was to employ his defense to compel his opponent to expend the maximum amount of soul power while conserving his own. In this standoff, both remained motionless, Sure Mo poised for defense and refraining from initiating an attack. Tang Yuan, having anticipated Sure Mo's strategy, smiled slightly and activated his unpredictable pursuit step, promptly vanishing from Sure Mo's sight. This was precisely what Sure Mo desired, to exhaust Tang Yuan's soul power while he retreated into his shell once more, withdrawing his head and limbs back inside. As before, Tang Yuan launched a flurry of punches and kicks against the turtle shell, enduring significant recoil in the process. Naturally, Sure Mo, ensconced within his shell, was while Tang Yuan gazed at Shimo with a serene smile, silently recuperating his soul power. Before Shimo could complete his words, he suddenly sensed an alarming drain on his own soul energy, which diminished by 30% in a brief moment. This lost energy was wholly siphoned back to Tang Yuan, bringing him immense relief and a significant restoration of his strength. Shimo, taken aback, looked at Tang Yuan and exclaimed, "Your soul technique." Tang Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this was a sparring match intended for mutual understanding. He proceeded to explain, "This is my second soul skill, Soul Hook. Its effect is to diminish the enemy's individual soul power by 20%, while replenishing half of that diminished power back to myself. Essentially, it allows me to siphon off the enemy's soul power with a cooldown period of 4 minutes. Just now, your third soul skill depleted a considerable amount of your soul power. However, given your reserves, you could still unleash your third soul skill 1 or 2 more times. As for my remaining soul power, it is insufficient to evade a single strike from your flying armor. Nevertheless, due to the impact of my second soul skill, your remaining soul power is now quite comparable to mine. Additionally, I can utilize this soul skill once more after 4 minutes. As long as I avoided direct confrontation with you and dodge your flying armor with my speed, I stand a chance." Upon hearing this, Shimo lowered his head and conceded, "I have lost." Tang Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." At that moment, Qin Ming stepped forward and said, "All right, Shimo, Shaoqi, you may take your leave and rest." Shimo and Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, exiting the stage to recuperate, while Yi Lingling timely stepped forward to administer treatment to the two. Tang Yuan was enveloped in the soothing treatment administered by Yi Lingling, his heart filled with astonishment. Previously, he had heard from Yu Tianhing about the extraordinary capabilities of the nine-heart begonia, but he never anticipated such miraculous effects. Under this treatment, the rate of his soul power recovery was likely to double. Furthermore, any other injuries he had sustained would heal swiftly. Indeed, it was remarkably powerful. At that moment, Tang Yuan ceased his musings, cherishing this opportunity as he began to restore his soul power. After 10 minutes of treatment, he had regained 30% of his soul power, feeling neither weary nor weak. He then stood alongside Shimo, awaiting Qin Ming's instructions. Once they were ready, Qin Ming addressed the group. "Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the sparring match between Shimo and Tang Yuan?" The crowd remained silent. Qin Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated, and continued, "In truth, both Shimo and Tang Yuan performed admirably." Both Shimo and Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy at this acknowledgement. However, Qin Ming added, "But," at the mention of this conjunction, both Shimo and Tang Yuan held their breath in anticipation. Seeing their expressions, Qin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Then remarked, "However, both of you still have room for improvement. Let me begin with Shimo. Your approach to confronting your adversary, employing a strategy of patience and utilizing your defensive advantages, is commendable. Yet, you failed to fully understand your opponent's capabilities and intentions. You relied solely on your own thoughts and unleashed your third soul skill, flying armor, at a moment when your defenses were at their weakest. You must recognize that if your opponent had any remaining strategies, your defensive superiority would be rendered futile, just as it was earlier. Had you faced a strong offensive Soul Master instead of an underdeveloped control-type Soul Master, you would have already found yourself on the ground. In summary, you have overestimated your own abilities while underestimating your opponent. Shimo nodded thoughtfully, considering these insights. Qin Ming then turned to Tang Yuan, saying, Xiaoqi performed exceptionally well, with little to critique. Throughout this sparring session, you astutely assessed your opponent's intentions and adeptly exploited their weaknesses. My initial prohibition against using the judge's sword was intended to emphasize the importance of cultivating your soul skills. From what I observed in the match, you have indeed grasped this concept well. It is crucial that you prioritize the cultivation of your soul skills. Do you understand? Tang Yuan nodded and said, Teacher Qin, I understand. I didn't realize that my soul skill was actually quite formidable and played a significant role, regardless of the strength of the soul skill. As long as the soul master employs it adeptly, it can become immensely powerful. Qin Ming nodded with appreciation and replied, Indeed. It is not easy for you to grasp this insight. Although you initially faced no issues, our recent battle has revealed a new concern. You excel in strategic planning, which is an advantage for a control-type soul master. However, relying on your own soul power to incapacitate your opponent during these strategies is unwise. It is akin to putting all your eggs in one basket. If your opponent possesses any hidden cards or has a counter to your second soul skill, defeat is inevitable. Therefore, always remember to leave yourself with a margin for safety. Chapter 41. 2 against 2. Tang Yuan suddenly realized the truth of the matter. Indeed, if life and death were juxtaposed, and the opposing party possessed healing skills akin to Yu Lingling's or abilities similar to his own soul harvesting techniques, then his advantage in absorbing soul power would be utterly nullified. However, Qin Ming added, this requires continuous practical experience for complete mastery. You performed admirably today for now. Take a moment to rest. Tang Yuan nodded and responded affirmatively, Yes, Teacher Qin. Subsequently, they resumed their one-on-one sparring. The match between Shimo and Yufeng mirrored their encounters from years past, featuring a clash between a defense-type soul master and an agile attack-type soul master. When a defense-type soul master adopts a conservative strategy in a duel, the agile attack-type soul master often finds themselves at a disadvantage, unable to breach the formidable defense. However, the dynamics shift in team battles, where the support of allies can alter the outcome unpredictably. In this instance, as anticipated, the bout concluded with Yufeng exhausting his soul power. Following their duel, Shimo received no criticism. His performance was sound, demonstrating commendable combat awareness against an agile opponent. Qin Ming then turned to Yufeng and inquired, Do you understand why you lost? After a moment's rest, Yufeng, now devoid of his earlier bravado, lowered his head and admitted, I was wrong, Teacher Qin. My attacks were too weak. Qin Ming nodded approvingly. Your self-awareness is commendable. An agile attack-type soul master must possess both speed and power. If your attacks lack strength, then agility alone renders you akin to a feeble support soul master, barely deserving of the title attack type. Furthermore, this is not merely your flaw. All present share this issue. Soul power is fundamental to a soul master's combat efficacy. If your soul power is insufficient, you diminish your opportunities to strike compared to others. At this juncture, Qin Ming surveyed the group and noted their rapt attention, silently approving. He then asked, Shimo, how much soul power did you have remaining after the battle? Upon hearing the question, Shimo hesitated momentarily before responding, reporting to Teacher Qin, I still have nearly half of my soul power left. This revelation astonished Yufeng, who had completely depleted his soul power by the end of their confrontation. Qin Ming continued, when facing a defense-type soul master who adopts a waiting strategy, regardless of whether you are strength type, agility type, or control type, you must utilize your most potent attacks to penetrate their defenses. However, if the defense type's level is comparable to yours, do you believe you can breach their defenses with your current soul power? Upon reflection, the group recognized the impossibility of such a feat, including Tang Yuan, who had only managed to defeat Shimo by siphoning his opponent's soul power rather than breaking through defenses directly. Excellent, Qin Ming remarked, observing their self-awareness. Yet, you have not experienced sufficient frustration, as there remains a significant gap in your abilities. In other words, when confronting the Shijia brothers, if your attacks were powerful enough to breach their defenses, you would have succeeded, if only you had sufficient soul power left. Is that not frustrating? The group collectively muttered, Indeed. It is frustrating. Understanding frustration is the first step, Qin Ming replied. You have all overlooked the significance of your soul power. A soul master devoid of soul power is inferior to an ordinary person, akin to a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. The weight of his words struck the group profoundly. Even Tang Yuan grasped the critical importance of soul power capacity. Though his soul power had undergone a qualitative transformation, significantly surpassing that of his peers, the release of his soul skills still demanded more energy than that required by an average soul master. Consequently, the net consumption remained comparably burdensome. At that moment, Yu Tianhing interjected, "But Teacher Qin, can the soul power required to release soul skills also be cultivated?" Qin Ming, observing their expressions, smiled and replied, "It appears you have begun to grasp the fundamentals. Allow me to clarify. The soul power required to utilize soul skills varies. A soul master who has mastered their skills perfectly may expend only 5% of their soul power, as they do not allow excess energy to dissipate during the release, achieving potent effects with each move. Conversely, a soul master lacking mastery may expend 10 or even 20%, as their inability to control the release results in energy leakage, rendering their efforts ineffective. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, the group experienced a moment of enlightenment, deepening their understanding of soul power and soul skills. Tang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Such insights were rarely found in texts, and without extensive practical experience, one could hardly attain such knowledge. It was fortunate that Qin Ming, a formidable soul emperor, possessed these profound insights. Indeed, the adage that a great teacher produces exceptional students held true. Tang Yuan had already resolved to thoroughly familiarize himself with his soul techniques during this period, striving to minimize soul power consumption, which would elevate his strength to new heights. Observing that everyone had grasped the concept, Qin Ming ceased his explanations and instructed them to recover their soul power for half an hour, after which they would commence a 2-on-2 training session. The group lamented, for half an hour was hardly sufficient to restore much soul power. However, Qin Ming spoke with an undeniable authority. In a 2-on-2 match, you have allies. You must learn to harness the strength of your comrades. Additionally, how many battles allow opponents to wait until you are fully restored before engaging? With no choice left, they hastily settled into a meditative position to recover, unwilling to squander time, especially since Qin Ming's words left no room for negotiation. In the first match of the 2-on-2, Tang Yuan and Shi Mo faced Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan. After a series of one-on-one sparring sessions, both Shi Mo and Tang Yuan had gained insights into each other's martial spirits and soul techniques. As for Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan, their familiarity was undeniable, having trained together day in and day out. Most crucially, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng had sparred numerous times, and each was acutely aware of the other's capabilities. Thus, this battle promised to be fiercely contested. As both parties activated their soul rings, Tang Yuan wasted no time and unleashed his first soul technique, Soul Snatch. Upon its activation, a dazzling interplay of black and white light emerged, causing a 30% decline in Yu Tianheng's physical capabilities. Although Yu Tianheng was well acquainted with Tang Yuan's soul technique, he was taken aback by its newfound potency following Tang Yuan's ascension to Soul Master, silently acknowledging, "This kid is truly monstrous." Despite being afflicted by Tang Yuan's first soul technique, Yu Tianheng's mindset remained unaffected. Having sparred with Tang Yuan for years, he had developed an immunity, knowing Tang Yuan's first and second soul techniques better than Tang Yuan himself. Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng recognized that the key to victory lay with Tang Yuan. With a mighty leap, he transformed, his hands morphing into dragon claws, and immediately unleashed his first soul technique, Thunder Dragon Claw, charging at Tang Yuan. At that moment, Shi Mo sprang forward, employing Turtle Shell, positioning himself in front of Tang Yuan to intercept Yu Tianheng. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was not idle. As Shi Mo and Yu Tianheng collided, he swiftly changed his footwork, moving with remarkable speed to appear directly before Douluo Yan. Douluo Yan, refusing to be complacent, realized Tang Yuan aimed to eliminate her, the control-type soul master, first. With a powerful shout, she declared, "Second soul technique, Jade Scale Blue Poison." This technique possessed paralyzing effects, laying a trap for Tang Yuan. Had he not witnessed Douluo Yan's soul technique in previous encounters, he might have been caught off guard. However, having observed her battle with Yu Tianheng, he was well informed. As Douluo Yan unleashed her blue poison, Tang Yuan remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, he changed direction and, in an instant, executed a spinning kick toward Yu Tianheng. Yet, Yu Tianheng was no ordinary opponent. Sensing Tang Yuan's soul power fluctuations, he coldly snorted and countered Tang Yuan's kick with his left hand, unleashing a wave of soul power that rippled outward. In the blink of an eye, The two stood their ground, both unscathed. Chapter 42. Mixed doubles. Yu Tianheng chuckled. Well done, Shaoqi. You've broken through to Soul Master. Your strength has indeed surged. Tang Yuan chuckled and said, Brother Tianheng, Sister Yin, do be cautious. With that, he declared in a commanding voice, third soul skill, the other shore. Suddenly, black and white lights emerged from the book of life and death, coalescing into a sphere of gray luminescence. This gray light then split into two, enveloping Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin respectively. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback. After the gray light enveloped him, he felt no difference, nor did his strength waver even slightly. In contrast, Douluo Yin sensed an immediate decline in her bodily functions by 30%, while a white light emanated from her, surrounding Tang Yuan, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. Yu Tianheng noticed Douluo Yin's transformation, astonished. Was this not the effect of Tang Yuan's first soul skill, Soul Snatch? What could this third soul skill possibly entail? Before Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Yuan and Shimo had already launched their assault. A fleeting shadow descended, and Tang Yuan had reached Douluo Yin's side in an instant. His speed drastically increased compared to before he had employed the third soul skill, rendering Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin unable to perceive his movements. At that moment, Tang Yuan kicked towards Douluo Yin, but Yu Tianheng had already reacted. In a critical moment, he swept forward with his dragon claw, colliding perfectly with Tang Yuan's whip kick, successfully countering the attack. Yu Tianheng felt the immense force from Tang Yuan's strike reverberate through his dragon claw, leaving it somewhat numb and utterly astonished. The sheer power of this assault was nearly on par with that of a formidable attack-type Soul Master. The collision of leg and claw was not without consequence for Tang Yuan either, as his calf was jolted, leaving him equally sore. Both he and Yu Tianheng staggered back a few steps. Just then, a green light materialized before Yu Tianheng's eyes. Not good. First soul skill, green scale red poison. Douluo Yin exclaimed, immediately unleashing her first soul skill to invigorate both herself and Yu Tianheng, greatly enhancing their speed and attack power. With this boost, Yu Tianheng shifted his weight back, executing a challenging twist to narrowly evade Shimo's tortoise shell. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was relentless, unleashing another whip kick aimed at Douluo Yin. Under the influence of the invigorating poison, Douluo Yin's speed had indeed increased, though Tang Yuan's pace was even swifter. Thus, Douluo Yin could only hastily raise her hands to defend, feeling the overwhelming force of Tang Yuan's kick, causing her hands to ache and tingle as she stumbled backward. Just as she was about to fall, a strong hand caught her around the waist, halting her descent. She glanced back to see it was Yu Tianheng. Observing the serious expression on his face, Douluo Yin regained her footing and turned to face Tang Yuan and Shimo, now reunited in their offensive and defensive stance, making it arduous to gain the upper hand. Unbeknownst to Douluo Yin, Yu Tianheng's heart was in turmoil. He distinctly felt the same numbing pain in his hands when Douluo Yin's hands were struck by Tang Yuan's kick. At that moment, he began to comprehend the true nature of Tang Yuan's third soul skill. It was a connection. It bound the two individuals with an invisible force, ensuring that any gain or loss experienced by one would be mirrored in the other. In essence, if Tang Yuan used this skill on himself and Yu Tianheng, then any adverse effect suffered by Douluo Yin would simultaneously impact both men. Conversely, by applying this skill to Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng, an attack on one would equivalently harm the other. Realizing this, Yu Tianheng shuddered. Such a formidable soul skill was indeed somewhat perverse. No, it was exceedingly perverse. Upon further reflection, he recognized that during Tang Yuan's kick aimed at Douluo Yin, her defensive capabilities appeared significantly enhanced. Under normal circumstances, given the strength of Tang Yuan's attack, she would have likely been knocked out of the arena. Could it be that Tang Yuan had shown mercy? Yu Tianheng shook his head in disbelief. That seemed improbable. Even if he had tempered his attack, he would have still managed to defeat Douluo Yin. With Tang Yuan's prowess, a misfire was out of the question. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Yu Tianheng. Tang Yuan's third soul skill, while indeed formidable, possessed vulnerabilities. When two individuals were connected, the various attributes of their bodies, beyond soul power, were dictated by the stronger of the two. Thus, if Yu Tianheng's defensive and offensive capabilities surpassed Douluo Yin's, she would inherit those strengths. Conversely, if Douluo Yin's speed was superior to Yu Tianheng's, he would gain her swiftness. In this manner, their formidable attributes would be shared. Yu Tianheng retained his own exceptional offensive and defensive powers while simultaneously acquiring Douluo Yin's speed. Contemplating this, Yu Tianheng was astonished. Was this not a support-type skill? Tang Yuan regarded Yu Tianheng with a sly grin, remarking, "It appears that Brother Tianheng has already discerned the utility of my third soul skill." Startled, Yu Tianheng collected himself and replied, "I must admit, Shaoqi, your third soul skill is indeed extraordinary. However, it seems to have inadvertently aided me. If it were applied to you and Shimo, it might yield some effect. But at present, it seems you are not yet fully adept with your third soul skill." With a teasing smile, Tang Yuan retorted, "Is that so? Brother Tianheng, then do keep your eyes peeled." Yu Tianheng, taken aback, was uncertain of what further tricks Tang Yuan had up his sleeve. At that moment, Tang Yuan bellowed, "Second soul skill, soul snatch." A fragrant aura enveloped the area. And in an instant, both Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan felt their soul power wane, as Tang Yuan siphoned off a portion. As a result, Tang Yuan's soul power significantly replenished, while that of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan diminished considerably. Yu Tianheng chuckled, "Is that all you've got?" With that, he leapt into action, charging toward Tang Yuan. At this juncture, he and Du Guyan were connected, granting him a speed surpassing his previous capabilities and formidable striking power, with the intention of defeating Tang Yuan in a single blow, thereby concluding their spar. In less than a moment, Yu Tianheng had reached Tang Yuan's front. Second soul skill, Thunderous Might. A dragon claw loomed over Tang Yuan like a colossal boulder, poised to strike. However, Tang Yuan merely smiled and declared, "Third soul skill, Reversal of the Other Shore." As the words left his lips, Yu Tianheng felt his attacking power plummet and his speed revert to that which he had possessed before. Before he could comprehend the situation, a tremendous recoil surged through him as his dragon claw crashed against Shimo's shell. At that moment, both his defense and offense were severely diminished, causing him to be sent flying back by the impact against Shimo's carapace. "Henggu!" Du Guyan exclaimed in shock. Immediately unleashing her second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison, Tang Yuan felt a complete paralysis enveloping his body, rendering him unable to move or muster even the slightest ounce of strength. A bitter smile crept upon his lips, even without being incapacitated by Du Guyan. He found himself devoid of the will to fight, for his soul power had been entirely depleted. It was as if all vitality had been siphoned away. Previously, he had not even returned to his peak condition, possessing only half of his soul power, which allowed him to utilize his third soul skill twice and his first soul skill once, thanks to the soul power absorption of his second soul skill. Otherwise, with the meager remnants of his soul power, he would have been incapable of employing a single instance of his third soul skill. At that moment, Shimo still retained a considerable amount of soul power, standing resolutely in front of Tang Yuan, offering formidable defense to shield him from harm. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng, whose soul power was already dwindling, had lost a significant portion to Tang Yuan. In his desperate attempt to unleash his second soul skill, Thunderous Fury, he had gambled everything. Yet he found himself defeated. He could scarcely fathom why Tang Yuan's second invocation of his third soul skill had so drastically diminished his strength. At this juncture, only Du Guyan and Shimo remained capable of continuing the battle. However, Du Guyan had also been significantly drained of her soul power by Tang Yuan's second soul skill, with her own reserves now critically low, unless she resorted to unleashing her third soul skill. It seemed improbable that she could vanquish Shimo using merely her first and second soul skills. Yet, her third soul ring technique was her most venomous attack. With toxins that acted swiftly, a mere touch of the purple mist could lead to a swift demise within moments. This was not a battle to the death, and moreover, Du Guyan was currently unable to neutralize the poison, thus she had no intention of employing it. Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Hee hee, Brother Tianheng, Sister Yin Yin, I apologize." Du Guyan, in a huff, strode forward and tapped Tang Yuan on the head, saying, "You little rascal, you've been spoiled for no reason." Tang Yuan felt utterly drained. His body weakened, he collapsed onto the ground, feigning tears as he lamented, "Brother your wife struck me." At that moment, Yu Tianheng also rose to his feet and approached Tang Yuan, delivering a playful smack to his head, exclaiming, "I strike you too, you rascal. Your soul technique is simply extraordinary. I couldn't even unleash my third soul skill and have already succumbed." Tang Yuan gazed at Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "What is this? Are you two engaging in a mixed doubles match? Moreover, Brother Tianheng, who doesn't know the terrifying prowess of your third soul skill? Once you unleash it, I shall have no choice but to flee." In their previous sparring sessions, the moment Yu Tianheng activated his third soul skill, Tang Yuan would immediately turn and run without a second thought. This was due to the sheer might of Yu Tianheng's third soul skill, Thunder Fury, which temporarily propelled him into a berserk state. doubling his attack power and increasing his soul power by 50%. If not voluntarily halted, this state would persist until his stamina was depleted. Thus, when Yu Tianheng employed his third soul skill, his attack could potentially uproot a tree as thick as 5 individuals, and Tang Yuan dared not confront him head-on. At this moment, Qin Ming stepped forward with a smile and remarked, "All right, you two have performed admirably, with hardly any flaws to critique. However, the destructive power of Yin Yin and Tianheng's third soul skills is too great to be used in sparring. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. Let us take a moment to recover. Lingling, please provide them with treatment." Yu Lingling approached, casting a cascade of green light that enveloped Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yin, and Shimo. Chapter 43, The Great Battle against Qin Ming after the healing in a period of rest. Tang Yuan and the others managed to restore a portion of their soul power, albeit less than 20%. Nevertheless, Tang Yuan no longer felt the sensation of his soul power being completely drained. With Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Dugu Yin now too fatigued to continue, Qin Ming paired Yufeng with Shimo to battle against him. They merely needed to endure for the duration of a stick of incense. Yufeng was understandably reluctant, as Qin Ming was a level 60 soul emperor. Despite Qin Ming's assurance that he would suppress his soul power to a level equivalent to 35 and would only utilize his first, second, and third soul skills in a 1 versus 2 scenario, Yufeng and Shimo still felt the weight of the challenge, even with the power disparity minimized. The combat experience of Yufeng and Shimo paled in comparison to that of the level 60 soul emperor. They resorted to purely defensive tactics, which quickly led to Qin Ming exploiting their vulnerabilities and casting them out of the combat circle. At this point, only half of the incense remained. This defeat inevitably resulted in a thorough lecture from Qin Ming for Yufeng and Shimo. Thus, the first day of training concluded amidst the exhaustion of the group. As training wrapped up, dinner time approached. Although they had not eaten anything for lunch, the fatigue from the training left them with little appetite. The others clamored to return to their quarters for rest, but Tang Yuan remained relatively unfazed. The intensity of the training did not leave him utterly drained. Thus, Tang Yuan made his way to the dining hall and casually consumed some food. As the saying goes, man is iron and rice is steel. One meal skipped leads to hunger. Although the physique of a soul master surpasses that of ordinary individuals, Tang Yuan suspected he might be a reincarnation of a glutton. If deprived of sleep, he might endure, but without food, there would be no negotiation. After finishing dinner and returning to his dormitory, Tang Yuan took advantage of the early hour to begin meditative cultivation. Rapid recovery of soul power after such extensive depletion proved immensely beneficial for enhancement. Just as the bell signaling curfew rang, Tang Yuan completed the restoration of his soul power. With a long sigh of relief, he opened his eyes, feeling the surge of soul power within him, which had greatly improved, bringing him immense satisfaction. On the following morning, Tang Yuan resumed his routine, practicing the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique at the back mountain before heading to the training grounds. Although he did not engage in the usual practice of the unchanging pursuit step while clad in heavy armor, he wore the armor at all times except while bathing or sleeping. This approach allowed for more effective training during the team exercises, enhancing both his speed and explosive power in comparison to previous training sessions. Consequently, he did not need to allocate excessive time to speed training. Speaking of team training, today's session differed significantly from yesterday's. As Tang Yuan arrived, the others came promptly, which pleased Qin Ming immensely. Once everyone was gathered, Qin Ming wasted no time and initiated the day's training, announcing a 7 versus 1 challenge against himself. Amidst the astonished expressions of the group, Qin Ming clarified that, like the previous day, they needed to endure for the duration of an incense stick without being defeated. While he would suppress his soul power to a level of 40 and utilize only his first, second, and third soul skills. Despite this, the others remained reluctant. Having witnessed Qin Ming's combat prowess the previous day, which left an indelible impression on them, observing their expressions, Qin Ming declared, "A true warrior grows stronger in the face of adversity, not faltering when confronted by a more formidable opponent. Such soul masters shall never ascend to greatness. For the moment they lose their fighting spirit, they are destined to be failures." Upon hearing this, a wave of fierce determination surged among the group, including Tang Yuan. Qin Ming was indeed correct. None present were mediocre, and no one wished to be the one who surrendered their fighting spirit. Seeing this response, Qin Ming nodded and asked, "Are you all failures?" The group replied in unison, "No." Qin Ming then bellowed, "Louder! I cannot hear you." The group responded again, no? We are strong. Qin Ming nodded in approval. Excellent. Strong ones, let me witness your might. With that, Qin Ming ignited an incense stick and immediately unleashed his martial spirit, revealing a formidable fire wolf with a shimmering emerald hue, enveloped in flames. Martial spirit activated. Qin Ming roared, and a fiery mark appeared on his forehead. A radiant red light emerged behind him, revealing a majestic wolf tail. Witnessing this spectacle, the others swiftly summoned their own martial spirits. Yu Tianheng manifested the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, while Dugu Yin summoned the emerald serpent. Tang Yuan, the book of life and death. Yu Feng, the windbell bird. The Shijia brothers, the mysterious tortoise. Yi Lingling, the nine-heart begonia. With the emergence of martial spirits, the battle intent soared to the heavens. Yu Tianheng surveyed the surroundings and said, Yin Yin, you take the center to control. Lingling, stand behind Yin Yin to provide us with healing. Shimo and Shimo, one of you shall protect Lingling, while the other offers support. Yu Feng, as an agile attacker. Disrupt Teacher Qin. When Tang Yuan saw that he had not yet been summoned, he anxiously exclaimed, Brother Tianheng, what about me? Yu Tianheng pondered for a moment and replied, Shao Qi, your speed is remarkable, and your soul skill is enigmatic. You shall maneuver with agility, utilizing your wind manipulation to create disturbances, while also providing support for Yin Yin and Ling Ling from the rear. Moreover, remember to connect Ling Ling and Sure Mo using your third soul skill. It is essential to utilize the normal version of your third soul skill, Other Shore Heaven, not the reversed one. Tang Yuan's lips twitched slightly, and he remarked, I know. With that, he promptly invoked the third soul skill, the Other Shore Heaven, for Yi Lingling and Sure Mo. In an instant, Yi Lingling felt a remarkable enhancement in both her defense and attack, while her other attributes remained unchanged. Just as Yi Lingling was astonished by the potency of this soul skill, Qin Ming had already made his move. First soul skill, Howl of the Azure Wolf. Second soul skill, Azure Wolf's Fury. Qin Ming bellowed, unleashing two soul skills in rapid succession. The first, Howl of the Azure Wolf, could augment a soul master's attack power by 50%, while the second, Azure Wolf's Fury, could enhance their speed by the same margin. When these two skills were combined, both speed and attack would experience a significant surge, making a rapid and powerful attack-type soul master a formidable adversary indeed. Tang Yuan was taken aback, never anticipating that Qin Ming could wield his soul abilities to such an extent. The simultaneous and instantaneous activation of two soul techniques stirred a tempest within him. At that moment, he realized that even if Qin Ming restrained his soul power to a level of 40, they would still find it difficult to contend with him. After all, practical experience was a formidable asset, and although a soul master's strength primarily hinged on soul power, there were myriad other ways to enhance one's prowess. After unleashing his two soul techniques, Qin Ming swiftly raised his wolf claw, targeting Yu Feng. He understood that the others had already shielded Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, rendering any attempt to break through the encirclement rather impractical. Thus, he resolved to first eliminate the closest agile attack-type soul master, Yu Feng. In truth, when Yu Tianheng had devised the battle strategy, Qin Ming had been immensely pleased. The captain or vice-captain of a team bears the weighty responsibility of guiding their comrades. Yu Tianheng, unflinching in the face of danger, exhibited a remarkable ability to analyze the situation calmly. Though the strategy was conventional, it importantly accounted for the protection of support-type soul masters. Support-type soul masters may lack direct combat prowess, yet they are undeniably an indispensable component of any team. Especially one like Yi Lingling, who possessed the formidable Nine Hearts Begonia and group healing soul technique, making her the prime target for their adversaries. As Qin Ming launched his assault on Yu Feng, the latter forced himself to remain composed, having anticipated that Qin Ming would likely target him first. He was fully prepared and immediately activated his first soul technique, Wing Blades. The brown wings radiated brilliance, and his first soul ring illuminated simultaneously. As a flash of light surged forth, Yu Feng moved just as Qin Ming approached. However, rather than heading directly towards Qin Ming, Yu Feng angled slightly, dashing toward Qin Ming's side. Consequently, Qin Ming's attack missed its mark. The soul technique wielded by Yu Feng granted him a speed enhancement, doubling his velocity during its activation. This indicated that Yu Feng was not seeking a direct confrontation with Qin Ming, but rather aimed to evade his onslaught. At that very moment, the first soul technique of Tang Yuan was unleashed, Soul Snatch. As Qin Ming made his move, Tang Yuan had already begun to prepare his own soul technique. In a mere heartbeat, as Qin Ming's fist was thrown and Yu Feng had successfully evaded his attack. A dark light enveloped Qin Ming, while a white light encased Tang Yuan. The exchange of these contrasting lights occurred with remarkable swiftness, almost simultaneously manifesting. Tang Yuan experienced a significant breakthrough in his mastery of the first soul skill after yesterday's combat training. Overwhelmed with joy, he soon felt a powerful force emanating from within him, due to Qin Ming's suppression of his soul power to the level of 40. His physical capabilities were also limited to that standard. Consequently, as Tang Yuan absorbed Qin Ming's physical abilities, he gained a substantial enhancement. Particularly noteworthy for someone of his own 32nd level. Despite having lost 30% of his physical capabilities, Qin Ming showed no signs of emotional disturbance. Instead, he sensed the fluctuations of soul power behind him and swiftly evaded an attack from Yu Feng, delivering a punch that sent him flying out of the ring. The audience gasped in astonishment. In Chapter 44, the first victory of the team, Qin Ming demonstrated exceptional control over his strength, ensuring that his strike did not cause serious injury to Yu Feng but merely knocked him out of the competition. He remarked with a smile that higher-level soul masters become increasingly sensitive to the energy fluctuations around them. At his level, his mental prowess significantly surpassed that of his opponents. Yu Tianheng's expression twitched. Was it not agreed that they would suppress their levels? However, Qin Ming's statement pertained solely to the suppression of soul power, not other aspects. At a certain level, while soul power can be restrained, mental acuity, combat experience, and the mastery of soul skills remain ingrained, unyielding even if a soul master becomes incapable of cultivating soul power. At this moment, the 7-member team was reduced to 6. Yu Tianheng, a powerhouse, was accompanied by the control specialist Douluo Yan, the defensive duo of the Shijia brothers, the support specialist Yi Lingling, and Tang Yuan, who would now fill the gap left by Yu Feng's departure and disrupt Qin Ming. Exchanging a knowing glance with Yu Tianheng, Tang Yuan understood the plan and charged toward Qin Ming as Yu Tianheng made his move. Utilizing his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, Yu Tianheng had already transformed. His hands resembling dragon claws adorned with blue-purple scales and enveloped by crackling arcs of electricity. The attack's potency, in this dragon form, had doubled compared to its untransformed state, making it a formidable single-target assault, surpassing even the second soul skill, Thunderous Might, in precision and damage. Confronting such a powerful adversary as Qin Ming, Yu Tianheng held no illusions of leniency, unleashing his most formidable strike from the outset. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan provided support, employing his remarkable speed to restrict Qin Ming's avenues of escape. As the dragon claws advanced and the afterimages flanked him, Qin Ming realized the synergy between Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan was exceptional, akin to battle-hardened mercenary brothers. Satisfied, Qin Ming nodded inwardly but proclaimed, "Not enough." Third soul skill, Fiery Wolf Fist. As his words fell, Qin Ming's hands transformed into wolf claws, engulfed in fierce flames, colliding head-on with Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw. In an instant, Tang Yuan shouted, "Sister Yan, distract him." Douluo Yan hesitated briefly but quickly unleashed her second soul skill, Azure Scales Blue Poison, her eyes turning a striking blue as she expelled a cloud of toxic mist towards Qin Ming, aiming to disrupt his soul skill. Yet, Qin Ming's mastery of soul skills was formidable, and despite Douluo Yan's haste, it was too late. The clash between Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw and Qin Ming's Fiery Wolf Fist erupted with a resounding impact, akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, freezing time momentarily. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul energy radiated from the point of collision, sending a shockwave through the arena as the force of the impact threatened to shake the very ground. Douluo Yan's Azure Scales Blue Poison was swiftly dispersed by the fierce winds, failing to inflict any harm on Qin Ming. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng felt a tumultuous surge of emotions. The sensation of the dragon claws coursed through his shoulder, leaving him dazed as if his arm had been dislocated, followed by a sharp pain that took his breath away. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Ming vanished from his sight. Not good. Both Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan exclaimed in unison. Before they could look back, they heard a commanding voice. First soul skill, Resilient Shell. In that fleeting moment of Qin Ming's disappearance, Sure Mo had already activated his first soul skill, positioning his formidable turtle shell defense in front of Douluo Yan. When Qin Ming's fist struck Sure Mo's shell, he felt a recoil. Yet this force was negligible against his formidable physique. A flurry of punches rained down upon Sure Mo's shell, causing his face to pale as he gritted his teeth to endure. At that moment, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng sprang into action. Tang Yuan bellowed, second soul skill, Soul Hook. A fragrant aroma permeated the air, causing Qin Ming to lose 20% of his soul power, half of which was replenished to Tang Yuan. With Qin Ming's soul power significantly diminished, his attacks faltered compared to before, granting some relief to Shi Mo simultaneously. Yu Tianheng unleashed a Thunder Dragon Claw, charging fiercely at Qin Ming. In a sudden twist, Qin Ming turned, and his massive wolf fist collided once more with the Dragon Claw. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, however. Yu Tianheng soon felt the agony and numbness coursing through his hands each time they met Qin Ming's wolf fist, causing him to grimace in pain. Yu Tianheng's combat skills were already inferior to Qin Ming's, and in terms of strength, the disparity was even more pronounced. After just a few exchanges, Qin Ming discerned an opening and landed a powerful punch on Yu Tianheng's shoulder, sending him hurtling backward. Tang Yuan, quick-witted and agile, reached out and intercepted the flying form of Yu Tianheng, preventing him from being sent flying out of the arena by Qin Ming like a mere leaf in the wind. At the moment of impact, Enrolling, witnessing both Shi Mo and Yu Tianheng injured, immediately unleashed her group healing soul technique. A radiant emerald light enveloped the battlefield, revitalizing the participants, especially Yu Tianheng and Shi Mo, who felt a surge of strength coursing through their bodies, while Shi Mo's pallor began to fade to a healthier hue. Just then, Qin Ming broke through the protective formation and appeared before Enrolling, his fiery wolf fist aimed menacingly at her. Shi Mo, alarmed, shouted, "First soul technique. Tough shell." A brilliant green light emanated from the turtle shells that appeared before and behind him, and with a swift sidestep, he positioned himself between Enrolling and Qin Ming. The fiery wolf fist, which was about to strike Enrolling, was suddenly halted by Shi Mo's defense, crashing against his turtle shell like a meteor. Shi Mo felt a tremendous force reverberate through him, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps despite his formidable defenses. Fortunately, Qin Ming had only exerted less than 40% of his strength, so while Shi Mo experienced a moment of discomfort in his chest, he sustained no serious injuries. Moreover, as Tang Yuan had linked Enrolling and Shi Mo through his otherworldly soul technique, they shared both triumphs and tribulations, benefiting from Shi Mo's defensive attributes. Enrolling too retreated a couple of steps, feeling a slight heaviness in her chest but otherwise unscathed, just as Qin Ming was about to launch another attack. A loud voice interrupted, "Teacher Qin, the incense has burned out." Everyone paused, glancing back to see that indeed the incense had extinguished. And the speaker was none other than Yu Feng, who had been knocked out of the ring and was spectating from the sidelines. Qin Ming smiled subtly and declared, "Well done. You have triumphed." Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan jumped joyfully, their exhilaration evident to all. As they realized they had won a sparring match, those unaware might have thought they had triumphed in a grand continental tournament among elite Soul Master academies. This marked the first victory for the Tiando Royal Academy's team, a moment of immense pride. Despite Qin Ming having restrained his soul power to the level of a rank 40, and with the time limit set to the burning of an incense stick, the sheer fact that Tang Yuan and his companions had managed to hold their ground against a Soul Emperor was commendable. The synergy among them was not yet perfect, and given the circumstances, their victory was indeed hard-earned. In due course, as their teamwork solidified like an impregnable fortress, future battles would be mere trifles. Whether they lasted a mere incense stick or even half an hour, for each member of the team was a genius in their own right. Observing their jubilant demeanor brought a smile to Qin Ming's face, and he allowed them their revelry while mentally replaying the recent skirmish. After a while, as the excitement waned, the group formed a line once more, awaiting Qin Ming's words. He addressed them, "Well done, you have performed admirably. Though your teamwork requires further refinement. Achieving such coordination in just one day is remarkable." The team felt a surge of pride at his commendation. However, his next words tempered their elation. "That said, I must address certain issues from the recent battle." The group stood attentively, ready to listen. "First, Yu Feng, do you understand why you were the first to be knocked out?" Yu Feng paused, shaking his head. "Firstly, during your ambush on me, you failed to anticipate the enemy's response. Had you calculated their possible actions, you could have swiftly defended or retreated when I countered. Instead, your lack of foresight left you vulnerable, and had it been a life-and-death struggle, you would have perished. Secondly, did you coordinate with your teammates before your ambush? No. And as a result, they were unaware of your next move, leaving them unable to assist you." Yu Feng hung his head. Qin Ming's words rang true. In his eagerness to prove himself, he had neglected to communicate with Yu Tianheng nearby, failing even to exchange glances, which resulted in Tianheng being unable to come to his aid when he was struck. Qin Ming continued, I understand that Tang Yuan's first soul technique affected your judgment, leading to your oversight. However, I must emphasize the importance of vigilance at all times. You can never be certain of an enemy's hidden cards, and often, even the most inconspicuous factors can tip the scales. This is a lesson for all of you. Never let your guard down until victory is secured, especially in life and death scenarios. Even if the enemy seems vanquished, one should remain cautious. Do you understand? The group responded in unison, we understand. Nodding, Qin Ming added, as for Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng, I have no criticisms, for your cooperation was seamless. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. There will always be someone better. My remark about your flawless performance pertains to your current level, especially considering you have trained together for 4 years. If you hadn't reached this level of synergy, you might as well pack your bags and go home. Laughter erupted among the group, flushing Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng with embarrassment. They had expected praise, perhaps a gentle nudge regarding their imperfections, but Qin Ming's words were both commendatory and chastising. Qin Ming continued, as for Shimo and Shimu, I commend you both. As defensive soul masters, your battle awareness surpasses that of your peers. You can anticipate danger and act decisively. During Tianheng's assignment of roles, I noted that Shimu's task was to protect Lingling. Under Tang Yuan's third soul technique, your partnership was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Shimu's role was to provide support. When I attacked Yin Yan, did anyone notice that although I vanished from sight and everyone, including Shimo, was caught off guard, his prediction was spot on. He recognized that Lingling was being protected by Shimu, and since Tianheng and Tang Yuan were not near the protective formation, he surmised that I intended to target Yin Yan. Consequently, the moment I disappeared, he positioned himself in front of her. That is worthy of praise. Duguyan chuckled, patting Shimu's broad shoulders. Shimo, well done. Thank you for your assistance. Shimo, slightly bashful, scratched his head with his large hand. Qin Ming then turned to Yi Lingling and Duguyan, saying, however, I must express my disappointment with your performance in this team battle. First, Yin Yan. As vice captain and a control-type soul master, do you not feel that your contribution in this fight was rather limited? I shall not elaborate further. Rather, I urge you to reflect upon my words. When I found myself ensnared by Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng, it was imperative that you were perpetually prepared to unleash your second soul skill. At the moment I exhibited any inclination to activate my soul skill, you should have promptly employed your Azure Scale Blue Poison to incapacitate me, thereby interrupting my technique. Yet, in the throes of battle, you failed to react in time, requiring Tang Yuan to remind you. Even if you had hastily executed your response, it would have been futile. Had I not restrained my soul power? Or if I were not your sole adversary, do you truly believe Tianheng could stand here unscathed? Could you still maintain command over the battle's tempo? These two incisive questions struck at the very heart of Duguyan, seemingly ringing an alarm within her. She cast a guilt-laden glance towards Yu Tianheng, who, sensing her remorseful gaze, offered her a gentle smile as a gesture of comfort. Deeply moved, Duguyan recalled Qin Ming's words and envisioned a scene of Yu Tianheng collapsed in a pool of his own blood, causing her heart to ache. With renewed determination, her eyes sparkled as she stepped forward and declared, Teacher Qin, I assure you, there will be no next time. I shall undeniably become a competent vice captain, a proficient control-type soul master. Qin Ming nodded in approval, saying, excellent, I perceive your resolve. With her gaze resolute, Duguyan returned to her place within the ranks. Qin Ming addressed the final individual, Ling Ling, stating, as a support-type soul master, you must maintain an even keener awareness of the battlefield's dynamics than a control-type soul master. I will not question your practical experience, for it is, without a doubt, commendable. However, during Shimo's injury, you refrained from employing your healing soul skill, choosing instead to wait until Yu Tianheng was wounded before activating your technique. I understand your intent to conserve soul power, as your group healing consumes a significant amount. It is crucial not to let one teammate's injury disrupt the larger strategy. I, as the team leader, fully acknowledge this. The others were momentarily taken aback. Was Teacher Qin not implying that there was no issue? Yet he continued, however, as your instructor, I feel it necessary to address this matter. You are not only a collective unit, but also classmates and comrades. At any moment, regardless of the dire circumstances, forsaking a teammate's life for the sake of the greater good is the most foolish course of action. I wish for you to support and assist one another. For sometimes a comrade is far more vital than the elusive notion of victory. Upon the conclusion of his words, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Qin Ming's statements undoubtedly instigated considerable reflection among them. These 7 individuals hailed from noble lineage, having been showered with affection since childhood, armed with exceptional talents. They had grown accustomed to positioning themselves at the forefront of importance, believing that their perspectives were inherently correct. Over time, this mindset rendered them incapable of merging harmoniously like droplets of water, instead becoming akin to grains of sand, seemingly blending into a mound, yet remaining distinctly separate. Qin Ming's observations were not solely directed at Yilingling, but were meant for the entire assembly. Unbeknownst to them, his words had begun to resonate with them from the moment he pointed out Yu Feng's errors. They were a unified entity, sharing both triumphs and hardships. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng rose, proclaiming, "Teacher Qin is absolutely correct. We are a team, a cohesive whole, as well as classmates and comrades. It is not only our strength that must unite, but our hearts must also synchronize." Duguyan promptly echoed, "The captain speaks true. Our strength must unite, and our hearts must likewise converge." Tang Yuan proclaimed, "Strength must unite, and hearts must also converge." Shi Miao echoed, "Strength must unite, and hearts must also converge." Shi Remo reiterated, "Strength must unite, and hearts must also converge." Yilingling affirmed, "Strength must unite, and hearts must also converge." Yu Feng declared, "Strength must unite, and hearts must also converge." The 7 voices harmoniously resonated, articulating their sentiments as they stood in a line, 12 hands clasped tightly together. Qin Ming gazed at the assembly, a profound satisfaction swelling within him as a subtle smile graced his lips, though they remained oblivious to the true essence of teamwork and camaraderie. The words of Qin Ming had undoubtedly sown a seed within their hearts. Through their relentless endeavors in the nurturing of this bond, it would eventually burgeon into a towering tree. In the ensuing month, the 7 members of the Tiando battle team diligently convened at the training grounds daily, undergoing specialized training under Qin Ming's guidance, engaging in 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and occasionally 6-on-1, or even 7 against Qin Ming. Each individual exerted themselves to the utmost. Their efforts were not only directed towards a shared objective, but also for the sake of their collective. Qin Ming's soul power suppression gradually ascended from level 40 to 50. On the eve of the training's conclusion, having exhausted the soul power of all present, they managed to endure half an hour under Qin Ming's suppression at level 50, indeed surpassing the duration of an incense stick. Thus, on the final day of this month-long training, Qin Ming announced to the group, "From this day forth, the first phase of specialized training comes to an end." Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd did not erupt in cheers or displays of excitement. Rather, they felt a profound sense of relief, coupled with reflections on the past month of training. Throughout this period, after each training session, aside from meals, they sequestered themselves in their dormitories to cultivate their soul power. Under such an intense regimen and compounded by the significant soul power depletion from their training, their abilities surged dramatically, with Tang Yuan and Yilingling even breaking through an additional level. At the conclusion of the specialized training month, the members' levels were as follows: Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, Level 39 Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Duguyan, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake, Level 37 Control System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shi Miao, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, Level 37 Defense System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shi Mo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, Level 36 Defense System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird, Level 35 Agility Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yilingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, Level 35 Support System Tool Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Tang Yuan, Martial Soul, Book of Life and Death, Level 33 Control System Tool Soul Master, Soul Rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple. Although Tang Yuan's martial soul had only ascended a single level, his combat experience had undergone a transformation of far greater magnitude. This was primarily due to the remarkable depth of his soul power, which rendered his ascension considerably more arduous than that of his peers. Nevertheless, under the rigorous training regimen of the past month, he successfully achieved a level breakthrough. In addition to his daily specialized training in soul power cultivation, he diligently practiced the Yin Yang Qi refinement technique, which he had been committed to for 5 years. Just a few days after the commencement of the specialized training, he attained the pinnacle of the 4th layer of this technique. After a month of grueling training, he had firmly established himself at the zenith of the 4th layer, poised to advance to the 5th layer upon reaching level 40 and acquiring the 4th soul ring. It is noteworthy that Tang Yuan's unchanging soul pursuit step had finally entered the 5th layer of the unchanging realm, achieving a minor peak in this level. This progress, accomplished in a mere month, surpassed the advancements he had made during half a year of aimless wandering, largely attributed to his daily practice in 200 pounds of heavy armor alongside his team, which significantly enhanced his physical explosiveness. Aside from his soul power rising to level 33, reaching the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, and entering the minor peak of the unchanging realm with his unchanging soul pursuit step, Tang Yuan's judge's death sword had yet to experience a breakthrough. This situation had transcended the realm of quantity accumulating into quality. It now demanded a profound understanding, an epiphany that Tang Yuan had yet to discover. Moreover, since arriving at the academy, he had not utilized his external soul bone, the shimmering golden netherwing, and was at a loss on how to explore its capabilities, intending to seek clarification after arriving in Heavendou City. The relationships among the group had crystallized significantly over the past month. They now resembled a cohesive team more than ever, each member confident in entrusting their backs to the 6 individuals surrounding them. In summary, the month of intensive training yielded abundant rewards, leaving an indelible mark on the 7 members of the Heavendou team, including Qin Ming. On the day Qin Ming announced the conclusion of the first phase of training, he instructed everyone to return to their dormitories, tidy up, and rejuvenate themselves, as they would be going out for a celebratory dinner that evening. Upon hearing this, the group instantly felt a wave of relief. Laughing and chattering as they left the training ground, each heading back to their dorms to bathe and prepare, for they were all scions of noble families, where outward appearances held great significance. Though Tang Yuan was not a legitimate noble, his admission qualifications were still superior to those acquired by Bibi Dong through monetary means. However, from a young age, Tang Yuan had been subtly influenced by Bibi Dong regarding matters of appearance and demeanor, rendering him hardly distinguishable from true aristocrats. After a refreshing bath, Tang Yuan felt revitalized. The fatigue from his training vanished entirely, leaving him enveloped in an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Once attired, Tang Yuan exited his dormitory and proceeded to the school gate to meet as previously arranged. Upon arrival, he found the Shi brothers already present. Yet the others were conspicuously absent. Tang Yuan stepped forward with a smile, saying, Brother Shi, have you arrived so early? Upon turning around and seeing Tang Yuan, Shi patted his shoulder, suddenly feeling the sensation of a hard iron plate beneath his palm. It turned out that beneath Tang Yuan's black robe, he was clad in armor. Thus, Shi remarked, I must ask, Tang Shaoqi, are you even human? You wear heavy armor just to go have a meal. Tang Yuan scratched his head, gazing at the 2 upperclassmen before him, who resembled small hills, and chuckled, Isn't it you 2 that I aspire to emulate? I feel I still have a long way to go to attain physiques like yours. Upon hearing this, the Shi brothers, oblivious to Tang Yuan's jest, took it at face value. The second brother, Shimo, responded with delight, Indeed, your build is somewhat lacking. How about you train with us for a couple of hours every evening before dinner? I assure you, after 6 months, you will make remarkable progress. While you may not reach our level, you'll undoubtedly surpass the captain. Shimo nodded enthusiastically, adding, Don't miss this opportunity. Many wish to train with us, yet we haven't invited them. Tang Yuan's expression darkened as he thought to himself, Who would want to train to become like you, resembling a great ape spirit beast? However, despite his inner musings, he smiled and replied, Another day, another day. With the competition approaching, I must focus on cultivating my soul power. After all, the Shi brothers, upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, felt a tinge of disappointment in their hearts. They believed that Tang Yuan possessed considerable talent, yet they recognized the validity in his reasoning. With the imminent competition, prioritizing the cultivation of soul power was indeed the most effective way to enhance one's strength swiftly. Tang Yuan observed the serious and contemplative expressions of the Shi brothers, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently reflecting, These 2 brothers are indeed remarkably earnest. Perhaps it would be prudent not to tease them again. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin arrived. At this moment, Dugu Yin was entwined with Yu Tianheng's arm, the 2 engaging in light-hearted banter. Unbeknownst to others, Yu Tianheng whispered something in Dugu Yan's ear, causing her delicate features to flush with a rosy hue. With a playful pout of feigned indignation, she lightly struck Yu Tianheng's chest, while he, brimming with excitement, gazed down at her. This was an unabashed display of affection. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yuan felt as if he could scent the aroma of certain delicacies in the air. Although he was loath to admit it, he and the Shijiao brothers had, at that moment, transformed into creatures that delighted in wagging their tails. Tang Yuan could not help but cover his eyes, displaying a mournful expression as he lamented. Did we not agree to dine together? How could they serve the dishes before everyone has arrived? This is utterly intolerable. The Shi brothers, along with the newly arrived Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin, were greatly perplexed by Tang Yuan's words and simultaneously inquired, what dishes are being served? At that moment, Yu Feng also arrived, having overheard Tang Yuan's lamentation. With a look of shared indignation, he stood beside Tang Yuan and consoled him, saying, Shaoqi, did we not endure another wave of this? Tang Yuan nodded helplessly. Yu Feng sighed and said, alas, at such a tender age, they treat you this way. It is truly an affront to justice. Tang Yuansha nodded and sighed. Alas, who could argue otherwise? Yu Tianheng and the others were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama, particularly the Shijiao brothers, whose expressive eyes beneath their thick brows now shone with confusion. Tang Yuan sighed and said, Brother Shi, at times I genuinely envy you both. Being oblivious to certain matters can indeed be a way to embrace a joyful life. Just as Tang Yuan earnestly instructed the Shi brothers, Dugu Yin had already come to her senses, feeling both embarrassed and angry, unable to contain her mixed emotions. She immediately raised her delicate hand and aimed a playful strike at Tang Yuan, exclaiming, Tang Shaoqi. Tang Yuan was taken aback, promptly unfurling his form and employing his footwork to flee at a distance while shouting, Captain you must control your wife. At that moment, Yu Tianheng also comprehended the situation, realizing that Tang Yuan was referring to him and Dugu Yin flaunting their affection. Seeing Dugu Yin relentlessly pursue Tang Yuan, he wore a look of schadenfreude and remarked, Hee, Shaoqi, don't say that I am not helping you. I am simply powerless. Dugu Yin, both anxious and enraged, retorted, Tang Shaoqi, if you have the ability, don't run away. Tang Yuan ran while turning back, exclaiming, do you take me for a 3-year-old? It would be strange if I didn't run. Dugu Yin, in a fit of anger, retorted, just wait for me. Tang Yuan's pace quickened significantly upon encountering Dugu Yin, his feet moving with increased urgency. No matter how hard Dugu Yin tried to keep up, she could not match Tang Yuan's remarkable speed, as he left her several lengths behind, even while clad in heavy armor. The two engaged in a relentless chase, until Dugu Yin, breathless and exhausted, could run no longer. She came to a halt, clutching her head, swaying precariously, appearing quite unwell. Yu Tianheng was taken aback and stepped forward to investigate, only to notice Dugu Yin discreetly winking at him. It dawned on him that this was merely a ruse. Just as Yu Tianheng suspected, Tang Yuan, racing ahead, also perceived that something was amiss with Dugu Yin. He reduced his speed and approached her side. Concern etched across his face as he inquired, Sister Yin Yin, what is the matter? Dugu Yin remained silent. Tang Yuan still believed that Dugu Yin was genuinely angry with him or perhaps was unable to speak due to some ailment. Thus, he cast a questioning glance towards Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng merely shrugged in response. Just as Tang Yuan was engulfed in confusion, a sudden force yanked sharply at his ear. Ouch! Tang Yuan exclaimed, turning around to discover it was Dugu Yin. At that moment, she wore a triumphant expression, playfully tugging at Tang Yuan's ear while teasingly exclaiming, why aren't you running now? Tang Yuan, realizing he had fallen into a trap, lamented, I was wrong, Sister Yin Yin, please show mercy, I beg you. Dugu Yin chuckled softly. So now you know to plead for mercy? Tang Shaoqi, have you grown up and come to disregard me? Tang Yuan feigned tears, exclaiming, No, I haven't done anything. Oh, it hurts terribly. Sister Yin, please be gentler. Dugu Yin, with a triumphant smile, replied, do you dare to mock us any longer? Tang Yuan hurriedly exclaimed, I wouldn't dare. Sister Yin Yin, just now, Brother Yu Feng was also laughing at you. Quickly apprehend him. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing, I didn't notice, this little scoundrel Tang Yuan is already betraying his comrades. With this thought, he raised his gaze and inadvertently locked eyes with Dugu Yin, whose eyes glimmered with a mysterious green light. A chill ran down Yu Feng's spine as he gulped nervously, promptly declaring with utmost seriousness, Sister Yin, you are formidable. Your presence is commanding. Little Chi here is misbehaving. Please educate him well. We shall never condescend to associate ourselves with the likes of Tang Xiaoqi. Observing Yu Feng's earnest demeanor and his feigned uprightness, everyone was left dumbfounded, secretly wishing to give him a thumbs up for such unabashed audacity. After a prolonged wait, a voice resonated. The crowd turned to see Qin Ming slowly emerging from the school gates, with Yu Lingling accompanying him. Du Yin released her grip on Tang Yuan's ear, joyfully returning to Yu Tianheng's side. Tang Yuan rubbed his ears, which had turned a deep shade of purple, resembling a child who had suffered a great injury. He raised his gaze towards Yu Tianheng, only to find him wearing an expression of sympathy, yet with an underlying sentiment that conveyed, "But she is my wife." A wave of bitterness washed over Tang Yuan. He lamented the misfortune that had befallen him, feeling as though he was being fed dog food, while simultaneously being bullied. At that moment, Qin Ming noticed Tang Yuan's unusual demeanor and inquired, "Xiaoqi, what seems to be troubling you?" As Tang Yuan regained his senses and was about to respond, he suddenly caught sight of Du Yan's emerald gaze, which appeared to be both teasing and enigmatic. A chill ran down his spine, and he could not help but swallow hard. He thus forced a chuckle and said, "It's nothing, nothing at all, Teacher Qin. Just a trivial matter." Qin Ming, utterly perplexed by this exchange, decided not to pry further since Tang Yuan had assured him all was well. At that moment, he noticed that everyone had gathered, and he led the 7-person entourage, chatting merrily as they made their way toward the tavern. Chapter 47. The birth of a drunkard. The group arrived at the entrance of a lavish tavern. Tang Yuan looked up and beheld intricately carved railings and jade-like structures adorned with gemstones and crystals that dazzled at the entrance, on the walls, and across the floor, creating a spectacle that was both breathtaking and mesmerizing. At that moment, a sultry waitress clad in a qipao approached them. Recognizing that Qin Ming was older and accompanied by a younger crowd, she discerned him to be the leader and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed sir, may I ask if you have a reservation?" Qin Ming nodded and provided his name, stating that a reservation had indeed been made. The waitress smiled and replied, "Ah, Mr. Qin, the manager has prepared everything for you. Please follow me." With a slight nod, Qin Ming led the group behind the waitress as she ascended to the second floor, guiding them into a spacious private room. Upon entering the suite, the group began to survey their surroundings. The room was remarkably expansive, spanning over 200 square meters. A chandelier, lavishly adorned with crystals, hung gracefully from the ceiling. Beneath it stood a large round table, accommodating 10 people comfortably, alongside genuine leather sofas. Notably, on the walls of both the front and back of the round table, there were 2 enormous screens prominently displayed. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. These 2 large screens bore a striking resemblance to the televisions of his previous life, albeit significantly larger in size. Qin Ming beckoned everyone to take their seats. And before long, the attendants of the tavern began to bring forth an array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last, which ignited Tang Yuan's appetite. In no time, the table was laden with an assortment of dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of fine wine. Yu Tianheng poured a glass for each person present, including Tang Yuan himself. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Seeing this, Qin Ming chuckled and said, "Little 7, you are 11 years old this year, which is still below the legal drinking age. However, as soul masters, our physique far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Since we are in high spirits today, feel free to indulge a little." Tang Yuan licked his lips. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never tasted a single drop of wine. The exquisite liquor before him gleamed with the brilliance of gemstones, stirring a profound desire within him to indulge. With the feast prepared, Qin Ming lifted his wine glass and rose to his feet, proclaiming, "Dear classmates, today we conclude the first phase of our training. Your diligence and hard work bring me immense satisfaction. This toast is to each of you. Congratulations on elevating your abilities." The crowd rose in unison, raising their glasses in jubilant cheer, responding with enthusiasm. Tang Yuan cast a glance at Yu Tianheng and observed him unhesitatingly tilting his head back, draining the contents of his cup in one swift motion. Turning his gaze to the others, he noted that they followed suit, mimicking their actions. Tang Yuan raised his own cup to his lips, tilting it slightly before allowing the crystalline liquid to cascade into his mouth. A wave of cool sweetness enveloped his palate, filling him with exhilaration as he swallowed the drink. However, this act of swallowing proved to be consequential. An intense burning sensation akin to searing flames ignited in his throat, prompting him to cough violently, his delicate features flushing a deep crimson. Witnessing this, the onlookers erupted into hearty laughter. Tang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head awkwardly. Yu Tianheng placed a hand on Tang Yuan's shoulder and smiled. "So, how is it? Is it delicious? Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, "It is indeed quite delicious." Before he could finish his words, Yu Tianheng refilled Tang Yuan's cup with more wine, then raised his own glass and said, "If it is so delightful, let us have another." Tang Yuan, left with no choice, reluctantly raised his wine glass and clinked it with Yu Tianheng's. Observing Yu Tianheng down the drink with gusto, he had no option but to follow suit and consume the wine once more. At this moment, the burning sensation in his throat seemed less intense, and a pleasant tingling comfort enveloped his throat. As the liquid coursed down, a rich warmth surged into his chest, akin to a mighty dragon rejoicing and singing within him. Tang Yuan exhaled deeply, allowing the dragon to escape gently from his throat and out of his mouth. What a liberating sensation! Tang Yuan, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, seemed to have developed an affinity for this sensation and sought out Yu Tianheng for another drink. Yu Tianheng was taken aback, not anticipating that Tang Yuan harbored such a fondness for alcohol, yet he joined him in a toast. With that first sip, it was as though a dam had burst, unleashing an unstoppable torrent. Tang Yuan felt as if he had discovered a new world, deeply enamored with the exhilarating feeling of conquering the skies, liberating his heart's desires. He continued to seek out drinking companions, reveling in the experience with unbridled joy. After making the rounds, Tang Yuan began to feel a slight intoxication. Yet his eyes gleamed with vigor, and his excitement only heightened. How wonderful this elixir was! Alas, he lamented the time wasted prior, as Tang Yuan exuberantly toasted. The others also relaxed, raising their glasses to one another, exchanging pleasantries amidst a backdrop of incessant laughter, except for Yi Lingling, who was rather reserved by nature. Even Du Guyan partook in the revelry, coaxing Yu Tianheng into drinking a fair amount. After a spirited round of toasts, especially Qin Ming, who had also succumbed to a degree of inebriation, for his intentions were all too apparent. Everyone found various reasons to toast him, and Qin Ming accepted every offer, consuming a considerable amount. However, the constitution of the Soul Emperor was formidable, and his mind remained clear. In contrast, Tang Yuan actively sought out others to drink with, always finishing his full cup in a single gulp, fearing that even a sip less would diminish his enjoyment. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, Qin Ming summoned the attendants to draw back the screens on either side, allowing everyone seated at the table to have a clear view of the screens before them, enhancing the convenience of their gathering. Tang Yuan, still under the impression that the world was akin to his previous life, pondered what television to watch. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, his inebriation became increasingly evident as he slurred, "What television? No, let us just drink." Although the others were not as intoxicated as he was, a slight haze had enveloped them, and no one paid heed to his mention of television. At that moment, Shi Mo approached, his large hand resting on Tang Yuan's shoulder as he exclaimed, "Yes, Shaoqi is right. Let us drink." Both Yu Tianheng and Shi Mo sighed deeply, baffled by the drunken state of their companions. Shi Mo's tolerance for alcohol was well known to Shi Mo. He often maintained control to avoid overindulging. However, after Tang Yuan persistently offered to toast, Shi Mo succumbed to his friend's insistence, and before long, they found themselves in their current state. Yet, Yu Tianheng was utterly astonished to witness Tang Yuan's insatiable craving for alcohol, akin to his previous life's voracious appetite for meat, an unyielding desire that could not be quelled. A soft thud echoed as the others turned to see Tang Yuan and Shi Mo, both slumped over the table, fast asleep. Qin Ming, bemused, could hardly believe that the once fervent cultivator Tang Yuan and the quietly earnest Shi Mo could exhibit such reckless abandon. Yu Tianheng summoned the attendants to prepare 2 bowls of detoxifying soup, intending to revive Tang Yuan and Shi Mo later, allowing them to rest for the moment. Meanwhile, the large screens on either side flickered to life, displaying a charming young woman holding a microphone, broadcasting live from the Great Spirit Arena in Tiando City. The atmosphere was electric, filled with throngs of people cheering incessantly. Following the host's introduction, the scene shifted to the entrance of the combatants. This bore a resemblance to the television of Tang Yuan's past life, albeit the broadcast was facilitated through soul power rather than electrical currents. Except for the slumbering Tang Yuan and Shi Mo, the rest of the group was now alert, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle on the screen. The host announced that the upcoming battle would feature a 2-on-2 soul fight, pitting the beast combination against the blade and sword combination. The beast combination comprised 2 burly men, reminiscent of the Shi brothers, but even more imposing in stature. In contrast, the blade and sword combination consisted of one rotund man with bright, beady eyes and another who was slender with prominent brow bones. Although the latter appeared less formidable at first glance, their fingers were notably thicker at the knuckles compared to the average person. As the two teams faced off, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers for the blade and sword combination, chanting their names in fervent support. The atmosphere was charged with energy, with shouts of encouragement echoing throughout the arena. The host stood on an elevated platform, announcing, "Both teams, the blade and sword combination and the beast combination, are ready. Let us witness the thrilling display they have in store for us today. Soul fight, commence." As the last words faded, the arena erupted once more in a cacophony of cheers. At that moment, both teams unleashed their martial spirits. The rotund man's spirit materialized as a crimson longsword, while the slender one wielded a jade-green longsword, hence the name blade and sword combination. The beast combination, however, revealed their spirits, one transformed into a fierce battle tiger, while the other manifested as a majestic golden lion, living up to their title. Qin Ming inquired, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Douluo Yan's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Are you placing a bet, Teacher Qin?" At her words, the group turned their attention to Douluo Yan. She sheepishly retorted, "I was merely asking, just asking." Understanding Qin Ming's intent to assess their insights, Yu Tianheng pondered for a moment before stating, "I believe the blade and sword combination has a greater chance of winning. All four participants are primarily offensive soul masters, and their soul power levels are quite comparable. The blade and sword combination consists of a 38 and 39 level soul master, while the beast combination has two 38 level masters. Therefore, the difference in their soul power levels might not significantly influence the outcome. However, the beast combination's battle tiger and golden lion spirits are animal-type martial spirits, which may hinder their agility compared to the blade and sword combination." After listening to Yu Tianheng's analysis, Qin Ming nodded approvingly, expressing satisfaction at his developing leadership qualities. Yu Tianheng, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head in modesty. Qin Ming continued, "The blade and sword combination are seasoned competitors at the Great Soul Arena, boasting 37 victories and 21 defeats. In contrast, the beast combination has only been in the arena for less than 2 months, with a record of 22 wins and 28 losses. Thus, the blade and sword combination possesses far more experience. Observe how their teamwork far surpasses that of the beast combination. When the rotund man attacks with his sword, the slender man defends with his blade, and vice versa. Their coordination is impeccable, while the beast combination tends to either attack or defend simultaneously, making them susceptible to their opponent's tactics." As the group focused on the ongoing battle, they soon realized Qin Ming's words rang true. The scene displayed the rotund soul master of the blade and sword combination wielding his red sword, conjuring layers of wind that enveloped both himself and his partner. Meanwhile, the battle tiger and golden lion soul masters were unleashing ferocious assaults on the blade and sword combination, only to be met with a formidable barrier of blade wind. Just when the two beasts seemed to be at a loss, a sudden flash of jade light erupted from within the wind barrier, and a green shadow emerged. Not good. The two members of the beast combination gasped in unison and swiftly attempted to evade the impending danger. Unfortunately, in that fleeting moment, they were a fraction too late. A streak of azure light swept horizontally, inflicting a gash upon the soul master of the battle tiger spirit. At this juncture, both the battle tiger and golden lion spirit users had retreated to a safe distance, with the battle tiger's soul master clutching his wound. A look of reluctant defeat etched across his face. A few droplets of blood trickled through his fingers, gradually accumulating into a tiny rivulet. As the fierce wind subsided, the stout and slender soul masters became visible once more. The slender one bore the azure sword, its tip stained with remnants of blood. Without uttering a word, the stout soul master brandished his blade, while the slender one brandished the azure sword in support. Fully aware that the battle tiger soul master's combat efficacy had plummeted due to his injury, the outcome of the battle hinged on this pivotal moment. Meanwhile, the spectators in the private box were entirely engrossed in the unfolding drama on the screen, reaching a crescendo of excitement and rapid heartbeats. It was evident to all that the beast combination was in peril. Those two behemoths are on the verge of defeat, a voice reverberated. The crowd turned to see Tang Yuan stretching lazily, stifling a yawn. Yu Tianheng jested, "Oh, the wine immortal is awake?" Tang Yuan rubbed his eyes and remarked, "Tianheng, please do not jest with me. If it were not for my exertion of spiritual energy to expel the alcohol, I would still be in a state of slumber." Douluo Yan chuckled and inquired, "Will you drink again next time?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan instantly perked up and declared, "Of course. Why would I refrain? Alcohol is a splendid elixir. Who could ever have too much?" The others sighed, realizing that this child had transformed into a budding alcoholic. At that moment, The large screen resonated with a tidal wave of cheers and shouts. Everyone turned their gaze, and as anticipated, the Battle Tiger Spirit Master and the Golden Lion Spirit Master lay on the ground, devoid of combat capability, being carried off by staff for medical attention. The host proclaimed, "What a thrilling battle. I hereby announce the victors of this match." After a brief pause, the host resounded, "The blade and sword combination." Instantly, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. Tang Yuan harbored disdain for the host, fully aware of the outcome yet feigning suspense by dragging things out unnecessarily. The roar of applause was thunderous, startling Shuremo, who abruptly sprang to his feet and, in a state of confusion, exclaimed, Who is thundering?" The crowd was taken aback for a moment before erupting in laughter at Shuremo's bewildered demeanor. Shuremo, however, wore a look of dismay. Mortified by his brother's embarrassing display, he resolved internally, "I shall not acknowledge him." Yu Tianheng pulled Shuremo aside, offering him a bowl of sobering soup and using his spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. At that moment, Tang Yuan regained some clarity. Though still somewhat intoxicated and dazed, he managed to maintain a semblance of consciousness and inquired, "Teacher Qin, what sort of competition is this?" Qin Ming replied with a smile, "This is the Soul Duel competition, typically held at the Grand Soul Arena in Dou City, where such battles occur most of the time." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's eyes immediately glazed over, radiating brilliance as he inquired, "Where is this Grand Soul Duel Arena?" Qin Ming, both amused and exasperated, clarified, "It is the Grand Duel Arena, not the Grand Soul Duel Arena. I will take you there shortly. For the next 2 months, our specialized training will take place there." At this juncture, a nostalgic glint appeared in Qin Ming's eyes, though the others were oblivious, focusing solely on his words. Yu Tianheng then asked, "Teacher Qin, are you suggesting that?" Qin Ming nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, the next phase of our training will involve practical combat. Over the course of 2 months, I expect each of you to attain the Silver Soul Badge at the Grand Duel Arena. Only then will this phase be deemed complete." Upon hearing Qin Ming's pronouncement, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. Though they had all heard tales of the Grand Duel Arena, a veritable paradise for soul masters where they could engage in exhilarating battles, none of the team members present had ever set foot in its arena. Qin Ming continued, "This specialized training will place considerable pressure upon you. Securing a Silver Soul Badge is no trivial feat, however. I hope that this pressure will serve as your motivation. You will be required to engage in 2 battles each day, regardless of the outcome, neither more nor less. Insufficient battles will yield little benefit, while excessive ones will overwhelm you." At that moment, Du Yin interjected, "Teacher Qin, since Lingling is a support-type soul master, will she also need to obtain the Silver Soul Badge like us?" Qin Ming nodded, affirming, "Certainly, I am referring to each individual needing to achieve the Silver Soul level." Yu Tianheng expressed his confusion, but Lingling lacks combat prowess. How will she earn the Silver Soul Badge? Qin Ming elucidated, "In the Grand Duel Arena, beyond 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 duels, there are also team battles. The victorious team not only earns points for the team but each member as well. However, in 2-on-2 battles, team points are not awarded. If you wish to expedite your acquisition of points and ascend to the Silver Soul level, you may form combinations freely, akin to the sword and knife duo or the beast pairing, to participate in 2-on-2 duels." At this moment, Tang Yuan inquired, "Master Qin, may I employ my swordsmanship during the soul duel?" Qin Ming replied, "No. Regardless of who it may be, including you, Tang Yuan, one is forbidden from wielding any weapon other than one's own martial spirit. Furthermore, Tang Yuan, you must participate in the soul duel under your code name, concealing your appearance and name, among other details." Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "Why? Is it only me?" Qin Ming nodded and replied, "The martial spirits of Yu Tianheng, Du Yin, and Yi Lingling are remarkably distinctive across the continent. Once manifested, others will instantly recognize their origins. Although the Xian Gui martial spirit of the Shijiao brothers may not be as conspicuous, it still holds considerable renown in Tiandou City. Furthermore, there is also the Fengling bird martial spirit of Yufeng, which, while not detrimental, is still noteworthy. As for you, Shaoqi, your soul ring configuration has already surpassed the upper limit of absorption age, combined with your extraordinarily formidable soul skills. Should your identity be revealed, it is likely that the Spirit Hall would intervene to capture you for dissection and research." Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, a surge of resentment flickered within Tang Yuan's heart, yet the hatred in his eyes vanished almost instantaneously, unnoticed by the others. At this moment, Qin Ming continued, "For the sake of safety, we shall not reside in the school for the next 2 months. Instead, we will stay in a hotel, which will help us avoid certain troubles. Yu Tianheng, contemplating, remarked, Teacher Qin is concerned that we may attract the attention of unsavory individuals. Returning to school could easily expose Shaoqi's true information. Qin Ming nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Tianheng, you have matured considerably. Yu Tianheng chuckled, feeling a mix of pride and bashfulness. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt a sense of despair. The rear mountain, a splendid location for cultivation, was now deemed inaccessible. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the situation, acknowledging that the yin-yang qi refining technique would not yield breakthroughs in the immediate future, thus opting to accompany the larger group. Qin Ming proceeded to share various considerations regarding combat within the Grand Soul Arena. By this time, Sher Mo Gio had regained considerable awareness, prompting the group to plan their return to the academy to gather their belongings before relocating to external accommodations. As they exited the private room and descended from the second floor to the ground level, they emerged from the tavern. At that moment, a group of approximately 7 or 8 young men and women approached them. Tang Yuan glanced up and, upon recognizing the leading youth, felt a flicker of familiarity. Just as he was attempting to recall where he had seen him before, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. You little rascal. The group turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, which belonged to the leading youth clad in dark green attire, with striking silver hair. Tang Yuan suddenly recalled, chuckling, it's you. The person was none other than Feng Xiaotian. Upon seeing Tang Yuan greet him with a smile, Feng Xiaotian's anger surged, and he retorted, How dare you laugh? Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and helplessly exclaimed, But I cannot cry. A chuckle escaped from the lips of Du Guyan, who stood beside Yu Tianheng, as she found Tang Yuan's remark amusing. Observing Feng Xiaotian's excessive arrogance, Yu Tianheng stepped forward and inquired, What do you intend to do? Undeterred by Yu Tianheng, Feng Xiaotian pointed at Tang Yuan and declared, Last time you managed to escape, this time, I shall teach you a proper lesson. Truth be told, whenever Tang Yuan smiled in front of Feng Xiaotian, it was as if a gentle spring breeze had enveloped him, reminiscent of the melting snow under the radiant sun. Yet, this captivating smile only served to evoke a mix of envy and irritation in Feng Xiaotian. He envied the fact that he did not possess such a charming smile himself. Had he been endowed with such a lure, perhaps Huo Wu would not have ignored him so indifferently. The irritation stemmed from the painful memory of that day on the street, where he had been trying to win Huo Wu's favor only to be ridiculed by Tang Yuan, leaving him utterly disgruntled. Chapter 49. Feng Xiaotian challenges, however. There were those who felt even more displeased, such as Yu Tianheng. Just as they were making good progress, a group suddenly blocked their path, and this white-haired youth displayed an attitude that suggested he could easily overpower them. This infuriated Yu Tianheng immensely. Although he was unaware of the grudge between Tang Yuan and this white-haired youth, he considered Tang Yuan his brother, regardless of any past grievances. It was not for outsiders to meddle, especially since Yu Tianheng regarded Tang Yuan as a person of peace, having never heard of him instigating conflicts with others. Under the circumstances, had it not been for Qin Ming's presence, Yu Tianheng would have already unleashed his dragon transformation to vanquish Feng Xiaotian. At this moment, Tang Yuan was still somewhat intoxicated. Observing Feng Xiaotian's expression of clenched teeth and palpable resentment, he recalled the scene from that day and found it exceedingly amusing. Thus, he laughed unabashedly and remarked, I say, Old Feng, have you come specifically to trouble me? Feng Xiaotian's face darkened. Old Feng? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? I am Feng Xiaotian. Tang Yuan nodded solemnly and remarked, I am aware, Old Feng. The onlookers were entertained by Tang Yuan's ability to confound Feng Xiaotian, whose exasperated expression only heightened their amusement, leaving them doubled over with laughter. In a fit of rage, Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, You, I challenge you to a duel. Yu Tianheng stepped forward, his right hand crackling with arcs of electricity as a dragon silhouette danced around his wrist. He responded coolly, I am always ready. Feng Xiaotian, taken aback, furrowed his brow and inquired, The blue lightning tyrant dragon? You are Yu Tianheng from the Tiandou Royal Academy? Yu Tianheng scoffed, At least you possess some knowledge. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotian broke into a grin and said, So, you are all students of the Tiandou Royal Academy? Tang Yuan let out a belch, a wave of alcohol-laden breath rushing towards Feng Xiaotian, who replied, Indeed. Although Feng Xiaotian was quite vexed by Tang Yuan's antics, a glance at Qin Ming, whose depths resembled an unfathomable ocean, led him to speculate that he might be a teacher from the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy, thus he refrained from taking action. He then remarked, It seems the nobility indulge in extravagance. The Heavenly Dou Royal Academy is indeed not as impressive as the rumors suggest. What did you say? Are you courting death? Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin chimed in, their ire ignited by the insult to their alma mater. After all, a school holds a special place in one's heart, a realm where only personal critiques are permissible. Any slight from an outsider is taken as an affront. Feng Xiaotian chuckled. If you possess any courage, in 2 months, our 5-element academies will host a friendly competition. We'll include you. And let the world see what the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy is truly made of. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow. The 5-element academies? Are you Feng Xiaotian from the Divine Wind Academy? Feng Xiaotian replied, well, you are not entirely ignorant. Just as Yu Tianheng was about to erupt in anger, Tang Yuan, with a glazed look in his eyes and the audacity of a tipsy wolf, said to Feng Xiaotian, go about your business, old Feng, and spare us the frivolities. I'll treat you to a drink another day. Feng Xiaotian grit his teeth and Tang Yuan shrugged and recounted the encounter with Feng Xiaotian and Huowu he had experienced recently on the street. Upon hearing this, the image of Feng Xiaotian, resembling a lovesick fool, immediately surfaced in everyone's minds, prompting a wave of laughter. Qin Ming shook his head in bemusement. He had heard of Feng Xiaotian's name, a prodigy from the Kamikaze Academy, whose brilliance was well acknowledged. He contemplated that if these children did not significantly improve over the next 2 months, defeating Feng Xiaotian would indeed be a formidable challenge. Yet, as he observed the jubilant camaraderie among the 7, a sense of inexplicable pride welled up within him. He silently mused, how could his students possibly be inferior to others? Upon returning to the school, everyone retired to their dormitories to freshen up and rest. The following day, they packed their belongings and gathered at the school gate. Apart from Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yin, and Tang Yuan, the others each carried a bundle, clearly indicating that, aside from these 3, the remaining 4 possessed no spatial soul tools. Yu Tianheng glanced at the Stone brothers, whose burden appeared almost taller than Yu Lingling, and inquired, I say, Stone number 1 and Stone number 2. Do you truly need to bring your entire household for just a 2-month excursion? Sure Mo responded with a hint of exasperation. Captain, you must understand. These training tools comprise our soul belongings. A day without practice leaves us feeling unhinged. Tang Yuan heard this and smirked, glancing at Shimo's muscular frame. You two have grown so much, yet you're still training? Shimo scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment evident. We still have a long way to go. At this moment, Qin Ming approached and stated, everyone's here. Shall we depart? Let's find a hotel near the Grand Soul Arena for everyone's convenience. The group nodded in agreement and set off together. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Grand Soul Arena in Twindo City, Tang Yuan spotted a towering structure from afar. The expansive Grand Soul Arena, shaped like a colossal hollow circle, could accommodate thousands of spectators. After circling the area, they discovered 8 opulent hotels nearby, each adorned with lavish decorations, clearly not ordinary establishments. At the front desk of one hotel, Qin Ming furrowed his brow. Is it true that you have no available rooms at all? Could you please check again for any cancellations? A staff member shook their head apologetically. I'm sorry, sir, but our rooms are all booked long-term by clients and cancellations are quite rare. Qin Ming sighed. Very well. The staff member added, I truly apologize. Perhaps you could try another hotel? There's a cloud pavilion not far from here. Qin Ming shook his head. We've already checked all the hotels in this area, and they are all fully booked. The staff member appeared embarrassed. In that case, I am afraid there is little I can do. Qin Ming sighed once more, thanking the staff member before turning to rejoin Yu Tianheng and the others who were waiting nearby. Seeing Qin Ming arrive, Yu Tianheng stood up and asked, How did it go, Teacher Qin? Qin Ming shook his head. Still the same. All rooms are taken. The group, upon hearing this, deflated like punctured balloons. Yu Feng remarked, Is the Grand Soul Arena really that popular? How can all the nearby hotels be fully booked? Qin Ming offered a wry smile. The Grand Soul Arena is quite a remarkable place. Not only does it host Soul Master competitions, but it also operates casinos. Certain conglomerates maintain Soul Master teams specifically to compete in these matches, thus manipulating the odds in the casinos and earning substantial profits. Consequently, they reserved several hotels nearby for their teams. The group was taken aback. Is it really played like that? Du Guyan exclaimed. So, does that mean the outcomes of the matches are at the mercy of those conglomerates? The others looked at Qin Ming in confusion. Qin Ming shook his head, chuckling. Not at all. The Grand Soul Arena has always been under the control of the continent's 7 great families, and no one can manipulate the outcomes within. However, these conglomerates do enhance the training of their Soul Master teams to align with the odds, and sometimes both competing teams belong to the same conglomerate, allowing the team with the better odds to win. This way, they can reap significant profits. While it may seem unscrupulous, it does not compromise genuine fairness. If you participate in the soul competitions, you need not worry about this issue. Should a conglomerate take an interest in you, they would invest heavily in your training. Though I doubt you will require such assistance. Indeed, the students of the Tiando Royal Academy were all either rich or noble, even those from declining aristocracies. Though eager for wealth, were not among this select group. Qin Ming's words enlightened the group, revealing why soul masters were so keen on participating in competitions. Not only did it enhance their strength, but excelling in these matches could attract the attention of conglomerates, alleviating their concerns regarding training resources and enabling rapid development of their abilities. After a moment, Qin Ming added, if all else fails, we may have to stay at the academy, though it may pose some inconvenience for Shaoqi. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng exclaimed, wait, Teacher Qin. I just remembered that my family owns a property near the Grand Soul Arena, a villa with 7 or 8 rooms. It should suffice for our stay, and it would be a private space conducive to training. The group brightened at this prospect. Qin Ming pondered for a moment before responding, that is certainly a possibility. But we must first seek consent from your family. Yu Tianheng shook his head, smiling. That's unnecessary. This property was transferred to my name by my grandfather a few years ago for my birthday. I haven't visited it even once. This will be a perfect opportunity to check it out. Tang Yuan chuckled. Tianheng, it appears you are quite affluent. Yu Tianheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied. It's all thanks to my family. De Guyan chimed in. How come I was unaware of this? Speak up. Are you planning to keep it from me and raise a secret lover in your villa? Yu Tianheng was taken aback, and he hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No. Yin, how could I? I just remembered this now. The group erupted in laughter. Qin Ming added with a grin, all right then, let us pay a visit. If everything is satisfactory, we can settle in at Tianheng's house. Yu Tianheng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, yes, let us go now. Once we're settled, we can head to the Duel Soul Arena to prepare for tomorrow's special training. The crowd cheered and quickly grabbed their belongings, marching towards Yu Tianheng's residence. Chapter 50. Settling into the villa. Following Yu Tianheng's recollection, the group located the private villa, which was conveniently situated just a street away from the Duel Soul Arena. Upon arriving at the villa, they found the gate firmly shut. Yu Tianheng stepped forward and knocked 3 times with a resounding thud. Moments later, a sound came from within, and the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man standing inside. Upon seeing the group, he inquired, what brings you all here? Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng rummaged through his soul device and produced a blue-purple metal token, which he handed to the middle-aged man, saying, I am Yu Tianheng, and today I have brought my classmates and teachers here to stay for the next few months. The man took the token, examined it closely, and upon confirming its authenticity, his face lit up with delight. Ah, it is young Master Tianheng. Please come in. Yu Tianheng nodded, greeted his companions, and led them through the entrance. Once inside, Tang Yuan surveyed the surroundings and noted the spaciousness of the place. There were gardens in both the front and back, blooming with a variety of colorful flowers and several towering trees whose expansive canopies cast a cool shade over the garden. The lawn was lush and green, and a pavilion nestled in the southeast corner provided a tranquil spot, complemented by several artificial hills and waterfalls that added to the serene atmosphere. As they walked, Yu Tianheng asked, what is your name, sir? Which faction do you belong to? The middle-aged man, while guiding them, respectfully replied, young Master Tianheng, my name is Zhou Kong. I was assigned here 2 years ago and serve as the steward of this residence. Yu Tianheng nodded, glancing around with appreciation, and remarked, this is my first time here. And you have managed it quite well. Zhou Kong smiled and said, you have not visited in years. I have been here alone, with little to occupy my time aside from gathering news for the clan. I also enjoy tending to the flowers. If you do not like them, I can arrange for changes tomorrow. Yu Tianheng shook his head. No need for that. These flowers are delightful and lift the spirits. Besides, we will only be here for a few months before departing. Zhou Kong was taken aback and replied, you jest, young master. This is your home. You are welcome to come and go as you please. Yu Tianheng smiled and said, since you are my elder, I shall call you Uncle Zhou. Please prepare a few rooms for my classmates and teachers to stay in. Zhou Kong nodded. Of course, young Master Tianheng. I keep the rooms tidy, and they will be ready for occupancy shortly. Yu Tianheng continued, is there anyone else here besides you? Is there a cook? Zhou Kong shook his head. You have not been here before, so the clan did not assign anyone. I have been the only one living here. However, now that you are here, I will request the clan to send some staff over for assistance. Yu Tianning nodded. That would be good. Please find a few capable cooks. Our training will demand substantial sustenance. Zhou Kong acknowledged. Understood, young Master Tianheng. The group continued to explore the villa with Zhou Kong, who introduced them to the amenities, including the kitchen, bathrooms, and other facilities. The villa comprised 8 rooms, with one being a spacious master bedroom. Yu Tianheng intended for Qin Ming to occupy it, but Qin Ming declined, stating, "No need for that. I am a teacher and a guest. I cannot take precedence." Reluctantly, Yu Tianheng acquiesced and asked Zhou Kong to prepare the largest guest room for Qin Ming. The others proceeded to their respective rooms. Ultimately, Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, and Yu Feng each claimed one room, while Qin Ming had a separate one. The Shi brothers, wishing to train together, were assigned a larger guest room. Du Yin and Yi Lingling initially intended to have separate rooms, but the two girls preferred to stay together to share their whispers of girlhood at night. Yu Tianheng, considering the camaraderie, consented to this arrangement. Behind the courtyard, there was a small building that could accommodate several servants, where Zhou Kong resided for convenience and management. After Du Yin and Yi Lingling settled into their room, Tang Yuan, Yu Feng, and Yu Tianheng made their way to their own rooms. As the three were located adjacent to one another on the 3rd floor, Yu Feng, with a mischievous grin, nudged Yu Tianheng's shoulder and teased, "Boss." When Yin mentioned sharing a room with Lingling, I noticed your expression darken. Were you contemplating sneaking in to visit Yin at night? But with them sharing a room now, it seems unlikely. Yu Tianheng, his face darkened, retorted, "You little rascal, have you grown bold? Do you think I am the type to shy away from challenges?" Tang Yuan and Yu Feng exchanged a glance, nodding in unison, indeed. Yu Tianheng raised his hand and playfully delivered a sharp tap to the heads of both Tang Yuan and Yu Feng, exclaiming, "What do you mean by indeed? Hurry back to your rooms and tidy up. What nonsense fills your minds if you neglect your training? And you, Shaoqi, should refrain from associating too closely with Yu Feng. At such a tender age, just look at what you have picked up from him." With that, without waiting for a response from Tang Yuan and Yu Feng, he swiftly dashed back to his own room. Yu Feng, indignant, remarked, "See, the boss is surely feeling insecure and refuses to admit it." Tang Yuan nodded solemnly, expressing his agreement. Upon returning to his chamber, he immediately seated himself cross-legged upon the bed to cultivate. For him, time was the most precious resource he lacked. As Qin Ming had articulated, his greatest disadvantage lay precisely in the realm of time. Tang Yuan was acutely aware that his cultivation journey was significantly more arduous than that of an average soul master. This was due to the fact that upon the liquefaction of soul power, he required several times more soul energy than his peers at the same level. Had it not been for this predicament, he might have already transcended to the rank of a soul sect. Nevertheless, the advantages of soul power liquefaction were evident. When employing soul techniques, the potency of his skills, augmented by the extraordinary soul rings he had absorbed, demanded substantially more energy than conventional soul techniques. Fortunately, the depth of his liquefied soul power was formidable. Otherwise, given his current level, utilizing his 3rd soul technique would nearly deplete his reserves. With less than 3 years remaining until the commencement of the elite competition among advanced soul master academies across the continent, time was of the essence for Tang Yuan. His aspiration was to elevate his rank beyond that of a soul sect before the competition began. Yet, such an ambition was easier said than done. As time progressed, he increasingly perceived the sluggishness of his cultivation. However, this pressure compelled him to devote himself entirely to the refinement of his soul power, undistracted in the slightest. After a prolonged period of introspection, a knock at the door roused Tang Yuan from his meditation. "Tang Yuan Dao, please come in." The door to the room was pushed open from the outside, and Zhou Kong stood at the entrance, respectfully saying, "Young Master Tang. Young Master Tianheng requests your presence for dinner downstairs." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I will head down immediately." Zhou Kong also nodded, closed the door, and went to inform the others. Before long, Zhou Kong had memorized everyone's names, and by the time Tang Yuan descended to the dining hall on the 1st floor, numerous servants had already arrived, bringing with them an array of delicacies. At this moment, both Yu Tianheng and Qin Ming had also arrived. Tang Yuan found a seat and was pleasantly surprised by the butler's remarkable efficiency. In less than an hour, he had summoned servants from the Blue Electric Tyrant clan, along with the chef. Observing the chef's enthusiastic introduction of the dishes to Yu Tianheng, it became evident that he was the one who prepared them. Yu Tianheng listened attentively, occasionally nodding and offering a few remarks, primarily concerning the selection of ingredients and the requirements for medicinal cuisine. After a while, the others also made their way to the dining hall. Qin announced, "Let us eat first. Once we finish, we shall proceed to register at the Grand Soul Arena." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Tang Yuan began to savor the meal. He picked up a piece of soul beast meat and, upon tasting it, discovered it to be truly delectable, on par with the offerings of renowned chefs at external taverns. The soul beast meat melted in his mouth, imbued with a subtle fragrance. For a connoisseur like Tang Yuan, it was undoubtedly satisfying. While the quality of the ingredients played a significant role, such exquisite flavors could only be achieved by a skilled chef. Tang Yuan quietly rejoiced, thinking that he would soon enjoy some delectable meals over the next couple of months. The chef, observing that everyone had begun their meal, ceased to intrude and stood by with the attendants. Once the guests had finished dining, the chef eagerly approached Yu Tianhing and inquired, "How was it, young Master Tianhing?" Yu Tianhing wiped his mouth and nodded, responding, "Quite good. If the ingredients could be of even higher quality in the future, and if we could incorporate more spiritual herbs to enhance nutrition and energy for everyone, that would be splendid." The chef replied, "No problem, young Master Tianhing. I have always been responsible for the meals of the disciples within the sect, and I am well aware of the dietary needs of the soul masters." Yu Tianheng nodded in affirmation and, noticing that most had finished their meals, turned to Qin Ming and said, "Teacher Qin, shall we set off?" Qin Ming nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, let us depart." After the group left, the chef promptly began preparing the ingredients for dinner. As Qin Ming and his entourage of 8 journeyed onward, he imparted knowledge about the Grand Soul Arena to them. Qin Ming explained, regardless of a soul master's rank, they are referred to simply as soul fighters within the Grand Soul Arena. Upon achieving your first victory, you will receive a badge, known as the Iron Soul Fighter Badge. Subsequently, each victory will earn you corresponding points, and once you accumulate a certain amount, the badge's rank will progressively elevate. The badge you possess symbolizes your status within the Grand Soul Arena and is recognized across all major cities that host such arenas throughout the continent. The ranks of the badges, in ascending order, are iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond, totaling 8 levels. Chapter 51. Rules of Soul Fighter Points. Yu Feng expressed his disappointment, saying, "Oh, I thought the Silver Soul Fighter was the 2nd level. I didn't realize it was the 3rd. 2 months' time. Goodness, I feel a bit weak at the knees." Yu Tianheng playfully patted Yu Feng, remarking, "You rascal, where's your fighting spirit? You've grown timid so quickly." Qin Ming shook his head with a smile, saying, "For ordinary individuals, it is indeed quite challenging. They may go their entire lives without reaching Silver Soul Fighter. However, you are not ordinary. You are geniuses. If you cannot achieve even this, how can you claim the title of genius?" It is said that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall has recently obtained the Purple Gold Soul Fighter Badge. The group gasped in astonishment. Tang Yuan Dao inquired, "Teacher Qin, could you share your insights on the golden generation of the Spirit Hall?" Qin Ming shook his head and replied, "It is premature to discuss that with you now, as I wish to spare you from any feelings of disappointment. When the time is right, I shall convey the information to you. For now, let us delve into the rules of scoring in the Grand Soul Arena." The group nodded in agreement, attentively listening to Qin Ming. He continued, "Upon registering at the Grand Soul Arena, you will receive an iron badge. The types of competitions available include one-on-one duels, two-on-two matches, and team battles. While the one-on-one and two-on-two formats require no further elaboration, the team battles consist of 7 to 10 participants, with staff members facilitating the matchmaking based on the teams. Yu Tianhing interjected, "Teacher Qin, if we are to enter as a 7-member team, what happens if we cannot form a complete team?" Qin Ming reassured him, "You need not worry about that. There are plenty of teams at the Iron Soul level, and you will generally find suitable opponents on a daily basis. As I mentioned before, many organizations have nurtured numerous Soul Master teams that, in pursuit of profit, regularly apply to compete. They typically field teams of 9 or 10 members. However, they may occasionally field fewer participants to ensure participation in team battles. While it may be challenging to match 10-member teams, 7-member teams are quite easy to match." The group nodded in understanding. Qin Ming continued, "I previously mentioned the necessity of participating in 2 matches each day, one one-on-one duel and 1 team battle. Although you may feel that 2 months is a brief period, I will not impose restrictions on your desire to engage in 2-on-2 duels to expedite your accumulation of points. Despite my reservations about your participation, the choice ultimately lies with you. Just ensure you can manage the exertion, Otherwise, if you sustain significant injuries in pursuit of points, it may detract from your training the following day, rendering your efforts counterproductive. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Is that true, Teacher Qin? If we could participate in several more soul combat matches, wouldn't our points accumulate rapidly?" The others gazed at Qin Ming, sharing Tang Yuan's curiosity, eagerly awaiting his response. Qin Ming replied, "To ensure the quality of the matches, the Grand Soul Arena stipulates that each individual may only partake in one distinct type of soul combat per day. This means that each person can compete in one one-on-one match, one two-on-two match, and one team battle daily. Exceeding this limit is not permitted. Otherwise, soul masters might disregard their soul power in a reckless pursuit of profit, resulting in lackluster matches that fail to captivate the audience. After all, winning a soul combat yields a reward of 10 gold coins, while losing merely results in the loss of potential earnings without any punitive consequences." Upon hearing this, the crowd understood, yet they realized that unless one possessed overwhelming strength, participating in 3 matches in a single day would likely leave an individual too fatigued to continue fighting. Qin Ming elaborated, regarding the acquisition of points, the rule is as follows. For Iron Badge level soul combat, 1 point is awarded for each victory, while a loss incurs a deduction of 1 point. Thus, if you win the first match and lose the second, your total points remain at 0. To advance from an Iron Badge to a Copper Badge, one requires 100 points, and to progress from a Copper Badge to a Silver Badge, one needs 1,000 points, with the ratio increasing as one ascends. The crowd was once again taken aback. Yufeng exclaimed, "What? To reach the Silver Badge level, one must achieve over 1,000 victories without incurring too many losses. How is that even feasible?" Yu Tianheng pondered, "Indeed, it might be possible if there were sufficient time. But 2 months is far too brief." De Guyen added, "Yes, Teacher Qin, this time frame seems rather short. Would it be possible to extend it by a few months for us?" Even the usually quiet and reserved Yi Lingling nodded in agreement, acknowledging that 2 months felt rather rushed. The Shi brothers exchanged glances and also nodded in concurrence with the sentiments expressed. At this moment, Yu Tianheng spoke again, "Teacher Qin, consider this. Lingling is a support-type soul master, and her only means of earning points is by participating in team battles with us. However, this would likely make her progress slower than ours, rendering the 2-month time frame implausible." Tang Yuan observed Qin Ming's enigmatic smile and remarked, "Do not rush, everyone. Teacher Qin has yet to finish." Qin Ming turned to Tang Yuan, nodding in approval, and stated, "Indeed, I have not concluded. Why the haste? Remember, as soul masters, one must refrain from interpreting matters too subjectively. Otherwise, one may find themselves utterly defeated by their own arrogance." The group exchanged awkward smiles. Noticing the silence, Qin Ming continued, "If it were merely a matter of acquiring points as I previously mentioned, I would be well aware that 2 months is insufficient time. However, points serve as a measure of a soul master's prowess in soul battles. Otherwise, I would not have summoned you here for specialized training." At this juncture, Qin Ming elaborated, "Now, regarding the acquisition of points, aside from the basic methods I just described, there are also point rewards. In the Iron Soul rank battles, achieving 5 consecutive victories will yield a point bonus of 10 for each subsequent win. Upon reaching 10 victories in a row, each additional win will garner a reward of 100 points. Upon hearing this, the group exhaled in relief. Yu Tianheng chuckled, "I knew it. How could Teacher Qin assign us an impossible task?" He laughed, albeit somewhat awkwardly, as he sensed the disdainful glances directed at him. The others bore expressions that suggested he had been the most vocal moments earlier. As the team leader, you should exhibit more modesty. Ahem, let us listen to Teacher Qin. Yu Tianheng coughed, realizing that even his thick skin could not withstand the scrutiny. Qin Ming chuckled helplessly and remarked, "This is still within the Iron Soul rank. Should you advance to the Copper Soul rank, each victory will earn you 10 points, while a defeat will deduct 10. After 5 consecutive victories, each additional win will yield 100 points, and after 10 consecutive victories, each further win will grant 1,000 points. What do you think? Does it still seem unattainable?" The group nodded, having grasped the point system, and felt a renewed sense of possibility. Although 2 months seemed brief, it was certainly sufficient if they harnessed their strength effectively. Qin Ming concluded, "Since you all comprehend, I shan't elaborate further. Now, proceed to register your information at the Grand Soul Arena." As they arrived at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena, enthusiasm surged amongst them at Qin Ming's words. Battling here marked the true initiation into the realm of practical combat for soul masters. Qin Ming retrieved a black mask from his soul guide device, one that concealed the upper part of the face, and handed it to Tang Yuan. Shaoqi, wear this before you proceed to register. Tang Yuan took the mask and immediately put it on, turning to the others to inquire, how do I look? Is it good? The Sure family brothers nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up, and said, it's truly remarkable. Those who know will understand your participation in the soul combat, while those who do not might think you are off to perform some mischief. Tang Yuan's lips twitched, his face marred by an array of dark lines. Yu Feng also remarked, indeed, Shaoqi, you resemble a fugitive reluctant to show your face. Yu Tianheng interjected, hey, how can you speak of Shaoqi in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt deeply touched and could not help but exclaim, Brother Tian Tian, I always knew you held me in such high regard. Before he could finish his words, Yu Tian interjected, indeed, this is the case. But let us keep it between ourselves. Tang Yuan cast a disdainful glance, and then feigned tears, lamenting, the world has fallen into decay, and the hearts of men have become unrecognizable. Teacher Qin, look at them. Qin Ming, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, all right, enough jesting, Shaoqi. They are merely teasing you. This is a precaution that must be taken. Tang Yuan drooped his head and said, very well. Qin Ming then remarked, we cannot use real names. Let us choose a nickname instead. Tianheng suddenly raised his hand and suggested, let us call it Tang Hard Egg. Tang Yuan had yet to formulate a rebuttal. At that moment, Yu Feng remarked, it doesn't sound appealing. Let's call it Manus instead. Shimo shook his head and countered, I believe that's not suitable either. How about Maskaki? No way, let's go with soft-centered egg. Boss, you should heed my suggestion. Mantis has a much more pleasant ring to it. Yours isn't cool enough. I still think Mask Aki is the better choice. As Tang Yuan listened to the cacophony of voices around him, his irritation surged. What sort of nonsensical names were these? Was the chef from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect under some sort of influence today? Tang Yuan had grave suspicions that this was indeed the case. Observing this, Qin Ming felt equally exasperated and repeatedly gestured for calm. Enough, enough, he urged. Let us consult Shaoqi and see what name he wishes to choose. Tang Yuan thought to himself, at last, there is someone who understands. Thus, he declared, let it be named the Grim Reaper of Yama. I shall make this grand arena of soul battles tremble in my presence. Before his words could fully resonate, he gestured towards the grand arena with an imposing air, as though embodying a formidable champion, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Do you think there might be some hidden schemes in this arena? One voice pondered. I wonder, Shimo, do you believe that by participating in the soul battles, we might attract numerous female admirers? Another queried. Ling Ling, with whom do you intend to team up for the duo matches? Yet another asked. Elder Sure Heir, will you partner with me shortly? As these voices gradually faded into the distance, Tang Yuan lowered his gaze, only to realize that everyone had already ventured far into the grand arena, completely oblivious to his words. Chapter 52. The Grim Reaper of Yama. Tang Yuan raised his head and let out a long howl. Jealousy. This is pure, unadulterated jealousy. Wait for me. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately set off in pursuit of the crowd. Upon entering the Grand Soul Duel Arena, the first sight that greeted him was a colossal stone tablet, densely inscribed with numerous names. Yu Tianheng inquired, Teacher Qin, why are there so many names written on this stone tablet? Qin Ming replied, these individuals are all the deceased from the battles fought in the Grand Soul Duel Arena. What? The group gasped in unison, an involuntary chill creeping down their spines. Yu Feng stammered, what? People can actually die here? Qin Ming explained. The battles in the Grand Soul Duel Arena are classified into 3 categories. One is the friendly match, which is a form of sparring where lethal force is strictly prohibited. The other is the life and death duel, employed to resolve irreconcilable disputes. Many powerful factions and esteemed families opt for such a fair life and death duel to settle personal vendettas without burdening their clans or factions. Afterward, there is no involvement of either party's power. Yu Tianheng asked, but if one side were to perish, would their faction simply accept it? Qin Ming chuckled. That is a perceptive question. What I mentioned earlier is merely the ideal scenario. In reality, even after a life and death duel, both factions will seek retribution and undercurrents will swirl, leaving no one able to speak freely. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng realized the truth in Qin Ming's words. Having been born into a prominent family, he had encountered such matters before, understanding that they were far from simple. Tang Yuan inquired, Teacher Qin, is there another type? Qin Ming replied, indeed. There exists another form known as a gambling duel. A gambling duel is fundamentally akin to a life and death battle, as there are no prohibitions against killing. In this scenario, both combatants enlist the Great Soul Arena to officiate their contest, which ensures that the outcome is protected by the arena's authority, preventing any deceitful maneuvers. Each participant must dispatch an equal number of soul masters to engage in the soul battle, and the victor shall claim all that was wagered. This method serves as a significant avenue for profit among various consortiums. The crowd nodded in understanding, realizing that competition within the Great Soul Arena was far from straightforward. Subsequently, Qin Ming guided everyone to the registration desk. The process for enrolling in a soul battle was remarkably simple. One merely needed to complete a form detailing their name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. Naturally, registration required a fee of 10 gold coins per person. For the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy team, this amounted to 70 gold coins. While this sum might be substantial for the average individual, it was a trivial amount for someone like Yu Tianheng, who promptly settled the entire fee. Concurrently, the group underwent a soul power assessment similar to that conducted by the Spirit Hall, establishing their respective levels. Qin Ming informed them that each time they wished to participate in a soul battle, they must first undergo a soul power evaluation to ascertain their opponents. Before long, the others completed their registrations. It must be noted that the efficiency of the Great Soul Arena was commendably high, devoid of any unnecessary delays. When it was Tang Yuan's turn, the staff member inquired, "Sir, what is your name or alias?" Tang Yuan immediately exclaimed, "The Grim Reaper." The staff member replied, "Very well. The King of Fiery Death." Tang Yuan gazed at the 4 characters inscribed on the paper and hurriedly exclaimed, "Not this Yin, but Yin is in the King of Hell." The staff member was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered this particular Yin Wang, yet ultimately accommodated Tang Yuan's request and amended the character. Once the name was finalized, the staff member inquired, "Sir, may I ask for your rank and martial soul?" Tang Yuan Dao, 36th level control system soul master, with a martial spirit known as the Life and Death Register. Upon hearing this, the staff member initially thought he had misheard. After confirming with Tang Yuan, he immediately displayed a look of astonishment. The individual before him, still in the bloom of youth, had already attained the rank of soul master, and the Life and Death Register was an unfamiliar martial spirit to him, likely a formidable, mutated one. Though surprised internally, the staff member quickly recalibrated his mindset. While prodigious talents were rare, it was not uncommon to encounter a few within the Grand Soul Arena. Furthermore, in the imperial city of Tiando, numerous financial conglomerates and prominent family factions might resort to employing elixirs to forcibly elevate the soul power of their disciples in pursuit of profit. Soon, Tang Yuan completed his registration, and all present had finalized their entries. The Soul Master then provided an overview of the Grand Soul Arena. Within its expanse, the allocation was meticulously detailed, with 24 sub-arenas, each further divided into various sectors, including the Gambit Zone and the Life and Death Zone. Each category was further subdivided into 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles, resulting in 6 distinct, isolated platforms within each sub-arena. The operational model of the Grand Soul Arena had already reached a remarkable level of coordination, with ticket prices varying across different combat zones. For instance, the 1-on-1 matches in the Gambit Zone, which Tang Yuan and his companions were about to participate in, had the most affordable ticket prices, attracting the least spectators. Before long, Tang Yuan and his companions were matched with their opponents. Since they had registered together, all 7 were assigned to the 8th Soul Arena for their combat. However, they had not yet registered for team battles or 2-on-2 combinations, as they preferred to gauge the waters before proceeding further. The staff member guided Tang Yuan and the others through a wide and lengthy corridor, leading them to the 8th Soul Arena. As Tang Yuan and his companions stepped into the 8th Soul Arena, they were immediately taken aback by the spectacle before them. At the heart of the arena lay a vast circular stage, spanning over 100 square meters. Ascending from this platform, the audience seating formed a concentric circle, tiered gracefully from the bottom to the top. Tang Yuan was utterly astonished. Earlier that morning, he had gazed at the vastness of the Great Soul Arena from a distance, believing it to be immense. However, upon stepping inside, he felt akin to a frog in a well. Just the sub-arena alone could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, let alone the main arena, not to mention the entirety of the Great Soul Arena. The staff guided Tang Yuan and his companions to the level of the arena. Leading them through a passage beneath the spectator stands to an expansive lounge. Inside, numerous participants were already seated, each displaying a range of expressions as they scrutinized the newcomers. Some cast a fleeting glance before settling into meditation, disregarding the intruders. Others wore disdainful expressions but refrained from further action. A few, however, erupted into mocking laughter, brazenly instructing Tang Yuan and his companions to return home and suckle. Yu Feng was incensed and was about to confront them when a staff member interjected, reminding them that private disputes were prohibited within the Great Soul Arena, assuring them that there would be ample opportunities to defeat their opponents. Yu Tianheng also urged, Yu Feng, let it be. There is no need to stoop to their level. Naturally brash, Yu Feng took the advice to heart, choosing instead to sit down alongside Tang Yuan and the others, ignoring the derisive remarks. Noticing their indifference, the mockers gradually quieted, turning their attention inward to meditate. Before long, the first contender to take the stage was Yu Tianheng. His opponent, a soul master named Zhang Hang, was a level 35 soul ancestor wielding the iron body bow as his martial spirit. Tang Yuan and others did not linger in the waiting room. They made their way to the front row of the audience, the closest proximity to the arena, where they could observe the soul battles with utmost clarity. As Yu Tianheng entered the stage, his opponent was already present, a slender man clad in gray light armor. Underneath his arms lay an apparent reservoir of explosive power, and his eyes resembled those of a predatory beast, fixated on Yu Tianheng. Feeling the intensity of that gaze, Yu Tianheng felt a chill run down his spine and remarked, Brother, could you perhaps refrain from staring? It's rather peculiar for one man to scrutinize another in such a manner. Zhang Hang sneered, Little brat, what do you know? The swiftest way to conquer your prey is to understand it. The moment Yu Tianheng was referred to as a little brat, his anger flared. Oh, you wish to understand? Then come, let us see. With those words, Yu Tianheng summoned his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, he underwent dragon transformation. His hands adorned with blue-violet dragon scales, and his claws appeared menacing. Zhang Hang was taken aback. So, you are one of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Without further ado, he unleashed his own spirit, a metal longbow appearing in his grasp. At that moment, the host arrived, declaring, It seems both competitors are eager to begin. Without further ado, let the battle commence. As the words echoed, Zhang Hang drew the bowstring back to a half moon, a soul power arrow materializing on the string. With a flick of his fingers, a cyan white arrow shot towards Yu Tianheng at incredible speed. Yu Tianheng, having prepared himself, swiftly leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the arrow as it whizzed past him, creating a sharp gust that grazed his shoulder. Startled, Yu Tianheng realized that speed had always been his weakness. Nevertheless, as Zhang Hang drew the bow, he had utilized his extensive experience to predict the arrow's trajectory. Although he managed to evade the strike, he still sustained an injury, leaving him astonished. Yet, before Yu Tianheng could fully absorb the shock, Zhang Hang loosed another arrow. Alarmed, Yu Tianheng found himself unable to react in time, leaping frantically as the arrow sailed past him. Just then, 3 swift sounds sliced through the air, as Zhang Hang fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. Yu Tianheng, suspended in midair without any foothold, faced imminent danger. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng shouted, as waves of thunder enveloped him. The arrows pierced through the first layer of thunder, but upon reaching the second layer, they seemed to become ensnared, the force behind them gradually dissipating. In a fleeting moment, Yu Tianheng unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, a formidable blast of thunder erupting outward, scattering Zhang Hang's arrows to the ground. Now firmly grounded, Yu Tianheng, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity, locked his gaze on Zhang Hang, who was poised with his bow, keenly observing Yu Tianheng's every movement. The host exclaimed, Wow! In just a few breaths, both competitors have engaged in an intense clash, equally matched. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yu Tianheng sprang into action, launching himself from Zhang Hang's right flank to strike. The arcs of electricity trailed behind him, tracing a path in the air. Zhang Hang chuckled coldly, thinking, Is he presenting himself as a target? He followed the arc's movement, and suddenly, with a flick of his fingers, 3 arrows were released, slicing through the air towards Yu Tianheng. Think you can close the distance? Not a chance, Zhang Hang declared. Just as his words faded, a soft voice emerged. Is that so? As the arcs of electricity dissipated, Yu Tianheng's figure materialized, clutching 3 cyan white arrows in his dragon claws, calmly gazing at Zhang Hang. Zhang Hang's eyes widened in shock, fear creeping into his expression. Why you? How? Without a word, Yu Tianheng swung his clawed fist, sending Zhang Hang flying off the stage. As a swift attack-type soul master, Zhang Heng's defenses were notably weaker. He felt a constriction in his chest, and his body was sent tumbling backward, crashing onto the ground. Yu Tianheng chuckled. So, you wish to discern my movement patterns? Quite simple, really. From the moment you stepped onto this stage, your sole focus has been on me. I became the bait, and you, predictably, aimed to attack based on my trajectory. I am more familiar with my own movements than you ever could be. Did you think I was merely reacting frantically to your assaults? You are mistaken. I discerned your predatory desire from your very gaze, and you were overly confident. In this arena, everyone is both hunter and prey. Zhang Heng, stifled by Yu Tianheng's words, felt his pride as a hunter crumble, a wave of bitterness and disappointment surging within him, causing him to cough up blood. After delivering his remarks, Yu Tianheng did not look back, striding down from the stage. The 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy's team erupted in cheers, applauding Yu Tianheng. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan couldn't help but ponder whether his own opponent possessed similar capabilities to counter him. Before long, it was time for Douluo Yan to take the stage. Her opponent was a formidable assault-type soul master, a tall man whose spirit was the fire leopard, boasting a strength of 36 levels. Upon entering the arena, this fire leopard soul master, seeing Douluo Yan's youth and femininity, dismissed her, saying, "Little sister, you should step down. I wouldn't want to hurt you, you see." He then laughed boisterously. Faced with such ridicule and provocation, Douluo Yan's murderous intent ignited, and in an instant, she unleashed her second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison, incapacitating the fire leopard master before he could even summon his spirit, leaving him helpless on the ground. Though Douluo Yan's soul skills may have seemed ineffective against Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng due to their exceptional prowess, they proved devastating against a soul master of such lesser experience. Thus, the match concluded in a spectacle that left the host utterly astonished. Following this, Yufeng, Shiremo, and Shirmu entered the arena in succession. In their respective battles, the Shi brothers adhered to a cautious strategy, mirroring each other's approach. They began by focusing solely on defense until their opponents had exhausted their soul power. The Shi brothers remaining steadfast in the center of the arena without releasing a single soul skill. Remarkably, their opponents, despite having superior soul power levels, ultimately fell to defeat. After the conclusion of the matches, the Shi brothers maintained their consistent demeanor, exchanging casual pats on the back, and with a flair, descended from the stage as the host announced the results. Shiremo even cast a disdainful glance at his opponent. That look prompted a silent lament from his adversary. What kind of freak has emerged here? The combat speed of Yufeng has notably accelerated, as his wind-bell bird martial spirit enables swift assaults. Before he could fully relish the thrill of the match, his opponent, a mere 32nd level assault-type soul master, promptly conceded. Clearly, the disparity in levels and speed dictated this outcome, as the opponent, committed to diligent cultivation and the pursuit of wealth, was unwilling to engage in futile sacrifice and surrendered without hesitation. Finally, it was time for Tang Yuan to make his entrance. As he ascended the platform, the arena fell into a hush, replaced by murmurs that rippled through the crowd. Is he not just a child? He appears considerably younger than those who fought before him. Could he also be a soul master? Perhaps his youthful appearance is misleading. Nonetheless, achieving the rank of soul master at such a tender age signifies remarkable talent. What talent? Look at his attire. He must belong to an illustrious family, likely having relied on spirit herbs for his advancement. In a school setting or at home, one could wield authority, but has he come to the Grand Soul Arena merely to endure hardship? Yet, why does he wear a mask? Is his face marred? Oh, hush. The opposing fighter has also entered the arena. Tang Yuan stood serenely at the center of the arena, scrutinizing his opponent as they approached. The adversary bore a countenance marked by thieving brows and beady eyes, the size of mung beans, which betrayed a lewd glimmer. With a cackling laugh, he taunted, "Little brat across from me, have you come to deliver points?" At that moment, the spirit of the hedgehog mouse was summoned forth, revealing a diminutive golden needle that hovered gently in its hand, radiating a brilliant golden light. 3 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, 3 yellow, indicating an imperfect configuration of soul rings. Tang Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Whether you receive points depends solely on your ability to earn them." Before the match, Tang Yuan deliberately reviewed information about his opponent, unknown by the codename Hedgehog Mouse. This individual, at level 37, surpassed Tang Yuan by 4 levels. Contrary to the moniker, his martial spirit was neither that of a hedgehog nor a rodent. Rather, it manifested as a small golden needle, presumably the very one before him. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, Hedgehog Mouse menacingly licked his lips and retorted, "You truly possess a bold arrogance, young one." Although this contest does not permit lethal force, the weapons are unforgiving. A moment's carelessness could result in you spending the rest of your days bedridden, and you would have no one to blame but yourself. Tang Yuan discerned the implicit threat in his words, but remained unperturbed, offering a faint smile. "Very well, I shall observe closely." Upon uttering these words, Tang Yuan promptly summoned his martial spirit. The life and death ledger radiated with a brilliant golden light, manifesting behind him, as one yellow and two purple soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet. The appearance of these soul rings elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience, who had not anticipated such depth of power from Tang Yuan. Meanwhile, the hedgehog mouse opposite him was equally taken aback, encountering an unprecedented configuration of soul rings. Yet, rather than fear, he felt an exhilarating thrill, a sinister smile curving upon his lips. To have such a prodigy firmly beneath his heel was indeed a delightful sensation. The host, observing the intense standoff between the two, feigned a dramatic flair, proclaiming, "It appears that a fierce clash has arisen between the competitors. The soul rings of the Death King contestant surpass even the perfect configuration, yet his adversary, the hedgehog mouse, holds a 4-level advantage. With that in mind, I shall not prolong the anticipation. Is this not yet another thrilling match? Let us await the spectacle." As soon as the announcement concluded, both the hedgehog mouse and Tang Yuan launched their attacks simultaneously. First soul skill, Golden Needle Flash. First soul skill, Soul Snatch. The soul skills were unleashed in an instant. As Tang Yuan's soul snatch siphoned the hedgehog mouse's bodily functions to himself, the golden needle had already transformed into a streak of golden light, darting towards Tang Yuan's eyes. As Tang Yuan's foot moved, his figure flickered and vanished without a trace. The hedgehog mouse let out a cold laugh and said, "You wish to compare speed with me?" With a sudden roar, he unleashed his second soul skill, Light Division and Shadow Transformation. In an instant, the golden needle split into 2, then into 4, and subsequently into 8, rapidly transforming into a myriad of needle-like shadows that descended upon the arena like a torrential downpour. Tang Yuan was sprinting at full speed, observing every movement of the hedgehog mouse with clarity. Initially, he intended to close in on the hedgehog mouse and deliver a single blow to send him flying off the stage. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances, and the hedgehog mouse's current maneuver restricted Tang Yuan's intentions. Yet, this limitation was only temporary. Tang Yuan felt a surge of excitement within him. Fortunately, he had mastered the Wuchang Chuhanbu, reaching the realm of impermanence. Otherwise, he would be in a rather passive position now. With a flicker of thought, it seemed as though Tang Yuan's feet had acquired a sense of perception. Deftly darting left and right, advancing and retreating, skillfully evading the barrage of shadowy needles that were shot forth. To the astonishment of the hedgehog mouse, Tang Yuan's evasive maneuvers appeared to preemptively foresee the trajectory of the needle shadows. Each time it seemed he would be struck, he unexpectedly eluded the attack. Although these needle shadows, upon splitting into myriad forms, had significantly diminished in potency, rendering them less effective against defensive spirit masters like the Shijia brothers, they still posed a potential threat to a control-type spirit master like Tang Yuan. While a single needle might not inflict severe injury, a multitude of needle shadows could certainly transform Tang Yuan into a sieve. However, at this moment, not a single needle managed to graze the hem of Tang Yuan's garment. In light of this, the hedgehog mouse could not help but grow anxious. In a fit of vexation and embarrassment, he exclaimed, "Are you a coward? Is evasion all you can do?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Very well, I shall not evade any longer." No sooner had his words resonated than the hedgehog mouse felt a sharp pain in its waist, a tremendous force propelling it into the air. Before it could stabilize itself mid-flight, a dazzling blur appeared before its eyes. Tang Yuan, adorned with a gentle smile, delivered a swift kick to its abdomen. The hedgehog mouse scarcely had time to utter a word before being sent sprawling out of the arena by Tang Yuan's kick. As it fell, the image of Tang Yuan's benign smile lingered in its mind, a visage now more terrifying than that of any demon. Chapter 54. The unexpected VIP treatment. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena. The spectators gazed in astonishment at Tang Yuan, who stood gracefully after effortlessly eliminating the hedgehog mouse. Though Yu Tianheng and his companions had previously demonstrated remarkable prowess, the audience perceived Tang Yuan as significantly younger, and yet he had so easily vanquished the formidable hedgehog mouse. Coupled with his extraordinary configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, and the air of mystery lent by his mask, Tang Yuan instantly became the focal point of the event. The host, displaying little shock but rather an air of excitement, proclaimed, "I announce that the victor of this match is the Grim Reaper." The silence that had reigned was abruptly shattered as the audience erupted into fervent cheers, chanting, "Grim Reaper! Grim Reaper! Grim Reaper!" After the seven departed from the 8th Soul Arena, Qin Ming approached with a middle-aged man. Upon seeing him, Yu Tianheng exclaimed, "Uncle, we're on. What brings you here?" The others were taken aback. Yu Tianheng knew this man? The middle-aged man smiled. "Isn't it because of you? A soul master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has appeared in the Great Soul Arena. How could I not come to take a look?" And upon arriving, "I saw your teacher, Qin, and realized you were here." Yu Tianheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was uncertain how well he had performed in the recent soul battle. Growing up within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, his elders had always held high expectations for him. Now, with his clan uncle witnessing his performance, he worried that he might have fallen short, fearing their disappointment if they discovered his leisurely pace of progress due to frivolities, much like his own uncle's sentiments. Such feelings stirred a sense of homesickness within him. Casting a glance at Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng regretted not asking teacher Qin for a mask to wear. Tang Yuan was taken aback, wondering why I was looking at him. Yu Tianheng withdrew his gaze, pondering that his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul would be of no use even if masked with 10 layers. At that moment, a large hand patted Yu Tianheng's shoulder and said, "Well done. I just watched your soul battle. Your practical experience and combat awareness are commendable. Not much different from your father's in his prime. Keep up the hard work." Yu Tianheng was momentarily stunned, then elated, his hopes soaring as he recalled that warm yet resolute figure. He silently vowed, "Uncle, I will meet your expectations." The others remained oblivious to Yu Tianheng's unusual demeanor. At this juncture, the middle-aged man addressed Qin Ming, saying, "Teacher Qin, the children have just engaged in a battle and are fatigued. I have arranged a VIP lounge for them. It will henceforth serve as your battle team's exclusive relaxation area in the Grand Soul Arena. Please follow me." Acknowledging Yu Tianheng's connection with the Grand Soul Arena, Qin Ming, not wishing to be overly formal, replied, "Thank you, Elder Wuran." Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, the group arrived at a spacious and luxuriously decorated lounge. Although not excessively large, it was ample for a battle team, featuring a screen as large as the wall itself, capable of broadcasting live battles from any arena within the Grand Soul Arena. Additionally, a massive floor-to-ceiling window offered a view of the expansive main battle arena. "Incredible! We can directly observe the battles in the main arena," exclaimed Yufeng. The middle-aged man chuckled. "Indeed, this VIP lounge is situated within the main arena, providing a direct view of the fights." Qin Ming interjected, "Elder Wuran, this seems rather extravagant." The middle-aged man reassured him, "Teacher Qin, you need not be modest. Tianheng is the heir of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. This lounge rightfully belongs to us, and it is only natural for Tianheng to use it. Besides, there are rarely visitors from the sect, so it would otherwise remain unused." Qin Ming nodded in agreement, no longer insisting on the matter. Meanwhile, the 7 members of the battle team were palpably excited, their expressions brimming with curiosity. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Ming and encouraging Yu Tianheng, the middle-aged man took his leave. Once he departed, the 7 team members huddled together, with Yufeng launching into his usual banter, asking Yu Tianheng, "Hey, boss, is that your uncle? What position does he hold in the Grand Soul Arena?" Yu Tianheng shot him a glare, retorting, "What are you doing? Conducting a census?" Yufeng smirked. "All right, I won't pry. Yan Yan, your turn to ask." Dugu Yin shot Yufeng a disapproving glance and turned to Yu Tianheng, inquiring, "Tianheng, he really is your uncle?" Yu Tianheng nodded. "Yes, he is my father's cousin, named Yuan. He primarily oversees external affairs for our sect and currently serves as our representative in the Grand Soul Arena across the continent. I heard he was in the Star Dou Empire and rarely returns, so I never expected to run into him." "Wow, a representative for the entire continent," Yufeng exclaimed. Yu Tianheng affirmed, "Indeed. The Grand Soul Arena was established by the 7 great families, with each sect having a spokesperson and a manager for the major city arenas." The usually reticent Yi Lingling also nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the foundation of the 7 great families is unparalleled by ordinary powers." At that moment, Shimo interjected, "By the way, boss, I heard you have another uncle?" Before Yu Tianheng could respond, Tang Yuan interjected, "What? Tianheng, you have another uncle? How come I've never seen him during my visits?" Duguyan echoed the confusion. "Yes, Tianheng, you've never mentioned him." With a sigh, Yu Tianheng replied, "Indeed. I have another uncle, but I haven't seen him in many years. It said, well, it's better not to dwell on it. I can only blame myself for not being more ambitious. Just then, several attendants entered the lounge, bringing an array of fruits and snacks. The sight of these delicacies made everyone forget their earlier fatigue from battle, and they hurriedly dispersed to indulge in the treats, disregarding who Yu Tianheng's uncle might be. Yu Tianheng, with an exasperated expression, thought to himself, a bunch of rascals, after all that build-up, are you really so focused on food? Determined not to let his teammates take advantage of the situation, he promptly joined the fray for the sumptuous treats. Qin Ming observed from the side, holding a pot of hot tea, not intervening. Once everyone had indulged sufficiently, he gathered them together to analyze their recent battle errors. After a month of intensive training, the 7 members of the team had greatly improved, and Qin Ming refrained from excessive lecturing, allowing them to explore and comprehend their own mistakes. Though they hadn't yet reached Qin Ming's goals, their performance was commendable compared to typical soul masters. After discussing significant errors and analyses, Qin Ming declared, "You have completed the one-on-one soul battles for today. Now, let us register for the team battles." Upon hearing about the team battles, excitement surged within the group. They had yet to engage in actual team combat, having only coordinated with Qin Ming in individual matches. The prospect of genuine team battles ignited their enthusiasm. Observing their eager expressions, Qin Ming smiled and said, "Before we proceed to team battles, we must choose a name for our team." Yu Feng, eyeing the snacks on the table, had a sudden inspiration and exclaimed, "Since we just devoured so many delicious cakes, how about we call ourselves the Cake Battle Team?" Yu Tianheng, with a face full of disdain, promptly knocked Yu Feng on the head, retorting, "All you think about is food?" Yu Feng, looking innocent, mumbled, "I was just joking." Yu Tianheng continued, "I propose we name ourselves the Victorious Battle Team after our perfect record of 7 wins today." The others stared at Yu Tianheng in disbelief, as if he had lost his mind. Duguyan turned her head away, muttering, "I don't know him. I don't know him." Yu Tianheng, noticing their incredulous expressions, felt somewhat embarrassed and stammered, "Just a suggestion, a suggestion." At this point, Qin Ming interjected, "Our purpose here is to undergo special training for the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy in over 2 years. We represent the academy, known as the Tiando Royal Academy Battle Team. In the Grand Soul Arena, why not modify it slightly and call ourselves the Royal Battle Team?" Upon hearing this, the group instantly felt that Royal Battle Team sounded far superior to Cake Battle Team or Victorious Battle Team. They unanimously agreed, exclaiming, "Yes, let us call ourselves the Royal Battle Team. I think Royal Battle Team sounds excellent. Let's go with Royal Battle Team." With unanimous consent, Qin Ming led the 7 members of the battle team to the registration desk. Under the swift and efficient operation of the staff, the Royal Battle Team was officially established in the Tiando Grand Soul Arena. Shortly after the registration was completed, the staff announced, "Royal Battle Team, your opponents have been successfully matched, the 5-Element 8 Kings team." Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "What a peculiar team name." Duguyan chuckled softly and said, "Is the captain of this team lacking in intellect to choose such a name?" The others burst into laughter. Yu Tianheng laughed so hard he could hardly stand, exclaiming, "Those in the know call it 8 Kings, while the uninformed might mistake it for Wang Ba." Qin Ming, observing the 7's antics, could not help but darken his expression, saying, "Laughter is fine, but do not underestimate your opponents." The group instantly ceased their laughter, apologizing, "Teacher Qin, we are sorry. We understand now." Qin Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to the staff and inquired, "Is there any information available on this 5-Elements 8 Kings team?" The staff member smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, but it requires 10 gold coins." Just as Qin Ming was about to pay, a manager-like individual approached, patting the staff member on the shoulder, stating, "They are distinguished guests as instructed by Elder Waran. Please attend to them well." The staff member was taken aback, nodded, and then turned to Qin Ming with a courteous smile, saying, "Sir, here is the information you requested." Qin Ming was surprised but understood it was a special arrangement by Yu Waran when he saw the manager behind the staff member. Chapter 55, The 5-Elements 8 Kings Team. The manager stepped forward and said, "Respected team leader, Elder Waran has already instructed that all necessary information for your team will be provided free of charge." Qin Ming nodded appreciatively, replying, "Thank you very much." Upon returning to the lounge, Yu Tianheng asked, "Teacher Qin, what is the situation with our opponents this time?" Qin Ming gathered everyone and stated, "With half an hour left until the match begins, I would like to share some insights about the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. The group sat attentively, eager to hear what Qin Ming had to say. Qin Ming continued, this 5 Elements 8 Kings team consists of 7 members, boasting a record of 9 victories and 4 defeats, with a win rate surpassing 50%, marking them as formidable adversaries. At this point, Dugu Yan interjected, Teacher Qin, since the 5 Elements 8 Kings team consists of 7 members, what do 5 Elements and 8 Kings signify? Yu Feng, hearing Dugu Yan's words, struggled to suppress laughter, glancing at Qin Ming's somber expression, nearly bursting from the effort. Qin Ming shot a glance at Yu Feng and continued, according to the information, among the 7 members of this team, there are 2 strong attack type, 2 agile attack type, 1 control type, and 1 support type and defense type soul masters. This diverse combination of soul masters with different attributes is indeed quite powerful. If matched against a team of the same level, the chances of victory against them are virtually non-existent. As for 5 Elements and 8 Kings, the term 5 Elements refers to the 2 strong attack-type soul masters whose martial spirits are the Xuanhua Wolf and the Golden Blade. While the defense-type soul master's martial spirit is the Earth Bear, the control-type soul master's martial spirit is the Ghost Vine. And 1 agile attack-type soul master's martial spirit is the Ice Snowbird. The term 8 Kings refers to the total of 8 individuals, which includes their leader. The group finally understood. Tang Yuan inquired, if their strength is indeed formidable, why have they suffered 4 defeats? Qin Ming responded, observe their soul power. They uniformly possess a level of 35. In the arena of the Great Soul Arena, battles are categorized by the realm of soul power, with a soul master among their ranks. They are matched against teams of equivalent caliber. Furthermore, this is contingent upon the level of their battle badges. They currently hold the Iron Badge, which allows them to be pitted against you. Tang Yuan nodded. Yu Tianheng inquired, Teacher Qin, are there any particular individuals in this team that we should pay special attention to? Qin Ming replied, that is an excellent question. Within this team, the controller with the Ghost Vine martial spirit warrants significant attention. This is self-evident. Additionally, there is an agile attack type soul master wielding the Wind Deer martial spirit, who has demonstrated the ability to turn the tide of battle during critical moments. We must not underestimate him. The group nodded in agreement, appearing contemplative. Qin Ming smiled and said, now, this is your genuine first team battle. Do not take it too lightly, yet do not be overly anxious either. Maintain your usual performance and prepare yourselves. The group responded in unison, understood. Soon, the time for the match arrived. And the 7 members of the Imperial Battle Team proceeded to the 3rd Soul Arena for the Team Soul Battle. Upon arriving at the 3rd Soul Arena, they noticed a larger audience than at the 8th Soul Arena. Tang Yuan mused, indeed, team battles are far more captivating than individual matches. As the host announced the commencement, both teams ascended to the stage. Upon sighting the Imperial Battle Team, the opposing 5 Elements 8 Kings team paused in astonishment, confirming the information that none in the Imperial Battle Team were over 20 years of age. At this moment, Yu Tianheng addressed his comrades. Let us first adhere to our original strategy. Shimo will provide support, Shimo will protect Lingling, and Yufeng will harass their control-type soul master. My soul power level is high enough to restrain their 2 assault-type soul masters for a time. Xiaoqi, collaborate with Yufeng to eliminate their support-type soul master at the earliest opportunity. Yin, provide support for Xiaoqi and Yufeng. We have reviewed their information, and they have certainly scrutinized ours. Thus, we must remain vigilant, especially regarding Lingling, who will undoubtedly target you first. The group nodded, their expressions grave, as they each extended their right hands to stack together, proclaiming in unison, let us give it our all. At this moment, both teams took their positions, and the host proclaimed loudly, now, both of our teams have taken to the stage, one being this month's rising star, the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. Following this announcement, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Tang Yuan mused to himself, it seems this team enjoys considerable popularity. The host continued on the other side. We have our newly joined Huangdo team. The arena fell into a hush, punctuated by a few scattered boos. Yu Tianheng and the others remained unfazed. But Dugu Yan let out a cold snort, declaring, humph, we shall show you our prowess in due time. The host, slightly awkward yet accustomed to such moments, quickly interjected, very well. Without further ado, let us witness who will emerge victorious today. Tang Yuan distinctly observed that when the host uttered the phrase who will claim the deer, a shiver ran through the face of a blue-haired spirit master across from him. At that moment, Yu Tianheng declared, team, Let us unleash our martial souls. As his words resonated, the members of the Huang Dou battle team began to manifest their martial souls, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, the emerald-scaled serpent, the book of life and death, the black tortoise, the nine-heart sea flower, and the wind chime bird all emerged, their respective soul rings of yellow and purple glowing beneath their feet. 2 yellow and 1 purple. 2 yellow and 1 purple. 2 yellow and 1 purple. The arena surged with energy as the crowd erupted. After all, a team boasting perfectly configured soul rings was a rarity. When they witnessed the soul rings springing to life beneath Tang Yuan, the fervor escalated to a thunderous roar. 1 yellow and 2 purple. How could this be possible? Astonishingly, the Huang Dou battle team possessed a prodigy. Even the opposing 5 elements 8 kings battle team could not help but regard Tang Yuan as their most formidable threat, given that 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings had never before been seen. Upon observing the Huang Dou battle team unleashing their martial souls, the 5 elements 8 kings battle team, unwilling to be outdone, promptly summoned their own martial souls. As recorded in their data, the Xuanhua wolf, golden blade, snowbird, earth bear, and ghost vine, each representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, materialized, along with a wind deer, which was a particular focus for the Huang Dou team. The final martial soul was a ruby, a gem-type soul that primarily enhanced the attributes of the spirit master. Although Qin Ming did not mention it, Yu Tianheng nonetheless positioned the supporting spirit master with the ruby soul at the forefront. The host, seeing that both sides had activated their martial souls, proclaimed, "I announce that the soul battle begins." As the words left his lips, the 7 members of the Huang Dou battle team took their positions as planned. Yu Feng surged forward to confront the opposing snowbird spirit master, both charging from their respective teams. They ascended into the air, engaging in mutual attacks. Despite Yu Feng's typically unreliable demeanor, he displayed remarkable composure in battle. Upon clashing with the snowbird spirit master, both sides showcased impeccable offense and defense, each unable to breach the other's barriers, let alone approach the defensive perimeter. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan initiated his 3rd soul skill, Heaven Beyond the Other Shore, bestowing it upon Yi Lingling and Shi Mo, the members of the 5 elements 8 kings battle team. Witnessing Tang Yuan channeling his soul skill onto his own teammates, were left bewildered. Wasn't he a control-type spirit master? Why was he using a soul skill on his allies? Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yuan was fully aware of his strategy. This soul skill connected Yi Lingling and Shi Mo, rendering them impervious to even the slightest attack. After employing this soul skill, Tang Yuan bellowed, "First soul skill, Soul Snatch." Instantly, a flash of black and white light swept through the arena, and the soul skill was unleashed. The Wind Deer Spirit Master felt nearly half of his bodily functions diminish in an instant. At this moment, Tang Yuan's soul power level had reached Soul Master. His first soul skill, Soul Absorption, could diminish the enemy's physical capabilities by 40%. When this energy was returned to him, he would gain half of that absorption back. Tang Yuan felt a significant increase in his speed, though his attack power remained largely unchanged. It appeared that this Wind Deer Soul Master lacked offensive strength, but his speed was commendable. However, at this moment, Tang Yuan thought to himself, secretly preparing to execute the unfathomable pursuit step, advancing alongside Yu Tianheng, flanking the enemy's defensive perimeter. Upon witnessing the arrival of Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng, the Golden Blade Soul Master immediately charged forward to intercept Yu Tianheng. First soul skill, Armor Breaking Kill. He shouted. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The clash between the Golden Blade and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon unleashed a fierce wave of soul power. In a swift turn of events, the Infernal Wolf Soul Master also lunged towards Tang Yuan, bellowing, "You arrogant brat." First soul skill, Lone Wolf's Pride. As his voice echoed, a surge of dark flames enveloped the Infernal Wolf Soul Master, his body radiating a faint glow. At that moment, both his speed and attack power surged dramatically as he extended his wolf claw towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan remarked, "Is it a soul skill that enhances attributes? I shall evade." Tang Yuan deftly sidestepped the attack of the Xuanhua wolf. At that moment, the Wind Deer Spirit Master seized the opportunity and charged forward, exclaiming, "First soul skill, Deerhorn Whirlwind." The Wind Deer Spirit Master, whose physical capabilities had significantly diminished, moved at a much slower pace. Suddenly, a fierce gale coalesced from the antlers atop his head, sweeping toward Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, and the Shijiao brothers of the Emperor Dou battle team. Shi Mo shouted, "Is the first soul skill a group attack?" "Indeed formidable. Come closer to me. First soul skill, hard shell. At that instant, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling swiftly took refuge behind Shi Mo as he and Shi Mu stood side by side, both invoking their first soul skill, hard shell, to withstand the ferocious whirlwind. However, the tempest was exceedingly violent. The two bore their tortoise shells resolutely in front, steadfastly defending against the gale, which could not breach their defense by even an inch. Chapter 56. Intense combat yet. The deer horn whirlwind unleashed by the wind deer spirit master was not as potent as Shi Mo and Shi Mu had anticipated. They expected to endure a prolonged confrontation, but to their surprise, it dissipated almost instantly. As the force before the tortoise shell waned, Shi Mo stumbled, nearly losing his balance and risking becoming a laughingstock. The opposing spirit masters were momentarily stunned, and the golden blade spirit master, witnessing this, admonished the wind deer spirit master, "What are you doing?" The wind deer spirit master's face turned pale as he replied, "That masked boy possesses some strange ability. My attack power, speed, and defensive capabilities have all diminished by nearly half." The golden blade spirit master's expression grew grave as he commanded, "Wolf King, eliminate him." The Xuanhua wolf spirit master's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he licked his lips, declaring, "Watch closely. I shall feast upon his flesh and bones." No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself towards Tang Yuan. Despite wearing armor weighing 200 pounds, Tang Yuan was remarkably swift, having absorbed 20% of the wind deer spirit master's physical capabilities, rendering him too fast for a pure offensive spirit master to catch. After several laps, the Xuanhua wolf spirit master was still unable to close the distance as Tang Yuan continuously led him in circles. Enraged, the Xuanhua wolf spirit master bellowed, "Would King provide me support?" Upon hearing this, the ghost vine spirit master responded loudly, "On it." First soul skill bind. Suddenly, his first soul ring blazed brightly, and several sinister black vines erupted from his ghost vine martial spirit, rapidly racing towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan let out a cold chuckle, deftly maneuvering amidst the ghostly vines, his heart brimming with disdain as he thought, "Humph, I fear not the myriad golden needles. Why should I be daunted by these mere ghostly tendrils?" Yet, unbeknownst to him, the ghostly vines continued to elongate, twisting and curling around him, creating an ever-increasing multitude of tendrils that gradually encircled him, ultimately cornering him within the innermost confines of their grasp. Tang Yuan suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He had been careless and underestimated the circumstances, and now he found himself with no way out. "Stay calm." Tang Yuan silently roared within, urging himself to remain calm and striving to achieve tranquility. Just as he endeavored to steady his mind and seek a solution, he heard the ghostly vine soul master proclaim, "Second soul skill, ghost vine growth." Suddenly, the ghostly vines surrounding Tang Yuan sprouted numerous branches at an astonishing pace, doubling, quadrupling, and octupling in number, creating an immense, resilient wooden net that ensnared him completely. Before the first wave of turmoil had subsided, the Xuanhua wolf soul master charged toward the wooden net, shouting fiercely as he raised his wolf claw, ready to strike Tang Yuan down. Second soul skill, shattering claw. As the sharp, flame-imbued claw loomed larger in Tang Yuan's gaze, it seemed poised to rend him apart in an instant. At that critical moment, two voices resonated. Second soul skill, azure scale blue poison, and third soul skill, flying armor. In an instant, a cloud of azure scale blue poison surged toward the 5 elements 8 kings battle team. The Xuanhua wolf soul master faltered, evidently affected by the paralyzing effects of the blue poison, his movement slowing just enough. In that fleeting moment, the flying armor of Shimo arrived, shattering the wooden net that ensnared Tang Yuan into a myriad of splinters. Tang Yuan, having extricated himself from peril, swiftly unfurled his form, employing the unchanging pursuit step, his speed surging dramatically. With a powerful kick aimed at the waist of the Xuanhua wolf spirit master, a notably vulnerable point of defense for the wolf-type soul master, Tang Yuan's right leg struck like a whip, delivering a devastating blow that sent the Xuanhua wolf spirit master hurtling away, crashing beyond the confines of the arena. At this moment, the host exclaimed loudly, "What a spectacular scene! A member of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team has been eliminated by the Death King of the Royal Battle Team." The arena erupted with thunderous cheers and shouts. Meanwhile, Yufeng and the Ice Snow Bird Spirit Master continued their fierce battle in midair, evenly matched. Tang Yuanzheng was eager to assist and was about to charge forward when several tendrils suddenly appeared before him. He halted abruptly and sidestepped to evade them. In that moment, a sharp command rang out. Second soul skill, power amplification. It turned out that the Ruby Soul Master from the 5 Elements 8 Kings team had begun to activate his soul skill for support. At that moment, a crimson radiance enveloped the members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. Feeling a surge of overwhelming power, the Golden Blade Soul Master laughed heartily. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is nothing extraordinary. It's my turn to strike now. With a powerful declaration, he unleashed his third soul skill, Crackling Light Slash. The Golden Blade Soul Master raised his sword high above his head and, with a fierce shout, swung it down towards Yu Tianheng. Unyielding, Yu Tianheng responded with a roar, third soul skill, Wrath of Thunder. At that moment, a blue-purple electric aura began to coalesce around Yu Tianheng, emanating a formidable presence that rippled outward, causing his golden hair to billow. His eyes transformed entirely into a blue-purple hue, crackling with electricity, resembling dragon claws imbued with boundless strength. Clenching his fists like dragon claws, he launched a punch imbued with ferocious electrical energy, directly clashing with the golden blade. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a powerful shockwave of soul energy that caused the arena to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying backward. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the Golden Blade Soul Master. The Blade King, exclaimed the other members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team in unison. At that moment, the Golden Blade Soul Master could hear nothing. His hands felt as though they no longer belonged to him. Upon colliding with Yu Tianheng, he experienced a numbing force that reverberated through his grip, causing his sword to vibrate uncontrollably, resulting in his hands cracking from the impact. His arms dislocated under the immense power, his shoulders sagged, and he felt a constriction in his chest, unable to withstand the force any longer. He was sent flying far away. Of course, Yu Tianheng also sustained minor injuries, but for him, it was merely a feeling of discomfort in his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yuan swiftly approached the Ghost Vine Soul Master, utilizing his second soul skill, Soul Grasp, to diminish the Ghost Vine Soul Master's soul power by 30%. Absorbing half of it in the process, Tang Yuan felt a resurgence of soul power. Seizing the moment while the Ghost Vine Soul Master was momentarily distracted, he accelerated, aiming to eliminate the Ghost Vine Soul Master from the competition. With his right leg striking like a whip, he fiercely aimed at the Ghost Vine Soul Master. At that very moment, the Earth Bear Soul Master charged forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Ghost Vine Soul Master, and bellowed, third soul skill, Thick Earth Wall. Before Tang Yuan, a formidable and towering earthen wall suddenly emerged, isolating him from the Ghost Vine Soul Master. Caught off guard, Tang Yuan struck the wall with force, creating a breach as dust and debris flew about, causing the wall to tremble. At that moment, the Wind Deer Soul Master charged forward with great speed. Unleashing his second soul skill, Gale Impact, Tang Yuan caught a glimpse of a pale blue shadow rushing towards him from the side. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly invoked his first soul skill, Hard Armor. Before Tang Yuan's eyes, a flash of green light illuminated the scene as Shimo appeared by his side, using his tortoise shell to deflect the Wind Deer Soul Master's attack. Well done, Brother Shimo. Simultaneously, a gasp echoed through the air as the auxiliary Ruby Soul Master was forced back by Yu Tianheng. Just as the Ruby Soul Master was on the verge of elimination, he unleashed his third soul skill, Windbreaker Kill. The phantom of the Wind Deer spirit behind the Wind Deer Soul Master erupted in brilliance, its antlers swelling to several times their size. A pale azure light coalesced, and blades of wind condensed upon the antlers, significantly enhancing the Wind Deer Soul Master's speed. The wind blades surged forth at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, hurtling toward Yu Tianheng with deadly intent. Sensing the surge of soul power behind him, Yu Tianheng attempted to evade, but it was too late. His speed could not match that of the wind blades. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his dragon claw to shield his chest. At that very moment, the wind blade struck, and Yu Tianheng felt the sharpness of the attack and the tremendous force of the high-speed impact, causing excruciating pain in his hands and sending shockwaves through his arms. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yuan immediately attempted to rush to the rescue. However, several tendrils lashed out, obstructing his path. Meanwhile, Shimo was engaged in combat with the opposing Earth Bear Spirit Master, rendering him equally unable to disengage. Moments later, it became evident that Yu Tianheng had been struck by a blade of wind, sent sprawling to the ground and sustaining some injuries. Fortunately, thanks to the formidable defense of the Dragon Claw, he was spared from losing his hands to the slicing winds. Tang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. How could you possess such formidable speed?" The Wind Deer Soul Master let out a cold chuckle, choosing not to respond, and surged towards Yi Lingling with astonishing velocity. At that moment, Yi Lingling was casting her healing soul skill, enveloping the members of the Imperial fighting team in a radiant green glow. Yu Tianhing immediately felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, his soul power notably restored, and the pain in his arms diminished significantly. The Wind Deer Soul Master's speed was extraordinary, surpassing even Tang Yuan's current pace by a considerable margin, and in an instant, he had breached the rear of the Imperial fighting team. Without uttering a word, Shi Mo promptly positioned himself in front of Yi Lingling. Just then, the Wind Deer Soul Master pivoted sharply, gliding past Shi Mo and charging directly at Yi Lingling. Second soul skill, Azure Scales Blue Poison. Dugu Yin gasped in surprise and swiftly unleashed her second soul skill, which held paralyzing effects. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was sprinting back with all his might, determined to intercept the Wind Deer Soul Master. Yet, at this moment, his speed paled in comparison to that of the Wind Deer Soul Master. Despite not knowing the reason behind this disparity, Tang Yuan cast aside his distractions and focused solely on his retreat. Yu Tianhing's speed was even less impressive, leaving him unable to assist, while Yu Feng and Shi Mo were both hindered, unable to extricate themselves. In the rear, only Shi Mo, Yi Lingling, and Dugu Yin remained. After the Wind Deer Soul Master swept past Shi Mo, it was too late for him to turn and defend. Dugu Yan's second soul skill had just been unleashed, the blue toxic mist still yet to reach the Wind Deer Soul Master. A cold smirk crept upon the Wind Deer Soul Master's lips as Yi Lingling's figure loomed ever larger in his gaze. A calm voice resonated, second soul skill, Gale Impact. Yet, Yi Lingling was still in the midst of completing her healing soul skill. Time seemed to stand still. In an instant, Yi Lingling forcefully interrupted her skill, pivoting to shield herself, only to be met with a tremendous force that sent her sprawling backward. However, despite the immense impact, she discovered her formidable defensive capabilities allowed her to withstand the blow, staggering back several steps before regaining her balance. The Wind Deer Soul Master was taken aback, his expression one of incredulity, muttering, "How is this possible?" Before he could finish, a rancid cloud of poison invaded his nostrils, and he felt an overwhelming numbness coursing through his body. Instantly, he was beset by a wave of weakness, yet he was no ordinary soul master. He quickly regained his composure, bewildered by the astonishing resilience of a support-type soul master, and, despite the lingering effects of paralysis, he summoned his soul power, feeling a peculiar strength surge in his right leg, allowing him to regain his speed and attempt to flee. As the Wind Deer Soul Master moved, he unexpectedly encountered an unyielding barrier, his right shoulder absorbing a tremendous shock that left him dizzy and breathless. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a green turtle shell obstructing his escape route. In his haste, he collided with the shell, nearly disassembling himself upon impact. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he prepared to flee once more. Before he could act, a blinding flash caught his attention, and an immense force struck him from behind. It was Tang Yuan, exerting all his strength to send the Wind Deer Soul Master hurtling away. The Wind Deer Soul Master flew like a cannonball, crashing against the outer wall of the arena, leaving a human-shaped indentation in the rubble, dust swirling in his wake. "No, this cannot be. They are cheating. Referee, I report them for cheating," cried the Ghostvine Soul Master, the last remaining members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team being the Ruby Support Soul Master, the Ghostvine Control Soul Master, the Ice Snow Bird Agile Attack Soul Master, and the Earth Bear Defense Soul Master. The host inquired, "Is it true, member of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team, that you accuse the Imperial fighting team of cheating?" The Ghostvine Soul Master stepped forward, asserting, "Indeed, they are cheating. Their support Soul Master must have utilized special drugs or equipment. Otherwise, how could they withstand the attack from our Wind King?" The host turned to the Imperial fighting team and asked, "Do you have any defenses against these allegations?" Yu Tianhing took a step forward, stating, "Host, this is the effect of our soul skills. We cannot disclose further details. We hope for your understanding." The Ghostvine Soul Master scoffed, "What soul skills? It is evident that they have employed some special technique, and they dare to deny it." Tang Yuan cast a glance at the Ghostly Vine Master and said, "If you have evidence, present it. If not, shall we proceed?" The Ghostly Vine Master's complexion turned pale, and he retorted angrily, "You." Tang Yuan disregarded him and inquired, "Host, is there a regulation regarding match pauses in the Grand Soul Arena?" The host replied, "Certainly not. However, if there are suspicions of cheating by the Royal Battle Team, I can request a pause in the Soul Duel." Upon hearing this, the Ghostvine Soul Master was immediately filled with indignation and declared, "Indeed, they are indeed suspected of cheating. I request a pause in the Soul Duel. so that the authorities of the Grand Soul Arena may conduct an investigation. Tang Yuan smiled gently and inquired, "Is that so? Are you adamant that we engaged in foul play?" The Ghost Vine Soul Master let out a cold chuckle and replied, "Among all present, who has not clearly witnessed that when the Wind King launched an attack on your support-type Soul Master, he retreated several paces? Have you ever seen a support-type Soul Master with such formidable defensive capabilities?" The audience murmured in agreement, engaging in hushed discussions, exchanging thoughts and opinions in a flurry of whispers. Tang Yuan took a few steps forward and laughed, saying, "Good." The Ghost Vine Master was taken aback, retreating 2 steps, and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Tang Yuan shrugged and remarked, "Are you not curious about why our auxiliary system Soul Masters possess formidable defensive capabilities? Allow me to enlighten you. The third soul skill, the other shore of heaven." As the black and white radiance emerged, it instantaneously bound the Ghost Vine Soul Master and the Snowy Bird Soul Master together. The Ghost Vine Soul Master immediately felt an exhilarating surge in speed, overwhelming joy coursing through him before he could fully comprehend the situation. Just then, Tang Yuan bellowed, "Brother Tianheng, lend me a hand." Yu Tianheng responded affirmatively, "All right." Consequently, Yu Tianheng dashed to Tang Yuan's side, and as Tang Yuan leaped, Yu Tianheng swiftly grasped his ankle and, with a gentle flick, propelled Tang Yuan like a sharp arrow towards the airborne Snowy Bird Soul Master. Tang Yuan, reluctant to reveal his radiant shadow wings, sought the assistance of Yu Tianheng. Upon witnessing Tang Yuan's advance, the Ice Snow Bird Spirit Master was taken aback, entirely unprepared, and attempted to flee with a swift flap of its icy wings. However, Yu Feng had anticipated this moment, determined not to allow the Ice Snow Bird Spirit Master to escape. In a commanding voice, he declared, "Second soul skill, Swift Wind Kill." With his wings unfurled, Yu Feng's speed surged, instantly sealing off all avenues of retreat for the Ice Snow Bird Spirit Master. As the Ice Snow Bird Spirit Master found itself ensnared, Tang Yuan arrived just in time, delivering a powerful punch that struck the Spirit Master's cheek. The excruciating pain caused the Ice Snow Bird Spirit Master to plummet from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. In that instant, the Ghost Vine Spirit Master felt an inexplicable force strike their own cheek, overwhelming them with agony, leading to a similar fall. What transpired? The Ghost Vine Spirit Master pondered, bewildered as to why they had collapsed. Was it a deliberate act? Unthinkable, as just moments ago, they had reported the Royal Combat Team. Could it be the effect of the previous soul skill, Deathly King? As the arena erupted in a chorus of astonished voices, the audience gradually comprehended that it was indeed the work of the Deathly King's soul skill, dispelling any doubts they had harbored regarding the Royal Combat Team. Meanwhile, the Ghost Vine Spirit Master succumbed to unconsciousness, and in that fleeting moment before losing awareness, they realized it was not their own inadequacy, but rather the extraordinary prowess of their adversary that had led to this outcome. In the center of the arena, Tang Yuan gazed intently at the opposing 5 Elements 8 Kings battle team, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "So, what will it be? Shall we continue?" At that moment, only the Ruby Spirit Master and the Earth Bear Spirit Master remained from the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. Staring at Tang Yuan's refreshing smile and the predatory gaze of the Royal Battle Team, they momentarily froze before regaining their composure. The Ruby Spirit Master swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he uttered, "We concede." As soon as the words fell, a wave of applause surged through the arena, with many spectators cheering and shouting in excitement. The host announced with enthusiasm, "I declare, the Royal Battle Team is victorious." This proclamation ignited a fervor among the audience, their chants of "Royal, Royal, Royal," echoing throughout the venue. Only a few spectators who had placed bets on the 5 Elements 8 Kings team were left in dismay, pounding the ground in their chests in regret for wagering on their defeat, lamenting, "If only I had bet on the Royal Battle Team." Who could have anticipated that the 5 Elements 8 Kings team would crumble so easily? Yet, it is undeniable that the Royal Battle Team is formidable. After the match concluded, the members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team were carried away by the medical staff of the Grand Arena. Although the Royal Battle Team had shown restraint and refrained from full-force attacks, except for the Wind Deer Spirit Master, whose injuries were more severe, medical checks and treatment were still necessary. As for the Wind Deer Spirit Master, he could only blame himself for recklessly charging into the Royal Battle Team's rear, intent on severely injuring Yi Lingling. Had it not been for Tang Yuan's intervention, connecting Yi Lingling and Sure Mo through his unique abilities, it is likely that Yi Lingling would now be the one lying incapacitated. Tang Yuan merely returned the favor in kind. With this thought, both Tang Yuan and the other members of the royal battle team felt a shiver of apprehension. As the battle concluded, they did not linger too long. Although a few fervent fans approached for autographs, Yu Tianheng led the team directly back to their lounge to reflect on the experience of the match. The lounge, being of a VIP standard, assured them of privacy. Without waiting for Qin Ming's return, Yu Tianheng convened a small meeting to discuss the areas for improvement from the battle, initiating the conversation as everyone began to contribute their thoughts in lively discussion. Tang Yuan reflected, "This time, the fault lies primarily with me. I underestimated the prowess of the heroes in this world, leading me into the trap set by the control-type Soul Master. Had it not been for Brother Shi and Sister Yin, I might have been the first to be eliminated, and I would have sustained grave injuries." At that moment, Dugu Yin interjected, "No, the responsibility chiefly rests with me. My second soul skill did not achieve its maximum efficacy in this soul battle. While it aided Xiaoqi, it failed to disrupt our opponents as intended. As Teacher Qin previously advised, I must learn to command the entire situation, yet I have not succeeded." Shi Mo added, "Speaking of which, when that Wind Deer Soul Master attacked Lingling, I misjudged his movements. Otherwise, Lingling would not have been restrained. Had it not been for Xiaoqi's soul skill, the consequences could have been dire." Yu Tianheng solemnly remarked, "Indeed, you all have valid points, but I too bear responsibility. I have been recklessly clashing with their assault-type soul masters, neglecting my duties as a captain. I failed to unify the team and almost fell into the trap set by the Wind Deer Soul Master, as indicated by our intelligence." The group engaged in animated discussion, and at that moment, Qin Ming returned to the room. Seeing everyone enthusiastically sharing their post-battle insights, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. A faint smile graced his lips as he observed quietly from the side, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. These young ones were finally capable of growing on their own. Chapter 58, The Wind Demon or the Mad Demon Combination. Tang Yuan appeared deep in thought and remarked, "However, that Wind Deer Spirit Master, despite my having reduced his physical capabilities by 40%, his speed suddenly escalated significantly afterwards, even surpassing his prior velocity. It struck me as rather peculiar." At that moment, Yu Tianheng noticed Qin Ming returning to the lounge and rose, saying, "Teacher Qin." The others, hearing his voice, turned to see Qin Ming standing at the entrance, and they too stood, greeting, "Teacher Qin." Qin Ming approached with a smile, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. He began, "I am aware that each of you harbors numerous questions and recognizes your own areas for improvement. What I wish to convey is that you have performed remarkably well. Although your teamwork still exhibits some naivety, there remains ample room for enhancement. This is merely a matter of time. I am confident that after 2 months of specialized training, both your individual abilities and your capacity for teamwork will undergo a profound transformation." His words ignited a powerful sense of hope within the members of the Emperor fighting team. While they had emerged victorious in this team battle, they felt that they had been unable to fully unleash their potential, hindered by their opponents. This realization had dealt a considerable blow to their inherent pride. Nonetheless, they were not disheartened. Rather, they questioned their own capabilities. Qin Ming's remarks ignited their fighting spirit even further, instilling a fervent desire for improvement. They understood the reality of striving for greater heights, which marked a significant step in their growth. Qin Ming continued, "Now, if there are any unclear questions, feel free to ask me." No sooner had he finished speaking than Tang Yuan raised his hand, inquiring, "Teacher Qin, why did that Wind Deer Spirit Master's speed suddenly surge? I initially employed my first spirit skill to diminish his physical capabilities, and he certainly seemed to be severely affected, yet the situation changed remarkably afterwards." The others turned their attention to Qin Ming, sharing the same curiosity, eager to hear his explanation to quell their confusion. Qin Ming surveyed the room and smiled. "It appears you all have questions. Instead of providing you with a direct answer, I invite you to ponder this. How was the Wind Deer Spirit Master described in the provided documentation?" The group fell into contemplation. Yu Tianheng chimed in at that time. "Teacher Qin, you mentioned that this Wind Deer Spirit Master has the ability to turn the tide whenever his team is on the verge of defeat." Qin Ming nodded, "Precisely. Now, consider this battle." Yu Feng exclaimed, "Indeed, this battle followed that pattern as well. They were on the brink of losing. But once that Blade Spirit Master was eliminated by our captain, the Wind Deer Spirit Master began to exhibit his prowess, nearly eliminating Lingling in the end." Qin Ming smiled and asked, "Have you noticed any changes in the Wind Deer Spirit Master before and after that moment?" After a moment of reflection, Tang Yuan recalled, "I remember. When the wind deer's spirit master attacked Tianheng, his right leg seemed to glow for an instant. Could it be? Qin Ming smiled slightly and encouraged. What do you think it could be? Speak your thoughts aloud. Tang Yuan inhaled deeply, gazing at the gathered crowd, and spoke. Soul bone. The mention of soul bone elicited gasps of astonishment from the assembly. Qin Ming nodded affirmatively, declaring, indeed, it is soul bone. Throughout your battle, I observed both your team and the opposing one. If my conjecture is accurate, that Wind Deer Soul Master possesses a right leg bone, specifically designed for agility. Consequently, even with Shaoqi's first spirit skill diminishing his physical capabilities by 40%, upon activating the soul bone's power, his speed is amplified severalfold. Thus, not only does he compensate for the lost velocity, but his speed also increases significantly. Yu Tianheng nodded in understanding, remarking, no wonder he suddenly became so formidable. His strength was entirely disproportionate to his level. Qin Ming continued, I previously mentioned that most soul masters possess their own trump cards, hidden from their opponents. Just as each of you harbors your secrets, no one unveils their true potential from the outset. Rather, they reveal it at critical moments, maximizing its effect. Therefore, we must not underestimate any adversary. Remember, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. The crowd nodded in unison, responding, we understand. Qin Ming smiled and added, well, knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in 100 battles. This bout has been immensely beneficial for all of you. Yet it requires time and practical experience to assimilate. For now, let us set aside such thoughts. Will you proceed with a 2-on-2 battle, or shall you return to rest? Exchanging glances, the determination in their eyes was palpable. None wished to squander a single opportunity. Yu Tianheng rose and declared, let us continue with the 2-on-2 battles. After all, we can only participate once a day, and more practical experience will be advantageous for us. Moreover, we still need to accumulate points. Upon hearing this, the pressure weighed heavily upon them. After the one-on-one bouts, each individual's points were still far from earning the silver battle spirit badge. Without diligent effort, they would likely not reach the copper battle spirit badge in 2 months, let alone the silver. Qin Ming nodded, saying, all right. You may choose your partners for the 2-on-2 battle. Yu Tianheng replied, then I shall pair with Yan Yan. The combination of an offensive type and a control type should enhance our chances of victory while also fostering our synergy. After speaking, Yu Tianheng cast a tender glance at Douluo Yan. Douluo Yan met his gaze, her heart swelling with joy. The group erupted in playful jeers, teasing them for their display of affection. Douluo Yan felt her cheeks flush crimson, the blush nearly reaching her ears, and she lowered her head shyly. Tang Yuan chuckled. Come on now, brother Tianheng, who doesn't know? You're simply worried about sister Yan Yan's safety, aren't you? Yu Tianheng replied anxiously, enough, enough, enough. You talk too much. Tang Yuan made a face at Yu Tianheng, then disregarded him and turned to say, in that case, I shall team up with brother Shi. My safety can only be assured by relying on myself. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's jest, the crowd erupted in laughter, leaving Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan blushing fiercely. Yu Feng interjected, then I shall partner with brother Shi, one in the sky and the other on the ground. We shall be invincible. Qin Ming nodded in agreement, saying, this arrangement poses no issue. Tianheng, you will team up with Lingling. As captain, you must familiarize yourself with her coordination for her protection. Yu Tianheng replied, understood. Teacher Qin. Following this exchange, the group divided into teams and proceeded to the front desk for registration. When it came to naming their duo, Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan chose the resounding title of Dragon and Snake combination. Upon hearing this name, Tang Yuan smirked, remarking that the monstrous combination was quite fitting. Aside from this, Yu Tianheng also formed another team with Yi Lingling, the name of which was inconsequential and somewhat silly, reflecting Lingling's taciturn nature. As for Yu Feng and Shirimo, they initially intended to call themselves the Heaven and Earth combination. Although this title sounded grand, its actual significance was rather lackluster. As Yu Feng had stated, one in the sky and the other on the ground, they would sweep away their opponents, invincible in their endeavors. When Yu Feng excitedly approached the front desk and declared, our team name is Heaven and Earth combination, the staff checked and replied, that name has already been taken. Please choose another. Yu Feng's expression darkened. Shirimo suggested, then let us call ourselves the Big Guy combination. Yu Feng's frown deepened, and he retorted, brother Shi, that would be less appealing than charming Wind Demon combination. Shirimo scratched his head, admitting, I'm afraid that name might provoke some trouble. Yu Feng sighed deeply, thinking to himself that if they went with Big Guy, he might end up being the one to deal a blow. At that moment, the The staff inquired. Have you two settled on a name? Others are waiting behind you. Yu Feng sighed. Let us go with wind demon combination, omitting charming. After all, I am the only one with charm, which does not align with the concept of a team. Sure Mo grimaced, thinking that with Yu Feng's physique, charm was a stretch, and ultimately conceded. All right then. The staff swiftly completed the registration, handing a metal badge to Yu Feng and Sure Mo, which bore the words Mad Demon on the back. Upon seeing this, Yu Feng was immediately dissatisfied, exclaiming, You've made a mistake. It's Wind Demon, not Mad Demon. The staff replied, You should have been clearer. Fuming, Yu Feng attempted to argue further, but the staff insisted that changes could not be made. Sure Mo, feeling embarrassed, covered Yu Feng's mouth and pulled him aside. Yu Feng made muffled sounds of protest. Glaring at Sure Mo with indignation, Sure Mo, already feeling ashamed, turned his head away to ignore him. In contrast, Tang Yuan and Sure Mo chose a less flamboyant approach. Naming their partnership returned to origin combination, which was executed without error this time. As Yu Feng regained his freedom and dashed over, he remarked, I say, Shaoqi, that name you chose is rather ominous, isn't it? Tang Yuan inquired with confusion, What brings about such misfortune? Tang Yuan thought to himself. It is certainly better than your madness, humph. Yu Feng remarked, Consider this, returning to the origin. Does that not imply a complete return to the starting point? Your points will also revert to zero. Tang Yuan's face darkened as he remarked, Brother Yu Feng, your imagination is quite abundant. Why not collaborate with the rice dumpling to pen a novel? Yu Feng inquired, What rice dumpling? Tang Yuan shrugged and said, It's nothing. Yu Feng, somewhat skeptical, nodded in a daze. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the hall. Please, Dragon and Snake Duo, proceed to the second soul arena for the soul battle. Following this, the announcement continued. Please, Madness and Demon Duo, make your way to the sixth soul arena for the soul battle. Please, return to Origin Duo, head to the 11th soul arena for the soul battle. Yu Tianhing remarked, All right, we just completed our registration and are swiftly matched. It seems connections are indeed quite beneficial. I will join Yin Yin for the soul battle now. Tang Yuan and others nodded in agreement, each making their way to the respective soul battle arenas for the 2-on-2 combat, with Yu Lingling accompanying Yu Tianhing and Dugu Yin. Chapter 59. The adorable duo. Upon arriving at the 11th soul battle arena, Tang Yuan observed that the 2-on-2 combinations were even scarcer than the 1-on-1 battles, with only a smattering of spectators scattered across the stands. However, this was a relief, for otherwise, the battles might have resembled a mere display of tricks, which would have detracted from the enjoyment of the match. As Tang Yuan pondered, he ascended the arena. Just as Tang Yuan and Sure Mo took their positions on the stage, their opponents, a pair of soul masters, stepped onto the platform as well. Their duo was aptly named the Little Cuties, a rather charming appellation indeed. Upon encountering their opponents, Tang Yuan and Sure Mo found themselves face to face with two enchanting women of striking figures. Recalling the information they had just reviewed, they recognized these two soul masters, one, a control type with a poodle as her martial spirit, and the other, an agility type whose martial spirit was a squirrel. Despite their seemingly harmless appearances, their battle records were impressive, one boasting 11 victories against 4 defeats, and the other, 13 victories against 7 defeats, with win rates exceeding 50%. The two women, upon seeing Tang Yuan and Sure Mo, were momentarily taken aback, surprised by the youthfulness of their adversaries. The poodle soul master flashed a charming smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Tang Yuan and Sure Mo, and remarked, Oh, dear handsome young gentleman, I assure you, I possess no formidable strength. Would you kindly show some mercy? Tang Yuan, being subjected to her actions, felt little disturbance. His mental fortitude was remarkably robust, rendering such temptation utterly inconsequential. However, Sure Mo appeared to be affected differently. A hint of infatuation flickered in his gaze, yet he remained unresponsive, his head bowed in silence. Tang Yuan playfully nudged Shimo with his shoulder and teased, Brother Shimo, you often seem as stiff as a piece of wood. What is going on now? Are you feeling a flutter of spring in your heart? I didn't realize you had such refined taste. Those two across from us are quite a bit older. So, you prefer the mature type, do you? Shimo, taken aback by Tang Yuan's remarks, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He awkwardly replied, It's not like that at all. I just see them as delicate ladies. This is a competition, not a life or death struggle. Just remember not to go too hard on them. Tang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. It seemed you were quite perceptive, revealing your true intentions. Contemplating this, Tang Yuan remarked, Brother Sure, Have you forgotten what Teacher Qin advised? Do not falter and find yourself at the mercy of others. As Tang Yuan spoke, the host announced the commencement of the soul duel. At that moment, Shimo's attention remained fixated on the two soul masters, rendering Tang Yuan's words unheard and unheeded. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his martial spirit, revealing two turtle shells prominently displayed on his chest and back. Tang Yuan sighed deeply and activated his martial soul, his gaze firmly fixed on the canine martial soul user opposite him, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. Once both sides had summoned their martial souls, the two opposing soul masters wasted no time. The squirrel soul master moved swiftly forward. Simultaneously, the canine soul master unleashed her first soul skill, Charming Smile. This enchanting ability momentarily stunned Shimo, causing him to appear somewhat dazed. However, Tang Yuan's mental fortitude was formidable. Such a degree of enchantment posed no threat to him. The canine soul master, taken aback, wore a grave expression, her eyes locked onto Tang Yuan. Noticing Shimo's dazed state, Tang Yuan cursed inwardly and declared in a somber tone, "First soul skill, Soul Snatch." The skill immediately took effect on the squirrel soul master. To be frank, although the squirrel soul master specialized in agility, her speed was still insufficient in Tang Yuan's eyes. After all, she was only at level 34, just one level above him. Even clad in heavy armor, Tang Yuan was considerably faster. Thus, as the squirrel soul master rushed towards him at breakneck speed, every movement was laid bare before Tang Yuan. The soul snatch skill activated instantly, causing 40% of the squirrel soul master's physical capabilities to vanish, with a portion returning to Tang Yuan. Alarmed, the squirrel soul master's expression shifted, and her speed diminished significantly. Witnessing this, the canine soul master grew anxious and promptly utilized her second soul skill, Tail Wag. The second yellow soul ring beneath her glimmered brightly, and her dog-like tail began to sway gently. As it moved, a powerful wave of mental energy spread forth, impacting both Tang Yuan and Shimo. This soul skill primarily aimed to weaken the enemy's offensive and defensive capabilities through mental force, somewhat akin to Tang Yuan's soul snatch. Though it was considerably less effective, the tail wag skill could only diminish the enemy's attack and defense, lacking additional effects. Moreover, Tang Yuan's soul snatch was not a mental type attack. It was an irresistible form of plunder. In contrast, the canine soul master's tail wag skill sought to undermine the enemy's will to attack, thereby diminishing their offensive and defensive strengths, which could still be quite beneficial against ordinary soul masters. At this moment, Tang Yuan's mental energy experienced a slight fluctuation. However, it was merely a trivial disturbance. Before he could even react, the soul of the life and death book had absorbed all of this mental energy. Unfortunately, Shimo was not as fortunate. Still reeling from the enchanting soul skill, Smiling Bloom, and now further affected by the mental energy soul skill, Wagging Tail, he found himself drooling and appeared utterly dazed. Tang Yuan let out a sigh, disregarding the situation, for the squirrel spirit master had already approached him. It is worth mentioning that the squirrel spirit master had suffered a 40% reduction in physical capabilities due to the soul extraction, rendering her significantly slower and her attack power diminished. Logically, it would be unwise to launch a blind assault at this moment. However, given the current circumstances, she indeed charged forward without hesitation, advancing toward Tang Yuan. As a soul master with a record of 13 victories and 7 defeats, she was not foolish. Yet, what emboldened her to attack Tang Yuan so audaciously? The answer lay in the moment when the poodle spirit master unleashed a tail-wagging soul technique. Though Tang Yuan remained unaffected, he feigned vulnerability, allowing his expression to become momentarily blank, pretending to be deeply influenced by the technique released by the poodle spirit master. This pretense instilled in the squirrel spirit master a false sense of security, leading her to believe that Tang Yuan had succumbed to control, especially since he did not possess the formidable defensive prowess of the bulky defense-type spirit master, Shimo. Thus, she became the prime target for the squirrel spirit master's onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the squirrel spirit master executed a swift and powerful kick aimed at Tang Yuan's head, her leg now less than an inch from its target. With merely half a breath, she could incapacitate him and eliminate him from the competition. Elated, she envisioned Tang Yuan sprawled on the ground. However, just as she reveled in her impending victory, she suddenly felt a flash before her eyes as a slender, fair hand grasped her ankle. How swift! The squirrel spirit master gasped in astonishment. At that very moment, Tang Yuan's vacant expression transformed. a warm smile gracing his lips as he turned to face the squirrel spirit master. The squirrel spirit master, taken aback, exclaimed, You are not," before she could finish. She felt her balance shift as an immense force seized her ankle. Using her ankle as a pivot, she was flung away with great force. The echo of Tang Yuan's words lingered in her ears just before he sent her flying. "Apologies, I was merely pretending." The squirrel spirit master soared through the air, landing outside the arena. Squirrel spirit master, eliminated. In a mere encounter lasting less than 10 breaths, the adorable duo was reduced to a single member. The poodle spirit master was left in disbelief, while Shimo, having regained his composure, stared blankly at the stage. With a dazed expression, Shimo queried, "What just happened? How is there only one person left?" Tang Yuan Dao, "Brother, sure, you fell asleep just now, so you were unaware." Shiremo inquired, "What about the other person?" Tang Yuan pointed outside with a pout, saying, "Look, it has been thrown out by me." Shimo was taken aback for a moment, then discreetly raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly are impressive." Tang Yuan smiled at the poodle spirit master opposite him and said, "What do you think? Another adorable creature, why not concede?" The poodle spirit master, filled with surprise and indignation, secretly scoffed while feigning a pitiful expression. "Oh, please, dear sir, allow me a single victory won to you? I am quite frightened." Before Shimo could display his usual playful demeanor, Tang Yuan chuckled, "Surrender now. Your tricks are futile against me." Upon hearing this, the poodle spirit master resumed his composure, abandoning the act of weakness and allure, and replied with a subtle smile, "Very well. Shall we make a wager?" Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "What wager are you proposing?" The poodle soul master, with a playful flick of her hair, exuded an enchanting allure and replied, "Are you not confident that my soul skills hold no efficacy against you? Very well, if you can withstand my third soul skill, I shall concede immediately, otherwise, you shall admit defeat." Tang Yuan was not swayed by her tactics. He chuckled and remarked, "We are assured of victory. Regardless of the circumstances, you shall inevitably lose. Why should I take a gamble?" The poodle soul master felt a surge of anger within, yet managed to conceal it. She responded with a mocking smile. "Are you afraid to take the risk?" Tang Yuan shook his head, deeming this provocation rather ineffective. He remarked, "Is it that one refrains from gambling simply out of fear?" The poodle soul master chuckled heartily, asserting, "To be afraid is to be afraid. A true man ought to neither shy away from gambling nor from acknowledging his trepidation." Tang Yuan chuckled and replied, "You guessed correctly. I dare not." The poodle soul master was taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward admission from the other party, leaving her with the sensation of launching a full-force attack upon a cushion of cotton. Tang Yuan glanced at Shimo and said, "Brother Shimo, do you understand why I engaged her in such lengthy conversation, seemingly squandering time?" Shimo shook his head and replied, "Why?" The poodle spirit master also regarded Tang Yuan with curiosity. Despite possessing a clear advantage, why did he choose to converse at such length? Nevertheless, this aligned perfectly with her own desires. Tang Yuan turned his head to glance at the poodle soul master and remarked, "I am aware that she harbors no expectation of gambling with us. Rather, she is merely stalling for time to replenish her soul power. If I am not mistaken, this young lady's third soul skill likely demands a considerable amount of soul energy, does it not?" "What?" Both Shimo and the poodle soul master exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. Chapter 60. Over a month later, Shimo's surprise stemmed not from Tang Yuan's insight into the enemy's intentions, but rather from the audacity with which he openly articulated such knowledge. What if the enemy took countermeasures? Conversely, the poodle soul master's astonishment was more justified. She was taken aback by Tang Yuan's astute deduction regarding her motives, as well as by his nonchalant demeanor. Did he possess some form of assurance? Her suspicion was indeed correct. Tang Yuan did have a source of confidence. However, the poodle soul master was oblivious to this and could scarcely believe it, perceiving Tang Yuan as merely youthful and reckless, confident in her own third soul skill. She dismissed the notion that any reliance could withstand its power. With a cold smirk, she declared, "You possess an admirable combat awareness. Should I commend your youth or chide your arrogance? The moment you discerned my intentions, you failed to launch an attack. Now, my soul power has nearly fully recovered. I am more than capable of unleashing my third soul skill. From this point onward, defeat shall be yours." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "That may not be the case. Watch closely, my second soul skill, Soul Snatch." As soon as his words fell, the second soul ring radiated a brilliant purple light. and two beams of black and white energy suddenly illuminated the surroundings. For some inexplicable reason, the noble dog spirit master felt a vague sense of panic rising within her. Before she could comprehend the situation, she sensed her soul power rapidly draining away, losing an astonishing 30% in an instant, more than the amount she had just managed to recover after a prolonged struggle. Impossible, she exclaimed sharply. Tang Yuan chuckled. Nothing is impossible. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure moved, executing the unchanging pursuit step, and in an instant, he stood before the poodle spirit master. The poodle spirit master was momentarily dazzled, only to behold Tang Yuan's handsome and warm smile, which, in her wide-eyed astonishment, appeared strikingly terrifying. Before she could utter a word, a sharp pain struck her waist, and she felt her vital energy surge backward, causing her to faint instantly. After Tang Yuan skillfully kicked the poodle soul master off the stage, he slowly turned around and, amidst the audience's astonished silence, departed the arena alongside Shimo. The host was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure to declare the victory of the Yuan duo. Shimo, however, exhibited little emotion. He had grown accustomed to Tang Shaoqi's decisive and efficient manner. Upon returning to the lounge, Tang Yuan encountered Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, who had just arrived. Yet they did not see Yi Lingling. Meanwhile, the frenzied duo of Yu Feng and Shimo was likely still engaged in their soul combat. Tang Yuan inquired, "Where is Ling Ling? Was she not with you all?" Yu Tianheng shrugged and replied, "In a 2-on-2 soul battle, one can only participate in a single match per day. Today, it is the dragon and serpent combination with Yin Yan. We will team up with Ling Ling for tomorrow's contest." She had no pressing matters, so she returned to her cultivation. Tang Yuan nodded, realizing that Yi Lingling was also training with utmost urgency. Yu Tianheng then inquired, "How are you all faring?" Tang Yuandao remarked, "It was manageable. I encountered a soul master adept in mental enchantment, yet I swiftly resolved the situation." Yu Tianheng playfully patted Tang Yuan's shoulder and chuckled, "Impressive, my young friend. You managed to avoid being ensnared? At such a tender age, with your vigor and vitality in full bloom." Tang Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he cast a glance at Shimo. Shimo, acutely aware of his performance on the field, felt a profound sense of shame. Consequently, he turned his head away, aimlessly surveying his surroundings. Upon seeing his demeanor, Tang Yuan responded to Yu Tianheng with a smile, "They are not to my taste." Yu Tianheng was taken aback, exchanging a knowing glance with Du Guyan, both deciphering an unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Yu Tianheng softly inquired, "Could it be that?" Tang Yuan wore a grim expression and replied, "Of course not." Yu Tianheng laughed heartily and said, "I knew it wasn't. Haha, what do you think we are contemplating?" Tang Yuan cast a sidelong glance, inwardly pondering the chaotic thoughts that occupied their minds. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan exchanged an awkward smile. Tang Yuan inquired, "What about you? How does the situation stand in a 2 versus 2 scenario?" Yu Tianheng replied with a triumphant smile, "Naturally, we emerged victorious. There was no challenge at all. One was a control type, and the other a strong attack type. Yan Yan incapacitated them with a blue poison, and I dispatched them both with ease." Tang Yuan nodded, finding the situation unsurprising. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan were both at the formidable Soul Master rank, one at level 39 and the other at level 37. With their exceptional talents and keen combat awareness, even the pinnacle of ordinary Soul Masters would struggle against them. Competing in the Grand Soul Arena, they indeed enjoyed certain advantages, as their matched opponents were similarly ranked Soul Masters, hardly a match for their prowess, thus ensuring their victories came effortlessly. Before long, Yu Feng and Shi Mo returned. Upon inquiry from Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, they recounted their inaugural experience in the 2-on-2 soul battle as the frenzied duo. They encountered a level 38 powerful assault-type soul master and a level 32 support-type soul master. While not perfectly evenly matched, the contest was relatively balanced. After some time, Yu Feng seized an opportunity to eliminate the support-type soul master. In the subsequent 2-on-1 scenario, the level 38 assault-type soul master could not endure for long. After significant depletion of soul power, he conceded defeat. Yu Feng lamented, "If only I possessed that monstrous third soul skill like Shaoqi's. We would have concluded the battle much sooner." Tang Yuan chuckled, "Yu Feng, only now do you recall my merits?" Yu Feng grinned and replied in a flattering tone, "What are you saying? I have always cherished your virtues, haven't I?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. After a short while, Qin Ming entered the lounge, exchanged a few casual remarks, and then everyone made their way back to Yu Shenheng's residence. As they approached the entrance, Yu Feng lamented, "I am so hungry." Qin Ming chuckled helplessly. We are almost there. I presume there will be a meal awaiting us at home. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, instantly revitalizing Yu Feng. Do you all smell that? He inquired eagerly. Yu Shenheng nodded, his expression one of deep concentration, and replied, Indeed, I do. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed. It is the aroma of meat. No sooner had he spoken than the three of them, Yu Feng, Tang Yuan, and Yu Tianheng, sprang into action, exerting their utmost strength as they raced towards the residence. Qin Ming, shaking his head in resignation, urged the others to follow swiftly in pursuit. Within a few moments, they arrived just in time for dinner. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by the sight of the chef from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who had prepared a sumptuous feast. After a day of intense battles, the group was quite famished, particularly Yu Feng, who, disregarding any semblance of noble decorum, rushed to the table and inhaled the delectable aromas of the dishes. At that moment, Yi Lingling also emerged from her room to greet everyone. Yu Tianheng wasted no time, directing everyone to take their seats before he began to indulge heartily in the meal. With the fervor of their combat reflected in their appetites, platters of food were swiftly devoured, as the chef diligently noted the dietary preferences of the Imperial fighting team, ensuring that the kitchen was continuously replenished with dishes. After several rounds of replenishment, the group finally set down their chopsticks, each person now comfortably satiated, reclining in their chairs to relax. Yu Feng, with a look of contentment, declared, No more, I can't eat another bite. Yu Tianheng echoed, I too am done. Hic. At this juncture, Qin Ming addressed them. Well then, after a day of combat, and such a hearty meal, it's time to digest both our experiences and our food. Let us each return to our rooms for cultivation. After your practice, ensure you rest early. For the next 2 months, we must maintain ample energy daily. Understood, Teacher Qin. The group responded in unison before dispersing back to their quarters. In the rigorous training regime at the Grand Soul Arena, more than a month swiftly passed. On this day, Tang Yuan stood on the one-on-one battle stage, having just kicked his opponent out of the ring. He stabilized his stance, the corners of his black attire billowing in the wind, his expression behind the mask remaining stoic and unperturbed. At this moment, the audience erupted in a fervor. Their excitement ignited like a spark, with cheers, roars, and applause resounding in waves. The host, equally exhilarated, proclaimed, This is a moment to witness a miracle. The Grim Reaper has once again triumphed over his adversary. Let us cheer for him. The crowd responded with another surge of applause, chanting, Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper. I adore you. Grim Reaper. You are so handsome. You are my idol. Grim Reaper. Initially, the audience for the one-on-one battles was modest, however. As Tang Yuan achieved consecutive victories, his fame blossomed, attracting an ever-growing legion of fans. Whenever Tang Yuan engaged in battle, whether in one-on-one contests, two-on-two skirmishes, or team battles with the Imperial fighting team, the seats were consistently filled to capacity. While the one-on-one and two-on-two battles were manageable, the team battles often saw a scarcity of spectator tickets, as members like Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan also gained considerable followings. It is worth noting, however, that aside from Yu Tianheng, none of the other team members garnered as many fans as Tang Yuan. Although Tang Yuan wore a mask, the contours of his face could not be entirely concealed. Coupled with the graceful demeanor he exhibited during battle, along with his clean and decisive victories, he captivated many spectators deeply. On the other hand, Yu Tianheng, possessing formidable strength and standing at the pinnacle of Soul Master rank, boasted an unblemished record of over 100 victories. His handsome visage and extraordinary charisma, paired with his esteemed status as a member of the renowned Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, endeared him to numerous female admirers. Consequently, the fanbase of these 7 individuals congregated in one location, making it impossible for the Soul Arena to accommodate them. Amidst the protests from many spectators, and with the intervention of Yu Wuran, the Imperial battle team was promoted to the Copper Soul Arena, where the majority of battles were subsequently held at the Grand Soul Arena. The scale of these events was unparalleled, with few teams, aside from the established ones, able to compare. Over the course of more than a month, Tang Yuan and the other members of the Imperial battle team endured countless battles, engaging in one-on-one duels, two-on-two skirmishes, and team battles daily, totaling 3 contests each day. This rigorous regimen left the Imperial battle team utterly exhausted, as they engaged in a monotonous cycle of combat and training. Chapter 61. The Invitation Tournament of the 5 Elements Academy under such intense training pressure. Each member of the Imperial battle team experienced significant growth. Take Tang Yuan for instance. His soul power level surged by 2 ranks within just over a month, reaching level 35. Given his prior accumulation of strength, this advancement was anticipated. As for the others, there were no notable improvements. The Yin-Yang Qi refining technique remained at the perfected 4th level and would not progress until the acquisition of the 4th soul ring. Moreover, there was no need to mention the Judge's Death Sword, which had not been touched since the commencement of the 2nd stage of training. Apart from soul power, the only other area of improvement was the impermanence pursuit step. However, once Tang Yuan reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, enhancing this technique through external forces became increasingly challenging. During this month, after breaking through to a minor realm and achieving great success at the 5th level, he realized that the heavy armor he donned exerted minimal influence on his growth. Even if additional weight were added, it would prove largely ineffective. From the 5th level of the impermanence realm onward, the impact of external forces became negligible, akin to a drop in the ocean. At this stage, one must attain a deeper understanding of nature and the essence of all things in the universe. Tang Yuan has yet to reach such a level. However, during this 2nd phase of training, his practical combat abilities have improved significantly. His fighting skills have become instinctual, and his adaptability on the battlefield has allowed him to faintly touch upon the threshold of a new realm. With the passage of time, he is destined to attain that world. Over the past month, Tang Yuan has achieved remarkable results in the Great Soul Arena, securing a total of 117 victories and 5 defeats. The 5 losses were against opponents who were peak soul masters at level 39, predominantly adept in agility and defense. At that time, Tang Yuan was merely at level 33, and his opponents possessed substantial combat experience. Ultimately, he was forced to concede when his soul power was exhausted. Of course, his opponents were not unscathed either, as they too nearly depleted their soul power. Had it not been for Qin Ming's prohibition on the use of the Judge's Death Sword, Tang Yuan, lacking offensive skills, would have displayed an undeniable prowess that rendered the soul master level insignificant. With his formidable swordsmanship, he would have already secured an undefeated status. Furthermore, after advancing to level 34, he has not suffered another defeat, and upon reaching level 35, his strength has become formidable. The record of 117 victories has garnered him 3,985 points, enabling him to complete the 2nd phase of training ahead of schedule and attain the Silver Soul badge. However, Tang Yuan is not the first to achieve Silver Soul status. That honor belongs to Yu Tianheng. With his level 39 soul master prowess and the world's strongest attack type, Beast Martial Soul, he swept through the Great Soul Arena's soul master battles, remaining undefeated. Upon achieving 93 victories, he effortlessly ascended to the Silver Soul level. Due to Yu Tianheng's accomplishments, the Royal Combat Team has also advanced to the Silver Soul Team rank. Although the other members have yet to reach that level, their strength has nonetheless improved. At this moment, the members of the Royal Combat Team are as follows. Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, level 39 attack type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Du Guyan, Martial Soul, Emerald Serpent, level 38 control type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Shimo. Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, level 38 defense type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, level 37 defense type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird, level 36 agility type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Yilingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. Level 35 support type Tool Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Tang Yuan, Martial Soul, Book of Life and Death, level 35 control type Tool Soul Master. Soul Rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple. Each member has made progress, but the most significant advancement lies in their practical combat experience. Another half-month has passed, marking the end of the 2-month special training period, and every member of the Royal Combat Team has, without exception, received the Silver Soul badge. Qin Ming granted everyone a few days of leave, and without hesitation, Tang Yuan disappeared early the following morning. His purpose was simple, to explore the entirety of Heaven Do City in search of food. That first night, Tang Yuan returned, his face flushed from drink. Late in the evening, when everyone was asleep. However, Yu Tianheng happened to wake for a midnight visit and saw Tang Yuan sneaking in, reeking of alcohol. Curiosity piqued. Yu Tianheng quietly concealed himself in the shadows before suddenly jumping out to block Tang Yuan's path. Tang Yuan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing that the newcomer was Yu Tianheng. He could not help but exhale a sigh of relief and, in a hushed tone, said, Tianheng, you nearly gave me a fright. Yu Tianheng glanced around cautiously, ensuring that no one was in sight, and then whispered, what have you been up to? Why do you reek of alcohol? Tang Yuan chuckled and said, I haven't done much, just wandering around, and when I come across delicious food and drink, I couldn't resist indulging a little. Yu Tianheng, with a look of exasperation, replied, I must say, you are quite inconsiderate. Tang Yuan stuck out his tongue and said, all right, I will come back earlier next time. I was so comfortable drinking that I lost track of time. Yu Tianheng shook his head and replied, oh, I'm not referring to that. You went out for drinks without inviting me, which is rather inconsiderate. Tang Yuan was taken aback for a moment and then said, all right, I will go out again tomorrow. Are you coming along? Yu Tianheng replied, of course. Why wouldn't I? However, it shall be just the two of us, without anyone else. I know a place in the northern part of the city that serves delicious roasted soul beast meat. Tang Yuan inquired, shall it be just the two of us? What shall we say if they ask? Yu Tianheng surveyed the surroundings once more before responding. We shall simply state that we are returning to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect to retrieve some items. It is imperative that Yin Yin remains unaware, otherwise, I would be in quite the predicament. Furthermore, the others are not to be trusted. Yu Feng is rather indiscreet, while the Shijiao brothers are excessively taciturn. As for Lingling, she is certainly not one to accompany us. Thus, it is indeed more prudent for just the two of us to undertake this journey. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yuan remarked, very well, but should this matter come to light, do not implicate me by mentioning that I led you into it. I cannot withstand the venom of your sister Yin Yin's emerald-scaled serpent. Rest assured. Yu Tianheng playfully struck Tang Yuan, sensing something amiss, and then inquired, why are you not donning your heavy armor today? Tang Yuan shrugged and remarked, I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. This item is of little use now, so I shall remove it and place it within the soul-guiding device. Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement and replied, all right, let us return. With the scent of alcohol clinging to you, we must avoid detection. Otherwise, our plans for tomorrow may encounter obstacles. Tang Yuan let out a burp and said, rest assured. A few days later, every night without fail, two shadowy figures would scale the wall, reeking of alcohol. It was none other than Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng. Throughout these days, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng would set out early in search of delectable cuisine, only to return in the dead of night. Initially, they had planned to be away for just a day. However, once they indulged in spirits, they quickly lost their sense of direction. As the days swiftly passed, their late-night drinking escapades became merely a brief interlude. One morning, while everyone was enjoying breakfast, Zhou Kong entered and addressed Yu Tianheng, young Master Tianheng. There is someone outside delivering an envelope, claiming it is an invitation. An invitation? Yu Tianheng put down his bowl and took the envelope from Zhou Kang's hands. The gaze of the others instantly fixated on the envelope in Yu Tianheng's possession. As he began to open it, he muttered, what kind of invitation could this be? Those wealthy young masters from Tiandou City wouldn't even know I reside here. Zhou Kong replied. The individual mentioned that he couldn't find you at the academy and happened to spot you at the welcoming tavern last night, subsequently following you back. Du Guyan, looking perplexed, asked, welcoming tavern? What is this welcoming tavern? Suddenly, Yu Tianheng let out a dry laugh and said, that, ha ha ha, Shao Qi. What were you doing at the welcoming tavern yesterday? Tang Yuan was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he awkwardly chuckled. Oh, is that so? Yes, I suddenly felt hungry yesterday and bought some food along the way. Du Guyan gazed at Yu Tianheng, her brows slightly furrowed, and inquired, is that so? Yu Tianheng replied with a serious demeanor, indeed. Upon perceiving the ominous situation, Tang Yuan immediately exclaimed, Tianheng, what invitation is this? Open it and take a look. Yu Tianheng hurriedly replied, yes, I shall open it right away. Ha, who would deliver an invitation at such an early hour? After speaking, Yu Tianheng cast a furtive glance at Du Guyan, relieved to find her attention solely focused on the envelope. As he opened the envelope, Yu Tianheng extracted the letter within, and indeed, it was an invitation. The words emblazoned in golden letters read, Friendship Invitation Tournament of the Five-Element Academy. The mention of the Five-Element Academy Friendship Tournament left Du Guyan momentarily speechless. Tang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, I just remembered. Didn't Feng Xiaotian mention that there would be a friendly invitation competition among the Five-Element Academies in 2 months? He also wanted to challenge us. Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement, saying, now that you mention it, I recall as well. Teacher Qin, what are your thoughts on this? Qin Ming replied, initially, I intended to take you to another main city for the soul fighting competition. However, with this upcoming invitation competition, it would be prudent to complete that first before proceeding. Going to another main city for soul fighting? Yu Feng inquired, puzzled. Qin Ming confirmed, indeed. We shall set out in 7 days. The 5-element Academy invitation competition is just the day after tomorrow. Let us first conclude this event, and then we can travel to another main city for soul fighting. The primary goal is to allow you to venture out and witness the prowess of the formidable individuals in the outside world. Yu Feng further questioned, but Teacher Qin, shouldn't we, from Trendo City, have more strong individuals compared to those from other main cities? Why must we venture out to sea? Qin Ming shook his head. It is different. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond people. Many exceptional talents remain undiscovered, concealed within lesser-known cities, and their presence is seldom felt in the imperial capital. Tang Yuan nodded and said, I believe that is acceptable. Yu Tianheng added, all right then. Let us participate in this 5 elements invitational tournament first, and then set off. It is quite stifling in Tiando City. A change of scenery would do us good. Upon concluding this statement, the Emperor fighting team unanimously agreed. Chapter 62, Extreme Attributes and Balanced Attributes. 2 days later, Qin Ming led the Emperor fighting team. Fully prepared for departure, Yu Tianheng inquired, Mr. Qin, has the Academy been informed? Qin Ming nodded and replied, yes. I reported to the Education Committee on the day I received the invitation. The Chief of the Dream Machinery will also be attending today. Yu Tianheng expressed his astonishment. What? Elder Ming is going as well? This is merely a minor exchange competition. Why has it garnered the attention of such prominent figures from our academy? Qin Ming chuckled and responded, the 5 Elements Academy extended an invitation to Elder Ming as well. It is not just him. I have also heard that the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire will be in attendance. You all must perform admirably to uphold the prestige of our academy. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng was even more astonished. The Crown Prince is attending too? The 5 Elements Academy certainly commands great respect. Tang Yuan inquired, Brother Tianheng, what kind of person is the Crown Prince? How is it that I have never heard any news about him before? Yu Tianheng replied, you, the relentless cultivator. How many people do you truly know? Aside from the few of us present, the only one you are acquainted with is Feng Xiaodian. Tang Yuan curled his lips in disdain and remarked, do I not know Old Li, the candy seller, Aunt Zhang, the pastry vendor, and Sun Erlang, the roasted meat seller? As Tang Yuan enumerated a lengthy list of names, all associated with various food traits, Yu Tianheng sighed and placed his hand on his forehead, lamenting, you have no ambition. Can you not do anything beyond indulging in food? Tang Yuan gazed innocently at Yu Tianheng and said, cultivation. Yu Tianheng's lips twitched slightly as he turned his head away. Choosing to ignore him, Tang Yuan turned to Qin Ming and inquired, Master Qin, what is the situation with the Crown Prince? Qin Ming replied, His Highness the Crown Prince is named Xue Qinghe, the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire. He has taken Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, one of the 3 esteemed sects, as his mentor. His martial soul is the Swan, a prestigious lineage of the imperial family. However, this crown prince is remarkably discreet, seldom leaving the palace, and in recent years, he has not been seen utilizing his martial soul. Nevertheless, it is indeed peculiar that he would attend such a modest exchange competition among the 5 elemental academies. Tang Yuan nodded and said, I see. I have been studying at the Heavenly Royal Academy for over 5 years, yet I have never heard any information about this prince. Yu Tianheng replied, you should venture out more often. Every day is either spent in cultivation or eating. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt a surge of urgency and exclaimed, and what about you? Just days prior, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a large hand cover his mouth, rendering him speechless. Yu Tianheng firmly clasped Tang Yuan's lips and remarked, indeed, Shaoqi, eating is a commendable activity. You're simply too diligent in your cultivation. It pains me to see it. Heh. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Du Guyan, who was engrossed in her soul-guiding device, oblivious to the exchange, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Ming observed the interaction between Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, shaking his head with a resigned smile. All right. Enough of this tomfoolery. We are nearing our destination, so do remember to exercise caution. This year's 5-Element Academy is teeming with prodigies, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The Xinyun Academy and the Chihua Academy are likely to secure spots in the top 5 of this elite tournament for advanced soul masters across the continent. We must not underestimate our opponents. Our primary purpose for attending this invitational is to gain early insights into our rivals. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. At this moment, Yu Tianhing released Tang Yuan, disregarding the latter's ferocious glare, and inquired, "Teacher Qin, is it truly as extraordinary as you say? I feel that Feng Xiaotian is competent. Can anyone else truly compare?" Qin Ming replied, "There are indeed few who can match Feng Xiaotian, yet each individual possesses unique strengths. In certain domains of teamwork or personal combat, they may not necessarily fall short of them. Ultimately, the elite tournament for advanced soul masters emphasizes teamwork." Yu Tianhing nodded thoughtfully, contemplating this insight. Tang Yuan inquired, "Teacher Qin, what is the situation regarding the 5-Element Academy? Could you enlighten me?" Qin Ming smiled and nodded, replying, "Tian Heng mentioned that you are a fervent practitioner, and indeed, it appears to be true. Here, you are likely the only one unfamiliar with the true essence of the 5-Element Academy." Tang Yuan nodded awkwardly, admitting his limited understanding. Qin Ming, with a hint of exasperation, offered to enlighten him. Thus, he began to narrate. Within the Tiandou Empire, 5 prestigious advanced soul master academies stand out: Thunder, Blazing Fire, Divine Wind, Heavenly Water, and Elephant Armor. Each of these institutions is characterized by one of the 5 fundamental elements. Thunder Academy embodies lightning. Blazing Fire Academy represents flames. Divine Wind Academy signifies wind. Heavenly Water Academy is associated with water, and Elephant Armor Academy is grounded in earth. These 5 elemental forces underpin the existence of the 5 academies, hence they are collectively known as the 5 elemental academies. In earlier times, a discourse emerged regarding the dichotomy of extreme attributes versus balanced attributes. Tang Yuan had encountered a tome on this subject within the archives of the Tiandou Royal Academy, articulating the significance of both extremes and balance, effectively expounding on their respective advantages and disadvantages. The text noted that various factions across the continent held differing perspectives on this matter. Some advocated for soul masters to hone a singular attribute to its utmost potential, with the 5 elemental academies serving as quintessential representatives of this ideology, each institution having maximized the potential of its respective element. Conversely, others contended that soul masters should cultivate a balanced array of attributes to minimize weaknesses. However, many proponents of this approach have faced failure, as true talent is exceedingly rare among them. Even the exceptionally gifted struggle to achieve flawless equilibrium in all attributes, let alone ordinary soul masters. Consequently, this pursuit of balance often exacerbates vulnerabilities, as each attribute harbors its own flaws, leaving practitioners susceptible to being overpowered. In contrast, those who commit to mastering a single attribute to its zenith may also possess flaws, yet they wield a formidable strength that can shield the weaknesses of other attributes. Thus, provided that the primary attribute is sufficiently robust, it can, to a degree, elevate one to the status of a powerful soul master. Beyond these two theories, there exists a faction that emphasizes individual excellence while advocating for team balance. This faction is represented by the Spirit Hall, and of course, the Royal Battle Team shares this philosophy as well. Upon concluding his exposition, Qin Ming had imparted to Tang Yuan a foundational understanding of the 5 elemental academies. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the illustrious 5 elemental academies. Tang Yuan gazed upon the magnificent expanse of architecture and exclaimed, "Wow! I had no idea that the 5 Elements Academy was so closely situated. I assumed they were far apart. However, I had not previously noticed this grand array of buildings." At that moment, a figure emerged from the academy's entrance, clad in dark blue attire with striking silver hair, none other than Feng Xiaotian. Leaning casually against a column with his arms crossed, Feng Xiaotian displayed a menacing smile as he approached the members of the Imperial Battle Team, saying, "I thought you all might not have the courage to show up." Yu Tianhing replied with a cold smirk, "If we hadn't come, it would have been rather embarrassing for you to wait here for us." At this moment, Tang Yuan wore a beaming smile as he approached and inquired, "Senior Feng, how have you been?" Feng Xiaotian chose to disregard Yu Tianhing entirely. Upon seeing Tang Yuan's refreshing and sunny demeanor, he felt a surge of irritation. Yet he was somewhat taken aback. What had caused this young man to adopt such a gentle disposition today? Last time, in front of the tavern, he had not exuded such warmth and amiability. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yuan had been inebriated during their last encounter, his drunken state compelling him to provoke everyone around him. and it was merely unfortunate for Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian retorted, "What scheme are you concocting this time?" Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. A helpless smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What ideas could I possibly have? I merely came to greet you." Feng Xiaotian, however, remained unconvinced. With a disdainful snort, he disregarded the members of the Imperial battle team and confidently approached Qin Ming, stating, "Teacher Qin, everything is prepared. Please follow me." Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ming led the Imperial battle team alongside Feng Xiaotian into the academy. As they arrived before an expansive and imposing structure, Tang Yuan looked up in awe. This edifice seemed even larger than the sub-arena of the Grand Sol Arena, though it could not compare to the main arena itself. Feng Xiaotian guided the Imperial battle team into the building, navigating through its corridors until they reached a door adorned with a card that read, "Resting Room of the Tiandou Royal Academy." With a smirk, Yu Tianhing mused silently. They seem to have prepared rather thoroughly. Are they not intending to teach us a harsh lesson? Why all this civility? Unbeknownst to him, this was merely a matter of decorum. After all, it was an academic institution, and one must extend courtesy to guests, even though a fierce battle might ensue later. The outward displays of hospitality were essential. In fact, the Tiandou Royal Academy placed greater emphasis on such formalities than the 5 elemental academies. Yet, Yu Tianheng seldom engaged in internal affairs of the academy. Aside from training with the Imperial battle team, he primarily spent time with Dugu Yan. Being a few years younger than Feng Xiaotian, his experiences were naturally limited in comparison. Qin Ming pushed the door open and found the room empty. Perceiving Qin Ming's confusion, Feng Xiaotian smiled and explained, "Teacher Qin, Elder Meng from your esteemed academy is unavailable due to urgent matters. He has instructed us to have you temporarily oversee matters on behalf of the Tiandou Royal Academy." Qin Ming nodded in understanding. Feng Xiaotian continued, "In half an hour, we kindly request your presence in the stands, where a seat has been arranged for you." "Understood, thank you," Qin Ming replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Xiaotian departed. But before leaving, he shot a glare at Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng, leaving both young men speechless. Tang Yuan Dao, "Tianheng, this little white-haired creature has quite the temper." Yu Tianheng coldly snorted, "Indeed, just wait and see as I pluck his white fur." Tang Yuan's gaze was resolute as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed." Chapter 63. The Prince's Invitation. Simultaneously, in another lounge, a sophisticated middle-aged man clad in white and a remarkably handsome young man were present. Besides these two guards stood outside the door, indicating that the individuals within were of considerable significance. The middle-aged man remarked, "Qinghe, it has been quite some time since you last ventured out of the palace. With your participation in the 5 Elements Academy Invitational, do you not think it unwise?" The handsome young man chuckled, "Uncle Ning, it is of no concern. As the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, it is essential for me to familiarize myself with the emerging talents within our empire, for they will shape our future." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. "That is true. But bringing 2 guards with you may not be the safest choice." The young man replied, "Fear not, for you are here as well." The middle-aged man sighed with a hint of helplessness. "What can a support-type soul sage like me truly accomplish?" The young man, however, countered, "Your presence is far from insignificant. And I am aware that the esteemed bone and sword seniors are nearby, correct?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, chuckling in resignation. "Indeed, it seems nothing escapes your notice." These 2 individuals were not ordinary characters. The refined middle-aged man was Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects of the Douluo continent. The handsome young man was Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire. At that moment, Xue Qinghe inquired, "Uncle Ning, I heard that the Tiandou Royal Academy's battle team has also arrived?" Ning Fengji nodded. "Yes, they are led by Qin Ming from the Tiandou Royal Academy." Xue Qinghe remarked, "Qin Ming? I have heard of him. He is reputed to be the 2nd youngest Soul Emperor in history, a remarkable talent, truly a pity he is teaching." Ning Fengji responded, "Indeed, I have heard that you sought to recruit him, but he declined." Xue Qinghe laughed, "True, though it was not a complete refusal. His dream is to educate the next generation, and remaining at the Tiandou Royal Academy is no different from being within the royal family." Ning Fengji regarded Xue Qinghe with a look of approval. "Indeed, Qinghe, your perspective has matured considerably." Xue Qinghe maintained a serene smile, one that radiated tranquility, akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunlight. Unlike Tang Yuan's sunny disposition, Xue Qinghe's smile exuded a reserved brilliance. Xue Qinghe suggested, "Uncle Ning, why not invite the students from the Tiandou Royal Academy's battle team to meet with us?" Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before nodding, "Very well. I heard from Elder Meng of the Tiando Royal Academy that they have discovered an extraordinary talent who entered school as an 18th level soul master at just 6 years of age. Xueqing has interest piqued. Is that true? Such a genius exists? Ning Fengji smiled. Indeed, when I first heard of this, I was incredulous. An 18th level at 6 years old? However, I later learned that this child is indeed remarkable, which is quite astonishing. Xueqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity, lost in thought. After a while, he remarked, if such a prodigy exists, I have also heard that Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the granddaughter of the Poison Duel are part of this team? Ning Fengji confirmed, yes. That young man from the Yu family is the captain of the Tiando Royal Academy's team, and the granddaughter of the Poison Douluo is named Dugu Yan, serving as the vice captain. Xueqing inquired, what is the name of that 6-year-old 18th level student? Ning Fengji reflected briefly. He is called Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan? Xueqing amused, I have not heard of him. However, if Yu Tianheng encounters the Thunder Academy, it shall be quite the spectacle. Having concluded their discussion, they decided to invite a few members of the Royal Duel team, summoning the guards outside to fetch Qin Ming and others. Meanwhile, within the lounge of the Tiando Royal Academy, Yufeng exclaimed, what? Your cousin is at the Thunder Academy? Yu Tianheng covered his ears. What is there to be so startled about? The Thunder Academy has always been supported by our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yufeng sighed dramatically. This is big news. What is your cousin's situation? Yu Tianheng shrugged. His name is Yu Tianxing. I have not been in contact with him for a long time, and beyond that, I know little. I have heard he is now the captain of the Thunder Academy's team. Before Yufeng could respond, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Qin Ming stood up to open it, revealing a guard clad in armor. Good day. May I assist you? Qin Ming inquired. The guard performed a formal knightly salute. Respected members of the Tiando Royal Academy, the Crown Prince requests your presence for a discussion. The Crown Prince? The members of the Royal Duel team exchanged glances, wondering what the Crown Prince desired. Qin Ming quickly regained his composure, smiling at the guard. Very well, we shall come at once. The guard gestured for them to follow, leading Qin Ming and the Royal Duel team to the lounge where Xueqing and Ning Fengji awaited. Upon entering the lounge, they immediately sensed its greater spaciousness compared to their previous room. Upon seeing Xueqing and Ning Fengji, they were momentarily taken aback. Qin Ming bowed. Your Highness, Master Ning. Ning Fengji nodded with a smile. Xueqing had greeted them warmly. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Qin. Please, everyone, have a seat. I invited you here to witness the future pillars of our Tiando Empire, so there is no need for formality. Hearing this, the group dutifully found their places to sit. Tang Yuan covertly observed Xueqing. This was their first encounter, and aside from his strikingly handsome features and an air of nobility that subtly emanated from him, he bore little distinction from the common folk. Moreover, he consistently wore an inviting smile, making him remarkably approachable. While Tang Yuan scrutinized Xueqing, the latter was also appraising the members of the Imperial Battle Team. Xueqing nodded and remarked, truly, you are the elite of our Tiando Royal Academy. Such remarkable achievements at such a young age are indeed commendable. Qin Ming replied, Your Highness, you flatter us. Xueqing responded with a smile, this is genuine praise, not flattery. Teacher Qin, please do not be overly modest. Qin Ming chuckled resignedly, indeed. Xueqing then inquired, may I ask which one of you is Tang Yuan? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to how the prince had come to know his name. As he felt the gaze of the crowd fixate upon him, Xueqing also turned his attention in that direction. Upon closer inspection, he was captivated. Earlier, he had overlooked the presence of the youth before him. This young man exuded an extraordinary grace, with striking features and a pair of sparkling starry eyes that held the essence of a galaxy within their azure depths. They shimmered both brilliantly and gently, resembling the twinkling of stars. His hair, reminiscent of sapphires, was adorned with a crimson ribbon, and he radiated an air of carefree elegance. At that moment, Tang Yuan's eyes met Xueqing's, yet he remained oblivious to the latter's astonishment. Instead, he offered a subtle smile, and in that fleeting instant, Xueqing felt as though a gentle, warm breeze had enveloped him. Regaining his composure, Xueqing returned the smile and remarked, it seems you must be Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, indeed, Your Highness. Xueqing smiled and remarked, truly, as Elder Ming has said, a striking figure with extraordinary talents. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was the dream god machine grandfather who had spoken to him. He replied, Your Highness, you flatter me. Xueqing shook his head and said, There is no need for modesty. In my eyes, the 7 of you are undoubtedly geniuses. Achieving the rank of Soul Master at such a young age surely indicates a bright future. You should consider participating in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition 2 years from now, correct? As the team leader, Yu Tianheng nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed. Shuqinghe continued. After participating in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, although you are still young, your remarkable abilities will allow you to graduate, won't they? Yu Tianheng glanced at Qin Ming before saying, that's right. Once we reach the rank of Soul Sect, we can graduate from the academy. Shuqinghe surveyed the 7 of them and inquired, after graduation, would you be interested in serving the Empire? What? Both the members of the Royal Combat Team and Qin Ming were taken aback. They had only just met, and such an overt solicitation was unexpected. Ning Fengji, standing nearby, felt a pang of regret, thinking to himself that he too wished to express that his 7 treasure glazed tile school needed talents like them. Yu Tianheng replied, I apologize. Your Highness, but I am from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and must return to my family after graduation. However, you may wish to inquire about my teammates' opinions. Shuqinghe smiled and said, that is only natural. The Tiando Empire will always be good friends with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Du Guyan interjected, Your Highness, I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult my grandfather. Shuqinghe smiled gently and remarked, the name of the poison Douluo is well known. Miss Dugu is fortunate to have such a venerable elder. It is indeed wise to heed their guidance. At this point, Shuqinghe glanced at Yufeng and the Shijia brothers, asking, what about you two? Upon hearing this, Yufeng looked at Qin Ming, who smiled slightly, signaling him to relax. Yufeng then said, Your Highness, after graduation, I intend to return to the academy to teach, just like teacher Qin. Qin Ming was momentarily startled but then shook his head in resignation. Shuqinghe responded with a smile, Is that so? That is truly wonderful. Becoming a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy is also a way to serve the Empire, considering that the principal is my father. I have high hopes for you. As for the Shijia brothers, their family was already part of the Empire's nobility, so returning to their family after graduation and serving the Empire was only natural. Finally, it was Tang Yuan's turn. Shuqinghe looked at him, but hesitated to meet his gaze, asking, And you, Tang Yuan? Tang Yuan chuckled, Your Highness, I shall refrain. I am still quite young and wish to traverse the continent after my graduation. It will likely be several years before I consider such matters. Shuqinghe smiled in response. No worries, I will wait for you. Chapter 64. The prestige of nobility. Tang Yuan was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind the words. What was he being asked to do? Was the refusal not glaringly obvious? At this moment, Shuqinghe also realized that his words might carry an ambiguous undertone, though this was merely his own perception. Those present surely could not find fault with 2 grown men expressing sentiments of waiting for one another. Just then, the door to the lounge creaked open, and an elderly gentleman entered, addressing Shuqinghe, Your Highness, the time is drawing near. Please make your way to the arena. Shuqinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to Qin Ming and the members of the Royal Combat Team, Teacher Qin, everyone, shall we proceed together? Qin Ming bowed respectfully, responding, It would be my honor to comply. Shuqinghe offered a slight smile and led the way, with Ning Fengji following closely beside him, while Qin Ming and the others trailed behind. As they made their way to the battlefield, they passed through a corridor bustling with students from the 5-Element Academy. Upon seeing Shuqinghe and his entourage, they all bowed in reverence. Noticing Tang Yuan and the others, hushed whispers ensued. Who are they? Why are they following His Highness? Judging by their attire, they must be from the Royal Academy of Tiando. Really? What brings the Royal Academy here? Did you not hear? For this tournament hosted by the 5-Element Academy, the Royal Academy of Tiando was also invited for an exchange. Altogether, there are 6 teams competing. What? Why invite them to our tournament? Isn't it because Feng Xiaodian from the Shinkong Academy insisted on practicing with the nobility? Who knows what his true intentions are? Nevertheless, the committee has granted approval. A group of pampered nobles cannot compare to us. Aren't they just looking for humiliation by entering this competition? Indeed, those who rely on their ancestors' legacies are likely just here to play the supporting role. As the crowd continued to disparage the Royal Academy of Tiando, Yufeng's anger simmered, and he could no longer contain himself, preparing to confront them. At that moment, Du Guyan swiftly stepped forward, admonishing the 2 most disparaging individuals. What are you saying? Would you like to test our prowess right now? The sudden appearance of a beautiful young woman, arms akimbo and radiating fury, startled the 2 men. One of them, wearing a disdainful expression, retorted, If you lack strength, should you not accept criticism? My advice is to return from whence you came. After all, you are nobles. If you cannot fight, at least someone will spare you a glance. But if you choose to step forward and seek your own humiliation, you cannot blame others. The other sneered, exactly. Enjoy your noble life. Why trouble yourselves? Besides, all you do is live off past glories. You have no real skills. Laughter erupted in the corridor. Douluo Yin, incensed, exclaimed you, and moved to chastise them. But at that moment, Yu Tianheng restrained her, whispering in her ear, "Let it go, Yin Yan. His Highness is present. We should avoid conflict. In a little while, we can triumph over these self-important fools." Douluo Yin glared at Yu Tianheng, her frustration palpable, but ultimately relented, casting a final contemptuous glance at the two men. Xue Qinghe, hearing the commotion behind him, turned to observe the scene with keen interest. After all, in this era, the extravagant lifestyle of the nobility was indeed a subject of public criticism, and the Royal Academy of Tiandou, as a bastion of aristocratic youths, faced considerable reproach for prioritizing indulgence over merit, with accusations that its students were ineffectual, relying solely on their forebears' legacies. While much of what was said held some truth, it was indeed the case that the majority of students from the Royal Academy of Tiandou fell short in terms of overall strength compared to their counterparts at the Five-Element Academy, which was a prestigious institution for advanced soul masters in Tiandou City. Apart from a select few, such as the Royal Combat Team, most of their students were as ineffectual as the rumors suggested. The aristocratic students themselves were unfazed. They indulged in their pleasures without a care, regarding the disparaging comments from the populace as mere envy from impoverished commoners. Yet, as these criticisms were voiced openly in front of the 7 elite members of the Royal Academy, Xue Qinghe found it rather agreeable, believing that the more such sentiments were expressed, the better. Just moments earlier, during the altercation between Douluo Yin and the 2 students from the Five-Element Academy, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but glance at Tang Yuan several times. Being the youngest in the team, one would expect him to be fuming, yet he stood there, composed and unfazed by the remarks. If one were to label him as timid, it would be unfounded, after all. Possessing a soul power of level 18 at 6 years old and reaching Soul Master at 11, he was undoubtedly a prodigy. It was inconceivable that he harbored no sense of pride despite his calm demeanor in the face of such insult. Xue Qinghe found himself perplexed by Tang Yuan's disposition. However, in truth, Tang Yuan was simply unconcerned. He thought to himself that he was not a noble, so why should he care about their words? Moreover, he was certainly not among those they deemed inept. He could easily handle 10 of them alone, and he simply could not fathom why Douluo Yin was so upset. Tang Yuan was unaware of these thoughts, as he was engaged in a lively conversation with Ning Fengji ahead. Meanwhile, Douluo Yin wore a sullen expression, visibly irritated, while Yu Tianheng softly consoled her, asserting that he would teach a lesson to the members of the Five Elements Academy during the upcoming match, sparing none. This brought Douluo Yin some comfort as she remarked, "Humph, at worst, I'll unleash my third soul skill and make them aware of my prowess." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming interjected urgently, "Yin Yin, that is not acceptable. You know well that your third soul skill is highly toxic, and you can't even neutralize it yourself yet. If the people from the Five Elements Academy were to be poisoned, it would be disastrous." Douluo Yin pouted, reluctantly replying, "Well, I could just have my grandfather detoxify them. They mocked us, and I want them to understand my strength." Qin Ming shook his head in exasperation, saying, "The poisoned Douluo is currently untraceable. If he doesn't return in time, it would indeed be catastrophic. You should heed your teacher's advice and refrain from using your third soul skill." Though Douluo Yin was discontented, she did not wish to defy Qin Ming, so she sulkily acquiesced. Fine. She was aware of the formidable nature of her third soul skill, the Azure Scale Purple Poison, which inflicted a powerful toxin on enemies. With her current strength, she could not dispel it. Only Douluo could. Thus, any adversary not significantly stronger than her would face certain death if poisoned, which was why she rarely employed it. Upon arriving at the battleground, Tang Yuan and his companions found the arena reminiscent of the Great Soul Arena, surrounded by spectator stands, with a central stage and a platform for distinguished guests. Qin Ming, Xue Qinghe, and Ning Fengji intended to observe from this elevated area. Despite Qin Ming lacking the qualification for the guest platform, he was representing the Tiandou Royal Academy in place of Meng Xinji, thereby gaining access. Shortly thereafter, members of the Five Elements Academy arrived to escort them to the VIP area. Xue Qinghe occupied the main seat. Ning Fengji sat at a lower position, while Qin Ming and the representative from the Five Elements Academy took their places on the lower seat. The 7 members of the Imperial Fighting Team, led by Yu Tianheng, proceeded to the competitors' area near the stage to await their turn. In the competitors' area, they noticed 5 teams already seated, among them Feng Xiaotian. He was situated in the Xinfeng Academy S section, flanked by several individuals clad in azure attire, members of the Xinfeng Academy team. However, Feng Xiaotian was oblivious to Tang Yuan and the others, as he was meditating in anticipation of the competition. Aside from Feng Xiaotian, Tang Yuan also spotted Huo Wu in a red dress, surrounded by others in crimson garb, likely the team from the Flame Academy. 3 other teams were present. One representing the Elephant Armor Academy, comprised entirely of muscular giants, rivaling the Shijia brothers in stature. Conversely, another team was composed entirely of young girls in blue dresses, each exhibiting unique qualities. Some were icy and aloof, while others were lively and spirited, and a few exuded gentle grace, mesmerizing Yu Feng. Another team was from the Thunder Academy. At that moment, a golden-haired youth seated at the forefront of the Thunder Academy team rose and approached the Imperial Fighting Team. The members of the Imperial Fighting Team exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his identity. However, Yu Tianheng recognized him. "Greeting, cousin." With that revelation, the rest of the Imperial Fighting Team understood that this was Yu Tianheng's cousin, known as one of the twin stars of the blue electric tyrant dragon, Yu Tianxin. Yu Tianxin nodded and remarked, "You are the captain of the Tiando Royal Academy team?" Yu Tianheng replied affirmatively, to which Yu Tianxin nodded expressionlessly, "Very well. We shall see how much you have progressed on the battlefield." Without awaiting a response, he returned to his team. At that moment, members of the 5 Elements Academy cast various glances toward the Imperial Fighting Team, their expressions inscrutable. Yu Tianheng managed a wry smile and led the Imperial Fighting Team to their designated spots, where they settled in. Before long, the spectator stands filled with the audience, predominantly students from the 5 Elements Academy. As the opening time approached, an elderly man seated in the VIP section with Qin Ming and others rose. Dressed in attire befitting an elder of the 5 Elements Academy, he addressed the crowd, "Thank you all for your presence today at our annual invitation and exchange competition. We are honored to have His Highness the Prince and the esteemed Master Ning from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with us. Let us extend a warm welcome." Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengji stood and waved to the audience, who erupted into thunderous applause. The elder continued, "Additionally, we are privileged to have Mr. Qin Ming, representing the Tiando Royal Academy, along with the members of their team. They will compete against the 5 teams of the 5 Elements Academy for supremacy and glory." Upon this declaration, scattered applause filled the arena, quickly dwindling. The elder, sensing the awkwardness, hurriedly added, "Now, let us invite His Highness the Prince to share a few words." With a gentle smile, Shui Qinghe amplified his voice using soul power, "Greetings, fellow students. You are all talented individuals, the future hope of our empire." Shui Qinghe delivered an eloquent speech, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon Tang Yuan, who stifled a yawn, appearing drowsy. Amused, Shui Qinghe decided to wrap up, concluding, "Let us eagerly await to see which of the 6 teams will emerge victorious today. I promise that each member of the winning team will receive a soul beast under 5,000 years from the Imperial Soul Beast Forest. You may specify your desired attributes, and the Empire will do its utmost to accommodate." This proclamation sent the audience into a frenzy. 5,000 years. That represents the maximum age limit for the 4th spirit ring. In other words, the victorious team members will each be able to acquire a spirit beast that suits their attributes and age, which they can absorb as a spirit ring upon breaking through to the 40th level of Spirit Master. The members of the 5 Elemental Academies teams were filled with excitement. Should they emerge victorious, they would no longer need to worry about the 4th spirit ring. Moreover, they could specify the attributes they desired. Although acquiring a spirit ring from a spirit beast that perfectly aligns with one's own characteristics is a rare stroke of fortune, the Spirit Beast Forest is, after all, under the Empire's control. If they exert their utmost efforts, there remains a significant possibility of finding a spirit beast that meets the corresponding requirements of the Spirit Masters, particularly for the captains of the 5 major teams, who have largely reached the pinnacle of spirit venerable levels. Victory would mean a swift breakthrough to level 40, allowing them to immediately obtain a spirit ring that is not only theirs, but also highly compatible. This prospect undoubtedly presents a compelling temptation. Consequently, the members of the 5 major teams displayed expressions of delight, eagerly anticipating the contest, their gazes towards the other teams tinged with an air of competitiveness. After all, with so many wolves and so little prey, without a fierce effort to seize opportunities, none would find success. Meanwhile, the Imperial battle team was equally poised for action, brimming with anticipation. Although each of them had elders at home assisting in securing spirit rings of the appropriate level, the options that truly fulfilled their needs were scarce. Now, with the chance to have the Empire aid in the hunt, who would turn down such an offer? Tang Yuan rose to his feet, proclaiming loudly, "Your Highness, should our battle team emerge victorious, might I inquire if I could obtain a spirit beast of a millennium age?" At this utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Even Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. "A millennium? Are you not already a soul master? What need have you for a spirit beast aged a millennium upon transcending to the rank of soul sovereign? Such a beast is beyond your capacity to absorb." Suddenly, the silence was shattered as voices rose in fervent discussion. Has this individual from the Imperial battle team lost his senses? He dares to covet a spirit beast of a millennium. Who does he think he is, seeking to transcend from soul master to soul king? What a preposterous notion. Just look at him. He likely hasn't even reached the level of soul master yet. Such youthful arrogance. Setting aside the question of whether it be a millennium or 5,000 years, do you truly believe these noble scions possess the capability to secure victory? Is this not an outrageous jest? Tang Yuan paid no heed to the murmurs of dissent around him. He awaited Xue Qinghe's response. He was aware that, with the existence of the death list martial soul, the age of his fourth spirit ring would undoubtedly exceed 5,000 years. If Xue Qinghe claimed it to be below 5,000, it would hold no significance for him, hence his inquiry. Xue Qinghe, snapping back to reality, chuckled. There are scarcely any spirit beasts under 10,000 years in the Empire's spirit beast forest. How about this? If you emerge victorious and do not require a spirit beast younger than 5,000 years, I can, on behalf of the Empire, agree to one reasonable request of yours. What say you? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. After all, the Crown Prince's words were not to be taken lightly. Should the Tiando Royal Academy team triumph, this promise would be set in stone, even though many doubted the likelihood of the Tiando Royal Academy team's victory. "Your Highness, this cannot be allowed," exclaimed one voice. "This fellow is clearly trying to take advantage." "Indeed, Your Highness, he is deceiving you. Do not trust him." Numerous loyal subjects of the Empire endeavored to expose Tang Yuan's ruse, fearing that their esteemed crown prince might be misled and forced to concede to Tang Yuan's trickery. Yet, Tang Yuan remained unfazed, feeling rather pleased. Gaining a promise from a prince was not a small feat, even if he had yet to determine what request to make. At this juncture, the arena was already in disarray due to Tang Yuan's provocations. The elder from the Five Great Elements Academy stepped forward, declaring, "Silence. I hereby announce the commencement of the Five Great Elements Academy Invitational Tournament. Teams, please take the stage." The format of the Five Great Elements Academy Invitational is primarily team-based. In previous years, this tournament invited teams from other academies, gathering a total of 6 teams for head-to-head matches. The 3 victorious teams would proceed, with one team receiving a bye, while the remaining 2 continued to compete. The team that received the bye would draw lots against the defeated teams. The team that drew the challenge would have the option to compete. Should they fail, the team that received the bye would advance to the finals. But if they succeeded, the defeated team would regain a chance at the championship. This year was no exception, as the Five Great Elements Academy invited the Tiando Royal Academy, thus amassing the requisite 6 teams, warranting the name of the tournament. The entire competition would unfold within a day, testing the team's cooperation and their control over spirit power, essential for enduring until the final match. As anticipated, the first match was between the Xinfeng Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy. The teams ascended the stage, and Feng Xiaotian caught sight of Tang Yuan's beaming expression, feeling a pang of irritation, silently vowing to see how he would smile later. Once both teams took their positions, they stood resolute. The referee stepped between the 2 teams, raising his right hand to signal the release of their martial souls. With a thunderous shout, the Xinfeng Academy was the first to unleash their martial souls, a kaleidoscope of azure light illuminating the arena. Among them, Feng Xiaotian's martial soul was the Gale Double-Headed Wolf, a variant martial soul. Yu Tianheng and his companions had meticulously studied the Xinfeng team's data prior to their arrival. The others posed little threat. But Feng Xiaotian was indeed formidable. Despite Yu Tianheng's dismissive remarks about Feng Xiaotian, he regarded him as a powerful adversary. At 21 years of age, Feng Xiaotian wielded the Gale Double-Headed Wolf, a variant of the Gale Demon Wolf, possessing innate full spirit power and ranking as a level 39 assault-type spirit master, equivalent to Yu Tianheng's level. The phrase innate full spirit power had increased the pressure on Yu Tianheng and his companions upon reading his profile. At this moment, the 7 members of the royal fighting team also activated their martial souls. The instant Yu Tianheng bonded with his martial soul, he immediately underwent dragon transformation. He could not afford to underestimate Feng Xiaotian. Moreover, Qin Ming had previously analyzed that with Feng Xiaotian's innate full spirit power, it was implausible for him to be only level 39 at 21. He must possess a concealed powerful trump card, dedicating his time to honing this hidden strength. As the match commenced, the battle between both sides was primed to ignite. Tang Yuan refrained from immediately employing his third soul skill to connect Yi Lingling and Shi Mo, as he believed that against such formidable adversaries, if they could not be vanquished, the presence of Yi Lingling and Shi Mo would serve little purpose. After all, Yi Lingling's healing was not instantaneous. It would only manifest effectively if she reached the ranks of a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo, a level she had yet to attain. As the battle commenced, Feng Xiaotian transformed into a streak of azure light, rushing forth. The members of the Imperial battle team were taken aback. Was not Feng Xiaotian a powerful assault-type soul master? How could his speed surpass even that of agility-type soul masters? Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Yuan immediately unfurled his form. Employing the unchanging soul pursuit step, his speed instantaneously surged, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself beside Feng Xiaotian. Startled, Feng Xiaotian recalled his review of the Imperial battle team's dossier, which merely indicated that Tang Yuan was a control-type soul master. He was astonished to discover that Tang Yuan possessed such remarkable swiftness. It appeared that everyone harbored hidden strengths. Despite his astonishment, Feng Xiaotian remained exceptionally confident. Thinking to himself, what does it matter if a control-type soul master is faster than I am? He brazenly approaches me, unaware that my true identity is that of a formidable assault-type soul master. With this thought, Feng Xiaotian unleashed a powerful punch towards Tang Yuan. Empowered by the strength of his assault-type beast martial spirit, Feng Xiaotian's strike was immensely potent, creating a faint tremor in the air as it cut through. Tang Yuan dared not confront directly. He swiftly pivoted and sidestepped. At that moment, he bellowed, "First soul skill, soul capture." The soul skill was unleashed in an instant. A flash of black and white light enveloping the scene. Feng Xiaotian felt his strength waning, as 40% of his bodily functions vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan absorbed 20% of Feng Xiaotian's capabilities, significantly enhancing his speed, attack, and defense. Seizing the initiative, he transformed his leg into a whip-like strike, delivering a sidekick aimed at Feng Xiaotian's waist. Chapter 66, Gale's 36 consecutive strikes. Realizing the loss of his bodily functions, Feng Xiaotian was momentarily stunned. Just as Tang Yuan's attack drew near, he had no time for contemplation. Despite his exceptional talent, his practical experience paled in comparison to the seasoned soul masters of the Grand Soul Arena. In a frantic response, he raised his hand to block, resulting in a powerful collision with Tang Yuan's whip-like kick. The impact reverberated through his arm, causing both pain and numbness, forcing him to retreat several steps. Feng Xiaotian was alarmed. Is this truly a control-type soul master? Such an attack rivals that of a powerful assault-type soul master. Unbeknownst to him, the bodily functions he had lost included his attacking power, with half of it now augmenting Tang Yuan's strength. Tang Yuan, having honed his physical prowess since childhood, was already extraordinary. Coupled with the heightened attack power, his strength was formidable indeed. Just as Feng Xiaotian regained his footing, Yu Tianheng arrived. He spoke in a deep voice. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. A formidable single-target attack skill, the dragon claws crackled with blue-purple lightning, radiating terrifying power as they surged towards Feng Xiaotian. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xiaotian shouted, "Wind blade formation." In an instant, a tempest erupted around him, coalescing into razor-sharp wind blades. The formation encircled him, the blades whirling at high speed, forming a barrier of gales. Yu Tianheng's dragon claws struck the newly formed wind blade array, struggling to penetrate, sparking fierce collisions. At that moment, the other members of the Xinfeng Academy battle team rushed forward. With Feng Xiaotian ensnared, their plans were thrown into disarray, and one by one, they unleashed powerful skills, directing their attacks towards Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng swiftly retreated, for 4 formidable soul techniques were converging upon them. Even if they could withstand the onslaught, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable suffering. As Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng distanced themselves, A wave of blue toxic mist surged towards the Shunfeng battle team, none other than Dugu Yan's second soul technique, the Azure Scale's blue poison. "Ah, this mist is poisonous. I can't move, it's paralyzing," exclaimed the members of the Shunfeng battle team in alarm. Feng Xiaotian seethed inwardly, what a bunch of useless fools. At that moment, despite grappling with the numbing sensation, Feng Xiaotian barked, second soul technique, dual wolf's possession. Suddenly, two hues of light, azure and gray, erupted from Feng Xiaotian, enhancing his speed, attack, and defense by 50%. The 40% of his physical capabilities lost due to Tang Yuan's soul technique had now been restored. Feng Xiaotian felt rejuvenated, returning to his peak condition, while the paralyzing effects of Dugu Yan's Azure Scale's blue poison significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng rejoined the ranks of the Huangdou battle team, standing resolutely opposite Feng Xiaotian. Coldly regarding Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, Feng Xiaotian laughed mockingly. "Is this all you've got? Show me your trump cards. Otherwise, you may soon find yourselves without a chance." Ignoring him, Yu Tianheng turned to Tang Yuan and asked, "Xiaoqi, what do you think? Can you handle him alone?" Tang Yuan did not ponder for long and nodded affirmatively, saying, "All right. Teacher Qin has granted me permission to use the judgment sword of life and death." Yu Tianheng was taken aback. If he could wield such a weapon, then Feng Xiaotian would indeed be at a disadvantage. Thus, he replied, "Very well, I will assist you alongside Yu Feng and the others. Just be cautious." Tang Yuan nodded. Yu Tianheng then turned to the rest of the Imperial fighting team, saying, "Yu Feng, you and I will execute hit-and-run tactics against the members of the Shunfeng Academy team. Yan Yan, provide support and control from the rear. Shimo, be on standby for assistance. Shimo, your priority is to protect Lingling. Lingling, heal every 5 minutes. Dugu Yan, Yu Feng." The Shijia brothers and Yu Lingling responded in unison, understood. Yu Tianheng nodded and exchanged a glance with Tang Yuan before unleashing a dragon's roar, charging directly into the Shunfeng Academy team, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, disrupting their formation into disarray. Before the Shunfeng team could react, Yu Feng swooped in with a wing blade, injuring a member who had failed to stabilize in time, sending them flying. The assault did not cease. Yu Feng executed a somersault in midair and, turning back with exhilaration, proclaimed, "Second soul skill, swift wind kill." He dove again, delivering a double strike to the very member he had previously injured. The Shunfeng Academy member let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. The speed of Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng's attacks left the Shunfeng Academy team with almost no time to react. Their practical experience proved futile against the relentless onslaught of the Imperial fighting team. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian found himself entangled with Tang Yuan, unable to escape. After activating his second soul skill, Twin Wolves, Feng Xiaotian regained much of his strength and, propelled by a wind-like speed and formidable power, launched a series of assaults on Tang Yuan. Yet, Tang Yuan skillfully employed the unpredictable pursuit steps to evade Feng Xiaotian's attacks with elegance and ease, captivating the audience with his grace. Seeing his teammates faltering, paralyzed by Dugu Yan's blue poison, and besieged by Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng's relentless charges, Feng Xiaotian's frustration mounted. He channeled his anger entirely into his assaults on Tang Yuan, who, with his peculiar footwork, evaded every strike, inciting Feng Xiaotian's ire anew. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Is dodging your only skill?" Tang Yuan remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. His penchant for reading had imbued him with remarkable focus, regardless of the task at hand. Especially during combat, his attention was unwaveringly fixed on Feng Xiaotian, diligently seeking to discern any flaws in his technique. However, Feng Xiaotian, living up to his reputation as a prodigy, despite possessing somewhat immature practical experience, had already surpassed many soul masters of his rank, exhibiting almost no vulnerabilities. Even when Tang Yuan managed to identify a few, Feng Xiaotian adeptly compensated for them with his speed. Yet, he was up against Tang Yuan, whose unpredictable pursuit of soul's technique could deplete Feng Xiaotian's soul power. After enduring a tempest of ferocious attacks, Feng Xiaotian gradually regained his composure. Bellowing to his team, "Maintain formation, do not falter. Shao Kang, you two guard against that dragon. Xiao Zue, you handle the wind bell bird. Aki is incapacitated. Do not let your guard down." Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's authoritative voice, the members of the Divine Wind team felt a renewed sense of purpose and responded in unison, "Yes." As soon as the words left their lips, the 3 members of the Divine Wind team swiftly reorganized their formation. adhering to Feng Xiaoyan's commands to restrain Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng. Both Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the Divine Wind team, previously vulnerable, would orchestrate such a disciplined defense under Feng Xiaoyan's strategic direction. However, neither Yu Tianheng nor Yu Feng were mere novices. Prior to their specialized training in the Grand Soul Arena, a 2-against-3 scenario might have posed a challenge, but their practical experience had markedly increased post-training. They were more than capable of handling this situation, primarily aiming to contain the members of the Divine Wind Academy team, allowing Tang Yuan to focus solely on his battle with Feng Xiaoyan. At that moment, Du Guyan issued a sharp command. First soul skill, Azure Scale Red Poison. In an instant, a crimson toxic mist erupted from her Azure Scale Serpent Spirit, enveloping Tang Yuan, Yu Feng, and Yu Tianheng. The trio immediately felt a significant enhancement in both their attack power and speed. Meanwhile, the clash between Tang Yuan and Feng Xiaoyan escalated to a fever pitch. Observing that conventional attacks were ineffective, Feng Xiaoyan unleashed his first soul skill, Wind Blade Formation. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Tang Yuan moved like a specter, weaving through the barrage of wind blades, impervious to harm. The unchanging pursuit of souls by Tang Yuan has reached the realm of the eternal. Fifthly, by virtue of its footwork, it adeptly evades all of the enemy's concentrated assaults. The steps of the unchanging are not static. Rather, they evolve in response to the adversary's strikes, rendering them inscrutable. This is truly the nemesis of the wind blade formation skill. Tang Yuan chuckled. Such a level of attack is insufficient to harm me. It would be prudent for you to reveal your trump card as I return your words. Otherwise, the opportunity will slip away, Feng Shuizhang. Observing Tang Yuan's gentle smile, Feng Xiaoyan felt an irrepressible surge of anger and replied in a deep voice, "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my self-created soul skill." Upon uttering these words, the audience and the members of the Element Academy's battle team were taken aback. Even the members of the Royal Duel team felt a tinge of apprehension. A self-created soul skill is the hallmark of extraordinary talent and brilliance, requiring immense comprehension and insight. Furthermore, self-created soul skills are developed by soul masters based on their individual circumstances, making them far more compatible and potent than those acquired from soul rings. As Feng Xiaoyan concluded his declaration, the third soul ring beneath him suddenly radiated with brilliance. Third soul skill, Gale Wings. As the words left his lips, azure and gray lights flickered around him, and a pair of azure gray wings sprouted from his back, propelling him into the air in an instant. Yet, this was not the end. Feng Xiaoyan sneered. "Boy, witness my self-created soul skill, Gale 36 slashes." At that moment,